In the year 1517 of the C-round calendar, within the garbage dump of the kingdom of Goya, a diminutive figure tumbled down the heap of refuse, drenched in filth. The boy struggled to rise from the murky water, only to collapse heavily onto the ground once more as the night deepened. The boy rose from the sludge, proclaiming, "I am Qian Lan, a forsaken orphan. Goya Kingdom? Windmill Village? A garbage dump? Have I traversed into the world of One Piece?" Lost in his thoughts, Qian Lan was suddenly confronted by a futuristic light screen that materialized before him. Host, Qian Lan. Level none. Attributes, wind, thunder, fire, earth, water, yin yang. Ninjutsu none. Taijutsu none. Bloodline limit, none. Summoning beast, none. Weaponry, none. Shop, kunai, shuriken, explosive tags. Beginner's gift pack, awaiting activation. To Qian Lan's astonishment, he had indeed crossed into the realm of One Piece, receiving a system reminiscent of that from Naruto. Embracing his new reality, he resolved to live well in this world. With a mere gesture, he pointed skyward, and the lowest section of the screen transformed. Beginner's gift pack, Genin Chakra amount, shadow clone technique. In an instant, a warm current surged through Qian Lan's body, coursing throughout him. After a moment, he regained his composure and clenched his fist, realizing, is this the essence of power? I now possess a modicum of strength to protect myself in this world. As he acclimated to this newfound energy, two shadowy figures emerged from the darkness. A gaunt figure approached him, taunting, "Hey, kid, the little brat you beat up today is still alive and kicking. What's wrong? Can't handle it? Dar, shut your mouth. I could take care of this little punk with one hand," replied a sturdier figure who stepped closer, both men regarding Qian Lan with curious eyes, seemingly intrigued by his survival. Having absorbed the memories of his original self, Qian Lan understood the situation. Even in this refuse-laden landscape, scavengers had their territories. The pair before him, Jiren and Dar, had claimed this area due to their youth, and the original Qian Lan had been beaten by them while attempting to scavenge, ultimately succumbing. In a stinking puddle, task, eliminate Jiren and Dar, avenge the original self. Task level, E. Task reward, 10 task points. Upon seeing the system's notification, Qian Lan comprehended his mission. Gripping a scrap of metal, the sole prize from a day of scavenging, he braced himself, understanding the perilous nature of this world. Dar, observing Qian Lan's stillness, jested, "Jiren, do you think this kid has been knocked silly? Should we just finish him off and feed him to the fishes?" At that very moment, Qian Lan, having bided his time, sprang into action, slicing the metal shard across Dar's throat, crimson blood splattering across his face. Jiren, momentarily stunned, retaliated with a punch aimed at Qian Lan's face. Yet, this brief distraction provided Qian Lan with an opportunity. Would clone? Jiren was taken aback as Qian Lan transformed into a wooden figure, allowing him to slip behind. Jiren, with a swift motion, Qian Lan plunged the sharp metal shard into Jiren's neck, then forcefully withdrew it. Task reward, 10 task points, credited to the shop. Casting the shard aside, Qian Lan wasted no time rifling through the bodies of Jiren and Dar. Ultimately, he discovered a mere 100,000 berries, along with 2 daggers that seemed well suited for his use. As he turned his attention to the system, the interface updated. Host, Qian Lan. Level, Genin. Attributes, wind, thunder, fire, earth, water, yin yang. Ninjutsu, shadow clone technique. Taijutsu none. Bloodline limit, none. Summoning, beast none. Weaponry, none. Shop, kunai, shuriken, explosive tags. Observing his accumulated task points, he realized he could only afford the first 3 items listed, as the rest remained beyond his financial reach. Ding! Host spends 10 task points to purchase 10 kunai. After stowing the kunai in his pocket, Qian Lan, fatigued, made his way to the seaside. After cleansing himself, he lay upon the sandy shore, succumbing to a deep slumber. The following day, upon awakening, Qian Lan foraged for wild fruits to satiate his hunger. With his current abilities, venturing into the sea was ill-advised. He would not be enough to satisfy the appetite of the Sea Kings. Wiping his mouth, Qian Lan retrieved his kunai and began his training, understanding that possessing a system required personal effort as well. Thus, The great trees of the forest suffered under his relentless practice as he hurled kunai at them, leaving them riddled with holes. 2 hours later, as midday approached, Qian Lan concluded his training and lay on the beach, basking in the sun until hunger gnawed at him fiercely. Perhaps I should venture into town to buy some clothes and enjoy a hearty meal, he mused, springing to his feet and heading towards the city. Upon arriving, he entered a clothing shop, spending 10,000 berries on a suitable outfit that transformed his appearance from that of a beggar. After wandering the streets, Qian Lan failed to spot any devil fruits at the fruit stalls, attributing it to his misfortune. He recalled how many had serendipitously consumed extraordinary devil fruits in their youth, like Baby Five and Robin, prime examples of fate. Choosing a nearby restaurant, he stepped inside, intending to partake in a simple meal. However, upon entering, he was met with a disturbingly cliched scene. A brutish man gripped a young girl's hand, while an elderly man in an apron pleaded for the girl's release. "You scoundrel! Why won't you let Beth serve drinks? Do you look down on me?" With that, the brute spat alcohol in the old man's face and sent him flying with a kick, shattering the table behind him and spilling drinks everywhere. The other patrons, witnessing the scene, were filled with indignation yet remained silent, intimidated by the man's imposing stature. This was a stark contrast to the world of Dragon Ball, where Vegeta and Goku stood at heights of 1.58 and 1.72 meters respectively, and in Naruto, Jiraiya, the tallest, measured just under 1.90 meters. In the world of One Piece, one would hardly dare to claim strength if not towering over 2 meters. A young girl named Beth witnessed her father being knocked down, and in a surge of adrenaline, she fiercely sank her teeth into the arm of the burly man responsible. In pain, the man raised his massive fist, akin to a heavy pot, ready to strike the girl. Just as everyone braced themselves for the impending violence, Qian Lan swiftly stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick to the man's side. "Little runt, do you know who I am? I am Urk of the Iron Fist Gang. The moment you dared to touch me, you sealed your fate," Urk bellowed at Qian Lan, but his unsteady demeanor rendered his threats devoid of any real menace. In an instant, Qian Lan deftly positioned a kunai against Urk's neck, causing him to sober up considerably with fear. "Get lost." With that furious command, Urk scrambled out of the tavern, while the other patrons, who had not intervened, hastily settled their bills and departed. Meanwhile, the elderly man who had fallen was helped to his feet by Beth, and they both knelt in gratitude. Observing this, Qian Lan rushed to assist them. In truth, Qian Lan could not bear to witness the oppression of others, despite considering himself no saint. He had adopted a principle akin to Yuhuan Shui's. "Anyone who provokes me shall face my wrath." The father and daughter generously treated Qian Lan to a meal, though he awaited the arrival of the so-called Iron Fist Gang. As he sat quietly in a chair, casually picking his teeth, a group of ruffians stormed in. Led by a man who bore the appearance of a boxer, the frightened Urk returned, resembling a sycophant, and once again began to shout at Qian Lan, fully embodying the concept of a bully relying on the strength of his cohorts. "Brother Herdos, this is the one who thwarted my attempts to collect protection money. He even threatened to eradicate our Iron Fist Gang." Upon hearing this, Qian Lan chuckled and remarked, "Herdos, drink too much and you'll perish. Is that what your name signifies? Perhaps you should advise others to drink less, lest they meet an untimely end." As he spoke, a system panel abruptly materialized before Qian Lan's eyes. Task: eradicate the Iron Fist Gang task level. E-task reward: 60 task points. It appeared that while the task level was uniform at E, the rewards varied significantly based on the number of adversaries involved. This revelation deepened Qian Lan's understanding of the system. Seeing Qian Lan remain silent, Herdos mistakenly assumed he had rendered him speechless with fear. His expression softened. "Listen, kid, if you can muster 100,000 berries, I can easily overlook this incident. Otherwise, you might find yourself missing some unnecessary parts." As he spoke, Herdos repeatedly waved his fists, suggesting he may have been a boxer in his past. Internally, Qian Lan pondered how to best accomplish his task. If he simply frightened these thugs away, he would fail the mission. With this thought, Qian Lan suddenly shattered a window and fled from the tavern. After him, at Herdos's command, his 13 lackeys immediately pursued, all of them roaring in anger as they charged towards Qian Lan. Unfortunately for them, the agile Qian Lan maintained a leisurely pace, effortlessly keeping them trailing behind. For these small-time thugs could not hope to match his speed, especially as Qian Lan had yet to fully unleash his potential. In this manner, a group of individuals pursued one another with fervor, ultimately leading Qian Lan to guide the Iron Fist gang into a narrow alleyway. Herdos, ahead lies a dead end. Herdos uttered no further words, instead quickening his pace. At last, Qian Lan's figure came to a halt in the cul-de-sac, remaining motionless. While the members of the Iron Fist gang panted heavily, clearly exhausted from their recent exertions. As the leader, Herdos leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, and remarked with a laugh, "You've wasted so much of my time. I shall certainly end your life today." Then, to the astonishment of the entire Iron Fist gang, Qian Lan's form transformed into smoke and vanished, while the real Qian Lan appeared behind them. The last 4 members of the gang lay lifeless on the ground. The moment of slaughter had commenced. Qian Lan wielded his twin short blades once more. The Iron Fist gang, already fatigued from their previous activities, found themselves utterly incapable of resistance. Before long, only Herdos remained alive in the aftermath of the carnage. This period of slaughter, however, allowed Herdos to forcibly regain his composure, revealing that he indeed possessed some merit as the leader of these dozen or so men. Spitting a thick gob of phlegm, Herdos glared at Qian Lan with a malevolent expression and declared, "You should not have afforded me a moment's respite. Perish." With that, he launched a powerful punch at Qian Lan, who, in turn, reached out and seized Herdos' fist. "What?" Qian Lan scoffed, smirking. "You are remarkably self-assured. Rather, you should meet your demise." With a surge of strength, Qian Lan yanked Herdos forward, swiftly pivoting to drive his kunai into Herdos' chest. Mission reward, 60 task points, credited to your account. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have spent 60 task points to purchase 6 explosive tags. Huh? How impressive, this big brother. Silence, Luffy. Ace immediately covered his mouth, as if he had unwittingly uttered Luffy's name. Qian Lan, intrigued by the two, was taken aback to encounter the brothers on the very next day of his arrival. "Are you not frightened by the sight of my slaughter? Do you not fear that I might turn on you as well?" As the elder sibling, Ace stepped protectively in front of Luffy, asserting, "The people you have slain are members of the underworld, a fact I am quite familiar with." "Right. I know this bunch too. So, is this big brother a good person?" Luffy asked, pointing at Qian Lan with an innocent expression. Qian Lan slowly wiped the blood from his kunai, casting a wicked grin at the two. "Do I appear to you as a good person or a bad one?" Startled by Qian Lan's demeanor, Ace and Luffy promptly fled, failing to respond to his inquiry. At their age, Luffy and Ace were accustomed to mere scuffles. Yet in the face of a figure who had just dispatched several men without a flicker of emotion, their hearts were undoubtedly laden with fear. Moreover, the presence of the two signified that Sabo had already been rescued by Dragon, and Luffy had consumed the gum-gum fruit, also known as the mythical Zoan-type human-human fruit. In its Nika form, regarding the departure of the two individuals, Qian Lan remained indifferent. To her, the kingdom of Goya was merely a novice village. Once she honed her combat instincts sufficiently, she would depart from the East Sea. In the ensuing days, Qian Lan began her reign in the forests of the kingdom of Goya, completing various minor tasks to enhance her battle experience. Of course, she also dealt with the occasional small pirates who dared to approach the shore. A week later, within the mountains bordering the kingdom of Goya, a slender figure was in pursuit of a wild boar measuring 3 meters in length and weighing approximately 800 pounds. Fire style, fireball jutsu. In an instant, a massive fireball struck the boar, though it regrettably had little effect, only serving to incite the creature's fury further. Observing this, Qian Lan promptly hurled a kunai inscribed with an explosive tag. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the boar was thrown to the ground, blood oozing from its charred body. It must be said, the world of One Piece is indeed bountiful. Even wild boars grow exceptionally large. Task reward, Mist Concealment Technique. Proficient. For defeating such a sizable wild boar, Qian Lan was quite pleased with her reward of the Mist Concealment Technique. It seemed her fortune was indeed favorable. In the absence of an enemy possessing observation haki, this technique would suffice for her to handle numerous adversaries, at least ensuring her dominance in the East Sea without significant issues. Qian Lan placed the wild boar upon her grill and began to roast it. Subsequently, feeling a tinge of boredom, she decided to examine her system panel. Host, Qian Lan level, Genin attributes, wind, lightning, fire, earth, water, Yin, Yang ninjutsu, body replacement technique, fireball jutsu, heart cutting technique, mist concealment technique taijutsu, none bloodline limit, none summoning beast, None tools. Space scroll. 10 kunai. 5 explosive tags marketplace. Kunai, shuriken. Explosive tags. As Qian Lan was reviewing her system panel, she suddenly sensed the presence of others. How could I possibly consume all this wild boar meat by myself? I can help you with that. Luffy's figure emerged from behind a tree, his gaze fixated on the roasting boar. Ace, face-palming, stepped forward, feeling a sense of helplessness towards Luffy's antics. This is the second time I've caught you too. What are your intentions? Qian Lan inquired. Is this a ninja technique? I've seen something like this in the book that Makino gave me. Ace, who aspired to visit Shanks as an older brother, had diligently followed Makino's teachings, particularly in matters of etiquette, yet he still found himself perplexed by Qian Lan's methods. Qian Lan, do you wish to become a pirate or a marine? I aim to become the king of the pirates, Luffy declared with utmost seriousness, only to be momentarily distracted by the enticing aroma of the wild boar. Pirate? Marine? What path should I truly pursue in this life? Am I merely meant to eat, sleep, and waste time after traversing into this world? Luffy's question nearly overwhelmed Qian Lan's cognitive processes, threatening to plunge her into the depths of philosophical contemplation. After pondering for a while, Qian Lan remained uncertain about her future identity. After all, no one can predict what lies ahead. For now, her principle was simple. Whoever provokes me, I shall confront. Taking a bite of the succulent wild boar meat, Qian Lan felt her heart lighten. Pirates and the Navy were merely titles. Regardless of what the future holds, I am still me, a vibrant firework of a different hue. Upon hearing Qian Lan's words, Ace chuckled and remarked, what you just said sounds more like the demeanor of a pirate. Qian Lan chose not to respond, continuing to savor the boar meat in her hands. The 3-meter wild boar certainly nourished many, as the creatures in the world of One Piece were remarkably large, which explained the abundance of formidable martial artists. Ninjas, on the other hand, tended to have high attack but low defense. The trio chatted while sharing the boar, and with Luffy and Ace, 2 voracious eaters among them, the 3-meter wild boar was swiftly consumed. Well, until we meet again on the high seas, Qian Lan declared, leaping into a tree and vanishing from Luffy and Ace's sight. The next day, at the port of the Goya Kingdom, a small boat laden with fresh water and provisions slowly departed from the harbor. This was Qian Lan's inaugural voyage, and she had prepared thoroughly, storing ample food and water in her ninja scrolls. Unlike Luffy, who began with a mere barrel and fortuitously acquired Zoro, Qian Lan did not believe such luck would visit her. Lacking any sailing experience, she relied on her small vessel to drift along, as rowing was out of the question. Just as Qian Lan was on the verge of dozing off aboard the boat, 2 grappling hooks ensnared her tiny craft, and a powerful force yanked the boat towards them. What the? A disgruntled Qian Lan swiftly used her chakra to adhere to the hull and ascended, leaving the 2 pirates who had cast the hooks utterly astonished. Help! We have an intruder, one shouted. Captain Bold, there's another user of the same devil fruit ability as you. While they called for their comrades, the system panel reappeared with a new quest. Quest: defeat the notorious pirate Bold. Quest level: C. Quest reward: 1 chakra fruit. To encounter a rare sea-level quest right after setting sail was unexpected for Qian Lan. She gazed thoughtfully at the chakra fruit displayed on the system panel, contemplating its potential to enhance her chakra reserves, though she wondered how many she would need to reach the level of a Chunin. Nevertheless, the impending battle took precedence. As she assessed the system quest, the entire crew of the pirate ship emerged. Observing Qian Lan's youthful visage and diminutive stature, the over 50 pirates aboard regarded her with disdain. One of them leaned close to Captain Bold and whispered, Captain, this kid just walked onto our ship. She might be the fabled devil fruit user. Upon hearing this, Bold's face blossomed with a triumphant smile. His formidable strength stemmed from consuming a devil fruit, and the thought of recruiting the youth before him filled him with ambition. His pirate crew could dominate the East Blue, and even the Grand Line would be within their grasp. With this in mind, Bold's smile widened as he addressed the young man. Have you also consumed a devil fruit? If you choose to join our mouse pirate crew, you shall be my first mate, and your bounty will undoubtedly exceed my own of 20 million berries. Never mind, I think I prefer the life of a lone wolf. Qian Lan replied. Bold's smile did not waver, yet his gaze sharpened ominously. Refusing to join? Then you hold no value to me. Without value, you need not exist. Eliminate this fool. Qian Lan had long been prepared for confrontation, swiftly forming hand seals. Water release, hidden mist technique. As one of the signature moves of the Hidden Mist Village, Its potency was undeniable, and soon the entire pirate ship was engulfed in thick fog. Brat, what trick is this? Have the audacity to face the mouse pirate crew head-on. The pirates exclaimed in disarray, unable to see beyond the silhouettes of their comrades, which instilled a sense of unease among them. Board, now transformed into a massive rodent, addressed the crew. Brat, I am a Zoan-type devil fruit user of the mouse fruit, and your scent has betrayed your position. Unfazed by Board's words, Qian Lan launched himself at the nearest pirate. Clang! Just as he was about to strike down his target, a paw intercepted him, and with a powerful blow, Board sent Qian Lan staggering backward. Rubbing his numbed wrist, Qian Lan pondered a strategy. Although his physical prowess surpassed that of an average person, he was no match for a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Board chuckled. Do you think I can't discern your location while remaining still? Your scent is overpowering. Suddenly, Board appeared before Qian Lan, his mouth agape, ready to bite. In an instant, Qian Lan dodged to the rear of another pirate, attempting to evade Board's assault. However, Board showed no restraint, sinking his teeth into his own crew member, declaring, I can always recruit more crew. He is of no value now. As Board's words echoed, the fallen crew member began to convulse, shaking uncontrollably and foaming at the mouth. You'd best hope I don't get a hold of you. The poison on my fangs is no trivial matter. At this moment, Qian Lan devised a countermeasure. He swiftly produced all of his explosive tags and hurled them away, leaping backward into the sea. Boom, boom. When the explosions subsided, Qian Lan emerged from the water to assess the situation, noting that the pirate ship was now shrouded in billowing black smoke, a testament to the explosive tag's devastating effectiveness. Once again aboard the pirate ship, an all-encompassing darkness greeted the eyes. Moments ago, due to the dense fog and lack of awareness, none could fathom the destructive power of the explosive talisman. When the explosion struck, evasion was the last thought on anyone's mind, and thus, this singular attack left all the pirates aboard gravely injured. The animal-type devil fruit user, Bold, was also charred black. Yet he immediately rose to his feet. Despite being perilously close to the blast, the rat-like figure of Bold appeared severely wounded, with crimson blood seeping from his body. However, his formidable physical constitution kept him from collapsing. In an instant, Bold's form was seized by Qian, drawing him into the deck, leaving only his head behind. Following this, a kunai was driven through Bold's neck, pinning him to the deck. Witnessing this, the other severely injured pirates leapt into the sea, as if escape awaited them there. Yet all that awaited was a watery grave. Once Qian dealt with all the living threats, he removed Bold's head. A bounty worth 1,200,000 berries. No one would scoff at a windfall like that. Mission reward: chakra fruit, extractable, once everything was tidied up. Qian extracted a sea chart and compass from his pocket. Should he fail to comprehend these, he would not be worthy of setting sail. Utilizing his high school geography knowledge, Qian made haste towards the nearest marine base, the 136th Division. After sprinting across the ocean for 2 hours, exhaustion overtook him, and his chakra reserves dwindled. Upon extracting the chakra fruit from the system, Qian swallowed it whole, feeling his chakra gradually replenishing and even increasing in total capacity. At this moment, the system interface transformed. Host: Qian level, Chunin attributes: wind, lightning, fire, earth, water, yin, yang ninjutsu, body duplication technique, great fireball technique, heart decapitation technique, mist concealment technique taijutsu, none bloodline limit, none summoned beasts, none weapons, space scroll, 10 kunai shop, kunai, shuriken, explosive talismans. Sensing the surge of chakra within him, Qian realized he had become more than twice as powerful, though his methods remained rather limited and his ninjutsu sparse. An hour later, he finally arrived at the closest marine base, the 136th Division, unaware of the commotion his oceanic sprint had incited among the dock workers. Intruder! Intruder! The station marines instantly sounded the alarm, plunging the entire coastline into chaos as the marines rallied, while civilians sought refuge. Amidst the tumult, dozens of marines formed a defensive formation, their flintlock rifles and cannons aimed squarely at Qian. In response, Qian waved his hands to the assembled marines, declaring, I am a bounty hunter, and I possess the head of the notorious pirate Bold. Suddenly, 2 individuals emerged from among the marines, piloting a small boat towards Qian. One of the bespectacled naval officers remarked, Could we first ascertain whether this is indeed the head of Boulder? Rest assured, The reward will certainly be generous. Qian Lan extended the parcel in his hand, which the officer cautiously accepted for examination. Moments later, he shouted to the sailors on the shore, "This is the bounty of 20 million berries for Boulder's Head." Upon hearing this, the sailors on the shore erupted in cheers, and the previously wary townsfolk peeked out to witness who had brought down the notorious pirate, knowing that this would become a topic of conversation in the future. Thus, Qian Lan accompanied the naval vessel to the shore, where a lieutenant from the 136th Division promptly approached. "I am Lieutenant Desh of the 136th Division. Thank you for ridding us of the scourge that is Boulder. The sum of 20 million berries will be dispatched immediately." Desh wore a facade of false cheer, his demeanor distinctly tense. Qian Lan sensed that Desh feared he might pose a threat to the civilians. Hence he did not escort Qian Lan to the 136th Division for payment, opting instead to converse by the shore. Though Qian Lan understood Desh's apprehension, he felt somewhat displeased by the treatment. Nevertheless, the most crucial matter was securing the payment. A quarter of an hour later, 10 million berries were handed to Qian Lan, and Desh promptly offered his apologies. "The 136th Division has only this limited amount of funds. Once we submit Boulder's Head, I will request the remaining 2 million berries for you." Qian Lan quietly chuckled to himself. Could a division truly lack even 12 million berries? If someone were to capture 2 pirates worth 6 million each, would a division be unable to fulfill the bounty? Feigning indifference, Qian Lan departed, only to turn back and employ his transformation technique, circling around to investigate Lieutenant Desh further. After drifting at sea for an entire day, Qian Lan finally had the opportunity to enjoy a warm meal. Upon arriving at a restaurant, he chose to reserve a private room, deciding it prudent to keep his identity concealed for the time being. The meal, featuring fish, shrimp, and even roasted meat from ferocious beasts, indicated that the island possessed abundant resources, much to Qian Lan's delight. As he exited the restaurant, the sky had darkened, and the streets were noticeably less populated than during the day. Utilizing the cover of night, Qian Lan stealthily made his way to the naval 136th Division, which remained brightly lit. Seizing the opportunity, he infiltrated the premises. With his transformation abilities, Qian Lan evaded 2 rounds of naval patrols before arriving at Desh's office. When the door opened, Qian Lan transformed into a small cat and slipped inside, later changing into a potted plant to remain inconspicuous. Eventually, as one light after another extinguished, Desh returned, cautiously surveying his surroundings before leaning down to open his safe. When will I ever command as many sea territories as Colonel Crow? I have contributed to the demise of many who exposed him within the Navy. I fear my own fate may not be much better. It appears that I must hasten to gather resources. Once I have amassed enough funds to procure a devil fruit, I shall immediately set sail as a pirate." After uttering these words, Deshi invigorated himself, unaware that a pair of eyes lurking in the darkness had already fixed upon his life. Qian Lan had not anticipated witnessing this scene. The Navy, as the coercive arm of the world government, is inevitably rife with corruption, particularly in certain remote regions where such malfeasance may be even more severe. However, Qian Lan could not concern himself with these matters, having genuinely embezzled his own funds. He must now prepare for the inevitable consequences. With this thought, Qian Lan hesitated no longer. The kunai in his hand swiftly pierced Deshi's neck. To his surprise, having become a chunin, he found himself considerably stronger, suggesting that he should venture into the Grand Line sooner than anticipated. Having completed his grim task, Qian Lan immediately began to inspect his spoils: 20 million berries, various documents from the Navy, and of course, a finely crafted pistol along with ammunition. He swiftly took the money and the firearm and departed from the scene, following it up with a grand fireball technique to obliterate any evidence. On the boundless sea, Qian Lan lay languidly on the deck of his small boat, drifting with the wind, his destination unknown. The small pistol he had acquired the previous night was now elegantly strapped to his waist, adding an air of dashing charm to his appearance. A day passed, and Qian Lan continued to recline on the boat. 2 days later, he remained in the same position. On the 3rd day, Qian Lan finally drifted to a relatively secluded island. Intrigued, he found himself energized after 2 days of monotony at sea. It was no wonder that pirates felt exhilarated upon discovering unfamiliar islands. Upon disembarking at the dock, Qian Lan inquired of a middle-aged man selling fruit nearby. "Excuse me, what island is this?" This is Kairiro Island, Libu Village. Your attire suggests you might be a pirate hunter," replied the fruit vendor, pointing at the exquisite pistol at Qian Lan's waist. "If you were indeed a pirate, you certainly wouldn't come here alone." Qian Lan nodded, choosing not to elaborate, as he himself was uncertain about his future. After all, he was quite akin to a pirate hunter at this moment. The middle-aged man, noticing his silence, chuckled and pulled Qian Lan closer, exclaiming, "Then you must be quite formidable. That pistol looks quite valuable." Qian Lan merely nodded in response, surprised that this man dared to speak so freely to him given his weapon. It seemed he was no ordinary individual. "I am Vados, the village chief of Libu," he stated. "On behalf of all the villagers, I wish to hire you to eliminate a monster located in the mountains behind us. We can offer 500,000 berries." Upon saying this, a pained expression crossed Vados's face, indicating that this sum was not insignificant for Libu village. Qian Lan, intrigued, questioned, "What kind of monster must I eliminate? Is it some colossal beast?" Vados, appearing puzzled, seemed uncertain how to describe it. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally resolved to clarify his statement. "It seems it was about a year ago. A traveler arrived here, stopping in front of my fruit stall. She purchased one of my fruits and took a bite, only to immediately regurgitate it, claiming my fruit was unripe. Suddenly, she transformed into a winged monstrosity, which terrified me to my core." At this point, a look of dread washed over Vardos's face, as if he feared something, perhaps recalling the creature the traveler had become. Meanwhile, Qian Lan's heart seethed with indignation. It seemed yet another fortunate soul had serendipitously acquired the powers of a devil fruit. Why was she not so lucky? Intrigued, Qian Lan inquired. "What happened next?" "We, the villagers, opened fire to drive it away. It bled profusely, yet managed to escape. Subsequently, our sheep and chickens began to vanish, and various animal skeletons appeared in the mountains." Upon hearing this, Qian Lan pieced everything together. A person had inadvertently consumed a Zoan-type devil fruit granting flight, was wounded by the villagers' guns, and retaliated by stealing their livestock. Now intrigued, Qian Lan considered that if she could befriend this creature, it would prove advantageous whether she chose the path of a pirate, a navy officer, or a bounty hunter. "Leave this matter to me. I shall emerge from the mountains in 3 days." As soon as Qian Lan uttered these words, the system panel shifted once more. Quest: Defeat Churdyman. Quest level: B. Quest reward: 7-day breathing technique. Incomplete. Qian Lan was taken aback to discover it was a B-level quest, indicating that the situation would not be easily resolved. However, the reward was substantial. The 7-day breathing technique, an original martial art created by Zyro, allowed the practitioner to absorb a significant amount of oxygen to invigorate the body. When Zyro executed this technique, his lung capacity was approximately quadrupled, though it only reached the 3rd level of activation due to its originality. If perfected, it might rival the 8 Gates of Liberation, thus justifying its presence in a B-level quest. After a brief farewell to Vardos, Qian Lan hastened toward the mountains. Since Churdyman had repeatedly stolen the villagers' poultry, it was bound to return. Moreover, a Zoan-type devil fruit user had a considerable appetite, which could serve as a potential advantage. Qian Lan understood her next course of action, setting a trap for the beast. If successful, she could easily dominate it. With determination, Qian Lan quickened her pace and reached the mountains in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. She began searching for signs of the ferocious beast. Fortunately, due to Churdyman's presence, the villagers dared not approach the mountains, resulting in an abundance of wild animals. At that moment, Qian Lan was pursuing a fierce tiger, intending to use it as bait. If Churdyman, hidden in the depths of the forest, caught a whiff of roasted meat, Qian Lan was confident she would be unable to resist. Fire release: Great Fireball Technique. In an instant, a colossal fireball engulfed the tiger, with her chakra having advanced from a Jinin to a Chunin. The potency of her ninjutsu had significantly increased. Subsequently, Qian Lan adeptly began to skin and debone the meat, placing it upon the grill. Naturally, chili, cumin, and salt were indispensable. She also yearned to sample the legendary tiger whip. Before long, the alluring aroma of the tiger meat wafted through the forest below, attracting a multitude of creatures. However, the oppressive presence of the tiger, the king of the forest, rendered them hesitant to approach. After a brief wait without the appearance of any large birds, Qian Lan could no longer resist and took a bite of the tiger meat. Suddenly, a colossal figure plummeted from above, seizing the already roasted tiger meat from the ground and attempting to flee. Qian Lan would not allow this creature to succeed, and in an instant, She swiftly wrapped her arms around the monster bird's leg. In that moment, a thick rope, an inch in diameter, was pulled taut by immense force. One end secured to Qian Lan's waist, and the other to a nearby boulder. "Are you one of those hired to capture me?" A crisp voice echoed from above. Qian Lan recognized it as Timon speaking. Hearing this, Qian Lan tightened her grip. "I am a bounty hunter. I have heard you consumed a devil fruit, and I seek you as my companion." The monstrous bird suddenly thrashed violently, indignantly exclaiming, "Companion? Do you intend to deceive me once more?" The creature executed a swift spin in the air, its sharp beak severing the rope, and then it ascended rapidly into the sky. Qian Lan, with no choice, clung even tighter, for a fall from such heights would be beyond her endurance. "If you let go now, I might still throw you down," the bird warned. "Otherwise, if you continue to cling to me, you will be reduced to a mere pulp." "You are the companion I have chosen. I will never let go," Qian Lan declared resolutely. Timon paused momentarily, taken aback by her words, yet quickly regained composure, reminding herself not to fall prey to this creature's sweet words again. Resolute, Timon increased her speed, soaring higher into the sky, executing several wild spins, seemingly attempting to shake off Qian Lan. "I will never give up." With that, Qian Lan summoned her strength and leapt from Timon's foot to her back. As Qian Lan's weight of over 100 pounds settled upon Timon, her speed diminished slightly, and her altitude dropped significantly. Qian Lan suddenly realized the validity of her actions. Although birds could fly, the strength of their wings could not withstand increasing weight indefinitely. Thus, she retrieved her ninja scroll from her pocket. Release. In an instant, an array of jerky, vegetables, and a large barrel of fresh water materialized upon Timon. Overwhelmed, Timon, bearing Qian Lan on her back, began to plummet rapidly towards the ground. "What a troublesome creature," Timon muttered, readjusting her flight posture to jettison all the items from her back. However, Qian Lan was not idle. Her chakra instantly adhered to Timon's back, and she clutched the barrel of water tightly. The ensuing struggle would be a test of stamina and willpower. Should Qian Lan's chakra deplete first, she would plummet alongside the water barrel, meeting her demise. Conversely, if Timon's strength waned first, she would be utterly incapable of resisting Qian Lan any longer. In the midst of the aerial confrontation, two individuals circled around the rear mountains, each unwilling to show the slightest sign of weakness. 10 minutes elapsed. Half an hour passed. 2 hours went by. Both Qian Lan and Timon found their stamina severely depleted. Even though Timon was a user of a Zoan-type devil fruit, he could not endure the prolonged flight while carrying Qian Lan. Unable to bear the strain any longer, Timon was the first to speak up. "Hey, you rascal, how many berries did they offer you to exert yourself so fiercely?" "I do not care about the amount," Qian Lan replied, shaking his head to clear his mind. "I simply wish for you to be my companion." Timon fell silent at Qian Lan's words, recognizing that he had indeed pushed himself to this point in order to become his ally. Gradually, Timon reduced his speed and descended into a cave on the mountainside. Upon noticing this, Qian Lan promptly fell into a deep slumber, having endured the intense cold and fierce winds during their aerial duel, which had proven to be a significant trial for him. As Timon returned to his human form, he curiously observed the figure on the ground. Did Qian Lan not fear that he might kill him, or was he simply too trusting? The night passed without conversation. In the morning, Qian Lan awoke feeling an insatiable hunger. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a striking figure shimmering before him, a woman with flowing golden hair, golden eyes, long legs, and a fair complexion, appearing slightly older than himself, which only deepened Qian Lan's captivation. Suddenly, he recalled the events of the previous day, and with a swift motion, he sprang up and exclaimed, "You must be Timon. I didn't expect you to be such a beautiful older sister. Awake, are you, little brother?" Timon replied, approaching with a bowl of porridge, seemingly intent on feeding Qian Lan directly. "I never anticipated that you would engage in such a lengthy struggle with me. I must admit, I am somewhat intrigued." Qian Lan was not fooled by Timon's playful banter. He knew it was merely a tease. "Just call me Qian Lan. For now, I am simply an ordinary bounty hunter." Timon laughed. "Oh, so you seek me as a companion, perhaps to become a pirate? Or are you aiming for me to join you as a bounty hunter?" Qian Lan shook his head, uncertain of what the future held for him, and thus reluctant to make any guarantees. "Could you share your story about the villagers? It seems there is more to it." "How should I put it? I may have consumed a legendary devil fruit and transformed into a monstrous bird, which led to me being shot by the villagers," Timon replied, her mood visibly darkening. However, the Navy issued a bounty on me, seemingly intending to offer me to the celestial dragons. Consequently, the villagers relentlessly sought to capture me to exchange for a reward from Admiral Nelson of the 8th Division. Qian Lan exclaimed in anger. They intend to capture you and offer you to those despicable celestial dragons, thereby allowing Nelson to further his own ambitions for promotion. As a true fan of the sea, Qian Lan was aware of Nelson, who had foolishly sought immortality through the so-called 1,000-year dragon bones, only to meet his demise at the hands of the mercenary, Eric, a truly ironic fate. Then why not escape? Timon's cheeks flushed instantly, as if he had realized his own naivety. Surely you haven't forgotten that you can fly. What a wonderfully oblivious fellow you are. Timon, feeling embarrassed, turned away, yet Qian Lan continued to chuckle softly. Unable to contain himself, Timon quickly covered Qian Lan's mouth. Be quiet. At once, Qian Lan sealed his lips, but after a moment, he courageously posed a question that weighed on his mind. So, are you willing to be my companion now, Timon? Timon pursed his lips and responded, a companion? Ever since my father passed away, I have embarked on a journey, and all I desire now is to venture out and see the world. That aligns closely with my own purpose of sailing. I too wish to embark on a journey across the seas. Henceforth, you shall be my companion, for our goals are indeed similar. With that, Qian Lan sprang up from the bed and extended his hand towards Timon. I am Qian Lan. From now on, we are companions. Timon reached out and grasped Qian Lan's hand, thus solidifying their pact, and in that moment, Qian Lan acquired his first companion for the voyage. Mission reward, 7 days of breathing technique, incomplete. Proficient, host, Qian Lan level, Chunin attributes, wind, lightning, fire, earth, water, yin, yang ninjutsu, body replacement technique, great fireball technique, heart decapitation technique. Mist concealment technique taijutsu, 7 days of breathing technique, incomplete, bloodline limit, none summoning beast, none weapons, space scroll, 10 kunai, shop, kunai, shuriken. Explosive tags. Seeing that the taijutsu section was no longer empty, Qian Lan felt a profound sense of relief. After all, one's physical prowess is the foundation of everything. For only a robust body possesses the strength and speed to engage in battle. Next, Timon busied himself gathering his belongings, while Qian Lan sought a secluded spot to immerse himself in the practice of his 7 days of breathing technique. In an instant, Qian Lan entered the third activation state of the technique, causing the air around him to explode outward. His once pale complexion turned an intense crimson, as though he had been boiled in a pot. With newfound vigor, Qian Lan stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick to a massive boulder, which shattered with a thunderous crash. He then struck a nearby tree with his fist, breaking it cleanly in two. The 7 days of breathing technique not only augmented his strength, but also significantly enhanced his speed and agility, effectively elevating Qian Lan's prowess to a new level. Let us depart. Qian Lan. With that, Timon tossed an apple to Qian Lan, who caught it deftly and took a bite. Together, they made their way down the mountain. However, Timon, being pursued by the villagers, had no desire to enter the village. Reluctantly, Qian Lan had to procure supplies on his own, as they had discarded everything during their previous battle. Once everything was prepared, Qian Lan circled back to the designated meeting place, where Timon was already waiting. Yet, upon seeing Qian Lan's figure, Timon's anger flared. Qian Lan, you deceitful scoundrel. How are we supposed to sleep on such a tiny boat? Is there even room to lie down? I already regret becoming your companion. Despite his words, Timon leaped onto the boat, causing it to sway violently. With no other choice, Qian Lan utilized his chakra to stabilize the vessel, preventing them from becoming drenched. Under the command of the traveler Timon, Qian Lan took charge of rowing as the two embarked on their journey aboard a small boat. After sailing for a while, Qian Lan sensed the inadequacy of their vessel. With Timon aboard, he felt somewhat embarrassed to relieve himself. It seemed prudent to seek a larger boat. Tentatively, Qian Lan suggested, Timon, shall we head to the nearest Blono Island? It appears to be the largest island in the vicinity, and we might find a more suitable ship there. Timon nodded in agreement, his legs rubbing together nervously, a faint blush gracing his cheeks. Qian Lan quickly realized his oversight, and thus addressed Timon. I'll dive in to catch a fish for our lunch. You can row ahead. With that, Qian Lan leapt into the sea with a splash, prompting Timon to hasten his rowing. Finally, when Timon felt they were at a sufficient distance, he took a moment to relieve himself. Before long, Timon returned to the boat, only to be astonished by the sight before him. Qian Lan was walking on the surface of the ocean, a truly remarkable sight. As Qian Lan approached, Timon's face flushed once more. The earlier incident had been an unspoken understanding, yet in reality, it left him feeling bashful. Sensing Timon's discomfort, Qian Lan swiftly changed the subject, asking, "Timon, do you know what type of devil fruit you consumed?" "I'm not sure. I've merely heard of devil fruits, regarded as treasures of the sea," Timon replied, pointing to his chubby cheeks. "But it must not be a particularly powerful fruit, otherwise, you would struggle against me." Qian Lan, taken aback by the unexpected turn of conversation, drew a book from behind him and tossed it to the pondering Timon. Timon fumbled to catch it, noticing the cover emblazoned with the 6 prominent characters, Devil Fruit Compendium. "I acquired this from defeating a pirate," Qian Lan explained. "It may contain information about the devil fruit you consumed. Given your ability to fly, your fruit is likely formidable." The ability to fly is incredibly rare in the pirate world, suggesting that Timon's devil fruit is indeed remarkable. A quarter of an hour later, Timon tossed the compendium back to Qian Lan, pouting, "What good is this devil fruit compendium if it can't even identify the fruit I ate? It must certainly belong to the Zoan category. Then let us hasten to Blono Island, where there is a larger town that should have a more comprehensive devil fruit compendium." With that, Qian Lan quickened his rowing, and the two set off towards Blono Island. As night fell, after a day of navigation, Timon and Qian Lan finally arrived at Blono Island. As the largest island in the area, Blono Island boasted a sizable town, Blono Town, which, in a world where each island typically hosts a village, flourished with a population of several hundred thousand. Naturally, the presence of the Navy's 113th Division was established here, as it is their duty to maintain order, ensuring the island's basic peace. "Qian Lan, look at that peculiar warship." As Timon gestured towards the warship docked nearby, he appeared rather irreverent. Qian Lan, just disembarking, was drawn by Timon's words. Upon turning to look, she was taken aback by a striking sight, a colossal warship anchored at the pier, exuding an aura of formidable power, accentuated by the dog head emblazoned on its hull. Qian Lan instantly recognized it as the flagship of the naval hero, Admiral Monkey D. Garp. Known for his comedic role in the One Piece saga, no one dares question Garp's prowess. The reason the East Blue is deemed the weakest sea is merely due to Garp's frequent returns home. Anxiously, Qian Lan urged, "You should check the types of your devil fruit at the library, and then we must leave promptly." This was a tangible world. Qian Lan had no illusions that the jovial Garp from the anime was anything but formidable, especially when one stood beside someone of considerably greater strength. Such a reality only bred discomfort. Timon, perplexed, inquired why. "I was planning to rest for a couple of days and explore the island. I've spent the last month in the mountains and need some relaxation." "All right, let us rest tomorrow and set off the day after," Qian Lan conceded, knowing she must indulge her first companion. Soon, she found a modest inn for them to stay, fervently hoping that Garp would leave soon. The night passed in silence. The following day, Qian Lan and Timon split up. One sought information on their respective devil fruits, while the other headed to the nearest shipyard to purchase a new vessel. The streets bustled with activity, the cries of vendors resonating in the air. Observing this scene, Qian Lan felt a surge of emotions. In the new world, the powerful could obliterate nations at will, yet the weakest East Blue maintained a semblance of peace. Alas, what does this have to do with me? I should hasten to buy a ship. With that, Qian Lan quickened her pace towards the shipyard at the end of the road. In the world of One Piece, most vessels were constructed of wood, and the shipyard in Brina Town was nestled against a vast forest. "Hey, if you aren't buying a ship, step aside and don't block the entrance." A burly man with a pockmarked face bellowed, his gaze fixed on Qian Lan with a hint of hostility. Undeterred, Qian Lan responded with a smile, "If I were to purchase a ship, could you tell me which one is the most expensive? Remember, I am inquiring about the most luxurious." Instantly, the pockmarked man switched to a sycophantic grin, nodding vigorously. "Ah, you have a discerning eye. We are the largest shipyard in these waters. While we may not possess the fabled atom wood, we have everything available in the East Blue market." With that, he led Qian Lan into the shipyard, his smile unwavering. At last, they paused beside a finely crafted small boat. Qian Lan hadn't anticipated to encounter such a completed vessel, but she proceeded to examine it meticulously. Upon witnessing the scene, the burly man with a pockmarked face promptly followed suit and began to introduce the vessel to Qian Lan. The ship, yet to be named, spans 15 meters in length and stands 12 meters tall, armed with a single cannon. Its hull is primarily crafted from the finest red grapefruit wood available in the region, and the interior is adorned with exquisite decorations. Once you finalize the design of the ship's bow, you may claim it tomorrow. The pockmarked-faced man, slightly embarrassed, rubbed his hands together, adding that the price of this ship is rather steep. However, there are cheaper alternatives nearby, albeit of inferior quality. Qian Lan was taken aback by the sensation of engaging in commerce reminiscent of a future era. Should a naive youth have been in his stead, he might have impulsively purchased the ship. Indeed, this vessel was impressive, boasting an array of decorations and fittings. As for its quality, only the sea could reveal the truth. Suddenly, Qian Lan drew his pistol from his waist, pressing it firmly against the man's face. I am Qian Lan, a pirate hunter. Are you familiar with board? I am the one who dispatched him. If this ship has any quality issues, I could easily become a pirate myself. Oh, so you are the sea god? The man exclaimed, slapping himself hard across the face. I know that the notorious pirate Board, with a bounty of 20 million berries, was slain by the sea god. So, you are indeed he. In that case, how about I offer you a 70% discount on this ship? Taken aback by the man's exaggerated reaction, Qian Lan pondered. Has my reputation grown so vast? However, he quickly realized the reason. This was the largest shipyard in the region, where news traveled swiftly. Furthermore, in the East Sea, where bounties reach up to 20 million berries, Board's bounty of 12 million certainly classified him as a formidable pirate. The title of sea god likely stemmed from his ability to walk upon the waves, leading the naval forces and citizens on shore to misunderstand his prowess. Having concluded his thoughts, Qian Lan holstered his pistol, and the pockmarked-faced man visibly relaxed. What is the price of this ship? Considering your esteemed status as the sea god, it will only cost 3,500,000 berries, he replied. Without hesitation, Qian Lan tossed the sum into the man's hands. I want the sails to be crimson clouds, and let the bow be adorned with an angel hanging there. The crimson clouds were, of course, a nod to the Akatsuki organization, while the angel bow was an homage to the Black Pearl, reflecting Qian Lan's personal sentiment. After finalizing the ship's details, Qian Lan procured a supply of provisions to prepare for the impending voyage. In the ensuing time, he retreated to his inn to practice his skills. The next day, he inquired, I'm back. What news do you have? Qian Lan was quite curious about Timon's devil fruit. If it were a powerful one, it could prove beneficial. Timon replied calmly. It seems to be a Zoan type, the dragon fruit, ancient variant, wind god pterosaur form. The name is rather lengthy, but beyond that, I cannot ascertain more. Fantastic. A golden legend. You may indulge in it for one more day. Thereafter, I shall oversee your training, Qian Lan declared, turning to retreat to his room to calm his restless spirit. The following day commenced. After a night of reflection, Qian Lan regained her composure. Was it merely an ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit in the form of a pterosaur? It mattered not. She was utterly indifferent. Timon, puzzled, inquired, Qian Lan. Why do you seem a bit downcast? Did something happen last night? Qian Lan shook her head and replied, No, let us go. Today, I shall accompany you on your shopping excursion, for soon you will be immersed in your training. As the two stepped out of the inn, they were met with an extraordinary sight. Rows of Navy soldiers lined the streets, presenting a formidable display. The surrounding townsfolk craned their necks, curious about the unfolding scene. What is happening? Timon thought, exasperated, as she surveyed the barricaded street. How am I supposed to shop today? Qian Lan smiled, undeterred. Nothing could thwart a woman intent on shopping, especially a powerful one. Wait a moment. Perhaps the higher-ups of the Navy have arrived. Such a grand display must be for a significant reason. As the words of the burly man with a pockmarked face echoed, indeed, it is none other than the naval hero, Admiral Karp, here for an inspection. How could Colonel Fisk dare to receive him with anything less than utmost seriousness? He bowed to Qian Lan, though the obsequiousness vanished from his countenance, revealing the pride many from the East Blue felt towards their naval hero. Just then, the long-dormant system panel shimmered to life once more. Mission, challenged the naval hero Karp. Mission level, A. Mission reward, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Qian Lan was taken aback. She had not anticipated the system would urge her to confront the legendary Admiral Karp at this juncture. Was she truly capable of such a feat? Yet the reward was undeniably enticing, 3 Tomo Sharingan. The thought stirred an impulsive desire within her. While the 3 Tomo Sharingan may not have shone as brightly in the original narrative, it had proven formidable in the early arcs, especially in the hands of Kakashi and Sasuke. Despite being overshadowed by the later Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan. At last, Admiral Carp and Colonel Fist made their appearance, and Qian Lan could no longer contain herself. She leaped boldly into the center of the street. I am the pirate hunter Qian Lan, with a bounty of 12 million berries on my head, having slain Board. I am curious to see how the naval hero measures up. With that declaration, she scanned her surroundings, ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. Colonel Fist turned pale. Why had this individual chosen such an inconvenient moment to reveal herself, just as Admiral Carp was about to pass? In Fist's mind, Qian Lan had already met her demise. Meanwhile, the officer Bogart positioned his hand upon his weapon, prepared for battle at a moment's notice. The other Navy personnel raised their arms. Weapons poised, all eyes fixed on Qian Lan, prepared to fire should she make a move. Admiral Carp stepped forward, stifling a significant yawn, and remarked, "A pirate hunter, you say? Your strength is commendable, yet why not join the righteous Navy?" In an instant, Carp's figure vanished from sight, and Bogart's hand relinquished its grip on the hilt of his sword. Meanwhile, the elusive Carp reappeared before Qian Lan, startling him with his sudden presence. How swift! Faced with Carp's imposing form, Qian Lan instinctively retreated, and by the time he regained his footing, the ground beneath him had already caved in. A commendable display of strength, yet still insufficient. If this is all you possess, you lack the qualifications to challenge me, old man. As he spoke, Carp brushed off the dust from his iron fists, his demeanor remaining nonchalant. In the blink of an eye, Carp's figure vanished once more, accelerating towards Qian Lan at an even greater speed, delivering a punch that struck Qian Lan squarely in the chest. Bang! A splinter of wood exploded upon impact, leaving Qian Lan gasping for breath behind. Had he taken a moment longer to form his seals, that blow would have landed squarely, potentially robbing him of his combat effectiveness. Seventh day breathing technique, third activation. At this juncture, Qian Lan's ninjutsu proved largely ineffective. Techniques such as the Great Fireball or Mist Concealment were mere jokes against an adversary of such overwhelming strength. As Qian Lan fervently absorbed the air around him, his complexion flushed crimson, and the atmosphere exploded outward from his center, leaving the spectators in a state of shock. Is this fellow truly so formidable? FaZe wore an expression of disbelief, realizing it would be prudent to temper his ambitions. The scarred-faced brute grew even more animated, shouting from his position, proclaiming him to be the sea god Qian Lan, the pirate hunter who had slain Bold. A pirate hunter who had slain Bold? What a powerful individual. Can Qian Lan truly match the prowess of Vice Admiral Carp? Onlookers, both civilians and Navy personnel, anxiously observed the clash between Qian Lan and Carp, their faces alight with fervor. Even the feeblest among them felt their adrenaline surge when witnessing the Battle of Titans. Harnessing the seventh-day breathing technique, Qian Lan opted for a proactive approach, launching himself into the air with astonishing speed and delivering a kick aimed at Carp's chest. Boom! Caught off guard, Carp suffered the brunt of Qian Lan's strike, sent hurtling backward, shattering the once pristine street. Rising to his feet, Carp adjusted his collar, spitting out in surprise, "I never anticipated you would suddenly grow this strong. I find myself intrigued." A flicker of amusement crossed Bogart's typically calm visage. It was astonishing to discover such strength in the East Blue, which explained Carp's earlier moment of hesitation. Come again. With that, Qian Lan charged forward once more. The seventh-day breathing technique, while less taxing than the 8 gates, still imposed a significant burden on the body, making a swift resolution preferable. Carp, witnessing this, erupted into laughter. "Come on, kid." The two figures collided rapidly before the eyes of the crowd, and once again, one figure was sent sprawling, rolling across the ground for several meters. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Qian Lan felt a wave of relief. It was evident he was still too weak. However, the elderly gentleman before him was extraordinarily formidable. It seemed he had employed hockey earlier, or else Qian Lan's hit would not have inflicted such severe damage. As Qian Lan focused on his breathing, Carp's figure suddenly lunged at him, delivering a swift right hook that struck Qian Lan's face. Bang! As the smoke cleared, Qian Lan appeared behind Carp, thrusting his kunai downward with ferocity. The weapon sliced through Carp's cloak, sending sparks flying, yet it failed to breach Carp's formidable defenses. To Qian Lan's astonishment, his attack proved largely ineffective, not even penetrating Carp's armed hockey. Spitting blood, Qian Lan couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, a formidable warrior of the old era. What a monster." Carp, puzzled by Qian Lan's technique, inquired, "What kind of move is this? Is it some sort of devil fruit ability?" Admiral Karp, "It appears to be a technique akin to that of ninjas," Bogart, his aide, noted with insight, recognizing the similarity to the ninjas depicted in literature. "Ninjas from Wano, perhaps?" Karp mused, shaking his head. The ninjas from Wano were hardly renowned for their strength. He had never heard of any powerful figures among them. Unable to comprehend the situation further, Karp decided to set aside his confusion and charged at Qian Lan once more, launching a relentless barrage of strikes. Boom, boom, boom. Karp's continuous assaults, fueled by his iron fists, relentlessly pursued Qian Lan, the force of his punches sweeping past Qian Lan's cheeks. Their fierce battle quickly wreaked havoc in the surrounding area, the streets littered with the destruction wrought by their clash, and nearby buildings bore several large gashes. Seeing this, Colonel Fiss felt utterly despondent. The repair costs would fall on the 113th branch, and it seemed everyone would have to tighten their belts. Surely, the common folk should not suffer such unwarranted calamity. At last, under Karp's unyielding onslaught, Qian Lan's stamina dwindled significantly, and his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Struggling to catch his breath, Qian Lan gasped, "Stop. I concede. Kid, you possess considerable strength. It's rare to find someone in the East Blue who can challenge me like this. How about joining the Navy? I can facilitate your entry into the Naval Academy." Karp proposed, his offer quite enticing. Being recommended by Karp would undoubtedly save years of struggle. Yet, Qian Lan, a man of ambition with a system of his own, thought, a true man should not languish beneath others in this vast world. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Qian Lan declined the offer. At that moment, Timon rushed into the fray to assist Qian Lan. "Admiral Karp, until we meet again." As Qian Lan departed, Karp sensed that they would cross paths again in the future. After all, such a formidable warrior would not remain in the East Blue indefinitely. Task reward: 3 Tomo Sharingan, successfully implanted. Host: Qian Lan. Level: Chunin. Attributes: Wind, Thunder, Fire, Earth, Water, Yin, Yang, Ninjutsu. Body Replacement Technique, Great Fireball Technique, Heart-Cutting Technique. Mist Concealment Technique, Taijutsu, 7 Heavenly Breaths, Incomplete, Bloodline Limit. 3 Tomo Sharingan, Summoning Beast. None. Weapons: Space Scroll, 10 Kunai, Shop, Kunai, Shuriken. Explosive Tags. As Qian Lan made his way out, a burly man with a pockmarked face approached and, alongside Timon, offered his support to Qian Lan. "Mighty Lord of the Sea, are you about to inspect the ship? Rest assured, everything has been arranged meticulously for you." The formerly obsequious face of the burly man with a pockmarked visage now bore an added measure of respect, evidently heightened by the recent clash between Qian Lan and Karp. Timon chuckled, "At last, we have a new vessel. We can bid farewell to that small plank. I desire a room of my own. Fear not, miss. All the chambers have been prepared, and I have procured all necessary provisions for the Lord of the Sea. Consider this a token of my sincerity." As they spoke, the trio arrived at the shipyard, gazing in awe at the grand ship that had been hastily constructed. Qian Lan and Timon were utterly captivated, for this would be their home upon the vast ocean. Timon, with a solemn expression, turned to Qian Lan and said, "Let us give it a name, Captain." Aware that this was his privilege, Qian Lan did not hesitate. Instead, he pondered intently. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the red clouds on the sail, prompting him to exclaim, "Then let us call it Dawn." "Dawn, as in the break of day? A fine name indeed." Timon nodded in approval, blissfully unaware of the significance this name would hold in the future. The two then proceeded to select their quarters, with Timon being a striking young lady, naturally opting for the prime location, despite her age surpassing Qian Lan's. Conversely, Qian Lan casually chose a room and settled in, indifferent to such matters. However, both chambers were equipped with the essentials, particularly the training equipment that Qian Lan had specially purchased, which would be utilized the following day. "Set sail. We embark." With Qian Lan's command, the shipwrights at the yard pushed Dawn into the sea, and thus, Qian Lan and Timon commenced their voyage. After a brief period of enthusiasm, the two soon succumbed to lethargy, allowing Dawn to drift aimlessly with the tides. Upon the deck, 2 rocking chairs creaked as Timon and Qian Lan reclined together under the sun, exuding an air of utter relaxation. "Qian Lan, you should prepare the meal," Timon remarked, swaying slightly, clearly lacking the desire to rise, adhering to Qian Lan's philosophy that one should never stand when one could lie down. Qian Lan shook his head, signaling his reluctance to get up for lunch, especially given his rather mediocre culinary skills. Upon hearing Qian Lan's refusal, Timon retorted sharply, "If neither of us wishes to move, then let us forego lunch altogether." "Very well." Qian Lan's response elicited a cold huff from Timon, who then lay back in her chair, resuming her languid repose. Bathed in the warmth of the sun, the two felt enveloped in a comforting heat, slowly drifting towards slumber. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted in the waters nearby, jolting Qian Lan, who had been yawning, and dousing him with seawater. Coughing a couple of times, he felt slightly better. But his anger surged as he turned to face the source of the disturbance. A pirate ship adorned with a bull's head was approaching. "Qian Lan, are you capable? Shall we flee?" Timon was momentarily taken aback as he gazed upon the approaching pirate ship, realizing that his own vessel was considerably smaller, lacking more than half the size of the one before him, which was at least thrice larger than his own. Qian Lan leaped off the deck, and at that moment, the sound reached Timon's ears. A true man must never declare his inadequacy. At this juncture, the system panel before Qian Lan underwent a transformation. Mission: defeat the Mighty Bull Pirate Crew mission level. B mission reward: 5 chakra fruits. Upon seeing the name, Qian Lan burst into laughter, resembling the sound of a pig. Did this pirate crew sell milk? However, as he scanned further, he was astonished to discover a revelation. Could this crew truly be worth 5 chakra fruits? Was there such a valuable pirate crew in the East Sea? Just as Qian Lan approached the Mighty Bull Pirate Crew, a cannonball was hurled towards him. But he adeptly sliced it in half with a shuriken, causing it to explode harmlessly. In the world of One Piece, cannonballs seemed merely a tool for the strong to boast about their prowess. "Captain, first mate, we've encountered a formidable opponent," one pirate exclaimed. "Indeed, Captain." Our cannonballs were effortlessly cut apart. A multitude of pirates gathered on the deck, their flintlocks and handguns aimed at Qian Lan, and in an instant, dozens of bullets were unleashed, obliterating his clone, while Qian Lan's true self had already ascended to the mast. He then bellowed, "Who is the captain aboard this ship? Who commanded the cannon fire just now?" Qian Lan would not forgive the scoundrel who had forced seawater down his throat. He adhered to the principle of retaliating against those who wronged him. His furious shout revealed his position, prompting all the pirates on the deck to pivot their firearms towards him, unleashing a cacophony of gunfire. Alas, Qian Lan leaped into the midst of the pirates, causing them to hesitate in their aim. "Make way for me." The pirates surrounding Qian Lan parted, creating a passage for 2 figures, one stout and the other slender, to emerge from the throng. In Qian Lan's eyes, they resembled whimsical spirit children. The tall, plump one addressed the shorter companion, Brother Shunru. "This fellow appears quite formidable. Are we going to be defeated by him?" The diminutive one sprang up, delivering a slap to the taller one's head, exclaiming, "Mingru, though we have just set sail, we are the strongest. We brothers possess the treasures of the sea, along with the map of the Grand Line. The world is ours." Qian Lan discerned the dynamics between the two. One was insecure, while the other was boastful, and it was highly likely that both were devil fruit users. Coupled with the map of the Grand Line, it was no wonder they could be valued at 5 chakra fruits. This reminded Qian Lan of his encounters with the Straw Hat Pirates, where he met numerous devil fruit users, yet had never stumbled upon an unclaimed devil fruit. It was indeed a twist of fate. Suddenly, the two began to circle around Qian Lan, unconsciously flanking him in a front-and-back formation, effectively trapping him in the middle. "Attack!" commanded the elder brother, Mingmaru, and the younger sibling, Shunmaru, immediately complied, launching simultaneous punches from both directions. Upon witnessing the scene, Qian Lan immediately crouched down, and surprisingly, both of their fists collided simultaneously. Ouch! The diminutive Mingwan was sent flying by Shunwen's strike, crashing into several dozen pirates behind him. Qian Lan initially believed that his lack of combat experience would hinder him, yet he was astonished by the effectiveness of this maneuver. It was truly unexpected. In an instant, the 3-tomo Sharingan began to whirl in Qian Lan's eyes, as he prepared to observe the trajectory of the duo's attacks, thus enhancing his own combat experience. "Transform, brother. We have poisoned everyone in the village, all for the sake of this power." Qian Lan had not anticipated the ruthlessness of the two. Their willingness to go to such lengths for a devil fruit was shocking. He had initially considered sparing a few lives, but it seemed he had been overly naive. There were hardly any decent individuals navigating these treacherous seas. While Qian Lan was lost in thought, both Mingwan and Shunwan simultaneously transformed into the most perfect hybrid forms of the Zoan type. Mingwan was adorned with black and white spots, while Shunwan was covered in a coat of yellow fur. I am Mingwan, the cow human who has consumed the Zoan-type bull fruit in its cow form. I am Shunwan, the bull-headed warrior who has devoured the Zoan-type bull fruit in its yellow bull form. After declaring their transformations, the brothers struck poses reminiscent of the Jinyu Force. Qian Lan often wished to critique this aspect while watching anime. Why did everyone announce their devil fruit abilities during a brawl? As if fearful that their adversaries might lack sufficient intelligence? After striking their poses, the duo lunged at Qian Lan once more, their hoofed feet poised to deliver simultaneous hooks aimed at him. However, under the gaze of Qian Lan's three-tomo Sharingan, the expressions on their faces were vividly discernible. With a surge of power, Qian Lan leaped into the air, flipping to grasp both brothers' hands, and simultaneously struck toward their faces. Ouch! Ouch! A similar scene unfolded as both brothers were sent flying by each other's blows. Brother, are we truly not going to die today? Mingwan said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Do not worry, brother. We are the strongest in the world. The brothers' performance instantly unsettled the other crew members. As the captain and first mate, who were usually capable of effortlessly vanquishing foes, now found themselves on the receiving end of a one-sided beating. Come on, first mate. Have confidence, shouted the pirates in encouragement. Victory for the captain. They rallied behind their captain and first mate, aware that if they were defeated, the adversary would not hesitate to turn their weapons against them. Observing this, Qian Lan couldn't help but smile slightly, yet he remained vigilant. Although the duo's initial performance was lackluster, he sensed a marked increase in their speed. It seemed that even an ordinary Zoan-type devil fruit could provide significant enhancements. Realizing that their previous tactics had failed, the brothers steadied themselves, waiting for the right distance before launching a coordinated attack against Qian Lan. Bang! With a single shot, Qian Lan obliterated Mingwan's eye, realizing that to wield a firearm and not use it would be foolish. After speaking, Qian Lan holstered his gun once more, a scene that sent shivers down the spines of the observing pirates. They had presumed themselves to be nefarious characters. Yet this individual proved to be the true embodiment of villainy. Fearful, the pirates collectively took several steps back, dreading the prospect of Qian Lan delivering a fatal shot. Enough. I tire of this game. Let you all confront me at once. In that instant, the atmosphere fell still. Nevertheless, other pirates, alongside the less severely injured Shumru, charged at Qian Lan, wielding swords, nunchaku, and an array of weapons aimed at him. Qian Lan's three-tomo Sharingan swiftly analyzed the situation, deftly evading one attack after another, while each of his strikes sent a pirate tumbling into the sea. Before long, the entire pirate ship was left with only Mingmaru, sprawled on the ground, covering his eyes. In this moment, Qian Lan resembled a dominant figure in a novice village, effortlessly dispatching foes at will. I surrender. Spare my life. You may deliver me to the navy. Mingmaru fervently bowed before Qian Lan, his face stained with tears and mucus, seemingly sincere in his repentance. As Qian Lan approached, Mingmaru suddenly produced a pouch of white powder from his chest and flung it forth. Unfortunately, his actions appeared excruciatingly slow before Qian Lan's three-tomo Sharingan, and before he could react, Mingmaru was sent flying into the sea with a swift kick. Having concluded his task, Qian Lan promptly made his way to the captain's quarters, knowing only there might treasures await. Upon pushing the door open, a wave of rum wafted over him, momentarily disorienting Qian Lan. After taking a deep breath, he began to rummage through the confined space, soon discovering a small black box. How impoverished! Setting sail with such meager resources, only 5 million berries, but the navigational chart for the Grand Line was an unexpected boon. Mission reward: 5 chakra fruits, available for extraction. Without hesitation, Qian Lan extracted 5 chakra fruits from the system, consuming 4 of them, experiencing the familiar sensation of warmth surging through his body. Host: Qian Lan level, Jonin attributes: wind, lightning, fire, earth, water, yin, yang ninjutsu, shadow clone technique, fire style, fireball jutsu, heart decapitation technique, mist concealment technique taijutsu, 7 heavens breathing method, incomplete, bloodline limit, 3-tomo Sharingan summoning beast, none weapons, space scroll, 10 kunai, shop, kunai, shuriken, explosive tags. Gazing at the system panel with the title of Jonin, Qian Lan felt a sense of relief wash over him. The 3-tomo Sharingan was indeed taxing on chakra, as evidenced by Kakashi's struggles due to a single eye from Obito. However, With the chakra reserves of a Jonin, Qian Lan's future combat endurance would pose no significant issue. After organizing his findings, Qian Lan leapt into the sea once more, standing atop the water, addressing the members of the Bull Pirates. I am Qian Lan. Should any of you survive, you are welcome to seek revenge against me. Having entered this world without kin, it was unlikely that this group would ever achieve their vendetta. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A fireball, the size of a house, suddenly materialized, igniting the ship of the Bull Pirates in flames. With that, Qian Lan turned away, having noticed the distant Sea King's foraging. It was likely that the approaching group would soon find themselves as the Sea King's next meal. How benevolent of me. They fired upon me, yet I chose to spare them. Are there still good souls like me in this era? After uttering these thoughts, Qian Lan made his way toward the horizon, while behind him, the surface of the sea began to stain with blood. Upon returning to the ship, Timon immediately greeted him. How are you? Not injured, I hope? Any gains? Qian Lan, visibly annoyed, retorted, could you not show a bit more concern for me? I did acquire something, but you didn't lift a finger. Perhaps you should focus on your training for tomorrow. Timon nodded, realizing that when the battle ensued, his inability to contribute might render him a burden, a most disheartening sentiment. Seeing Timon's despondency, Qian Lan felt a pang of sympathy. Yet this was the nature of their world. Strength was paramount. Eat this, he said, tossing the remaining chakra fruit to Timon. After consuming it, pay attention to any effects. Qian Lan then reclined in a rocking chair, surrendering to his own despair, while Timon began to examine the chakra fruit, a translucent, rounded apple that he swallowed whole. As warmth surged through his body, filling him with a sense of power, Timon expressed his gratitude toward the captain, muttering, "Humph. Can't you speak more kindly?" Stealthily observing the man as profile, Timon found him neither handsome nor unattractive, but there was an undeniable charm. Lost in thought, he reclined back in the chair, studying Qian Lan. Before long, however, Timon felt a remarkable transformation and swiftly lifted the slumbering Qian Lan. Qian Lan, I've grown, he exclaimed. Feeling something soft before him, Qian Lan murmured, grown? You were already quite sizable, and rather soft too. Unable to tolerate such remarks, Timon struck Qian Lan on the forehead, causing the rocking chair to splinter under Qian Lan's weight. In an instant, Qian Lan awakened, realizing the implications of his previous words, though he nostalgically recalled the sensation. I meant my strength has increased. I've even gained a bit in height. Just now, I cleaved the cutting board in two with a single knife stroke. With that, Timon cast a mischievous glance downward, startling Qian Lan considerably. You should acclimate to this newfound strength while I prepare dinner, Qian Lan said hastily, heading toward the kitchen. Laughter echoing behind him. Timon's experience further led Qian Lan to understand that the chakra fruit could be utilized by others, though its effects remained uncertain to him. The following day, on the deck, Timon grumbled internally at Qian Lan, who was perched on his back. A mere 100 push-ups? Your goal is 500. If it weren't for you, I could have completed all 500 by now. Qian Lan, meanwhile, was merely testing the limits of Timon, as it related to the chakra fruit's enhancement effects on the body. Having previously inquired about chakra, it now appeared that the fruit only augmented physicality for others. 498, 499, 500. After speaking, Qian Lan rose from Timon's back and prepared to continue with 500 sit-ups. Lying on the ground, Timon gritted his silver teeth, his body too fatigued to utter a word, yet the resentment within him only intensified. A quarter of an hour later, thanks to the formidable recovery abilities of his ancient beast lineage, Timon had nearly regained his strength. All right, let us resume our training. With that, Qian Lan claimed Timon's rocking chair, beside which sat a glass of vegetable juice. Wait, I shall add some extra ingredients for you. Timon's unease grew stronger, and before long, Qian Lan emerged with 2 dumbbells, placing them directly on Timon's slender waist. Then, Qian Lan gestured encouragingly, saying, You can do it, girl. Timon glared furiously at Qian Lan, the embodiment of torment, but reluctantly continued with the sit-ups, enduring the taunts from Qian Lan nearby. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was afternoon. Finally, it is my turn, Timon sneered, wielding a wooden stick as he approached Qian Lan, declaring, Watch as I strike you down. Cross-legged, Qian Lan sat with a black cloth over her eyes, engaging in the practice of observation hockey, while the training for armament hockey would follow. Even without a master to guide her, having watched the anime, Qian Lan understood the training methods, relying on Timon from here on. A week later, under the clear skies over the sea, they were nearing Zilabu village. No training today? Timon nodded and instantly zipped to the last remaining rocking chair. Meanwhile, Qian Lan reviewed her system panel. Over the week, she had vanquished numerous pirates and even encountered Navy forces attempting to seize her ship. Indeed, the world of One Piece was a tumultuous era. Host, Qian Lan level, elite ninja attributes, wind, thunder, fire, earth, water, yang ninjutsu, body replacement technique, great fireball technique, mind severing technique, mist concealment technique, thunder tiger killing technique, water candy original body technique, 7 days of breathing method, incomplete, bloodline limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan summoning beast, none weapons, space scroll, 10 kunai, shop, kunai, shuriken, explosive tags. Qian Lan intended to hoard her task points to purchase 6 paths level ninja tools, dismissing the need for other weapons such as the executioner's blade or the sharkskin. It was wiser to accumulate points diligently. The Akatsuki docked at the periphery of a small island, and together, Qian Lan and Timon set foot on the land of Zilabu village. Qian Lan's goal was to confront Gecko Moria, who in the anime took 3 years to gain the trust of the noble Kuroha while masquerading as the butler Clabatel, aiming to seize his fortune. According to Oda's narrative, Moria possessed a high intellect, second only to the first mate of the red-haired pirates, Ben Beckman. Though limited to characters introduced in the first 8 volumes, Moria's cunning was evident. Qian Lan had come to discern whether Moria had indeed grasped the value of his position, as he had never seemed suited to being a butler. At this juncture, it was likely that Moria had just recently joined the Kuroha household, while the Axe Emperor, Monka, may have only just ascended to the rank of colonel in the 153rd Division. Task: defeat the Black Cat Pirates. Task level B. Task reward: exploding blade splash. Upon the sudden appearance of the task on the system panel, Qian Lan's enthusiasm was not ignited. Although the exploding blade splash is a remarkable weapon exclusive to the 7 ninja swordsmen, it was ill-suited for someone like Qian Lan, who lacked swordsmanship. At best, it would merely spare her the need to purchase explosive talismans in the future. However, considering the bounty of 16 million berries on Kuro, along with the entire crew of the Black Cat Pirates, a B-level task posed no difficulty for her whatsoever. Suddenly, the alarm rang out. Pirates are coming. Pirates are coming. A boy with black curly hair and a prominent long nose dashed out from the village. Usopp is here again, deceiving everyone. The villagers of Syrup Village grumbled after Usopp, beginning their daily chores. There was no animosity in their hearts towards the lying Usopp. Rather, he was like a morning alarm, reminding everyone of the day ahead. Timon, perplexed, inquired, Qian Lan, you aren't actually looking for that child, are you? Timon, do not underestimate this lad. The world of One Piece is filled with formidable individuals. Yet only 2 can be deemed gods. One is the notorious Buggy, and the other is the man whose name reads the same forwards and backwards, Usopp, who specializes in flamboyant trickery. Once Usopp's antics subsided, Qian Lan and Timon proceeded into the village. Syrup Village, relatively unbothered by pirates, boasted a decent standard of living. As Qian Lan observed the smoke curling from the chimneys of each home, a rare wave of fatigue washed over her. Let us go. Unfazed by the curious gazes of the villagers, Qian Lan and Timon made their way towards Kaya's residence. Such insular villages were a common sight in the world of One Piece. Perhaps due to Qian Lan's small pistol hanging from her waist, the villagers of Syrup Village refrained from voicing their concerns. In a quarter of an hour, Qian Lan and Timon arrived at the grand villa belonging to Kaya, perched upon a hillside, where wild grasses and flowers mingled beautifully, a true indulgence of the wealthy. Approaching the entrance, Timon took the initiative to press the doorbell, and shortly thereafter, a man clad in a suit and wearing glasses emerged. Qian Lan immediately recognized him as Kuro, especially due to the distinctive gesture of adjusting his glasses with his wrist, which left a lasting impression on her. May I inquire as to whom you seek? Do you have an appointment? Kuro asked, adjusting his glasses once more while scrutinizing Qian Lan and Timon. With a sly smile, Qian Lan replied, we have come specifically to find you. Kuro, or shall I call you Klabotterman? At the mention of this name, Kuro's expression darkened instantly, as he lowered his head to conceal his murderous intent. Logically, this decoy strategy should have been foolproof. How could anyone suddenly seek him out? Qian Lan's appearance left Kuro in a state of perplexity, unable to fathom that she was a time traveler. Sir, I am unaware of what you speak. If there is nothing else, if your identity is exposed, We shall meet at the easternmost point of the island tonight at 7 o'clock. Ha ha ha. After leaving behind a distinctive villainous laugh, Qian Lan walked away without looking back. Timon, puzzled by the situation, immediately followed her. Chloe, suppressing his inner rage, adjusted his mindset and, once composed, made his way back inside. His plans were not to be disrupted by anyone. If necessary, he would summon the Black Cat pirates and reclaim his identity as a pirate after a successful endeavor. As night fell upon the eastern coast of Zilabu village, Qian Lan and Timon savored roasted fish while admiring the nocturnal seascape. Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing against the ground drew their attention. They turned to see Chloe approaching, his weapon clattering against the stones of the shore. Qian Lan, intrigued, remarked, "It seems negotiations are off the table. You've even brought out your signature weapon, the Ten Blades cat claw." Chloe adjusted his glasses with a flick of his wrist before responding. "Can you enlighten me on how you discern my strategy? Is there a traitor among us in the Black Cat pirates?" He then gestured towards the horizon. Did they not arrive as well? Turning to gaze at the profound sea, Qian Lan spotted a pirate ship emerging from the darkness, its sails still bearing the emblem of the Black Cat pirates. Do these fools not realize they should have replaced my ship's sails? How can they not expect suspicion? The astute Chloe began to speculate, fearing it was his unreliable subordinates who had revealed his identity. After all, he should not be here, though the cunning pirate Chloe was supposed to be deceased. His vessel still sailed the seas. How could this not lead to exposure? However, he concluded that if he eliminated everyone present, his secret would remain undisclosed. With this thought, a smile crept across Chloe's face. The Black Cat pirate ship drew closer, and Qian Lan hastened her pace, running across the water. When the distance was just right, she struck. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. In an instant, a massive fireball descended upon the pirate ship, igniting it in flames, accompanied by the sound of explosions. Evidently, this group had brought ample gunpowder. Chloe shouted in fury, "Bastards!" His concern wasn't for his crew, but rather how their demise would disrupt his forthcoming plans. "Go, Timon. This is your first battle." "Ah, I understand." Regaining her focus, Timon stepped forward to confront Chloe. "This is my inaugural fight. Please, show some restraint." Chloe furrowed his brow tightly, feeling belittled by the enemy. How could such a comical woman defeat him? As a pirate with a bounty of 16 million berries. Chloe had his pride. Yet, the clever Chloe quickly recognized an opportunity. Capturing this woman could turn the tide in his favor. He grinned and said, "Very well. I shall yield." With those words, Timon felt reassured. However, in that moment, Chloe's cat claw struck downward towards her. Clang. Upon witnessing the situation, Qian Lan promptly stepped forward, using her kunai to parry Chloe's feline claws. Following this, she delivered a swift kick, prompting Chloe to retreat instantaneously. Timon remained rooted in place, seemingly startled by the recent events. When she finally regained her composure, her face flushed crimson. Realizing her lapse in demeanor, she cast a glare filled with animosity at Chloe. Leaving him bewildered, Qian Lan recognized that Timon had now steeled herself for battle and took a few steps back, intently observing the impending clash. In an instant, Timon transformed into the epitome of a Zoan-type devil fruit user, her form now boasting magnificent wings, cascading golden hair, and a body adorned with iridescent blue-green feathers. Standing at an impressive height of 2 meters and 3 centimeters, she exuded an alluring grace. Timon glanced down at her transformed physique, instantly imbued with confidence. "Bring it on." Chloe, unimpressed by Timon's metamorphosis, adjusted his glasses and opted for the same assault as before, seemingly eager to gauge Timon's response. As Chloe's claws descended once more, Timon deftly flapped her wings, gliding backward with remarkable agility, successfully evading the attack. Reinvigorated by her successful dodge, Timon kicked a stone from the ground, sending it hurtling toward Chloe. However, as Chloe's designated weapon, the claws possessed formidable hardness. With a swift motion, Chloe cleaved the stone into 4 pieces, scattering them across the ground. "All right, young lady, it's time to get serious." With that, Chloe wielded his claws with both hands, launching relentless attacks toward Timon, shattering the stones beneath them. Despite her substantial size, Timon exhibited extraordinary agility, evading Chloe's onslaught in a manner that appeared almost surreal. "I think I can see it," she mused. To Timon, Chloe's strikes were not entirely unpredictable. It was merely their rapidity that posed a challenge. Immersed in the throes of battle, she realized that Chloe's attacks could indeed be countered. Boom. At last, Timon seized an opportunity, landing a claw squarely in Kluo's palm, disrupting his rhythm. Gradually, their exchanges became more frequent, though Timon's injuries began to accumulate. Were it not for the ancient Zoan-type devil fruit's enhancements to her stamina, endurance, and speed, Kluo would have surely bested her by now. Enough, Qian Lan interjected, suddenly appearing in the fray. With a single kick, she sent Kluo tumbling to the ground, rolling several times. How was that? My first battle was quite impressive, wouldn't you say? Yes. Take a moment to recover. Your injuries will heal soon enough. The rest is up to me. With this, Qian Lan set Timon aside, the outcome of the ensuing battle now a foregone conclusion. Kluo, brushing off the shoe print on his chest, rose to his feet. His claws grinding against one another, veins bulging on his forehead, evidently incensed by Qian Lan's earlier intervention. Silent step. As a signature move of Kluo, the silent step is a technique of rapid movement, particularly effective under the cover of night, where an ordinary person can only glimpse the glinting claws of Kluo. Meanwhile, Qian Lan discreetly activated his cheat device, the three-tomo Sharingan swirling in his eyes, rendering Kluo's form distinctly visible to him. Die. Seizing the opportune moment, Kluo lunged towards Qian Lan, both hands striking out as if to dismember him. Clang. What? Kluo exclaimed in shock as his attack was thwarted by a kunai, leaving him to ponder whether his opponent truly possessed such strength. Realizing his lapse in composure, Kluo swiftly retreated, slightly hunching his back as he adjusted his glasses, a sinister expression increasingly apparent on his face. However, upon noticing Qian Lan, Kluo's heart skipped a beat. The blood-red eyes were reminiscent of a demonic presence. Instantly, Kluo unleashed his most formidable strike, swinging wildly and indiscriminately within the lethal radius of his attack. To Oda, this technique rivaled the speed of one of the six forms, known as Soru, albeit Kluo struggled to control its direction. Nonetheless, it was evident that this move was powerful, and more importantly, it was of Kluo's own invention. Qian Lan, uninterested in undermining Kluo's confidence, merely evaded the onslaught of attacks while under the watchful gaze of the three-tomo Sharingan. To Timon, it appeared as though Qian Lan was merely strolling leisurely in place, his movements relaxed and effortless. Had the ground not been littered with shards of shattered stone, Timon would have failed to discern the underlying threat. 3 minutes passed. Bastard. Kluo cursed, initiating his Shakusher strike once more. 6 minutes later, bastard. He gasped, repeating the attack. 9 minutes later, Kluo collapsed helplessly to the ground, utterly devoid of the strength to rise. Mission reward. Exploding knife missed. Collectible. Qian Lan approached and hoisted Kluo from the ground. Let us go, Timon. This guy is sharing a room with me tonight. You can sleep soundly. Timon dashed aside to grab a roasted fish before catching up to Qian Lan, still eager to enjoy his meal. The following day, the vast expanse of the ocean stretched before them. Qian Lan and Timon quietly relished the feast laid out on the table, all meticulously prepared by Kluo, albeit under the hypnotic influence of Qian Lan's Sharingan illusion. Observing the two savoring the fruits of his labor, Kluo shouted hoarsely, his voice laden with indignation and the spirit of rebellion. Hey, are you planning to hand me over to the Navy? You might as well kill me and present my head to them. That would be far more convenient. As a minor boss in the early stages, Kluo retained a semblance of dignity, while Qian Lan remained indifferent, instead serving Timon a crab, to which Timon responded by spearing a piece of roasted meat for Qian Lan. The scene of the two individuals reveling in harmony appeared to Kluo as nothing more than an immense humiliation. The bitter thoughts swirling in his mind nearly consumed him. I did not capture you for your bounty. Rather, a certain individual informed me of your high intelligence, which is why I wish for you to join the Akatsuki. Clan revealed. The notion had struck Clan while naming the ship, as he aspired to establish his own organization within the world of pirates. Kluo, perplexed, inquired, is it merely your perception of my intelligence that has led you to approach me? What, then, is the purpose of your organization? The purpose? Clan mused, momentarily lost in thought as he set down his chopsticks. He was uncertain of his own intentions behind founding the Akatsuki. Observing Clan's hesitation, Kluo scoffed. An organization that cannot even clarify its own objectives dares to invite me to join? You must be jesting. Resigned, Clan turned to his companion Timon, asking, Timon, what is your dream? Timon, contemplating with a fork in hand, replied, my dream is to travel the world. At this, Clan leapt to his feet, exclaiming, my dream is also to traverse the globe and to forge an everlasting legend that belongs to us. The purpose of the Akatsuki is to assist our comrades in realizing their individual dreams together. Klo, dismissive of Clan's naive declaration, curled his lips in derision. Yet the shock reflected in his eyes was undeniable. Timon, meanwhile, lowered his head, blushing profusely as he pondered Clan's words. Was this a confession directed at him? Why else would Clan express sentiments so akin to his own? Surely, Clan was too shy to articulate it directly, and thus chose a more subtle approach. Clan then turned to Klo and remarked, "Your skills are rather lacking, though your intellect is commendable. For now, you shall be an intern member of the Akatsuki. However, should your performance falter, I won't hesitate to toss you into the sea to feed the fish." Klo felt nauseated at this. Realizing that one moment they spoke of helping comrades achieve their dreams, and the next he might be cast to the depths. Truly, this was an organization of paradoxical morality. With the air cleared, Clan promptly untied Klo, casting a mischievous glance at Timon. He surmised that he would need to keep an eye out for an opportunity to commandeer a naval ship for some seastone handcuffs, which would be convenient both for training Timon and for detaining those with abilities. Now free, Klo stood bewildered. Could it truly be that he could move about the ship so easily? A strange sense of trust began to blossom within him. A week later, on the deck of the Akatsuki, Klo counted aloud, 998, 999, 1000. After completing his 1000th squat, he collapsed onto the deck, utterly exhausted. Initially coerced into performing well, he had, within a mere week, taken the initiative to train. He felt a sense of indebtedness. Yet, Klo found himself enjoying this newfound freedom. "Klo, hurry up with lunch," Timon called. Klo said nothing in response, but turned and busied himself in the kitchen. An hour later, the three individuals gathered around the dining table. Qian Lan and Timon unreservedly began to enjoy their meal, while Keilu observed their eating habits with a hint of disdain, though a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. After a brief respite following lunch, the trio commenced their training. "Keilu, be gentle with me. Do not seize this opportunity to exact revenge," Qian Lan implored. Keilu replied with a sly grin, "Fear not. I shall be more delicate." In an instant, Keilu swung the wooden stick in his hand, producing a sound that sliced through the air, and his smile became increasingly audacious. Qian Lan exclaimed in pain, "Ouch! I have yet to master the observation haki. At this rate, I may as well have perfected the iron body technique, one of the Marine's 6 forms." Meanwhile, Timon, who was lifting weights, noticed the implications of Qian Lan's words and inquired, "Qian Lan, what exactly are the 6 forms of the Marines?" Reluctantly, Qian Lan rubbed his injured head and began to explain. The 6 forms comprise the techniques known as Shirgan, Jeppo, Saru, Tekai, Kami-e, and Moonwalk. Collectively referred to as the 6 forms, these techniques are the hallmark of formidable Marines, with most high-ranking officers possessing proficiency in them, albeit to varying degrees. Indeed, while the iron body technique is quite potent, few achieve mastery over it, leading to its infamous reputation. For instance, it is often deemed effective only against carp, and is frequently portrayed as a technique merely for standing still and enduring blows. Nevertheless, the iron body can be formidable in the hands of a skilled practitioner. For example, the CP9 member Khalifa demonstrated a mobile application of the iron body that unleashed tremendous power by accelerating blood flow and enhancing muscle movement. Ultimately, the assessment of the iron body's strength is subjective, varying from person to person. Haki primarily encompasses observation haki, armament haki, and conqueror's haki. Among these, conqueror's haki is exceedingly rare, with only 1 in a million capable of awakening it, serving primarily to intimidate adversaries and induce unconsciousness. Observation haki allows one to foresee an opponent's actions and sense their presence from afar, while armament haki enhances one's offensive and defensive capabilities, enabling the user to grasp the physical form of Logia-type devil fruit users. As individuals develop their haki, the latter 2 forms can manifest unique effects, as they are innate to everyone and can be awakened through diligent training. I am currently engaged in the cultivation of these 2 forms within my body. Upon hearing Qian Lan's extensive exposition, Timon and Keilu stood in stunned silence, initially believing themselves to be quite formidable, only to realize they were mere frogs at the bottom of a well. Reflecting on this, Timon began to add weight to his barbell, while Keilu intensified his strikes with the wooden stick. The following day, Qian Lan remarked, "Is this indeed the village of Kokosha? Where are the legendary fishmen?" He chuckled. Perhaps the time for their appearance has yet to arrive. In truth, Qian Lan was somewhat confused between mermaids and fishmen. But he was determined to witness a genuine fishman in his lifetime, as at least Arlong and his crew represented an early manifestation of this unique race. Keilu looked at Qian Lan with curiosity, asking, "Can fishman's flesh truly be used as a culinary ingredient? Is it really safe to consume?" "I do not know," came the reply. Qian Lan remarked that her knowledge was solely derived from what she had seen in anime, and after responding to the two, she strode towards Kakoja village without a backward glance. It was only upon her arrival that she truly comprehended the absurd tyranny imposed by Arlong, which forbade the use of iron tools and prohibited any outings, while simultaneously coercing the villagers to pay exorbitant fees, despite their inability to earn any money. Consequently, in the early morning, Kakoja village was nearly deserted, with the exception of Ajian, who sat resolutely at the entrance of his shop. Upon spotting Qian Lan and her companions, Ajian approached them and declared, "You three must leave. Kakoja village does not welcome your presence." Timan and Kluo exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with concern, particularly Kluo, who adjusted his glasses, revealing his discontent. Qian Lan understood Ajian's intent. He was likely fearful of the threats posed by the Arlong pirates. Nonetheless, this infuriated Qian Lan, who retaliated with a punch that sent Ajian sprawling to the ground. "How dare you speak to us like that?" she exclaimed. "Our Arlong kingdom is indeed very welcoming to outsiders, although you must pay a bounty of 3 million berries for the privilege." At that moment, Karubi of the Arlong pirates swaggered over, flanked by his band of subordinates. Exuding an air of arrogance, Kluo, Timan, and even Qian Lan observed Karubi with curiosity, which startled him. He felt their gazes were akin to those of a predator eyeing its prey. Kluo, retracting his scrutinizing gaze, chuckled, "So this is a fishman? They certainly appear quite different from humans, but at a glance, they seem inedible. The meat likely wouldn't be very palatable." Timan nodded in agreement, then sighed, shaking his head. "If fishmen cannot serve as food, then what purpose do they serve? You despicable humans, what are you uttering?" Karubi retorted, his indignation evident. "We are noble fishmen. Our strength is inherently tenfold that of you humans." Karubi, embodying the essence of a racist, displayed genuine fury upon his face. "Karubi, my brother, eliminate these three," one of the fishmen urged. "Indeed, even if we kill them, Brother Arlong will not punish us." As the fishmen rallied with fervor, Qian Lan's system panel materialized once more, presenting her with a new mission. Mission: annihilate the Arlong pirates. Mission level: B. Mission reward: lightning release chakra mode. Instantly, Qian Lan's heart surged with exhilaration. The lightning release chakra mode, a formidable technique cultivated by the Raikage of Kumogakure, despite its B rank, rivaled even some S-rank jutsu. However, this task, though classified as B, was not without its challenges. To eradicate the Arlong pirates meant slaying every last one of them, leaving no fishman, not even the sea cow, alive. If even a single fishman escaped, the mission would remain incomplete, presenting a significant complication. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Qian Lan said, "I intend to eliminate all the fishmen. You two must help me ensure not a single one escapes. You lowly humans, seeking your demise." The two sides simultaneously commenced their battle, with Timon instantly transforming into the mightiest beastman form, charging towards the nearest fishman. Karubi, with a smirk, declared, "I am a master of fishman karate, possessing 40 styles. Unlike you mere mortals." Before Karubi could finish his statement, Qian Lan unleashed a powerful slap upon Karubi's face, sending him spinning several times before crashing to the ground. Enraged, Qian Lan exclaimed, "How despicable! While I acknowledge the fishman race, individuals like you would be better off dead." Karubi swiftly regained his footing, regarding Qian Lan with caution. "You acknowledge our race, yet you still wish for my demise?" He then unleashed his most potent technique, the fishman karate's ultimate move, the thousand-tile destruction fist, aimed directly at Qian Lan. Qian Lan reached out, gripping Karubi's fist, his body remaining steadfast and unmoving. Is this truly the essence of fishman karate? Then every one of Jinbei's strikes must also be an ultimate technique. With that, Qian Lan exerted force downwards, causing Karubi to kneel in agony, the pain evidently profound. Following this, Qian Lan delivered a sidekick to Karubi's head, toppling the towering figure to the ground. The battlefield now only featured Crow, who, unarmed, nimbly evaded the fishman assaults before him. Witnessing both Qian Lan and Timon resolve their confrontations, Crow felt a surge of urgency. Consequently, he opted for a direct confrontation, his fist colliding with that of a fisherman, resulting in the latter's arm being shattered. "Damn it! What strength is this? 10 times that of a human," Crow exclaimed before decisively ending the fisherman's life. It appeared Crow had underestimated himself. As a notorious pirate with a bounty of 16 million berries, he had been intimidated by a mere fisherman. Observing this, both Qian Lan and Timon exchanged amused glances, while Crow felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Here." Qian Lan retrieved Crow's weapon from a spatial scroll and handed it to him. Crow accepted it with a nod, only to quickly turn away, still feeling reluctant to embrace his newfound identity. The trio then continued their journey towards the Dragon Park. Once Qian Lan and his companions departed, a Jian and the villagers of Caucasia emerged from their homes, beginning to inspect the fishermen's corpses scattered on the ground. A Jian, ignited with fervor, proclaimed, "Someone has already challenged Along. Shall we merely stand by? Let us all take up arms and fight for ourselves. For our own sake, let us confront Along's faction. Together, we shall strive." The villagers, moved by a sense of collective spirit, hurried back to their homes to retrieve any makeshift weapons they could find. Under Along's dominion, nearly everyone emerged wielding their farming tools. Once gathered, the villagers followed Qian Lan and his companions towards Dragon Park. 20 minutes later, Qian Lan and his companions arrived at the domain of Along, Dragon Park, where 2 fishermen stationed at the entrance noticed their approach. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Kuro donned his weapon, the 10 blades cat claw, and charged towards the 2 mermen. Before they could even register his presence, Kuro's remarkable speed allowed him to swiftly dispatch both foes. He then swung his cat claw, shattering the gates of Arlong Park, which immediately drew the attention of all the mermen within. "Lowly humans, how did you manage to infiltrate?" exclaimed Gio, his gaze shifting to the 2 mermen lying lifeless in a pool of blood. "How dare you lay hands on our noble kind?" At that moment, Chihira and Timon arrived, with Chihira stepping forward. Lightning release. Lightning tiger destruction. In an instant, a colossal canine-like lightning beast manifested before them, bolstered by Chihira's substantial chakra. The immense electrical surge erupted amidst the gathered mermen, enveloping the open ground of Arlong Park in a dazzling display of lightning arcs. This formidable power of the lightning release was, of course, exacerbated by the mermen's affinity for water, as Arlong Park was established by the sea. Earth release. Decapitation technique. Chihira's figure swiftly vanished from sight, while the cadre Gio was abruptly pulled into the earth. Upon reappearing, Chihira delivered a powerful kick, severing Gio's head with no chance for salvation. "Damn it!" The last remaining cadre, Shuba, barely uttered these words before Chihira's small pistol shattered one of his eyeballs. The rapidly shifting dynamics of the battle left the onlookers, including Kuro and Timon, in a state of astonishment, as in the blink of an eye. The final 2 cadres of the Arlong pirates were either dead or severely injured. "You lowly humans, you should not have laid a hand on my brethren." Arlong's veins bulged, his blue skin accentuating the fury coursing through him, clearly incited by Chihira and Kuro's actions. In an instant, the entire crew of the Arlong pirates charged towards the trio, with even Shuba, despite his agonizing eye pain, joining the fray. "Be careful," Chihira warned as he drew 2 shuriken and hurled them, the projectiles piercing the necks of 2 mermen before continuing to strike down another behind them. Chihira then retrieved another shuriken, advancing toward the mermen, mindful not to kill too ruthlessly, lest one escape and cause further trouble. Meanwhile, Kuro was engaged in a frenzied slaughter, perhaps motivated by the memory of being forced to retreat by a merman earlier. In his wrath, he unwittingly struck down the injured Shuba. Timon, transformed into his beast form, flapped his wings to create distance from the advancing mermen, launching aerial attacks. Riftwind Slash. Under Chihira's tutelage regarding Timon's devil fruit abilities, Timon unleashed his signature move, sending forth a barrage of wind blades that decimated 13 mermen on the ground. The sheer ferocity of Timon's onslaught momentarily silenced the battlefield, until Kuro seized the opportunity to slay 2 more mermen, reigniting the chaos. However, no merman dared to stand beneath Timon, for death awaited those who did. As Timon soared through the air like a low-flying helicopter, he seized the merman with his claws, lifting him high before unceremoniously casting him down, leaving few mermen intact in his wake. Qian Lan murmured to himself, "Such brutality. Are you not afraid now, Arlong?" The contemptuous human, following his furious outburst, Arlong began to keep a wary eye on Timon, for he was acutely aware that surviving a fall from such heights was far from assured. At that moment, Qian Lan yawned, recognizing that it was still too early to eliminate Arlong. He would wait until Timon and Kuro had dispatched the majority of their foes before unleashing his full power to eradicate the Arlong pirates. Thus, Qian Lan subdued Arlong with a kunai, causing the latter to question his own strength. When Arlong noticed Qian Lan yawning, he mistakenly believed he had found an opportunity and lunged at him with a bite. Clink! As the sixth member, Qian Lan summoned explosive blades from his system and swiftly thrust one into Arlong's mouth. Arlong bit down with all his might, unleashing a violent explosion within his maw. Boom! The resounding blast engulfed Arlong in a cloud of black smoke, yet this did not deter Qian Lan from continuing his assault. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball, the size of a house, crashed down upon Arlong, igniting the garments of the three surrounding mermen, who promptly leaped into the sea to extinguish the flames. Water release, sticky liquid. A viscous substance erupted from Qian Lan's mouth, unknowingly ensnaring everyone present, save for Timon, who hovered above. Hey, why did you get me stuck too, Timon? Quickly, save me. Kuro instinctively called out for the airborne Timon, evidently believing himself to be a member of the Akatsuki. Seeing this, Timon grasped Kuro's shoulder and lifted him out of the sticky predicament. As they landed, Qian Lan wasted no time. Lightning release, lightning tiger strike. A colossal lightning beast plunged into the ground, sending arcs of electricity surging throughout the Dragon Park, while the ensnared mermen crackled with electricity. A burnt odor wafting through the air. Mission reward, lightning release chakra mode, proficient, host, Qian Lan level, elite Jonin attributes, wind, lightning, fire, earth, water, yang ninjutsu, body replacement technique, great fireball technique, heart decapitation technique, mist concealment technique, lightning tiger strike, water sticky liquid taijutsu, 7 days breathing technique, remnant. Lightning release chakra mode bloodline limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan summoning beast, none weapons, space scroll, explosive blade, in the taijutsu category. Qian Lan realized that the system classified the lightning release chakra mode as a physical technique, and indeed, as a ninjutsu, it exhibited greater prowess in physical combat. Sniffing the air, Kuro remarked, "It seems the flesh of the merman is edible." Both Qian Lan and Timon stared at Kuro in astonishment. Could it truly be palatable? Let us proceed. I shall now show you the essence of true strength. With that, Qian Lan turned and departed, prompting Timon to follow closely, while Kuro chuckled bitterly to himself, yet chose to continue in their wake. After the silhouettes of the three departed, the villagers of Kexia finally arrived at the scene, and upon witnessing the chaos left behind by Qian Lan and his companions, they erupted in joyous cheers. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, in the office of Admiral Sengoku, a wave of disbelief washed over him. What? You mean that lad Qian Lan has turned to piracy? Carp perused the bounty notice in his hand, perplexed by the sudden shift in Qian Lan's path. Wasn't he a bounty hunter? Sengoku crumpled the document and fed it to a goat beside him. Is this the so-called strong individual you encountered in the East Blue? The notorious pirate Qian Lan, with a bounty of 50 million berries? You should not have let him slip away. But he was a bounty hunter at first. Who would have foreseen that he would become a pirate? Carp, seated on the sofa, could not maintain his composure. Let me return to the East Blue. I will personally capture him and bring him back. Absolutely not, Carp. The Big Mom pirates are expanding in the New World, affecting several nations. You and Akiji should head to the New World instead. Carp reluctantly returned to his chair, realizing that the situation in the New World posed a greater concern than Qian Lan's actions. Meanwhile, the Navy's bounty notices were dispatched worldwide. Yet the 50 million berry bounty on Qian Lan failed to attract the attention of any formidable adversaries. In the East Blue, Timon excitedly entered the training quarters of Qian Lan. Brandishing a newspaper, Qian Lan, you've been issued a bounty. 50 million berries. Just after being listed, and you already have such a sum. It's tempting enough to make me consider it. Timon then handed the newspaper to Kuro with a grin. Kuro, your bounty has increased as well, now totaling 20 million berries, an increase of 400,000. As for me, I have my own bounty now, 300,000 berries. I intend to cut it out and place it by my bedside. At this moment, Qian Lan fell into contemplation. Kuro, I haven't harmed any civilians. Why am I classified as a pirate with a bounty of 50 million berries? Kuro, pausing his arm exercises, set down the dumbbells and adjusted his glasses with a smile. It's because you've eliminated too many powerful pirates without seeking bounties from the Navy. They no longer regard you as a bounty hunter. And since you're not part of the Navy, you must be a pirate. Truly my strategic advisor, Qian Lan jested. Come, let us spar a bit. Kuro's expression instantly soured. Who would want to spar with a monster like you? It's time to prepare lunch. I'm off. With that, Kuro departed with a sense of urgency, leaving Qian Lan to continue his training in observation hockey. As a transmigrator, it had been over a month without awakening any form of hockey, a deeply embarrassing situation for someone in his position. With a heavy sigh, Qian Lan made his way to the ship's deck, ultimately leaning against a rocking chair to relieve his burdens. Before long, Kuro returned with a sandwich and a cup of vegetable juice, placing them on the table beside Qian Lan. Kuro, have I shortchanged you? After your training, you serve me this? Taiman's appetite is insatiable. As a user of a Zoan-type devil fruit, her single meal surpasses the daily sustenance of 2 individuals. It is imperative that you find a way to limit her consumption. Moreover, can you prevent her from bathing? Qian Lan shook her head in response. If Taiman remains unsated, she may well lose her desire to train. It seems she was too hasty in Kokoija village, having overlooked both the supplies on the ship and those within the spatial scrolls. Who is the formidable ally you intend to seek for us? As she spoke, Klo cast his fishing line into the sea, for if they did not secure provisions on the nearby island soon, they risked starvation aboard the ship. Qian Lan swiftly devoured a sandwich and downed a vegetable juice in one go. Coughing, she mused that they should arrive by tomorrow, though she felt uncertain about the true strength of this ally. As a concealed powerhouse in the world of One Piece, the might of Shimatsuki Yasaku remains shrouded in mystery. Typically, this individual is seen with squinted eyes, and in anime, such characters are often monstrous in strength. Yasaku is no exception. Furthermore, Zoro's technique of cutting steel was taught by Yasaku, who has also exhibited the ultimate swordsmanship spoken of by the flower warrior Goro, the ability to sever without even cutting paper. Thus, Yasaku's prowess is beyond doubt, albeit he has yet to demonstrate it concretely. While Qian Lan was lost in thought, a cannonball descended from the sky, crashing toward her rocking chair, followed by a barrage of 5 cannonballs targeting her. What? Are they aiming for me? She exclaimed, launching 5 shurikens that detonated the bombs mid-air. As she regained her footing, a new mission appeared before her. Mission: defeat the Navy's 8th Division and slay Nelson. Mission rank: B. Mission reward: 3,000 task points. Qian Lan was taken aback to realize this was the Navy's 8th Division that had surfaced in the Millennium Dragon arc, with Nelson being a notable early antagonist of the Navy. Boom, boom, boom. The cannonballs continued to rain down as Qian Lan and Klo braced themselves. At that moment, Taiman burst forth from the cabin, charging directly towards the Navy station nearby. To fight or to flee? Is escape even an option now? Regardless, I am already a pirate. Let them witness the strength of our crew while you safeguard the ship. With that, Qian Lan leaped into the fray, heading towards Nelson's flagship in the distance. Seeing Qian Lan sprinting across the water, Nelson grinned maliciously and commanded those around him, concentrate fire and eliminate this bounty of 50 million berries. Everything else is inconsequential. Securing this head will pave my way into the headquarters. At Nelson's command, the cannons of 4 warships all targeted Qian Lan, while the Navy soldiers armed with flintlock weapons took aim as well. Fire! In an instant, the air was filled with the deafening sounds of cannon explosions and gunfire, engulfing the area where Qian Lan stood, causing even the ships firing the cannonballs to tremble. Nelson, lifting his rotund form slowly, gazed curiously at the sea nearby. Has that wretch been obliterated? I'm sorry, but I am still very much alive. Qian Lan stood behind Nielsen, wielding the explosive sword. Yet none of the nearly 100 naval officers present noticed her presence. The fusion of the substitution technique and transformation technique allowed Qian Lan to appear anywhere at will. Come protect me. Where are you all? Ignoring Nielsen, Qian Lan raised the explosive sword and struck the deck of the battleship, creating a tremendous explosion that blasted a gaping hole into the deck, causing Nielsen's corpulent form to plummet through it. The 3-tomo Sharingan in Qian Lan's eyes began to whirl incessantly, instantly captivating all the naval officers within the ship's core. Bewildered by the illusion, the officers aimed their weapons at the 2 adjacent battleships and opened fire without hesitation, causing the nearby vessels to slowly begin their descent into the depths. As she gazed at the burning battleships, Qian Lan realized that her objective was nearly achieved. At the very least, the Navy had lost its capacity to pursue. Perish. With that, Qian Lan brought the explosive sword crashing down upon Nielsen's flesh. And the battleship began to sink gradually. Not caring for Nielsen any longer, Qian Lan rose to explore the ship, for her goal included obtaining seastone handcuffs, presenting a splendid opportunity. Thus, she utilized her transformation technique to disguise herself as a naval officer, wandering the ship in search of Nielsen's quarters. Fortune favored the diligent. And just as Qian Lan prepared to retreat, she finally discovered Nielsen's opulent captain's cabin. A safe? I never expected someone to use this contraption. While speaking, Qian Lan stored the safe within a spatial scroll and seized the seastone handcuffs from a nearby shelf before departing the sinking battleship. On the far right battleship, Timon gasped for breath. His body drenched in blood after having slain nearly 100 foes. Exhausted, his stamina was nearly depleted. And had it not been for the enhancements provided by his Zoan-type devil fruit, he would have surely collapsed. The remaining 100 or so naval officers aboard had lost their will to fight, merely observing Timon's precarious stance, none daring to engage him in a final confrontation. In an instant, Qian Lan appeared beside Timon. Thank you for your care, my comrade. Fire release, great fireball technique. After executing the ninjutsu, Qian Lan paid no heed to the naval officers behind her, leaping from the battleship with Timon, heading towards the Akatsuki. Timon, with his head drooping, inquired, "Has the battle come to an end?" "Indeed. Your bounty will increase significantly this time, so rest easy. Mission reward, 3,000 task points, has been issued." Later that evening, after a restful afternoon, the three reconvened in the dining hall. Qian Lan placed the safe and seastone handcuffs acquired from Nielsen upon the table. "Is this our bounty?" Upon saying this, Timon seized the seastone handcuffs and promptly collapsed onto the table, evidently unable to withstand the effects of the recently consumed devil fruit. Observing this, Chloe struck the safe with a claw, but to no avail. It merely bore a few white marks. Immediately, Chloe lifted the safe to examine it. "What material is this?" "It appears to be of much higher quality than my weapon. However, how shall we open this contraption? Allow me to handle it." After Qian Lan finished speaking, she rose to her feet, closing her eyes to gather her thoughts as she prepared to showcase her prowess. Timon and Chloe were immediately captivated by Qian Lan's presence, even though they were unsure of what was unfolding. 7 days of calling. Lightning released chakra mode. In an instant, Qian Lan's form was enveloped in a mesmerizing blend of red and blue, radiating brilliance akin to the fusion of Super Saiyan Blue and Kaioken from Dragon Ball. Of course, Qian Lan's display was a combination of the 7 days of calling and lightning release chakra mode, essentially layering buffs upon herself. Once she had adjusted her state, Qian Lan delivered a swift chop to the safe, cleaving it open effortlessly. The top of the safe was sliced cleanly, and with a surge of strength, Qian Lan pried it open. "So much money. It seems we have struck it rich this time," Timon exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with avarice as he gazed at the stacks of cash in his hands. Chloe picked up a piece of paper and began to examine it, noting that it resembled the great route C chart Qian Lan had previously shown him, albeit a smaller version that served merely as a supplement. Qian Lan then turned her attention to a large wooden box, opening it to reveal a worn booklet nestled inside. "What is this?" "A manual for mastering the Navy's 6 styles. Alas, it only contains 3 techniques." Qian Lan had previously wondered why the system was so generous all of a sudden, and why this task's level was so high. It all made sense now. Timon and Chloe were drawn in by Qian Lan's exclamation, both of them intrigued by the Navy's 6 styles that Qian Lan had described to them earlier. And now they held a piece of it in their hands. Chloe, in particular, was ecstatic, realizing that the technique he had been practicing was merely a simplified version of one of the styles, Soru, and now the genuine article was before him. "Is there a method for training Soru? Please, let me see," Chloe inquired eagerly, his eyes resembling those of a long-suffering maiden yearning for companionship. Qian Lan smiled and replied, "The 3 techniques in this booklet are Shurgan, Rankyaku, and Soru. It seems we must dedicate ourselves to training even harder from here on." After a simple dinner, the trio dispersed, each deciding to immerse themselves in mastering the Navy's 6 styles once the events of the next couple of days concluded. The following day, after an hour of sailing, Qian Lan and her companions finally arrived at Frostmoon Village. As soon as they set foot on the village's soil, they hurried to the local restaurant, with Timon racing ahead, clearly eager for a proper meal. "Boss, serve us hot and cold dishes," meat and vegetarian options. Fried and steamed, whatever you have, just bring it. Money is no object, Timon declared, finding a seat and awaiting the arrival of his feast. Qian Lan and Klo soon joined him, and together they watched the kitchen in anticipation. In no time, the first dish was devoured by the trio, and within a quarter of an hour, only Timon remained actively eating, as Qian Lan and Klo had nearly finished their meals. Suddenly, a waitress entered, leading Gung Shilang, and pointed at the trio's table, saying, "Gung Shilang. Those three are the ones. They look exactly like the wanted posters." Gung Shilang adjusted his glasses and approached the table, inquiring, "Are you three members of the Akatsuki pirate crew?" Uncertain of the purpose behind visiting Frostmoon Village, we primarily sought to pay our respects to the hidden powerhouse, Mr. Gung Shiro, and to replenish the supplies aboard our vessel. Gung Shiro, maintaining an impassive expression, remarked, "I am merely an ordinary dojo master, hardly a hidden powerhouse. However, should you wish to partake in some tea at my Ishin dojo, you are most welcome." With that, Gung Shiro turned and departed the restaurant. CLO then rose to procure the latest bounty notices from the restaurant owner. The swiftness of the Navy's actions this time was likely due to the widespread knowledge of the recent conflict. Timman, you have acquired your own title, the Witch Timman, with a bounty of 10 million berries. As for Qilan, you are now the cunning ninja Qilan, with a bounty of 55 million berries. My bounty has increased by 3 million berries, but my title remains unchanged. Upon hearing of her bounty increase, Timman joyfully indulged in 2 extra bowls of rice. After settling the bill, the trio made their way to the Ishin dojo. Upon arriving at the dojo's entrance, they were greeted by the sounds of children's voices echoing from within. It was evident that no pirate dared to approach Frostmoon Village, for a swordsmanship dojo served as a school, and the entire village was adept in the art of the sword. Who would dare challenge that? "You must be the teacher's friends. The teacher sent me to welcome you," exclaimed a boy with a runny nose, as he ushered the trio inside. Once Timman, CLO, and Qilan reached the living room, they found Gung Shiro seated alongside a boy with seaweed-like hair. Gung Shiro still wore a smile, while the boy appeared visibly impatient. "This is Zoro, my disciple. The reason he is here is to broaden his horizons." With only a few months remaining before Zoro set sail, it was primarily because he had lost his way and was unable to find his way back to Frostmoon Village, which led him to take up the role of a bounty hunter. Qilan chuckled, "Master Gung Shiro, are you not concerned that we might whisk this little fellow away? After all, we are notorious pirates." As the three settled cross-legged, Gung Shiro promptly poured each of them a cup of tea, seemingly eager to share merely a moment of camaraderie. Gung Shiro, still squinting at the trio, inquired, "What are your impressions of Zoro?" Timman responded, "Reckless and impulsive." CLO added, "He doesn't appear very clever." Both Timman and CLO provided their assessments directly, and based on their earlier observations, their conclusions were well-founded. Zoro was not the type to calmly enjoy a cup of tea. Qilan, however, took a sip of his tea and remarked, "Zoro possesses considerable talent. He is destined to become a great swordsman." Zoro, who had been agitated by Timman and CLO's remarks, suddenly calmed, gazing curiously at the composed Qilan. Timman and CLO were equally astonished, wondering how Qilan discerned the potential within the boy with seaweed hair. Gung Shiro, maintaining his steady demeanor, stated, "Might I inquire if Mr. Qilan would consider taking him out to sea for some experience in battle?" Qilan, caught off guard, sputtered out his tea. "Take Zoro out to sea? Could it be that Luffy's first SSR would be whisked away by him?" Zoro, visibly astonished, sat up straight, a look of bewilderment on his face as he asked, "Master, is this truly the moment for me to set sail? Why should I follow this group?" Zoro provocatively glanced at Timon and Klo, having taken note of their earlier remarks. "Zoro, for quite some time now, no one in the dojo has posed a challenge to you. It is time for you to venture out to sea. Mr. Qilan, with a bounty of 55 million berries, is indeed a worthy mentor, at the very least. He can recognize your talent." After finishing his statement, Gung Shilang lowered his head to sip his tea, while Qilan and his companions remained silent, granting Zoro ample time for contemplation. After a long pause, Zoro knelt and, with tears in his eyes, addressed Gung Shilang, "Master, I will carry on Guena's legacy and ensure that our name resonates across the seas." Upon hearing Zoro's words, Gung Shilang wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, realizing that the disciple he had nurtured for over a decade was finally ready to set sail. It seems I haven't given my consent yet," Qilan interjected, rather inopportunely, gazing at the master and disciple. Zoro immediately turned and glared at Qian Lan. "You bastard!" he exclaimed. "Zoro, you may leave now. This matter is settled for the time being. I look forward to the day your name rings across the ocean," Gung Shilang commanded. With no choice but to comply, Zoro reluctantly exited, casting a final fierce glare at the trio, particularly directing a grimace of resentment at Qian Lan. Once Zoro departed, the atmosphere in the room returned to tranquility. After some casual conversation among the four, they finally shifted to the main topic. "Only Mr. Qian Lan is willing to take Zoro to sea. I can engage in a spar with Mr. Qian Lan," Gung Shilang stated, and as his words fell, Qian Lan's system panel shifted. Task: defeat Gung Shilang. Task level: A. Task reward: mastery of healing technique. Though the healing technique may seem somewhat underwhelming as an A-level ninjutsu, its applications are indeed extensive. By channeling chakra from the palm, it significantly enhances the healing capabilities of wounds or afflicted areas, allowing minor injuries to recover almost instantaneously. More impressively, the healing technique can effectively treat internal ailments, making it a potent remedy for both injuries and illnesses, essentially enabling one to heal all afflictions. "Mr. Gung Shilang, why do you not wish for Zoro to be aware of your strength? Wouldn't that broaden his horizons?" Qian Lan inquired. Gung Shilang, with narrowed eyes, shook his head. "I merely wish for Zoro to understand that there are always stronger individuals beyond him, that there are realms beyond this one. My strength is not extraordinary." As a descendant of Xuanyue Longma, Qian Lan found it hard to believe that Gung Shilang's prowess was merely ordinary. At the very least, he possessed the ability to cut steel. Or else he would not be able to teach Zoro. "Without further ado, let us engage in a spar," Qian Lan declared as he rose to his feet. Followed by Taiman and Klo, while Gung Shilang shook his head in resignation, having already given his word. Shortly thereafter, the four arrived at a clearing far from Xuanyue village. Mindful that a large-scale battle would certainly attract attention. In the center, Qian Lan and Gung Shilang stood facing each other, both aware that the impending clash would not be easy. Thus, each was diligently adjusting their state of readiness. Taiman, observing the two in focused concentration, turned to Klo and asked, "Who do you think will win?" "I am uncertain. I have yet to witness the full extent of Qian Lan's prowess, nor do I comprehend the magnitude of the strength possessed by this dojo master. Let us observe for the time being. I firmly believe that Qian Lan will emerge victorious." In an instant, Qian Lan and Zheng Shiru commenced their mutual probing, with Qian Lan wielding two kunai, relentlessly launching attacks and even executing close-range thrusts against Zheng Shiru, forcing him to retreat step by step. Zheng Shiru, however, maintained a keen gaze, meticulously defending himself, utilizing his Wadu Ikemanji to parry Qian Lan's fierce onslaughts. Suddenly, Qian Lan executed a side kick aimed directly at Zheng Shiru. In response, Zheng Shiru adjusted his angle and struck down with the hilt of his Wadu Ikemanji, landing a solid blow on Qian Lan's foot. Wincing in pain, Qian Lan withdrew, and the two fighters established a certain distance between them. Qian Lan inquired, "Shall we continue our probing?" Zheng Shiru merely shook his head in silence. The previous exchange had been a simple test. Zheng Shiru had successfully absorbed all of Qian Lan's moves, and now they were prepared to engage in earnest. The sharpness in their gazes momentarily flickering. Water release, water prison technique. Once again, Qian Lan unleashed a controlling technique, a viscous liquid swiftly spreading across the ground. Zheng Shiru, unfamiliar with this particular move, instinctively recognized the need to evade and retreated rapidly, narrowly escaping the range of Qian Lan's ninjutsu. This, in turn, widened the gap between them, providing Qian Lan with an opportunity. Fire release, great fireball technique. Faced with Qian Lan's offensive, Zheng Shiru's expression remained unchanged, betraying no emotion. He gripped his sword with both hands and delivered a diagonal slash, the white arc of his strike cleaving through Qian Lan's fireball, which erupted in two directions. Setting aside his Wadu Ikemanji, Zheng Shiru regarded Qian Lan with a serious demeanor, stating, "Mr. Qian Lan, I would kindly request that you unleash your full potential." 7 days calling method. Lightning release, chakra mode. A swirling aura of red and blue enveloped Qian Lan, his formidable presence startling Zheng Shiru, who grasped his Wadu Ikemanji tightly to steady his resolve. Zheng Shiru remarked, "Mr. Qian Lan, I fear the bounty bestowed upon you by the Navy is far too modest. With such strength, you ought to be present in the Grand Line." Qian Lan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Zheng Shiru's words. Once this battle concluded, it would be time for him to venture into the Grand Line. With that, Zhang Shiru opened his previously narrowed eyes, his expression growing increasingly solemn, while Qian Lan twirled his kunai, poised for action. Clash, clash, clash. The two figures danced through the arena. The white silhouette and the red-blue figure colliding repeatedly, the grass beneath them torn asunder, the surrounding air filled with an oppressive tension. Tin Man, Kuro. I can scarcely discern the movements of Qian Lan and Master Zhang Shiru. Can you? I cannot see clearly either. The disparity in our strengths is far too great. At this moment, both Tin Man and Kuro were engulfed by a wave of dissatisfaction, trailing behind individuals of such overwhelming might. It was only natural to harbor such feelings. Suddenly, the two figures separated, coming to a halt, standing their ground, with Qian Lan's kunai shattering in his grasp. Zhang Shiru remarked, Mr. Qian Lan, it seems your weapon is lacking. It is hindering your combat effectiveness. Qian Lan shook his head and chuckled, remarking that the Wado Ikemanji, wielded by Master Zhang Silang, was indeed a remarkable sword, a testament to the craftsmanship of the Great Blade 21. Furthermore, Zhang Silang's mastery of haki was exceptional. How could a swordsman of such caliber fail to sever the kunai in Qian Lan's grasp? Even though Qian Lan had yet to awaken his haki, he possessed enough perception to understand that the Frostmoon clan, having traversed from Wano to the East Blue, would have long been fish food without such prowess, likely incapable of even overcoming the Sea Kings. Water release, hidden mist technique. A dense fog swiftly enveloped the battlefield, swallowing even the more distant Kuro and Taiman. With the chakra of a Jonin, Qian Lan was capable of unleashing numerous potent ninjutsu. Earth release, heart-severing technique. Qian Lan's form traversed underground, charging directly towards Zhang Silang's location. Sensing Qian Lan's trajectory, Zhang Silang exerted force and delivered a horizontal slash to the ground, the colossal strike embedding itself into the earth, leaving a chasm several meters long at his feet. Clearly, Master Zhang Silang's mastery of observation haki was formidable. However, Qian Lan harbored a slight curiosity as to why Zhang Silang refrained from announcing his techniques. Was it not a trait inherited from Zoro, who gave his moves such striking names? It seemed Zhang Silang, much like Mihawk, preferred to keep his techniques simple. Zhang Silang. The abilities exhibited by Mr. Qian Lan share some resemblance to the techniques of the ninjas from Wano, as recorded in my father's notes. Yet, the prowess of those ninjas pales in comparison to Mr. Qian Lan's formidable display. It is no wonder the Navy has dubbed him the cunning ninja. Mr. Zhang Silang, prepare yourself, for I shall now unleash my true strength. In an instant, Qian Lan activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, casting an illusion upon Zhang Silang, before recklessly charging at him. Clang! Zhang Silang once again parried Qian Lan's strike with the Wado Ikemanji. Alas, the three-tomo Sharingan proved too feeble. Zhang Silang, already attuned to Qian Lan's presence through his observation haki, was not so easily deceived by the illusion. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Silang launched a fierce counterattack, his Wado Ikemanji, imbued with haki, aimed to overpower Qian Lan. Yet, under the watchful gaze of the three-tomo Sharingan, Qian Lan deftly redirected his kunai, altering the trajectory of Zhang Silang's blade. Zhang Silang let out a surprised gasp, but he maintained his assault upon Qian Lan, relying on the perceptiveness granted by the three-tomo Sharingan. Qian Lan narrowly evaded Zhang Silang's strikes and swiftly formed hand seals with one hand. Wind release, great breakthrough. At such close quarters, a tempestuous gale erupted from Qian Lan's mouth, slicing towards Zhang Silang. The proximity of the attack left Zhang Silang overwhelmed, resulting in several wounds across his body and rendering his attire in disarray. Seizing the moment, Qian Lan pressed forward, delivering swift slashes, while Zhang Silang raised his blade in defense. With the aid of his three-tomo Sharingan, Qian Lan relentlessly pursued Zhang Silang, reminiscent of their initial sparring match. Suddenly realizing the sticky liquid beneath him, Zhang Silang understood that he had been cornered by Qian Lan. Lightning release, Thunder Tiger's strike. The canine-shaped thunder beast erupted directly in the viscous water, and in an instant, due to the water's conductivity, arcs of lightning enveloped Gung Shiro entirely. His body paralyzed, Gung Shiro found himself momentarily immobilized, allowing Qian Lan to seize the opportunity and press a kunai against his throat. Task reward. Mastery of Sage Techniques. Achieved. Host. Qian Lan. Level. Elite Ninja. Attributes. Wind, Thunder, Fire, Earth, Water, Yin, Yang, Ninjutsu. Body Replacement Technique. Great Fireball Technique, Heart Decapitation Technique, Mist Concealment Technique, Thunder Tiger Assault. Mastery of Sage Techniques, Taijutsu, 7-Day Breathing Method, Incomplete, Lightning Release Chakra Mode, Bloodline Limit. 3 Tomo Sharingan, Summoned Beasts. None, Weapons, Spatial Scroll. Explosive Blade. Qian Lan realized that any future shortcomings had been virtually eradicated, and his combat prowess had significantly increased, at the very least. He could now tend to minor injuries himself. However, the quality of his kunai was too poor, likely hindering his ability to sustain high-intensity battles. It seemed that forging superior kunai would be imperative in the near future. You did it, Qian Lan. I always knew you could. Taiman's voice shattered the tranquil atmosphere. Qian Lan set down the kunai, while Gung Shiro sheathed his sword. I'm relieved that Zoro can sail with you. I hope he realizes his dream. But let's set sail tomorrow. I still need to give him some advice. Qian Lan waved dismissively, and after exchanging a few words, the four parted ways. Upon leaving, Gung Shiro returned to the Yishin dojo, likely to entrust everything to Zoro, while Qian Lan and the others headed back to their ship after shopping in Frostmoon Village. The next day, at the Frostmoon Village dock, this departure was not due to Zoro getting lost, but rather the official commencement of their voyage. Many villagers and dojo students came to bid farewell to Zoro. Brother Zoro, I await the day your name echoes across the seas. A snot-nosed boy exclaimed before dashing off, a unique farewell indeed. Hey, Zoro, don't get lost and worry your companions. Come back to visit Frostmoon Village if you can. Zoro impatiently replied, I know, you're so annoying. Take care of yourself, master. With that, he turned his gaze towards the sea. A man's farewell need not be accompanied by tears. Though Qian Lan could see the glimmer of moisture at the corners of Zoro's eyes. Gung Shiro, go Zoro. A true swordsman should roam the seas. Set sail. With Qian Lan's command, the ship of the Akatsuki began to move slowly, gradually distancing itself from Frostmoon Village. Once the village was no longer visible, Zoro adjusted his state. And at that moment, Qian Lan and the others approached him. Suddenly, Qiao was pushed forward by Qian Lan. Go ahead, Qiao. You are now an official member of the Akatsuki. You should introduce yourself to the new members. Embarrassed, Qiao cast a shy glance at Zoro, his face tinged with a hint of crimson. The purpose of the Akatsuki was to support each member of the organization, helping everyone to achieve their respective dreams together. Initially, Klo believed this to be a moment of social demise, but to his surprise, Zoro nodded in agreement, expressing approval of the notion. It is indeed a splendid idea. My aspiration is to become the world's greatest swordsman, and I shall carry her name to resonate through the heavens. And you, what is your dream? This question from Zoro left Klo momentarily speechless. His own dream? What could it possibly be? As this thought crossed his mind, Klo turned to gaze at Qian. Initially, he had merely intended to secure a substantial inheritance for a peaceful life, but since boarding the ship with this man, he discovered that such a life seemed to suit him well. Yet, what was his true aspiration? Qian, perceptive as ever, sensed Klo's contemplation. Previously, Klo had been confined by his limited perspective, and now he appeared somewhat lost. Klo, why have you suddenly fallen silent? Taiman exclaimed, waving his hands in front of Klo. His words jolted Klo from his reverie, and in an instant, he regained his former confidence. My dream is to assist Captain Qian in realizing all the visions of the Dawn organization. The expressions of Qian and Taiman were filled with astonishment at Klo's declaration, while Zoro merely chuckled, remarking, that is indeed a commendable dream. Then let us proceed to the banquet. Let us welcome our new member, Zoro. Is there any wine? Taiman exclaimed, giving Zoro a hearty slap on the shoulder. You scoundrel! How could we, as pirates, be without wine? Thus, the four began to bustle about the ship, with Klo primarily responsible for preparing the dishes, while Qian, Zoro, and Taiman assisted him. Zoro quickly adapted to the atmosphere, for he was not only a swordsman, but also an aficionado of fine spirits. Cheers! The four moved the dining table onto the deck, where they braved the brisk sea breeze to clink their glasses together. After downing a drink, they opened up, sharing tales from the past. Klo, it is utterly hilarious that you were driven to the mountains by the villagers and forgot to escape. Taiman laughed. Humph, you are hardly in a better position, being bested by Qian and bound to the ship while still shouting your defiance. You two are blind to my prowess. Only Qian recognized my talent and acknowledged my three-sword style. Intrigued, Taiman inquired, three-sword style? We once saw an octopus fisherman wielding 8 swords. Would that make him an eight-sword style practitioner? Zoro took a hearty swig of rum and nodded, sharing Timon's curiosity about the eight-sword fishman. Is this the boundless ocean? Such wonders exist within it. Then let us witness your three-sword style. Qian expressed his anticipation for Zoro's technique, for he knew Zoro was famously dubbed the three-sword Zoro, akin to the legendary figures of Germa Sanji and Pirate King Luffy. Well then, allow me to demonstrate my three-sword style. With that, Zoro struggled to rise, unsheathing the legendary sword Wado Ikamanji along with two ordinary katanas. He then assumed the iconic stance of biting the sword. Three-sword style, Tiger Hunt. With astonishing speed, Zoro brandished his dual katanas while simultaneously slashing with Wado Ikamanji, swiftly cleaving a nearby orange tree into several pieces, striking a remarkably heroic pose upon completion. In a fleeting moment, Qian Lan darted behind Zoro and delivered a swift kick that sent him sprawling. Fool, this is our orange tree for supplementing vitamins. Why did you chop it down? Seeing this, Klo posed an exceedingly critical question. Zoro, if you were to clamp a knife between your buttocks, would that not be considered a four-sword style? After partaking in neither breakfast nor lunch, the four of them resumed their activities as usual, while Zoro embarked on his training. As the ship was well equipped with training apparatus, after lying idle for a while, Qian Lan's companions also joined the training. Observing Qian Lan's unique approach, Zoro inquired, leading to a dissemination of knowledge regarding the matter. So where shall our voyage take us next? Upon Zoro's query, the three turned their gaze towards Qian Lan, awaiting the captain's command. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Lan responded, Next, we shall set sail for Angia Island, where the geological conditions are rather harsh, and the population is sparse. There are also nearby islands for resupply. Timon's expression instantly fell, exclaiming, Then I must urgently procure some skincare products. Zoro pondered quietly to himself, contemplating whether he should stockpile more alcohol. A week later, on Angia Island in the East Sea, the previously scattered Qian Lan and his companions gathered. Klo, did you not master the Marine Six-style shave? Show me. As Qian Lan spoke, his three-tomo Sharingan began to swirl, while Klo demonstrated the technique before the others. Klo's rapid mastery of the shave within a week was anticipated by all, especially since he had created a simplified version of it. His performance ignited a fervor among the other three, each unwilling to fall behind, thus enhancing their training efforts. Another week passed. With the assistance of the three-tomo Sharingan, Qian Lan finally grasped the nuances of the shave and proceeded to train in the other six styles. 5 months later finally liberated. Ignoring Timon's exuberant exclamations at the bow of the ship, Qian Lan, Klo, and Zoro remained composed and rested. After 5 months of rigorous training, Zoro appeared more composed, while Klo looked increasingly robust. Qian Lan successfully awakened a rudimentary form of observation haki and armament haki. With the aid of his Sharingan, he achieved mastery of the six styles in just a week. Remarkable, considering it took Timon and the others over a month to accomplish the same. No wonder Kakashi is dubbed the copy ninja, able to replicate thousands of jutsu. The Sharingan indeed proves advantageous. As Qian Lan languished in a rocking chair, a bounty notice flew toward him, landing squarely on his face. Upon inspection, he discovered an intriguing sight. Has Ace set sail? A bounty of 3 million berries, he murmured before resuming his rest. Meanwhile, Klo appeared somewhat anxious. When shall we embark on the Grand Line, Qian Lan? Klo could hardly contain his eagerness to explore the vast world beyond. Having risen in strength, he was no longer content to linger in the East Sea, the weakest of seas, and was filled with anticipation for the pirate graveyard. In truth, the reason the Grand Line is dubbed the Graveyard of Pirates lies primarily in the formidable naval presence that occupies its initial stretch, rendering it virtually impossible for ordinary pirates to thrive. Furthermore, the intense rivalry among pirates exacerbates the situation. It becomes a relentless cycle of you must perish, or I shall. Lastly, the capriciousness of the weather plays a role. Damn it, having emerged from the depths of hell, shouldn't we take a moment to relish life? With these words, Timon cast a fierce gaze at the trio, particularly at the captain, Qian Lan. With a sheepish smile, Qian Lan suggested, Let us venture to a place that pleases everyone, the town of Logue Town, the gateway to the Grand Line, where beginnings and endings converge. Crow remarked pensively, The entrance to the Grand Line, you say? It appears we shall soon make our names known across the world. Zoro declared, Then I shall seek out even stronger swordsmen. Timon inquired, Does that mean we can procure more goods? A week later, after dispatching a few minor pirates along the way, Qian Lan noticed little change in his system panel. With no B rank or higher missions available, his interest had waned considerably. Observing the dozens of pirate ships docked at the harbor, Qian Lan realized that Smoker had yet to arrive, likely not to reach Logue Town for at least another year. Thus, the pirates in Logue Town remained unchecked, though this was of little concern to Qian Lan. Timon exclaimed excitedly, "Is this Logue Town? It seems to have a larger population than many small nations. I must explore thoroughly." Surveying the grand archway alongside numerous shops, Crow composed himself and remarked, "This can be considered the largest town in the East Blue. Virtually anything one desires can be found here." Qian Lan then patted Zoro on the shoulder, grinning. "There are 2 renowned swords in a shop here. I wonder if you can handle them." Qian Lan's words instantly piqued Zoro's interest. After all, which swordsman would not covet a famed blade? Pondering this, Zoro cast a puzzled glance at Qian Lan, curious as to how he had come by this knowledge. Had he visited before? "Qian Lan, do you know the names of those 2 swords?" Qian Lan shook his head, merely handing Zoro the belly he held. "If you can afford to buy them, by all means." With that, Qian Lan leaped down and strode toward Logue Town, showing no interest in the execution platform of the Pirate King. Instead, he was drawn to the fish market by the coast. While there may not be a cooking competition at present, the culinary delights should be plentiful. As Qian Lan departed, Timon, Zoro, and Crow each set off in different directions, each with distinct desires for their purchases. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after their departure, a few suspicious figures stealthily followed suit. "Can we truly sample this for free?" Of course. Without hesitation, Qian Lan seized a piece of sushi and popped it into his mouth, only to find it lacking. With that, he turned and left, leaving the bewildered server to grumble about encountering a customer who tasted without purchase. Suddenly, recalling the familiar visage of the man who had just departed, the server dropped everything and dashed away. As for Qian Lan, she indulged in sampling delicacies from door to door, and for those that refused her a taste, she simply paid for her enjoyment. Unbeknownst to her, as she reveled in the culinary delights, a tempest was brewing in Rogue Town. In the naval branch of Rogue Town, Commodore Kimos sat at the head of the conference table, facing a dozen peculiar individuals arrayed on either side. Kimos addressed them, the most wanted pirate in the East Sea. "Qian Lan has made her appearance in Rogue Town. What do you propose I do?" He held little hope for the assembly. After all, these gang leaders and pirates were his own creations. Who would dare oppose his will? He had once been poised to be a brigadier general, on the cusp of promotion to major general, merely for having eliminated a few civilians. Yet, such achievements had relegated him to this position. Nonetheless, Kimos relished his current existence. In Rogue Town, he was akin to an emperor, enjoying newfound freedom. Amidst the crowd, a flamboyant woman rose. "Kimos, are you seeking to earn this bounty or the glory that accompanies it?" Another burly, bald man chimed in, "Regardless of your intent, we are wholly supportive of you, Kimos." However, each individual present harbored ulterior motives. Should Kimos be transferred due to this accolade, whether the next naval officer to arrive in Rogue Town was just or more avaricious? The town's power dynamics would inevitably shift. Engaging in unsavory dealings required stability, and none wished to disrupt the status quo. At that moment, a languid youth with green hair stood from the back, nonchalantly picking his nose. "You may discuss amongst yourselves. I shall take my leave. My grandmother from the countryside is expecting me for dinner." With that, the green-haired youth disregarded the astonished gazes of the others and exited, inciting considerable ire in Kimos. It seemed he had a rebellious dog among his ranks. Disobedient dogs ought to be dealt with harshly. Kimos, maintaining his composure, declared, "Let us proceed as per usual." A 30-70 split. This achievement is far less substantial than converting it into tangible wealth. "Rest assured, leave it to us, Lord Kimos." They replied, "Indeed, we are seasoned veterans. We have never failed in our endeavors." Meanwhile, the 4 companions, having explored Rogue Town throughout the day, were now dining at their inn. As such a small place naturally drew them together. Laughter adorned their faces, particularly Zoro, who grinned widely. "Qian Lan, you were right. With the demon blade Sandai Kitetsu and the fine blade Shirasaki, my new glasses and weapon, the cat claw, have been retempered, just as you requested. The kunai's hardness has significantly increased." As he spoke, Kuro handed several gleaming kunai to Qian Lan. Upon receiving them, she felt the chill of the metal and, upon examining them closely, confirmed that their hardness had indeed improved. As night fell, after dinner, The four dispersed to their respective rooms for rest. As time passed, a throng of torches began to gather outside the inn, their numbers swelling to no fewer than 1,000. Observing this, Qian Lan's shadow clone entered the room to awaken everyone, while her main body took the initiative to rouse Timon. It seems we have drawn unwanted attention, and not merely from one faction. Qian Lan could hardly believe that such an act could be orchestrated by a mere pirate crew. Otherwise, it would be impossible for over 1,000 naval personnel to mobilize without any forewarning. Of course, Qian Lan could not fathom that the pirates and gangsters of Rogue Town were, in fact, nurtured by the Navy, a realization that would likely elude many. Kuro adjusted his glasses, contemplating whether to depart stealthily or to charge forth directly. "Did you not express your desire to achieve renown across the world?" he inquired. Kuro, slightly embarrassed, shook his head. "I believe that the over 1,000 adversaries below are beyond our capacity to confront. We should prioritize retreat." Zoro offered no reply, merely clenching the sword Wado Ikamanji between his teeth, which unmistakably signaled his stance. As a member of the Akatsuki, he felt that lacking a bounty diminished the prestige of their group. After all, an opportunity for a grand battle had presented itself. He could not allow it to pass him by. Qian Lan and Timon exchanged a knowing glance, both aware that action was imminent. Mission: Escape from Rogue Town. Mission level: A. Mission reward: 15 chakra fruits. Qian Lan was somewhat astonished by the system's high mission rating, considering the current prowess of the four of them. Breaking free from over 1,000 foes should not prove overly challenging. With a contemplative smile, Qian Lan declared, "Let us split into 4 directions and regroup on the ship." Each direction would face at least 300 to 400 foes, and while Qian Lan's decision was not without its recklessness, it ignited a fierce resolve among the four. If they faltered today, what right would the Akatsuki have to advance into the Grand Line? Engage. With that, Qian Lan leapt from the second floor, while Timon, Kuro, and Zoro surged forth from other angles. If they had been discovered, then they would fight. They sought the heads of the deceitful ninja. In an instant, chaos erupted, with all directions converging to besiege Qian Lan and his companions. Water style, water prison jutsu. Lightning style, thunder tiger strike. Ninjutsu was unleashed with abandon, and Qian Lan wielded his kunai with precision, claiming 1 life with each strike, a fitting initiation for his newly acquired weapon. In the darkness, Qian Lan's agile form moved like a wraith, effortlessly extinguishing vibrant lives. Just then, 4 figures clad in night attire emerged, shrouded in shadows, observing the mayhem with keen interest. "Shall we intervene?" they mused. After all, she is but a young lady. How could she possibly contend with you brutish men? I shall wait until the very end to make my move." 2 figures, closely resembling one another, charged toward Qian Lan, effortlessly shattering the stone slabs beneath them. Fist of Fury. Their bodies expanded rapidly, causing their garments to burst, resembling 2 ferocious tigers pouncing upon their prey. Amidst the fray, Qian Lan remained vigilant of the figures in the distance, suspecting they were the formidable predators lurking in the shadows. As the 2 assailants rushed toward her, she raised her fists, prepared to meet their onslaught in a clash. Boom! In an instant, the area where the 3 engaged in combat erupted as if an explosion had occurred, sending those surrounding Qian Lan reeling away from the fierce clash. Once steadied, the smaller figure spoke. "Elder brother, this opponent is extraordinarily formidable. Our punches were effortlessly deflected by him. Humph. Then let us unleash our most powerful technique to vanquish him." "Allowing us to share the spoils," he replied. After a brief consultation, the 2 brothers positioned themselves together, their gazes fixed on Qian Lan. Little did Qian Lan anticipate encountering 2 practitioners of Ki energy in this realm, a rarity in the world of One Piece. Ki Burst Fist, Dragon, and Tiger Constriction. 7 days calling technique, 3rd activation. Lightning Release Chakra Mode. In unison, the brothers channeled their entire strength into their fists, and 2 streams of energy converged in the air before merging into one as they charged at Qian Lan. Undeterred by such a fierce onslaught, Qian Lan propelled himself forward. With an unparalleled speed, his fist collided with theirs. A resounding explosion reverberated, causing the surrounding walls to fracture, while the brothers crumpled helplessly into a pool of blood. Harnessing the velocity of the lightning release chakra mode, Qian Lan swiftly dispatched one adversary, and soon the assailants surrounding him lay defeated. Now, he stood before the last 2 opponents. An impressive young man indeed. "I am a paramecia-type illusion fruit user. I wonder how you plan to unravel my illusions, she declared, as dozens of identical figures materialized, creating an eerie spectacle. Qian Lan activated his observation haki, sensing the aura of each illusion, only to discover that their intensities were indistinguishable. He chuckled. Is this akin to the shadow clone technique? I wonder how well it has been developed. Illusion slash. The myriad figures lunged at Qian Lan, their weapons glinting with lethal sharpness. Alas, their speed was insufficient. Despite their coordination, Qian Lan effortlessly dismantled them with his fists and feet. Illusion burst. The remaining figures, disregarding all caution, launched themselves at Qian Lan, overwhelming him momentarily, followed by a deafening explosion. No one can withstand my sister's explosion. Before she could finish her sentence, Qian Lan shot her in the forehead, knocking her down. Such is the fate in the world of One Piece. Powerful abilities squandered through poor development. Now only one remained, who had not moved a muscle throughout the encounter. You are quite strong. What was that technique? Qian Lan inquired. A ninja's technique, the figure replied, and with that, Qian Lan unleashed a punch at the lurking adversary, feeling as though he struck a brittle surface. Can you teach me those techniques? I am willing to meet any conditions. Qian Lan was taken aback by the audacity of this individual, as his own moves seemed to be thwarted by an invisible barrier. At the very least, let me know your identity. He feigned casualness while questioning. How else could I possibly teach you with such ease? Upon hearing Qian Lan's words, the last enigmatic figure removed his hood and dark attire, revealing a character sporting a vibrant green mohawk, adorned with a nose ring, and wielding a short blade at his waist. It was Bartolomeo. Qian Lan gazed at this unexpected individual in astonishment, quickly realizing her oversight. It was entirely reasonable for Bartolomeo to appear here, and she had simply not anticipated it. Moreover, the method that had previously obstructed her was undoubtedly the barrier fruit of the paramecia type. Bartolomeo, whose name had slipped from Qian Lan's lips, remained unfazed, even displaying a hint of excitement. Oh, Lady Qian Lan recognizes me. I am Bartolomeo, the underworld boss who presides over 30 streets. Qian Lan replied with a smile. Does this mean you are not planning to engage in combat with me? Given the seemingly insurmountable defensive capabilities of the barrier fruit, Qian Lan had no choice but to temporarily circumvent the issue. She was uncertain whether her three-tomo Sharingan could exert control over Bartolomeo. Otherwise, a protracted battle would not bode well. Bartolomeo chuckled bashfully, scratching his head as he said, Actually, I wish to become your apprentice. I am quite intrigued by your ninja techniques, Lady Qian Lan. I don't even know how I acquired my abilities. Perhaps it is a unique devil fruit. Qian Lan, whose chakra was instilled by the system, understood that if others consumed the chakra fruit, they would not gain any chakra, leaving her at a loss. Does that mean I cannot train? Bartolomeo's tone suddenly fell, revealing his disappointment, as it seemed his desire to learn was in vain. Suddenly, Qian Lan smirked. Of course, I have other techniques I can teach you. However, I am about to set sail. In an instant, Bartolomeo's spirits revived. Then I shall accompany Master Qian Lan on her voyage. After all, I am merely the boss of these few streets. It would be far better to explore the world with you. At this moment, Bartolomeo had already referred to her as his master, clearly eager to learn from Qian Lan, which allowed her to successfully recruit him. Subsequently, Qian Lan and Bartolomeo hurried towards the dock, encountering pedestrians along the way, who were swiftly dispatched by Qian Lan. The residents of Rog Town appeared to be no strangers to such occurrences. They all kept their doors tightly shut, silently observing the events unfolding outside. Qian Lan, perplexed, inquired, Bartolomeo, do you know what is going on? Why does your grand display have no impact on the townsfolk? This is the arrangement of Lord Kimos. In Rog Town, black is black, and white is white. The two do not interfere with one another, which is why the citizens are largely indifferent to these matters. Bartolomeo's response deepened Qian Lan's confusion. What about the other Navy personnel? Aren't there any who will stand up? How many Navy members can withstand the test? Those who speak of justice, yet fail to act. Rog Town is not lacking in just Navy, but the lines between justice and darkness here are starkly delineated. Bartolomeo's expression grew somber, as if lost in troubling thoughts. As the two conversed along their journey, they finally arrived at the dock of Rogue Town. However, waiting for Qian Lan was not Zoro, Kuro, and Timon, but rather over 300 armed Navy personnel, led by the naval commander, Kimos. Upon seeing Qian Lan, Kimos disdainfully spat, remarking on the incompetence of his subordinates. proclaiming that he could manage everything alone. With a wave of his right hand, his aide, Marber, stepped forward and shouted, "Fire!" In an instant, the flintlock rifles gleamed ominously, and 5 cannons aboard the warship fired in unison, casting a brilliant light upon the beach and drowning out all sound with their deafening roar. As the smoke cleared, Qian Lan stood undisturbed, adhering to the principle of being unharmed amidst chaos. Bartolomeo, Chemos bellowed, expressing his dissatisfaction, having instantly discerned the situation. Emerging from behind Qian Lan, Bartolomeo retained his characteristic nonchalant grin. At this moment, Timon, Zoro, and Kuro arrived, each bearing injuries, yet their spirits seemed undaunted, indicating they were not gravely harmed. Observing this, Qian Lan began to employ his healing technique to restore the trio, and soon they appeared revitalized. "Impressive, master," Zoro remarked, casting a puzzled glance at the individual sharing his hair color. "Who is this guy?" Qian Lan shyly rubbed his nose and replied, "His name is Bartolomeo. He was deceived into coming here, hoping to become my disciple. He possesses the barrier fruit ability." The group began to discuss the matter casually, oblivious to Chemo's darkening expression. "You scoundrel pirates, this is war," Chemo scolded. "Bartolomeo, I had hoped to train you after you consumed the barrier fruit, but alas, you chose the path of death." With that, he discarded his cigarette, but, extinguishing it forcefully underfoot. In an instant, Chemo's vanished from sight, reappearing before Qian Lan, delivering a powerful right hook aimed at his face. Bang! The wooden structure shattered under Chemo's punch, while Qian Lan found himself several meters ahead of Chemo's. Meanwhile, his aide Marber began directing the Navy troops, who advanced towards Qian Lan and his companions in an odd formation, firing their flintlocks at varying speeds. Zoro, Kuro, Timon, and Bartolomeo each fought independently. Facing Chemo's well-trained Navy soldiers and Marber's strategic command, their offensive efforts thwarted. Observing the battlefield with a sense of triumph, Chemo's laughed maniacally, taunting Qian Lan. "The bounty of 100 million berries on your heads will soon be mine. What awaits you is nothing but eternal death." He then threw another punch, which Qian Lan blocked with his left arm, retorting, "Huh? You must be the naval commander, Chemos, but you are merely a pitiable weakling." As Kermoth was caught off guard, Qian Lan delivered a sudden right punch directly to Kermoth's abdomen. To his surprise, it turned out that Kermoth was proficient in the Marine's 6 styles. Qian Lan had not anticipated encountering someone with such skills here. It was evident that Kermoth's experiences were far from ordinary. Otherwise, a formidable warrior like him would not have descended to such a state. Kermoth paid no heed to Qian Lan's words. In his eyes, Qian Lan was already a dead man. With a swift motion, Kermoth's right hand jabbed repeatedly at Qian Lan, each strike capable of inflicting a grievous wound. However, under the gaze of Qian Lan's 3-tomo Sharingan, Kermoth's movements appeared sluggish as a tortoise. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Lan landed another punch to Kermoth's abdomen, sending the unprepared warrior flying. As Kermoth rose, he remarked, "I never expected a powerhouse like you to emerge from the East Blue. In my years here, this is the first time I have been so thoroughly bested. You deserve my utmost effort." Qian Lan, encountering someone with such bravado for the first time, recognized this as an excellent opportunity to hone his own skills in the 6 styles. With that thought, he deactivated his Sharingan and engaged Kermoth purely in physical combat. Yet, Kermoth had not mastered all the techniques of the 6 styles, possessing only the abilities of Shave, Iron Body, and Finger Pistol. Thus, the two warriors exchanged blows using their incomplete skills. Unfortunately, Qian Lan's application of the 6 styles lacked the finesse Kermoth possessed, resulting in Qian Lan taking the brunt of the punishment. Had it not been for his timely use of observation haki and armament haki, he would have already succumbed. "Haha, I don't know where you learned the Marine's 6 styles, but you are no match for me, a rear admiral who has earned his position through strength." Kermoth laughed heartily, seemingly confident of his imminent victory. "Do not hold back. Everyone, give it your all." Qian Lan's commanding shout instantly heightened the tension on the battlefield. The Marines, led by Marbo, became increasingly vigilant, while Kuro, Tima, and Zoro simultaneously wore smiles, leaving Bartolomeo perplexed about the unfolding events. The first to react was Tima, whose formidable physique, being of the ancient Zoan type, greatly enhanced his physical training. With a swift kick, he executed a slicing attack against the encircling Marines. The disparity became glaringly evident. Even as some Marines attempted to evade Tima's assault, none within the attack's range emerged unscathed. Meanwhile, Zoro and Kuro, masters of Shape, utilized their weapons to appear in various locations, swiftly reaping the lives of the Marines. Bartolomeo, wielding the barrier fruit, blocked or toppled Marines, suggesting that he had not yet fully mastered his newfound powers. Kermoth watched in anguish as his loyal troops, who had once helped him control Rogue Town, equipped with the finest gear and receiving the most rigorous training, were now being slaughtered mercilessly. He could hardly bear it. Enough of this. It's far too disruptive at this hour. Qian Lan had lost interest in Kermoth, feeling that his current exploits in the East Blue had become rather mundane. Lightning release, lightning tiger strike. A colossal, canine-like thunder beast lunged fiercely at Kermoth, its body crackling with arcs of electricity, instilling terror in all who beheld it. Just as Kermoth executed a swift dodge, a similar maneuver was mirrored by Qian Lan, followed by a powerful punch that struck Kermoth in the abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground, rolling several times. Protect Lord Kermoth. With this command from Marber, nearly 100 remaining naval soldiers converged, abandoning their defense against the others. Meanwhile, Qian Lan's observation haki revealed that numerous presences were retreating, indicating that not everyone remained loyal to Kermoth, and some naval personnel were clandestinely monitoring the unfolding situation. At that moment, the members of the Dawn gathered together. Qian Lan, please end this battle swiftly. I am weary of fighting, Timon urged. In an instant, the three Tomo Sharingan immobilized nearly 100 naval soldiers present, compelling them to aim their weapons at Marber and Kermoth, perceiving them as the true foes. In an instant, Marber was struck by numerous bullets, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Seeing this, Kermoth had no choice but to flee. Yet, Qian Lan anticipated Kermoth's movements, delivering a swift kick that sent him back to his previous position, leaving Kermoth no option but to endure the impact with sheer resolve. After several futile attempts to break free, Kermoth found himself overpowered by Qian Lan's astonishing speed. Within a minute, he was drained of strength, and a bullet struck him in the abdomen, followed by a second, then a third. As Kermoth approached his demise, Qian Lan sensed several presences hastily departing, foreseeing that the forthcoming Rogue Town would not remain so distinctly black and white. As Qian Lan stepped aboard the Dawn, the system interface underwent another transformation. Mission reward, 15 chakra fruits, available for extraction, set sail. Qian Lan's commanding shout prompted the crew into action. They took the helm and raised the anchor, and the Dawn gradually departed from the dock of Rogue Town. Exhausted, the crew slumped onto the deck. However, for Qian Lan, this minimal exertion was trivial. He employed the sage healing technique once more to mend their wounds and restore their vitality. Bartolomeo grinned widely, exclaiming, Master Qian Lan is truly remarkable. Just like the ninjas from the tales. Timon remarked, Qian Lan, is this yet another new technique? It seems we no longer require a ship's doctor. Timon's words resonated deeply with the others, as they had all witnessed Qian Lan's formidable prowess, enough to astonish any physician in the world. As for the ship's doctor, we'll leave that to fate. For now, I wish to find a skilled chef to complement the abundant ingredients of the sea. It would be a shame to waste them without the right culinary expertise. Qian Lan, you need not eat my cooking. You can prepare your own, Kroko stated, a hint of grievance lacing his tone. Once a steward in Shirab village, he continued to serve aboard the ship, only to feel unappreciated now. Qian Lan chuckled softly and waved his hand. For now, it's best if you handle that. I can't manage it. But once we find a chef on the Grand Line, you'll have a lighter burden. After a brief conversation, everyone washed up and fell into a deep slumber, while the day's battle swiftly spread across the ocean. The next day, everything was once again prepared by Crow, the diligent butler, and Bartolomeo had already adapted to the routine. Crow inquired, Bartolomeo, do you know the purpose of our organization? Both Qian Lan and Timon turned their gaze towards Zoro, who should be quite familiar with this, as he had joined the ship in a similar manner. I have no idea. I came here to learn the ninja techniques of Master Qian Lan, Zoro replied, taking a swig of alcohol early in the morning. Our aim is to assist our comrades within the organization, helping each other realize our dreams. My dream is to become the greatest swordsman in the world. Bartolomeo chuckled at Qian Lan, stating, my dream is to learn the way of the ninja from Master Qian Lan, who has already promised to teach me. Suddenly, Qian Lan felt a sharp pain in his waist and turned to see Timon grinning mischievously at him. That was merely a small trick, in truth. My abilities cannot be imparted to others. After saying this, Qian Lan felt his waist protected. Oh, I have something for you all. He then produced the chakra fruits obtained from their recent mission, placing one on the dining table for each person. Crow's voice trembled with disbelief. Could this be? At a loss, he turned to Timon, who nodded in affirmation of Crow's hypothesis. Timon calmly consumed the chakra fruit, having done so before. But when its effects began to manifest within him, he could not suppress a soft gasp. Zoro and Bartolomeo exchanged bewildered glances. What kind of special fruit is this? Crow's expression is rather exaggerated. Pondering this, Zoro picked up the fruit to examine it, finding it to be quite ordinary. There is nothing special about it. Shut up, Bartolomeo shouted, rising to his feet. This is the first gift Master Qian Lan has given me. How can you say it's not special? Regardless, I will treasure it. Master Qian Lan. After making a solemn pledge, Bartolomeo earnestly declared to Qian Lan, rest assured. Master Qian Lan, I will plan it after I finish eating. Hearing this, Qian Lan could only smile wryly, thinking, if you could actually grow it, everyone in this world would become considerably stronger. Zoro, however, paid no heed to such thoughts and simply swallowed the chakra fruit in one bite, smacking his lips as if savoring its flavor. Observing this, Crow also swallowed his fruit but closed his eyes to slowly attune to his body. I've grown. Zoro and Crow exclaimed in unison, prompting Qian Lan to glance at Timon. The memory of that moment still fresh in his mind. Timon, noticing Qian Lan's gaze, lowered his head in embarrassment, recalling how reckless he had been. Allowing that scoundrel to take advantage of him, truly vexing. What do you mean you've grown? Why are both of you reacting so dramatically? Bartolomeo curiously gazed at the two, pondering why such a minor act as consuming fruit elicited such a great reaction. With a disdainful curl of his lip, he took a bite of the chakra fruit, savoring its flavor. To his astonishment, as soon as he uttered those words, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, an exhilarating sensation that made him acutely aware of his growing strength. A minute later, overwhelmed with excitement, Bartolomeo embraced Chihiro and wept, exclaiming, Master Chihiro, you have been so incredibly kind to me, reminding me of my grandmother back in the countryside, who always cared for me in the same way. Chihiro, taken aback by Bartolomeo's reaction, felt the dampness on his shoulder and found himself at a loss for words. Thus, he offered his shoulder to Bartolomeo. Realizing that such a character, capable of becoming the leader of a gang spanning several streets, must have faced considerable darkness in his past. However, Bartolomeo's green hair struck Chihiro as somewhat outlandish. After a while, sensing that time was passing, Chihiro gently pushed Bartolomeo away. Now, let us hasten our training. We, in Akatsuki, do not accept members who are too weak. The group then proceeded to exit in succession, but before leaving, Chihiro pulled Bartolomeo back, asking, Is it true that you can only create a barrier when your middle and index fingers are interlocked? Chihiro had pondered this question for some time. Perhaps it was a psychological effect on Bartolomeo, or akin to Spider-Man's trial and error, or perhaps it was similar to the hand seals required to perform ninjutsu. Bartolomeo scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Master Chihiro, you are absolutely right. I only demonstrated the ability of the barrier fruit in front of you once, and you discerned it so quickly. That is impressive. Chihiro felt a bit embarrassed, as he could not admit that this insight stemmed from his own experience watching anime. Bartolomeo, as long as you can create your barrier with one hand, I will entrust you with something significant and extraordinary, something that will undoubtedly astound you. With that, Chihiro turned and left the kitchen. Bartolomeo stood there, bewildered. Extraordinary? Significant? Something that will astonish me? What could it be? Is it something of great importance to Master Chihiro? I cannot accept such a thing. After repeating this in his mind, he found himself tangled in thought until, unable to make sense of it, Bartolomeo finally exited the kitchen. Meanwhile, Chihiro extracted the remaining chakra fruits, each crunching deliciously with a taste reminiscent of chicken. As Chihiro finished consuming all the chakra fruits, the system panel began to change. Host, Qian Lan level, shadow attributes, wind, thunder, fire, earth, water, yin, yang ninjutsu, body flicker technique, great fireball technique, mind decapitation technique, mist concealment technique, thunder tiger attack, water candy takeover taijutsu, 7-day breathing method, remnant, lightning release chakra mode bloodline limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan summoning beast, nun blade tools, space scroll, exploding blade spray. Gazing upon the word shadow on the system panel, Qian Lan understood the substantial exaggeration contained within. Nevertheless, according to the system's evaluative criteria, which primarily hinges upon chakra quantity, the reasoning could be deemed both reasonable and unreasonable. In any case, Qian Lan had undeniably reached the strength of a shadow. With a significant augmentation of her chakra, an enhancement in her power was inevitable. Once she unlocked several ninjutsu techniques, she would be able to act with great freedom. Consequently, as she prepared to embark on the Grand Line, her confidence grew immensely. The following day, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, the news from Road Town reached the ears of the soldiers, who hastily made their way to Admiral Sengoku's office. This intelligence bore a profound humiliation for the Navy. The treacherous ninja had caused the Marines to suffer the loss of 1/3 of their forces and a colonel of quasi-admiral strength. Yet not a single member of the Akatsuki had been captured. The thought intensified Sengoku's fury. It would have been one matter to allow Akatsuki to escape lightly, but to endure such a significant loss was unacceptable. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Tsuru chuckled, remarking that their departure from Road Town meant they would soon enter the Grand Line, where the Navy could effectively pursue and trap them, considering they maintained considerable control over the first half of the Grand Line. What about Kazan? It was unfortunate that Borsalino was assigned to protect the scientific core by the world government. Otherwise, he would have been the most suitable choice. Upon finishing his thought, Sengoku felt a bittersweet pang. The world government feared the Navy's overwhelming strength, particularly the three admirals wielding natural powers, which only heightened their apprehension. The ideals of justice upheld by the Navy could not be fully realized, and most military expenditures were allocated to the 4 Cs, leaving the admiral to strive for balance. Tsuru shook her head and stated, "The situation in the New World necessitates the presence of admirals. Otherwise, our Navy's branches in the New World will be in jeopardy. As for the Akatsuki, let the branches in the first half of the Grand Line manage that. What about the bounties on the Akatsuki? Let us set their bounties high. For the first half of the Grand Line still harbors formidable pirate hunters. Perhaps we need not involve the Navy at all." Sengoku nodded in agreement, realizing that he should heed Tsuru's counsel, as the Navy lacked sufficient strength to deal with these minor pirates. Ultimately, all 7 sea routes would converge at Sabaody Archipelago, and at that juncture, Borsalino could step in to address the situation. Resolute, Sengoku began drafting new bounties for the members of Akatsuki. For if they possessed strength unmatched by their bounties, it seemed unlikely that these pirates could survive for long. World Economic News Agency. An employee hurriedly approached the desk of President Morgans, exclaiming, "President, there is significant news from the East Blue." Morgan, without lifting his head, inquired, "What significant news could possibly emerge from the East Sea? You'd better present something that piques my interest." "President, hundreds of Navy personnel have been slain in Road Town, including a lieutenant colonel from one of the branches. Does that not qualify as major news? Such occurrences are hardly uncommon in the New World. Get out of here," Morgan retorted, continuing to write at his desk, his tone turning increasingly stern. The staff member, anxious, replied, "President, the one responsible for the massacre of so many Navy men is that cunning ninja, Qian Lan. Did you not say that this individual might put an end to the East Sea's reputation as the weakest sea? The Navy headquarters has already issued a bounty on him. A staggering 100 million berries, a remarkable sum for a newcomer who hasn't even entered the Grand Line." Morgan straightened his posture and chuckled. "Then let us prepare an edition for the newspaper with the headline, 'The Birth of the Strongest New Pirate.' I fear the upcoming battles will be even more thrilling, and our paper will sell like hotcakes." Understood. As a journalist, Morgan was indifferent to anything else. He solely sought the most authentic and sensational news, disregarding all else. A day later, Qian Lan and his companions arrived at the entrance to the Grand Line, the reverse mountain. They observed the water continuously flowing upwards, tumultuous currents surging dangerously, and a mouth of the sea that barely permitted larger vessels to pass. The jagged redstone walls on either side posed a significant threat. Should a ship collide with them while ascending, the consequences would be dire. Is this truly the entrance to the Grand Line? No wonder it is dubbed the graveyard of pirates. Without skilled navigators, destruction and demise are inevitable here. Crow's words sent a shiver down Timon and Bartolomeo's spines. Shipwreck and death? It seemed they truly lacked any exceptional navigators among them. Zoro asked, "What should we do, Captain?" Qian Lan, upon hearing this, laughed. "Just watch. I will steer the ship." Upon hearing Qian's words, the others quickly secured themselves, clearly lacking confidence in his skills, especially Timon, who had transformed into beast form and taken to the air. In an instant, the three Tomo Sharingan swirled within Qian's eyes as he attentively observed the surroundings, guiding the ship, Akatsuki, as it gradually entered the upwards flowing sea. Bartolomeo exclaimed, "Master Qian Lan, I am a devil fruit user. My life is in your hands." With that, he clutched the railing tighter, his face paling in fear. It appeared that this was quite overwhelming for someone venturing out to sea for the first time. Qian Lan, focused on steering, paid no mind to Bartolomeo's anxiousness. Even though he felt calm, it was prudent to maintain a steady course. After all, a shipwreck would be a significant loss. Under Qian's deft handling, the ship experienced little to no turbulence. The surging waters seemed remarkably tranquil. Were it not for the angle of ascent, the group might have believed they were sailing upon a serene sea. Eventually, after an indeterminate amount of time, they beheld the end of the current, with even a rainbow gracing the horizon. Timon remarked, "How beautiful." Kuro acknowledged with a nod, while Zoro and Bartolomeo lacked the capacity to appreciate the beauty of the rainbow. At that moment, the ship, Xiao, surged forth from the colossal confluence of currents, soaring through the air as if leaping, before finally crashing down towards the depths below. Bartolomeo burst into tears, overwhelmed with gratitude for Master Qian Lan, having survived. Both Zoro and Kuro breathed sighs of relief, thankful to have navigated this perilous situation unscathed. Timon reverted to his human form and landed on the deck. Noticing the collective sighs of relief, his melodious laughter resonated through the air, prompting everyone to join in hearty laughter. Feeling the bracing sea breeze, Qian Lan remarked, "New adventures await us. While the danger of descent is significantly lesser than that of ascent, we must remain vigilant." Regaining their composure, the group focused intently on the downward currents. Yet the joy within them persisted, particularly evident in the slight smile gracing Mi Yang's lips, reflecting the group's mood. Just as Qian Lan took the helm, the system panel emitted a new task notification. Task: Heal the injured Labu task level. S task reward: Forbidden technique, Impure world reincarnation. Upon seeing the S-level task presented by the system, Qian Lan recognized it as a gift from the system. Unable to contain his excitement, he called out loudly. 5 minutes later, the group exclaimed in astonishment, "What is this?" The massive form of Labu nearly obstructed the exit, especially his enormous eyes, which seemed to draw one in. Reflecting on the Labu, who had awaited the Rumbar pirates for 50 years, Qian Lan felt a swell of emotions. He had once shed many tears for this whale, and now he felt an even deeper sorrow. Let us descend and take a closer look. With that, Qian Lan maneuvered the ship Xiao closer to the Twin Cape lighthouse. And once docked, everyone eagerly disembarked. Bartolomeo exclaimed, "What a gigantic whale. It looks even larger from below. This must be an island whale. However, I've never heard of one this size before." After saying this, Kuro adjusted his glasses for a closer inspection, gradually moving towards Labu. Suddenly, a gleaming harpoon struck the ground just beneath Kuro's feet, a warning to keep his intentions in check. From the lighthouse emerged an elderly man with a hairstyle resembling a blooming flower, dressed in a shirt and beach shorts. Kuro glared at the old man, irritated that he had let his guard down, allowing this individual to assert dominance over him so easily. Observing this, Qian Lan inquired, "Kuro, are you planning to take action?" Kurokus, exuding an air of nonchalance, showed no concern. As a former member of the Roger Pirates, he held little regard for the pirates from the Four Seas. Kurokus remarked, "Which sea do you ruffians hail from? Make your departure swiftly." Bartolomeo interjected, "Old man, we are from Xiao. Surely you have heard of us." Kurokus nodded. "So you are the notorious new generation, the cunning ninja Qian Lan, with a bounty of 100 million berries upon entering the Grand Line. It seems you are in for a perilous journey ahead." Bartolomeo, absent-mindedly digging into his nostrils, provocatively remarked to Kurokus, "Old man, do not underestimate our crew. For Master Qian Lan, a bounty of 100 million berries is merely a trifle." Kurokus, in silent disbelief, handed Bartolomeo a newspaper along with the bounty notice, which he swiftly perused. Upon receiving this information, Bartolomeo sought out his companions who were observing Labu. The Navy had updated the bounty for their crew. Now, even he had a bounty of 5 million berries, known as the menacing demon Bartolomeo. Curiously, Timon snatched the bounty notice from Bartolomeo's grasp, exclaiming, "Oh, hee. My bounty has also risen significantly. The witch Timon, with a bounty of 18 million berries. This qualifies me as quite a formidable pirate in the East Blue." Zoro, Casting a sidelong glance at the bounty notice, noted his own, the beastly swordsman Rorinoa Zoro, bounty 350,000 berries. The realization that his bounty was lower than Bartolomeo's stirred discontent within him, as the bounties for devil fruit users tended to be considerably higher. Kuro casually glanced at the newspaper, where it read the devious Kuro, bounty 30 million berries, highlighting the significant gap between him and Qian Lan. Boasting of his 5 million berries bounty, Bartolomeo approached Coloccus, declaring, "I am a pirate with a bounty of 5 million berries. Are you not a little intimidated?" Coloccus dismissed him with a scoff, inciting Bartolomeo's dissatisfaction. Qian Lan interjected, "Bartolomeo, he was once the ship's doctor for the pirate King Roger. How could he possibly regard your meager bounty with any seriousness?" The ship's doctor of the pirate king. In an instant, all four turned their curious gazes toward Coloccus, bewildered by how a former crew member of the pirate King Roger could be stationed here at the lighthouse. Coloccus responded, "How do you know my identity? The world government has rescinded the bounties on the members of the Roger Pirates. At your age, you should not have seen my bounty notice. Suspicious." Coloccus could not fathom how Qian Lan had acquired such knowledge, nor did he realize he had inadvertently revealed information that could expose his identity. Qian Lan, awkwardly chuckling, replied, "Well, I came across your bounty notice in an abandoned mansion while sailing in the East Blue." Suppressing his doubts, Coloccus began to share his story with the others. "I am Coloccus, a former member of the Roger Pirates. I joined the crew primarily for Labu, this very whale." Timon inquired, "Labu? Is that its name?" Nodding, Coloccus continued, 50 years ago, there was a music-loving crew known as the Rumbar Pirates." Qian Lan, already familiar with Labu's tale, found himself less interested in Coloccus's narrative and instead turned his attention to the whale's massive wound. The injury on Labu's head was a network of cuts. Even though the several centimeters of wounds seemed minor for Labu's enormous size, the truly significant wounds stretched over 10 meters long. More importantly, Labu's relentless impact against the red line suggests that his internal injuries are far from optimistic. Even Coloccus, the ship's doctor of the Pirate King, was unable to heal Labu, largely due to Labu's lack of cooperation. It appears that this situation is indeed quite challenging. Speaking of which, Coloccus had been drilling into Labu's body for treatment. And it seems that I, too, must attempt to delve within. As the others engaged in idle chatter, Labu resumed his own actions, gradually submerging his massive form into the water until he eventually vanished from sight. Shortly thereafter, those on the shore began to feel a distinct tremor, with tiny fragments of rock continuously falling from the red line. At that moment, Coloccus found himself powerless, unable to prevent Labu's actions. Having heard Labu's story, Bartolomeo and Timon were already in tears, while Chloe and Zoro maintained their composure. However, it seemed to Qian Lan that these two were equally moved, reminiscent of his own past. Finally, Labu's colossal silhouette emerged from the sea, blood streaming from his head, suggesting that if this were a human, he would have become a mere corpse. Observing this, Coloccus immediately retreated indoors to retrieve a massive syringe, seemingly intent on treating Labu. Qian Lan, however, intervened, stepping slowly to the shore. "Labu, are you waiting for the Rumbar Pirates? All the crew of the Rumbar Pirates have perished, leaving only Brook alive." Qian Lan's words captured Labu's attention, his enormous eyes fixating on Qian Lan, as if awaiting a satisfactory explanation. "Brook is still alive. Today, we made a promise. Within a year, Brook will return to find you." Upon hearing Qian Lan's words, Labu cried out, uncertain whether he agreed to Qian Lan's promise. With no ability to hear the thoughts of all things, Qian Lan remained unaware of Labu's true intentions. Qian Lan then turned to Coloccus, stating, "Allow me to treat Labu. If he agrees to my promise, then Mr. Coloccus can take it easier." With that, Qian Lan leaped onto Labu's head and began to employ healing techniques. Although Labu's massive size consumed a significant amount of Qian Lan's chakra, it simultaneously reduced the difficulty of the treatment. With Qian Lan's shadow-level chakra, Labu's wounds gradually healed. An hour later, Qian Lan leaped down from Labu's head, and upon seeing this, Timon rushed to support him. Noticing Qian Lan's slightly pale complexion, Timon felt a pang of concern. Coloccus tossed a bottle of liquor to Qian Lan, saying, "Few pirates from the East Blue have earned my respect. You are one of them." Without hesitation, Qian Lan drank it all in one gulp, feeling Timon's fragrant hair, his heart beginning to wander. "Delicious," he exclaimed before falling into a deep slumber, leaving Timon with flushed cheeks. Quickly, carry the captain to rest. He looks utterly exhausted, Chloe urged, leading Zoro and Bartolomeo away. Kuroka's then went to examine Labun's condition. Has he truly fallen asleep? Timon nudged Qian Lan, and upon confirming that Qian Lan was truly unresponsive, he began to drag him towards the ship. A night passed in silence. As morning dawned, Qian Lan commenced the restoration of his chakra. For the events of the previous day had nearly drained him completely. Today, he would have to proceed with caution. Awake? After a brief exchange of greetings, Timon turned his head away, though his gaze remained subtly fixed on Qian Lan. He had not forgotten the events of the previous day, and suspected that Qian Lan might feign ignorance today. Qian Lan nodded, remaining silent as he gulped down the milk from the table and began to devour the bread. Furrowing his brows, Timon temporarily suppressed his questions. Oh, you're awake? Young man, I wonder if you could spare a moment to assist me in repairing Le Beau. Of course, I am willing to offer something that may pique your interest in return. Bartolomeo exclaimed excitedly, wow, you wouldn't be offering us the record pointer to Raftel, would you? How could we possibly accept such a gift? After speaking, Bartolomeo broke into a foolish grin, as though the treasures of Raftel were already in his grasp, leaving Qian Lan and the others in a state of disbelief. I will tend to Le Beau's injuries. I wonder what valuable items Mr. Colokas might provide us in exchange. Qian Lan replied, as you know, since the moment we entered the Grand Line, compasses have ceased to function. Thus, we can only navigate using record pointers and eternal pointers. What I intend to offer you is merely an eternal pointer. I believe the medicines I had prepared are now unnecessary. Considering your captain is one of the finest ship doctors in the world. Colokas, puzzled, inquired, I wonder where the eternal pointer will direct us. Qian Lan gestured dismissively, indicating that the others need not concern themselves. Adventures at sea are rife with surprises, and it was uncertain whether he would even require an eternal pointer. After breakfast, Colokas began guiding Qian Lan around Le Beau's body, gradually mending the latent injuries left behind. Meanwhile, the others either practiced diligently or entertained themselves, as Twin Cape remained a safe haven. 3 days later, so, have you decided which route to take? Colokas asked curiously, intrigued by the young man's choice. Timon chimed in, all 7 routes should be fairly similar, right? Any of them would suffice. His words garnered unanimous agreement, with Qian Lan's strength. Any chosen route would pose no issue. Mr. Colokas, which route did Pirate King Roger take? Qian Lan queried. Young man, are you certain you wish to know? Colokas responded, bewildered by the question posed by the man before him. Of course, I have no intention of following in Pirate King Roger's footsteps. This adventure is uniquely ours. Bartolomeo instantly transformed into an enthusiastic disciple, exclaiming, Master Qian Lan, you speak so eloquently. We are indeed different from Roger. In truth, it was merely overthinking on their part. Qian Lan was indifferent to such matters. Primarily, he had forgotten which route Luffy had chosen, having heard numerous tales of Luffy's adventures. Selecting the same path would have been dreadfully mundane. Certainly, there are some individuals who pique Qian Lan's curiosity, thus she will venture to the places she deems necessary. After today's treatment concludes, I shall reveal everything to you. I apologize for keeping you waiting for such an extended period, and I hope to hear tales of Zhao's renown in this place soon. Upon finishing his words, Colokas made his way toward Lab, and Qian Lan followed suit. Observing the departing duo, Timon, Chloe, Bartolomeo, and Zoro engaged in discussion. Timon inquired, which of the 7 routes do you think Qian Lan will choose? Having arrived at the Grand Line, all that remains is for me to encounter that man with hawk-like eyes. Zoro understood that upon stepping into the Grand Line, he was one step closer to realizing his dream. Bartolomeo shook his head, and Chloe waved his hand dismissively. Both were indifferent to the matter at hand. Meanwhile, within Lab's body, Qian Lan concluded her treatment under Colocas's guidance, at which point the system panel underwent a transformation. Task Reward. Forbidden Technique. Impure World Reincarnation. Proficient. Host. Qian Lan level. Shadow Attributes. Wind. Thunder. Fire. Earth. Water. Yang Ninjutsu. Body Flicker Technique. Impure World Reincarnation. Heart Decapitation Technique. Mist Concealment Technique. Thunder Tiger Kill. Water Candy Manipulation Taijutsu. 7 Heavens Breathing Method. Remnant. Lightning Release Chakra Mode Bloodline Limit. 3 Tomo Sharingan Summoned Beasts. Nun Blade Tools. Space Scroll. Explosive Blade Spray Shop. Kunai. Shuriken. Explosive Tag. Gazing at the impure world reincarnation displayed on the system panel, Qian Lan suddenly thought of an individual, Moria, who once battled against Kaido. Would I end up like him, scouring for corpses everywhere? The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine. Nonetheless, the prerequisites for impure world reincarnation include the flesh, blood, and hair of the reincarnator, as well as a living sacrifice. Yet, Qian Lan was unperturbed by this. In the world of One Piece, is it truly considered killing to take a life for two? That formidable pirate crew has never engaged in a war of extermination. Alas, I am still too kind-hearted. Thus, I shall set a modest goal for myself, to become an eternal legend in the world of One Piece. After completing her tasks, the vessel of Shao gradually departed from the Twin Gorges. Farewell, Mr. Colocus. My choice is the first route on the far left. Goodbye, lab. I will uphold my promise to bring Brook back. Farewell, old man. The crew aboard the ship bid their farewells to Colocus, while Lab emerged from the water, seemingly sending Qian Lan and her companions off on their voyage. Once both parties were out of sight, the remaining individuals resumed their training, the urgency of entering the Grand Line compelling them to press onward. Hey, it seems a merchant ship is approaching. Should we not take the opportunity to make a profit? As a former great pirate, Clo could hardly resist the temptation to strike, having plundered merchant vessels on numerous occasions. Qian Lan retorted, "Do you still regard such meager riches with esteem, Clo?" Clo, peering through his telescope, chuckled. After being a pirate for so long, it was hard not to feel excitement upon spotting a merchant ship. This might be the first large merchant vessel I have let slip away in my pirate career. They are indeed fortunate. No, they are truly unfortunate. As Qian Lan rose to gaze into the distance, his observation haki revealed the presence of dozens of auras, suggesting that the Navy was not persistently trailing the merchant ship. The crew aboard the vessel, observing Qian Lan's movement, shared a collective anticipation. No one could remain indifferent to the prospect of battle. Water style, water clone. In an instant, a doppelganger materialized before the group, promptly leaping into the ocean, heading straight for the distant merchant vessel. Bartolomeo wore a look of regret, pondering when Master Qian Lan might impart some unique techniques to him. As the group watched, the enormous merchant ship erupted into flames, smoke billowing into the sky. "Qian Lan, has your clone reported back yet?" Timon inquired. "I'm not sure, but it seems we have encountered a rather vicious band of pirates. In the world of One Piece, it could be said that no pirate crew could muster a truly noble soul. Genuine pirates like Luffy, who selflessly liberate nations, are exceedingly rare." Qian Lan closed his eyes to absorb the memories from his clone. Upon reopening them, he grasped the situation well enough. He then produced a bounty poster and handed it to Kuro, prompting each individual to scrutinize it. Timon gasped upon receiving the bounty notice. It appeared to feature the notorious bloodthirsty demon, Jike, from the South Sea. Many of his foes had met their demise at his sword, marking him as an exceptionally brutal and cold-hearted individual. Zoro's interest peaked at this revelation, his tongue darting across his lips. A swordsman, is he? I wonder if he truly merits that bounty of 48 million berries. Since setting sail, Zoro had yet to encounter a formidable opponent and felt the fiery blood within him stir at the prospect of a swordsman on the Grand Line. Looking to Qian Lan, Zoro refrained from overstepping, recognizing that as captain, Qian Lan had yet to make a decision. "Then let us investigate. We can decide on our course of action afterward." Qian Lan was well aware of Zoro's qualifications as a first mate. This did not require further validation. However, he did not consider what he had established to be a traditional pirate crew. The freedom among them was more valuable. Thus, the group maneuvered the ship towards the merchant vessel, soon spotting the pirate flag fluttering in the wind. It appeared both sides had recently engaged in a fierce battle, with the pirate ship bearing numerous scars, indicating the presence of formidable opponents aboard the merchant vessel. The outcome of the conflict remained uncertain. As they drew closer, Qian Lan and his companions beheld the grim scene aboard the merchant ship, with corpses strewn across the rails and deck. Blood trickled from the ship into the sea, and the air was filled with anguished cries and shouts, transforming the merchant vessel into a veritable hell on earth. Yet, such matters held no significance for Qian Lan. He was merely a spectator. "I can feel it," Zoro exclaimed, his gaze fixated on a pirate within the ship's hold, brandishing dual swords, his eyes alight with combat fervor. At that moment, the crew on the railing caught the attention of the pirates inside, one particularly scruffy pirate aiming a firearm directly at Qian Lan. Regrettably, before he could even lift his gun, Qian Lan's petite pistol had already shattered his skull. Thus, Qian Lan and her companions boldly entered. Though this action did attract the attention of other pirates. The bloodthirsty demon, Jike, upon seeing Qian Lan's visage, roared in fury. "Are you the strongest newcomer with a bounty of 100 million berries? You seem rather unimpressive." As he spoke, Jike licked the blood off his blade, swallowing it down, revealing a truly deranged disposition. Observing this, Qian Lan mused to herself, could this fellow be suffering from some psychological affliction? He certainly appears mentally unstable. Mission: eliminate the bloodthirsty demon Jike. Mission level: B. Mission reward: Hell's Stab. To her surprise, this incident had provided her with a quest, which pleased Qian Lan immensely, especially considering that Hell's Stab resembled an S-level B-rank ninjutsu. Hell's Stab was the mightiest spear of the third rankage, concentrating lightning chakra into 4 fingers, with its power increasing as the number of fingers decreased, ultimately culminating in an absolute attack with remarkable piercing capability. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, the third rankage had wreaked havoc using this technique. Now, all she needed to do was claim ahead, and she could acquire a B-rank ninjutsu. How delightful. Qian Lan surveyed her surroundings and declared, "Go ahead, Zoro. No one can disrupt your battle." At that moment, Bartolomeo stepped forward, saying, "Allow me to create a battlefield." With his index finger resting on his middle finger, he conjured a colossal barrier that confined Zoro and Jike together. As for the other pirates, they were merely fodder before Qian Lan's 3-tomo Sharingan. Under her manipulation, a horde of pirates turned on each other, firing their guns and wildly wielding their swords, leading to their swift demise. Meanwhile, Zoro and Jike commenced their initial probing, exchanging sword strikes as they assessed each other's strength and swordsmanship. "I want some too," exclaimed Timon, snatching a snack from Qian Lan's hand. The trio sat back as though watching a film, enjoying the clash between Zoro and Jike, with even Kuro mysteriously producing a cup of wine to serve them. Bartolomeo licked his lips, reflecting on his earlier indiscretion. Perhaps he could also sit down and savor a beer. Focused intently, Zoro and Jike regarded each other with vigilance. The rough exchanges between swordsmen revealed a palpable level of skill. A 3-sword style swordsman? Quite a rare find, Jike noted, though he paid little heed to the surroundings, believing he could dispose of everyone later. Overthinking would only detract from the battle, and one must admit, Jike displayed remarkable composure in this regard. Noticing this, Zoro drew his blade, the Wado Ikemanji, clenching it between his teeth as a sign of seriousness. The two resumed their duel, their speed intensifying, sparks flying and blades clashing in a furious dance. Zoro's assault escalated into a frenzied climax. In an instant, Zoro unleashed the Wado Ikemanji from his mouth, slicing towards Jike at an exceedingly acute angle. Crimson blood immediately dripped from the blade's tip, leaving a trail of red across Jike's face. Indeed, the 3-sword style possesses its own uniqueness, yet it remains insufficient. Jike touched the blood on his neck, inhaling it with palpable enjoyment, as he seemed to relish the taste. Blood, it appeared, was something he would never refuse. As he consumed his own blood, Jike's form swelled, and a sinister aura enveloped him, rendering him quite fearsome. "You've dispatched quite a number of adversaries, haven't you? This peculiar sensation is entirely new to me. It seems the ocean is truly vast. A swordsman like you has stirred my excitement." With that, Zoro donned his green bandana, a smile breaking across his previously tranquil visage. In an instant, both warriors unleashed their power, the floor beneath them shattering under the weight of their might, colliding with tremendous force. Had it not been for Bartolomeo's protective barrier, the resultant shockwave might have overturned Qian Lan's drink. The battle in the arena escalated to a fever pitch, drawing the attention of several onlookers outside. Timon remarked, "Do you think Zoro can triumph? I wager 100,000 berries that he cannot." Given that Zoro was facing a pirate with a bounty nearing 50 million berries right after setting sail, Timon was skeptical of Zoro's chances. Bartolomeo, however, chuckled. "I bet 50,000 berries that the green-haired swordsman will definitely win." Historically, green and yellow have been a formidable pairing, and since Bartolomeo set sail with Qian Lan, Zoro had been regarded as a rival. Although they boarded at different times, they were both essentially newcomers. Timon, puzzled, inquired Bartolomeo, "What leads you to believe the green-haired one will prevail?" Bartolomeo shrugged, unable to definitively assess Zoro's strength. Crocodile, meanwhile, turned his gaze toward Qian Lan with a smile. "What are your thoughts, Captain? Will Zoro be defeated?" Qian Lan replied, I cannot say. It ultimately depends on Zoro. Given the current circumstances, Qian Lan was hesitant to make absolute claims. As Zoro had embarked later than in the original tale, and was now contending with an opponent boasting a bounty of 48 million berries. Should Zoro continue to engage in swordplay, victory was not guaranteed. However, if he were to employ his finger guns, Ransoku, and Soru, it was likely that Zoro, empowered by Qian Lan's chakra fruit, could overcome this foe. Crocodile resolutely stated, I firmly believe Zoro will emerge victorious. Returning to the fray, Zoro and Jike were locked in a fierce exchange, their speed surpassing their prior bout, appearing evenly matched. With a clang, they separated, revealing Zoro covered in numerous small wounds. Jike, licking his blade and grinning, remarked, It seems my swordsmanship surpasses yours. Yet, how is it that you consistently evade my strikes at critical moments? With curiosity, Jike gazed at Zoro, seemingly seeking an explanation. Well, I don't know, perhaps it's my instinct for danger, Zoro replied before charging once more. Jike, caught off guard by Zoro's recklessness, couldn't help but wonder if he truly believed his instincts could save him from the blade. Contemplating this, Jike's assault intensified, and he felt an inexplicable respect for Zoro's tenacity. The two combatants intensified their assault, and suddenly, a massive wound appeared on Zoro's right shoulder. With blood flowing profusely from Gik's blade, one cannot perpetually rely on their instincts, for such folly may lead to demise. Upon uttering these words, Gik's expression grew increasingly frenzied, the grotesque contortion of his face appearing most peculiar. Perhaps it was the toll of Zoro's injury or Gik's inherent madness. Regardless, the advantage he once held seemed to diminish as he disregarded his own wounds, leading both to engage in a perilous exchange of injuries. Gik soon bore several additional cuts. While Zoro's condition deteriorated further, the loss of blood and vitality causing his offensive to wane. Noticing this, Gik paused his assault, casting a glance towards the outside, where his companions appeared rather relaxed. As Zoro, preparing to speak, coughed up blood, he exclaimed, Ah, it is because they have faith in me. Now, I shall unleash my ultimate technique. Gik erupted into laughter. Come, let me witness your strongest move. Three-sword style, Onigiri. Zoro and Gik charged forth simultaneously, their speeds remarkably swift as they collided. The Onigiri, enhanced by the shave, severed Gik's katana and left a gash spanning several centimeters across Gik's chest. Subsequently, Gik's body crashed heavily to the ground, while Zoro too succumbed to excessive blood loss. Observing this, Bartolomeo immediately withdrew the barrier, and Qian seized the opportunity to hurl a kunai, piercing Gik's chest in an instant. Mission reward, Hell's Thrust, proficient, without a moment's hesitation. Qian began administering healing techniques to Zoro, while Bartolomeo, Kuro, and Tima anxiously watched. Tima, anxious, inquired, How is Zoro? Could it be that he? Facing Tima's increasingly erratic worries, Qian promptly corrected, It's not serious. The moss-haired one has merely lost a bit too much blood, and his wounds are somewhat deeper. All present wished to ask Qian about the severity of the injuries, but with Zoro drenched in blood, they struggled to accept that it was just a little blood loss. For an ordinary person, this amount might already necessitate urgent medical attention. Soon after, they began scavenging aboard the merchant ship, also taking the opportunity to finish off any remaining foes, rescuing those who appeared salvageable. By the time all was completed, the sky had begun to lighten, and Qian and the others settled in the kitchen to feast heartily. Their haul had been quite substantial. They discovered 30 million berries aboard the pirate vessel, though the merchant ship yielded only 7 million. The thought of such wealth caused Tima to break into a foolish grin, much to Zoro's displeasure as he lay nearby. Observing this, Kuro helplessly fed Zoro spoonfuls of meat porridge, lamenting that he was becoming the crew's unofficial steward. Zoro grumbled, Is it time for sake yet? I no longer wish to consume this porridge. Kuro offered no reply, continuing to feed Zoro bite after bite. 3 days later, despite his grievous injuries, Zoro had begun to rise from his bed to train his body. Do not inquire why. It simply seems that in the world of One Piece, humans are indeed extraordinary beings. Suddenly, Bartolomeo burst through the door, presenting a bounty notice to Zoro. Green Algae Head, your bounty has surpassed mine, reaching a staggering 10 million berries. Zoro picked up the notice and a smile crept across his face. Surely, his master back in the East Blue would soon catch wind of his accomplishments. Motivated by this revelation, Bartolomeo commenced his training. feeling somewhat embarrassed that his own bounty was the lowest aboard the ship, a mere 5 million berries. An hour later, hey, I see a small island ahead. This must be the first island on our route. Qian Lan stood on the deck, keenly surveying the distant land. The voyage across the sea had ultimately failed to unveil any intriguing new islands. Observing this, Timon emerged with a nautical chart. Crescent Island, a place where spring reigns year-round. Shaped like a crescent moon, with a grand city, Gil's City, situated by the sea. It appears our first stop is rather promising. Immediately, Qian Lan and the others took their positions, steering the vessel toward the small island. Bartolomeo remarked, Crescent Island is surrounded by azure waters, crystal clear, with small fish occasionally darting by. The island's peaks tower into the clouds, adorned with lush forests, tall and dense trees, and a riot of blooming flowers, truly a picturesque sight. Zoro interjected, Bartle, when did you become so cultured? Cloud chuckled nearby, noting that it was rare for Bartolomeo to read and retain information, a feat owed to their captain. Qian Lan shook his head in amusement. I merely enjoy reading a bit of miscellaneous literature. Who knew Bartolomeo would follow suit? By the way, Bartle, how is the development of the barrier fruit progressing? Can you meet my requirements? Bartolomeo grinned foolishly, stroking his green hair, indicating that his development was still lacking. After a brief exchange, the ship docked, and the group made their way to a restaurant. It was time for a hearty meal and drinks. Once seated, they indulged heartily, oblivious to the fact that they had caught the attention of some unsavory characters. Burp. Qian Lan felt considerably more at ease after a satisfying meal. Although the dishes were on par with Klau's culinary skills, the experience felt altogether different. Zoro sipped on beer, while Bartolomeo attempted to harness the powers of the barrier fruit, evidently spurred by recent events. Clau inquired, Qian Lan, do we intend to complete this route and enter the new world? Timon responded in astonishment. Isn't it too early to enter the new world? Qian Lan, didn't you mention that many there possess haki? Qian Lan chuckled, for now. I have no plans to enter the new world. Let us observe for a while. Zoro suppressed his excitement, knowing that as long as he continued to grow stronger, he would eventually cross paths with that man. Just then, an ominous voice pierced the air. You have been surrounded, Akatsuki. Come out and surrender at once. A sinister figure emerged, confronting the group within the restaurant. Bartolomeo's face lit up with excitement in an instant. Everyone, stay still. These fellows are my responsibility. With that, Bartolomeo rose and strode outside, adopting an exceedingly arrogant demeanor as he positioned himself at the entrance of the restaurant. Inside, our brother from the Akatsuki organization sat sleeping, while the fearless one stepped forward. Subsequently, 200 soldiers advanced in unison, their dark gun barrels aimed squarely at Bartolomeo, seemingly ready to fire at the slightest provocation. A delicate man stepped forth, declaring, by the command of His Majesty Binsney, I am to lead the troops in assessing the strength of the Akatsuki organization. It appears you are not as formidable as you seem. Bang! Bang! 200 soldiers fired simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of bullets toward Bartolomeo. Alas, they were thwarted by a barrier that remained imperceptible to the eye, causing the bullets to eerily hover in midair. Continue firing. It is merely a peculiar ability of a devil fruit. I refuse to believe he can sustain this indefinitely. Puss, with a flamboyant gesture, angrily pointed at Bartolomeo before drawing a long blade from his waist and striking. Clang. Puss was immediately repelled several steps by the recoil of his own attack, his once graceful posture vanishing. Bartolomeo calmly regarded the 200 men firing at him, reflecting that it was far better to keep one's devil fruit abilities concealed during a brawl. Thus, the atmosphere at the restaurant's entrance became distinctly surreal. Before Bartolomeo was a cacophony of gunfire and smoke, whereas after him lay a tranquil world. Eventually, after all bullets had been expended, Bartolomeo's defenses remained unbroken. One must concede that while the barrier fruit may lack in offensive capabilities, its defensive prowess was undeniable. How utterly tedious. Now it is my turn. With a swift motion, Bartolomeo propelled himself forward, crashing the barrier into the formation of 200 soldiers. Enhanced by the speed of his attack, the solid barrier transformed into a weapon of destruction, toppling the soldiers in a single blow. Witnessing this, Puss helplessly cried out, the mightiest newcomer, Lord Qian Lan, wishes to collaborate with the Akatsuki organization. We are willing to make amends for what transpired. Puss realized he had misjudged the strength of the Akatsuki. His impulsive attack had been a grave error, and he should have sought dialogue first. Bartolomeo sneered, dismissively eyeing Puss. This man was quite cowardly. The battle had scarcely begun before it concluded. He pondered how much the Navy would raise his bounty this time. Elated by this thought, Bartolomeo ushered Puss into the restaurant, unaware that to Puss, the smiling Bartolomeo appeared more terrifying than a demon. Master Qian Lan, this fellow claims he wishes to collaborate with us. I wonder what they mean by that. With this, Bartolomeo plopped down beside Zoro, provocatively gazing at him. Curse that green-haired nuisance. My bounty will surely surpass yours this time. Do try not to be disheartened. I won't be disheartened. Zoro squinted at Bartolomeo, then crushed the wine glass in his hand. Puss, on the verge of tears, felt his presence here was increasingly superfluous. In the face of these two green-haired individuals, he sensed that his own peril had only escalated. Seated upon the chair, Qian Lan cast a glance at Puss, who, adorned in flamboyant attire and gesturing with an exaggerated flourish, nearly incited her revulsion. I am Qian Lan. What business does your so-called King Robinson have with me? Upon hearing Qian Lan's inquiry, Puss instantly assumed a grave demeanor, aware that he represented his nation and sovereign, and thus could not afford to appear diminished. My Lady Qian Lan. Our king's name is His Majesty Binsney, not Robinson. Please extend the respect due to His Majesty. Qian Lan was taken aback by Puss's audacity, and with a swift flick of her right hand, she hurled a shuriken, severing his ear. Adhering to the principle of an eye for an eye, Qian Lan would not permit such a lowly individual to display arrogance in her presence. Otherwise, his fate would be dire. Puss immediately clutched his ear, blood seeping through his fingers, prompting Timon to shift his chair away in disgust. Qian Lan spoke in a low tone. If you can articulate, I shall mend you. If not, your new name shall be One Ear. Thud. Puss collapsed to the ground, the sound of his knees hitting the floor startling those around him, likely leaving him bloodied. My Lady Qian Lan, King Robinson requests the assistance of the Akatsuki. I know not the particulars, but I beg for your mercy. Puss wailed on the floor, evoking sympathy from all who heard him. Retrieve your ear. I command you to pick it up. In a fluster, Puss complied, and Qian Lan utilized her healing skills to reattach his ear. Before long, Puss's ear was restored to its former state, and Qian Lan intoned gravely, disclose all that you know. I trust you are aware of my capabilities. A smile spread across Puss's face as he replied, My Lady Qian Lan. There lies a chasm in the rear mountains of our moon spirit kingdom, shrouded in toxic vapors, inhabited by various ferocious avians. Yet, legend speaks of a power that could rule the world. His Majesty Binsney has sought the collaboration of many formidable warriors to venture there, but alas, they all perished. It is said that you, my lady, are a notorious pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries, hence I have been dispatched to negotiate with you. Treasure, you say? After all my years as a pirate, I have yet to encounter true treasure, Qian Lan mused, amusement lighting her features. Was she finally to embark on a genuine pirate adventure? Chloe, visibly apprehensive, inquired, What kind of powerful warriors has your king sought previously? Strong men from the Navy. Notorious pirates with bounties nearing 100 million, and several formidable warriors from our own land have also met their demise. Puss recounted, his expression darkening. The nation had paid a heavy price, yet King Binsney continued to pursue this power. Mission, explore the abyss of the Moon Spirit Kingdom. Mission level, A. Mission reward, Art of Heavy and Light Rock. Upon reading the system notification, Qian Lan recognized the task posed no significant challenge for her. Return and inform your King Robinson to await my news. Tomorrow, I shall deliver my verdict. Seizing the opportunity, Puss hastily departed, aware that lingering any longer might cost him dearly. Before the eyes of Qian Lan and her companions, 200 soldiers gradually retreated, while Pusey had long since fled. The once quiet streets began to buzz with life again. Timon, filled with trepidation, cast a worried glance at Qian Lan. Are we truly headed to that abyss? Timon, are you not coming along? What do you mean, Chloe? Are we all expected to go? Timon gazed in astonishment at the calm expressions of the others, realizing that everyone was indeed preparing to set forth. Very well, let us depart now. We need not gather any supplies. With that, Qian Lan and her group rose and made their way outside, soon leaving the town and entering the forest. They paid no heed to the tales following them. Those who wished to trail behind could do so freely. An hour and a half later, they beheld the abyss not far ahead. The yellow smoke emanating from it appeared highly toxic, compounded by an unsettling stench that was difficult to bear. The chasm, measuring a dozen meters across, was haunted by circling crows and vultures, creating a truly ominous atmosphere. Kuo looked gravely at the abyss. It seems Qian Lan can no longer use her clones to scout. What shall we do next? Shall we simply jump in? First, cover your mouths and noses with damp cloths. I will descend to assess the situation. With that, Qian Lan stepped toward the depths of the abyss, while her companions watched her anxiously, fearing unforeseen mishaps. Qian Lan anchored her chakra to her feet as she descended, no longer concealing her abilities. Both her armed haki and observation haki activated simultaneously. The noxious gas swirling above was momentarily disregarded. Just as she ventured 100 meters down, a venomous snake swiftly slithered along the cliff face, striking at Qian Lan. With a flick of her right hand, she pinned the serpent's vital point to the rock, blood cascading down the cliff, while a centipede lurking in the shadows extended its head to relish the feast. Unfazed, Qian Lan continued her descent. This brief distance was merely an appetizer. After another 200 meters, the toxic gas had largely dissipated, and the yellow mist vanished from her sight. Taking a few deep breaths, Qian Lan focused inward, sensing the residual toxins within her body. She was grateful she hadn't brought Timon and the others down. Otherwise, treatment would have been arduous. Even having inhaled only a little, her lungs felt as if they were being scorched. She promptly employed her healing technique to mend herself. After the passage of an incense stick's time, feeling the coolness on her chest, Qian Lan found herself nearly restored. With renewed resolve, she pressed deeper into the abyss. As she descended further, the entire chasm succumbed to darkness, illuminated only by flickering phosphorescence whose origins remained a mystery. Within her observation haki's reach, dozens of presences drew closer. Yet there were no signs of aggression. They seemed to be waiting for an opportune moment. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball crashed against the opposite rock wall, instantly engulfing several shadowy figures in flames. Grr, grr. As Qian Lan illuminated her surroundings with the firelight, she discerned the chilling forms of the beasts that had emitted the earlier unsettling sounds. What initially appeared to be a fearsome avian creature turned out to be a mysterious subterranean entity. The grotesque image of the beast lingered in Qian Lan's mind, eliciting a wave of nausea within her. Its elongated claws gripped the rocky wall, while its saliva and fangs exuded a menacing aura. The beast's green, slime-like fur intensified her revulsion. However, this revelation alleviated her fears. At least this formidable creature posed no threat to her. Yet, for other ordinary powerhouses, it could spell certain doom. As she sensed an increasing number of presences, Qian Lan silently quickened her pace. The depths of the underground were unknown to her, and she dared not leap recklessly into the abyss. Just as she remained vigilant of her surroundings, the lurking beast finally struck. Through her observation and perception, she detected one such creature charging towards her. Wind release, wind blade technique. Qian Lan transformed the air into sharp blades, instantly striking the approaching foe. Even in the darkness, she felt the warm spray of blood. This act signaled the onset of battle, as countless beasts surged forth from the shadows. Qian Lan grasped her kunai in preparation. The agile creatures clung to the rocky walls, launching relentless assaults, with some even leaping across to the opposite side. Water release, water shark bullet technique. Qian Lan directed her attack at the stone wall beneath her, knowing that with the introduction of water, the beast's claws would struggle to maintain their grip. Fire release, phoenix fire technique. The flames illuminated the darkness, revealing countless silhouettes upon the stone walls. Qian Lan finally comprehended why so many powerful beings had perished here. The necessity for flight was paramount. Otherwise, the sheer cliffs, venomous serpents, and centipedes posed insurmountable challenges, not to mention the perilous presence of toxic gases. Furthermore, the overwhelming number of beasts meant that unless one possessed extraordinary strength to carve a path through them, even those with the ability to fly would merely become fodder in the depths of this abyss. Raging gale. Another white slash felled several beasts. Qian Lan realized she could no longer hesitate. Engaging these creatures head-on would be a grave mistake. Lightning release, thunder tiger strike. Earth release, earth mound. Thus, Qian Lan harnessed her ninjutsu and raw power to press on. After a grueling sprint of 300 meters, she finally concluded the skirmish, though she emerged drenched in blood. After hastily tidying herself, she continued her descent. Having come this far, she could not afford to turn back. As her sense of distance began to wane, She finally spotted the underground expanse below her. With several leaps, she reached the ground, only to inadvertently crush a fragment of a leg bone beneath her foot. Surveying the corpses strewn about, Qian Lan reflected, "It seems many have indeed met their demise here, but my efforts will not be in vain." With resolve, she retrieved her prepared tools from her ninjutsu scroll and commenced her examination of the body clad in navy attire. The naval personnel capable of reaching this place must possess a modicum of skill, otherwise they would not find themselves here. Thus, one of Qian Lan's objectives was to collect the flesh, hair, and bones of the navy. As Qian Lan meticulously examined the corpses clad in naval attire on the ground, she began to gather the items she required. Just as she became engrossed in her task, a laser cannon suddenly grazed her cheek, striking the stone wall behind her and creating a substantial hole. Goodness, a diminutive version of a pacifist? The dark attire, coupled with the earlier laser fire, left little room for misinterpretation. However, given the current time frame, it was improbable that Bartholomew Kuma had been developed into a weapon. Thus, it must be a product of the technology from the Moon Spirit Nation. While Qian Lan was observing, 7 identical figures emerged, their weapons simultaneously aimed at her. 7 days of invocation. Lightning release. Chakra mode. Qian Lan swiftly enveloped herself in a protective buff. Faced with 8 unknown entities, it was prudent to exercise caution. Should these 8 machines coordinate seamlessly, she would lack the stamina to engage in prolonged combat. The 8 laser cannons unleashed a barrage towards Qian Lan, their swift projectiles piercing through her form, causing her water clone to explode instantaneously. A few meters away, Qian Lan promptly threw a kunai, only for it to embed itself in the robot's chassis without any penetration. How resilient! Despite being bolstered by dual enhancements that amplified her strength and speed, the kunai failed to breach the robot's metallic exterior, indicating its formidable defense. Suddenly, 4 of the robot's right hands revealed gaping holes, from which fierce flames erupted. The remaining 4 transformed into 6-barrel machine guns, unleashing a relentless torrent of bullets upon Qian Lan. The walls and soil of the abyss were rendered charred, the stone wall crumbling in numerous places, and many corpses disintegrating into ash. Indeed, this contraption was beyond the endurance of an ordinary warrior. However, Qian Lan soon discerned the robot's weaknesses. Lightning instantaneous technique. In an instant, she executed a series of rapid body flicker techniques, augmented by her shadow clone jutsu, leaving the 8 robots unable to react effectively as they continued to aim and fire. Leveraging her speed advantage, Qian Lan positioned herself behind one of the robots, swinging her explosive blade with precision. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the targeted robot was propelled into the wall, unable to extricate itself. These robots possessed tremendous firepower, robust defenses, and commendable speed, yet their sluggish reaction times rendered them inferior. Otherwise, they would surpass even the pacifists. Qian Lan proceeded to methodically dismantle each robot, and as the last one fell, she turned her attention to the structure within the stone wall. A vast underground laboratory unveiled itself before her, filled with an array of artillery, machine guns, and flamethrowers, showcasing a plethora of weaponry. Most of these items were antiquated, with few well-preserved specimens. Yet those that remained intact were promptly claimed by Qian Lan. The meticulously organized Qian Lan began to observe the laboratory, which stood majestically within a chasm nearly 1,000 meters deep, housing an experimental building and a designated research area. Truly a fantastical existence. It is worth noting, however, that Qian Lan surmised this feat was likely achieved by a user of a devil fruit, for otherwise, the meager population of the Moon Spirit Kingdom, given the production capabilities of the One Piece world, would be utterly incapable of such an endeavor. Regrettably, the experimental building had nearly collapsed, revealing that an earthquake had likely obliterated everything here, with much of it submerged in the annals of history. What is this? Qian Lan promptly approached and extracted it, a white box materializing before her. With a firm squeeze, she crushed the rusted lock, and upon inspecting the contents, Qian Lan realized she had struck gold. Within were blueprints for robotic designs, schematics for laser cannons and machine guns, and several volumes of documentation. Most intriguing to Qian Lan, however, were the materials pertaining to steam engines. This would undoubtedly ease the efforts of everyone involved in the future, as Qian Lan had nearly explored the entirety of the location. The system panel underwent a transformation. Mission reward: mastery of the technique of light and heavy rocks, achieved. Host: Qian Lan level, shadow attributes: wind, thunder, fire, earth, water, yin, yang ninjutsu, body flicker technique, impure world reincarnation, hell stab, mist concealment technique, technique of light and heavy rocks, water candy manipulation physical techniques, 7 days breathing method, remnant, lightning release chakra mode bloodline limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan summoning beast, nun blade tools, space scroll, exploding blades splash shop, kunai, shuriken, explosive tags. Qian Lan had long envied the ability to fly, and now it was finally her turn. Earth release, technique of light and heavy rocks. In an instant, Qian Lan felt as light as a swallow, as if the stones beneath her feet bore no weight, propelling her swiftly upward. Upon re-entering the territory of the ferocious beasts, Qian Lan unabashedly commenced a cacophony of slaughter, expressing her jubilation. 15 minutes later, Qian Lan burst forth from the abyss, her demeanor noticeably more radiant. "Is that my master? Amazing!" Bartolomeo exclaimed excitedly from the ground, seemingly more thrilled than if he had soared into the sky himself. Both Kuro and Zoro wore smiles, pleased to witness the enhanced prowess of Qian Lan. "Humph. From now on, let Qian Lan take you all flying." Even Timon was filled with joy, though she kept her emotions concealed. At that moment, Qian Lan descended directly before them, laughing heartily. "Then let us fly together." She walked past each of the 4, applying the technique of light and heavy rocks to them, and soon they began to slowly lift off the ground. Bartolomeo, "Master, you are incredible." "I adore you, Master." Zoro, "Is this the sensation of flying?" "Quite pleasant." Kuro remained silent, merely adjusting his glasses and savoring the freedom of flight. "It's a different feeling, entirely unlike my transformation into beast form." "Thank you, Qian Lan," Timon exclaimed, her excitement prompting her to take a playful bite at Qian Lan before soaring joyfully through the sky. For individuals soared freely through the heavens, savoring the primal desire coursing through their veins. Humanity has long yearned for the skies, and now these 4 were immersed in the realm above. Observing this, Qian Lan eagerly joined their ranks, for she too had not yet quenched her thirst for adventure. Below, in the forest, did they perhaps acquire the power to dominate the world? Never mind, for now, she decided to report back to His Majesty Binsne. Shadows gradually faded into the darkness, unnoticed by the Akatsuki, who were oblivious to these insignificant figures. An hour later, having had their fill of exhilaration, the group descended. Bartholomew, however, clung to Qian Lan's leg. "Master, if possible, I wish to soar every day," he implored. Qian Lan chuckled. "All right, I shall let you fly until you are sick." The newfound ability to fly significantly augmented the strength of our Akatsuki. Kuro had evidently recognized the might of this power. At least, they could flee whenever necessary. "It's getting late. Let us retire for the night," Timon suggested. Suddenly, a robust man adorned with a crown and golden locks emerged from the forest, laughing ominously. "Kik. I fear you shan't rest today, for you shall all perish at the hands of the great His Majesty Binsne." Instantly, several figures descended from the sky, positioning themselves behind Binsne, followed by over 100 elegantly clad soldiers stepping forth from the trees, weapons aimed menacingly at Qian Lan and her companions. Zoro, witnessing this, grew exhilarated. "Ah, swordsman, do you wish to stretch your legs or return to rest?" Kuro replied, "Let us have a bit of exercise. We've grown rusty aboard the ship." Bartholomew and Timon nodded in agreement. None among the Akatsuki feared battle. Binsne glared at them with gritted teeth, his rage palpable, resembling a ripe lobster. Yet, a fellow swordsman nearby advised, "Your Majesty Binsne, perhaps we should clarify matters first." "You are right, Sisir," Binsne conceded, regaining his composure as he turned to Qian Lan. "You must have obtained that power. Hand it over, and I shall grant you everything you desire." Wind release, wind cutter technique. Qian Lan responded with action. In an instant, the 2 factions collided. However, against the weak army, the Akatsuki fought valiantly, with no one able to withstand their might. Zoro sought out the swordsman named Sisir, while Qian Lan confronted Binsne directly. Boom. The 2 exchanged powerful punches, but it was Qian Lan who was sent reeling backward, stumbling several steps before regaining her footing. Binsne, witnessing this, wore a smug expression. "You foolish child, I have achieved my status through strength. Do you think I am like those other kings who indulge in pleasures?" 7th day calling, 4th activation. Through her own development, Qian Lan unlocked the 4th activation of the 7th day calling, red energy swirling around her, enhancing her presence significantly. Once more, with a fierce roar, Qian Lan unleashed another punch, and Bin's name mirrored her, both choosing to engage in a raw contest of strength. Crack! The trees, centered around two individuals, were abruptly severed by the wind, while the figure of Benny's was sent flying by a single punch from Qian Lan, crashing against the massive boulder behind him. Such a formidable opponent. Benny's then produced a syringe from behind and forcefully plunged it into his own body, his expression contorted in agony, as if enduring immense suffering. Bring it on. After administering the drug, the technologically enhanced warrior Benny's regained his confidence, his golden hair billowing in the wind like the legendary golden lion. With a ghastly visage, Benny's charged towards Qian Lan, delivering a powerful right hook aimed at Qian Lan's temple, but the quick-witted Qian Lan deftly blocked the attack. The three-tomo Sharingan in Qian Lan's eyes spun continuously, scrutinizing Benny's every movement. Then, Qian Lan sliced through the air with his hand, inflicting a massive wound on Benny's chest. "You bastard!" Benny's roared in fury, launching another series of punches at Qian Lan. However, the incessant loss of blood had significantly slowed him down. Qian Lan, agile and evasive, danced around Benny's strikes as if they were merely a theatrical performance. Yet it was evident that Benny's was destined to lose his life. With a decisive strike, Qian Lan unleashed a powerful punch to Benny's face, knocking the already weakened warrior to the ground. At this moment, the others had also concluded their battles. It appears to be going well. Now it is time for my experiment. With that, Qian Lan gathered the surviving injured individuals and retrieved the flesh and blood he had collected from the depths of the abyss. Positioning the injured alongside the blood and flesh, Qian Lan began to manipulate the materials, leaving the onlookers bewildered. Once everything was prepared, Qian Lan clapped his hands, and a gentle breeze swept through, summoning the impure world reincarnation. The soldiers of the Moon Spirit Kingdom were consumed, and a man clad in a naval justice coat materialized before them. The spectators were left agape in astonishment at Qian Lan's prowess, with Bartolomeo exclaiming, "Master, this is the work of the divine, the divine." Zoro, witnessing the spectacle, appeared contemplative, perhaps reminded of the girl with whom he had made a promise. Where am I? You all. Qian Lan had no desire to listen to the incoherent ramblings of the reincarnated Navy officer and swiftly stripped him of his consciousness. "Do you know the 6 styles of the Navy?" "No." "Release." Just like that, the newly reincarnated individual was returned to the void, while the living individual used for the reincarnation had perished, leaving the captives on the ground in sheer terror. "Please spare me. Grant me a chance to live. Let me die swiftly, I beg you." Qian Lan paid no heed to their pleas. If one brandished a weapon, they must wager their life. The world of pirates is merciless. Impure world reincarnation. In an instant, another naval officer clad in a justice coat was resurrected, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Without hesitation, Qian Lan once again deprived this individual of his consciousness. He had no time to waste. "Do you know the 6 styles?" "I do." "Which techniques?" "Moonwalk, paper drawing, and gale foot." Qian Lan was pleasantly surprised to find this individual indeed possessed some useful skills. Now, he only needed an iron block. In the astonished gazes of a few, Qian Lan managed to extract all the secrets of the Navy's 6th style. What followed was the need for introspection and practice. Upon returning to the town, the group dispersed to their respective rooms for the night. However, chaos ensued in the Moon Spirit Kingdom, as King Benny's had met his demise, creating a significant power vacuum that stirred unrest among the kingdom's elite. Naturally, all of this was of no concern to Qian Lan and his companions, who soon drifted into slumber. The night passed without incident. Upon waking for breakfast, the group noticed that others kept their distance, likely due to the events of the previous night being exposed. "Let us explore today and depart tomorrow," suggested Kluo, a proposal that garnered the agreement of most. Timon, with a resigned sigh, lamented, "Only one day? I must make the most of it." After breakfast, Kluo hurried out to procure supplies, while Timon excitedly ventured out to shop. In the inn, only Qian Lan, Zoro, and Bartolomeo remained. The two seemed to have something to discuss with Qian Lan, but were hesitant to be the first to speak. "Bartle, you go ahead," Zoro urged. "Bartolomeo, it's best if you speak first," he replied. Seeing their hesitation, Qian Lan chuckled, already guessing their intentions. "Bartle, you first." Bartolomeo's expression shifted instantly, his smile faded. "Master, your techniques are becoming ever more numerous, yet I, your disciple, have yet to inherit even a fraction of your skills. I feel quite ashamed. Qian Lan, bemused, replied. I am still alive. Do you wish to inherit my techniques already? Should I pass on my credit card as well? Bartolomeo shook his head vigorously. Master, please at least teach me a few moves. It would be quite embarrassing if I couldn't execute even one. Zoro, wait a moment. With that, Qian Lan took Bartolomeo outside. After careful consideration of Bartolomeo's request, Qian Lan decided it would be permissible to share his knowledge. 5 minutes later, Qian Lan led Bartolomeo to a desolate clearing. The two stood facing each other, motionless. Bartle, I have long desired to teach you my ninja tool, the exploding blade water droplet. But I feared you might not be able to control it. It is essential to properly develop your barrier fruit to fully unleash the potential of the exploding blade water droplet in battle. In an instant, a clone identical to Qian Lan appeared before them. Qian Lan effortlessly tossed the exploding blade water droplet to his clone. The clone took off into the distance, stopping at a suitable range before signaling back to Qian Lan and Bartolomeo. Watch closely, Bartle, Qian Lan called, gesturing to his clone. Upon receiving the signal, the clone exerted all its strength to swing the exploding blade water droplet downwards. Boom! The explosive heat wave rushed towards them, with the blast radius reaching 10 meters, and the damage extending even further. Bartolomeo stared in astonishment at the charred earth, while Qian Lan's water clone dissolved into nothingness, leaving only the remnants of the exploding blade water droplet on the ground. Qian Lan smiled wryly and remarked, the reason I am hesitant to bestow upon you the exploding blade spray is that I wish for you to first develop the barrier fruit. This way, you can harness the full potential of the exploding blade spray while safeguarding yourself. He then apologized. I am sorry, master. Bartolomeo, tears streaming down his face, realized that his master had always been considering his well-being, while he had failed to comprehend this. Qian Lan moved forward to retrieve the exploding blade spray from the ground, saying, I have always envisioned you forming a barrier with just one hand to protect yourself. By giving you this exploding blade spray now, I hope it will inspire you to better develop your barrier fruit. Master Qian Lan, I am ready. Please summon Zoro. We have matters to discuss. Bartolomeo took the exploding blade spray and departed. Shortly thereafter, Zoro approached with a gloomy expression, evidently having heard Bartolomeo boast. Zoro, I know what you wish to discuss. It's about Qian, Qian Lan stated. Zoro nodded in acknowledgement. Qian's death had come too suddenly, and Zoro likely had much to express, with Qian Lan providing a timely opportunity. Let us wait a while. I want to return to Frostmoon Village once the ship stabilizes, he added. After finalizing their plans, a day swiftly passed, and the crew of the ship, Akatsuki, was free from interruption, particularly since the king had met his demise at their hands. The next day, after preparing everything, the crew was ready to embark once more, eagerly anticipating the next island. Set sail. With Qian Lan's command, the crew slid the Akatsuki away from the dock, while the onlooking mice released a sigh of relief. Naturally, news of the Moon Spirit Kingdom was spreading, and due to their day of rest, their whereabouts were surmised by those with ulterior motives. Ah, what a shame. Why hasn't my bounty increased? I must surpass Green Algae Head. Bartolomeo lamented as he sat on the railing, fishing, still troubled by the battle in the Moon Spirit Kingdom. Well, the Navy doesn't know every single battle, Kuro chuckled. In any case, your bounty will eventually rise. Then it seems my bounty is still slightly higher, Zoro grinned smugly. Bartolomeo, irritated by Zoro's boastful demeanor, hurled a fish from his bucket, only for it to be kicked into the sea by Zoro, who was engrossed in his training. Qian Lan paid little heed to their antics. His focus instead on the bounty in his hands, Fire Fist Ace, with a bounty of 10 million berries. However, all of this was irrelevant to Qian Lan. He was more concerned about which island they would visit next. 2 days later, as they beheld the outline of Qian Lan's island, smiles illuminated each face. Is this the island of fine wine, Pick Papa? I can already scent the aroma of wine in the air, Zoro exclaimed, leaning over the ship's bow, his expression one of pure enjoyment and pride. Qian Lan and the others exchanged knowing smiles, realizing that only fine wine could truly capture the essence of this swordsman. Master Qian Lan, why don't we head straight to the next island? Our nautical charts are quite detailed, Bartolomeo exclaimed excitedly. In an instant, Zoro's face nearly collided with Bartolomeo's as he retorted, Are you seeking death, you fool? As the enchanting aroma of fine wine filled the air, Qian Lan was resolute in his desire to savor the exquisite libations, determined that his journey would not be in vain. He inhaled deeply, his face adorned with a rapturous expression. Timon, observing the group of burly men, remained speechless, yet he too relished the intoxicating scent wafting around them. Half an hour later, the group docked at the harbor and made their way into the bustling city, where vendors peddled delightful wines and an array of exquisite spirits was continually dispatched to other islands. "I can no longer contain my enthusiasm," Zoro exclaimed, hastily snatching a cup of liquor from a nearby vendor and gulping it down, of course remembering to pay for it. It was the pirate's way to indulge first and procure later. Qian Lan, on the other hand, found himself at a wine shop, as his preference leaned towards fine wines. "Good sir, I would like one of each to thoroughly indulge in their flavors," he declared. As he entered the shop, he was greeted by a stunning woman with luscious waves of hair, her face beaming with a warm smile. "Oh, Lord Qian Lan, your wishes are our commands. We shall serve you every exquisite wine we have." At her command, a 5-meter-long table was brought forth, laden with an array of wine glasses poured by a bevy of waitresses. In no time, all varieties of wine in the establishment were arrayed upon the long table, and the enchanting lady gestured invitingly, encouraging Qian Lan to partake. "These wines have been decanted, and we hope you enjoy them at your leisure," she proclaimed. Qian Lan, feigning a flirtatious demeanor, inquired, "Might I ask the name of this captivating lady? And who exactly is extending this generous invitation to me?" "You may call me Xueqing." "Dear Qian Lan, as for who is treating you to this delightful tasting, you will discover that in due course," she replied, before gracefully departing. Undeterred, Qian Lan lifted a glass, cautiously assessing it for any traces of poison, aware that his identity had not gone unnoticed. Clearly, the denizens here were not to be trifled with. Satisfied of its safety, he began to savor the wine, noting its robust flavor and lingering finish. He continued this ritual, one glass after another, until only a single glass remained on the long table. Just as he lifted it, a burly man with a jovial demeanor entered. "How does this wine fare, Captain Qian Lan of the Akatsuki?" he inquired, taking a seat with a familiar smile, as if they were longtime friends. "One does not rebuff a friendly face, especially one who has so generously treated me," Qian Lan replied with a smile. "May I ask your name, and what brings you to seek me?" "All of this is of little consequence. You may call me Ikide. From this moment forth, all expenses incurred by the Akatsuki on Pikpa Island will be on my account." With that, having indulged in a lavish feast of wine, Qian Lan took his leave, ready to face whatever lay ahead with confidence. In a state of exhilaration, Qian Lan meandered through the bustling streets, contemplating the identity of the person who had treated her to drinks. Firstly, it was unlikely to be a member of the Four Emperors. Even though the matriarch might have an affinity for fine wines, the Four Emperors held no substantial influence in the first half of the Grand Line. Secondly, it could be a force of the world government. Otherwise, the government could not solely rely on heavenly gold for sustenance. Frugality has always been a prudent approach across any era. Lastly, the most probable candidates were the 6 underground kings, though the chances of the 7 warlords being involved seemed slim, yet the mystery of their identity lingered. "Ah, master, let us drink together," she exclaimed. Indeed, drinking together is the essence of joy. Zoro and Bartolomeo, their faces flushed and swaying slightly, ambled towards Qian Lan, shoulder to shoulder, while continuously pouring liquor into their mouths. With a sense of exasperation, Qian Lan approached to steady the two, realizing her crew was thoroughly indulging themselves. "Are they already inebriated? They haven't even been drinking as long as I have." Timman also emerged at a leisurely pace, her cheeks a rosy hue, radiating a charming allure, though she appeared unaffected by intoxication. Thus, the 4 of them, Qian Lan supporting the 2 tipsy crew members, with Timman observing, entered a tavern. To their astonishment, they found Kuro seated leisurely in the hall, savoring his drink, his expression one of pure enjoyment. "Have you all enjoyed your libations?" Kuro inquired. "I wonder who treated us to such an abundance of alcohol, even covering our meals." Qian Lan unceremoniously deposited Zoro and Bartolomeo onto a table and took a seat herself, while the 2 continued to guzzle their drinks, oblivious to Kuro's words. Timman chuckled. "Let them be. After all, the liquor is already in my belly, and there's no turning back now." In that moment, Timman displayed a carefree spirit, suggesting she might indeed be slightly intoxicated. Kuro glanced at Qian Lan with a resigned expression. At critical moments, the captain proved to be the most reliable. These rascals were of little help. Qian Lan replied, "Since that is the case, let us relish in this moment." There is no use in overthinking. As long as we possess strength, none can challenge us. The following day, the members of the Akatsuki organization awakened from their hangovers at noon, gathered once more in the tavern's hall for a meal, though each bore a rather dismal countenance. Observing the expressions of her comrades, Qian Lan curiously asked, "How is everyone? Shall we linger here for a few days?" Zoro promptly shook his head, declaring, "Let us depart tomorrow. Staying here too long will dull my sword." "Does that mean we shall indulge today?" Timon's countenance remained exuberant. After all, she had consumed lighter, less potent drinks. Believing she could extend her stay, Bartolomeo then slammed the table, exclaiming, "Let us drink to our heart's content today, and set sail tomorrow." Their enthusiasm left Qian Lan at a loss. Thus she acquiesced, "Very well, let us remain for another day. I, too, wish to relish the experience once more." After lunch, the members of the Akatsuki dispersed. While Qian Lan chose to return to the previous day's venue for more drinks, her curiosity about Aikido's identity piqued. Upon entering the tavern, she found Aikido seated at the same spot as before, seemingly awaiting her arrival. As for the enchanting beauty, Shueqing, she has mysteriously vanished, presumably entangled in some clandestine mission. Aikai chuckled, "Are we set to depart tomorrow?" Nodding in agreement, Qian Lan also found a place to sit. The exquisite wine here is truly intoxicating, capable of ensnaring even the strongest of souls. A sense of discomfort washed over Qian Lan. It was likely that this fellow had his spies keeping watch over his accommodations. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known about Qian Lan's arrangements. Perhaps it was Bartolomeo's shout that drew others' attention. "I possess a piece of exclusive information for you. I wonder if it piques your interest," Aikai inquired, though his face was adorned with a grin, as if he were anticipating Qian Lan's ensuing embarrassment. Qian Lan retorted with a smile, "I wonder what price I must pay? Surely, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world." Upon hearing this, Aikai promptly rose and sauntered toward the back of the tavern, his intentions unclear. Qian Lan naturally continued to savor his wine, admiring the various maidens in the tavern. Indeed, they were quite a feast for the eyes. Before long, Aikai emerged, handing Qian Lan a small square box, his smile unwavering, leaving one to wonder what had brought him such joy. Upon opening the box, Qian Lan couldn't help but laugh. He never expected to be included in this development. The Navy and the Lord of Carnival City had collaborated to target him in their upcoming voyage. Qian Lan had anticipated the Navy's involvement, but it was now somewhat too late. His strength rendered him unafraid of any challenge. Aikai inquired, "Might Captain Qian Lan share a piece of information with me?" "Of course, this is merely out of personal curiosity." Qian Lan nodded, uncertain of what could possibly intrigue this man. "I am quite curious about the treasures you acquired in the Moonlight Kingdom. I have heard that many formidable warriors perished there." In truth, the so-called treasure was merely a vast underground research facility, and what was deemed treasure consisted of advanced weaponry. "Of course, you may think I am deceiving you." Aikai quickly waved his hand, expressing his belief in Captain Qian Lan's words. "Then, may I inquire about your identity? We are bound for our next destination tomorrow, so concealing our identities seems futile now. My boss is Lord Giberson, one of the 6 underground sovereigns of the storage domain, and I am his appointed representative in paradise. My primary aim is to cultivate a good rapport with the Akatsuki organization, as Lord Giberson believes your potential is boundless." It was an unexpected yet logical revelation that Qian Lan had contemplated. Though he was uncertain of the individual's identity, it appeared not to be someone he despised. After a brief exchange, Qian Lan took his leave, aware that the forthcoming battle would elevate the Akatsuki's reputation in the world, thus necessitating his own preparations. Surprisingly, he found someone extending an olive branch. It seemed that the world of pirates was not solely rife with violence, but also held its share of human sentiments. Upon returning to the inn, Qian Lan commenced his training, awaiting the return of his companions. As time ticked away, Crow and the others gradually returned to the inn, and once all had assembled, Qian Lan shared the earlier news with them. "Bartolomeo, since that's the case, let us fight. After all, my bounty hasn't increased since the last time, which is quite frustrating." After speaking, Bartolomeo turned to Qian Lan, acknowledging that everything would follow his master's arrangements. "Qian Lan, I believe we should engage in a battle. Otherwise, our time in the Grand Line will be merely trivial skirmishes. It's time to make a name for ourselves." Chloe adjusted his glasses, feeling a surge of excitement for the impending confrontation. "All right, let us procure a set of uniforms representative of our Akatsuki organization." Faced with Qian's unique thought process, the others found it somewhat perplexing. Subsequently, Qian Lan led the entire Akatsuki team to a clothing store. Shopkeeper, please craft 5 identical outfits for us. Red clouds on black robes, complemented by wind chimes and straw hats. Money will not be an issue. At this moment, the affluent Qian Lan showcased the power of wealth, especially since the entire island was under Aikai's influence, so he had no intention of paying. With Qian's command, the clothing store buzzed with activity, measuring each of the 5 individuals meticulously. The designs of the red cloud black robes were expedited under Qian's supervision, while others were dispatched to procure the wind chimes and hats. Given the simplicity of the task, it wasn't long before 10 sets of clothing were successfully delivered. We'll ask Aikai for the payment later, as we are currently short on funds. Timon and the others exchanged embarrassed glances, while Qian Lan remained unfazed and promptly led everyone back to the inn. Qian Lan distributed the outfits, stating, "This will be the largest battle our Akatsuki organization has ever faced, so we must have a unified appearance." After speaking, Qian Lan felt his words sounded peculiar. He wasn't a mere trendsetter, but a powerhouse of pure strength. "Fine. I'll comply with your wishes, since you are the captain," Timon remarked before retreating to his room, presumably to try on the outfit. Bartolomeo, Zoro, and Chloe paid little mind, perhaps also finding the attire quite stylish. The night passed without incident. In the morning, everyone donned their new outfits and made their way to the dock, where they found Shueqing waiting. "Until we meet again, Master Qian Lan," she said before departing with a single remark. Under the weight of piercing gazes, Qian Lan shouted, "Set sail." Inside the captain's quarters, the atmosphere felt somewhat awkward as Timon and Qian Lan shared the space, though Qian Lan appeared unperturbed. "What did that woman write to you?" Qian Lan proactively handed a note to Timon, suspecting it contained a message from Aikai rather than anything related to Shueqing. Upon reading the note, Timon gasped, revealing that 2 base commanders were involved, Jurst and Gumir, but their locations for action remained uncertain. Qian Lan, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied with a smile, "They are undoubtedly planning to confront us at sea. It seems our intelligence has been compromised significantly. In previous naval battles, the fleet found themselves unable to approach Xia's vicinity, and with Bartolomeo's barrier fruit in play, the naval cannons were rendered nearly ineffective. Furthermore, given the challenges of surrounding an adversary with a mere small vessel, it seemed that this battle would unfold in the forthcoming Carnival City. Thus, I urged Kuro and the others to hasten their training and develop new techniques." With that, Timon strode out, his decisive demeanor causing Qian Lan to stifle a laugh. Nonetheless, it was for the best. At least everyone would be adequately prepared for the impending conflict. Indeed, once Qian Lan stepped outside, the group enthusiastically commenced their training. Even Bartolomeo and Zoro ceased their quarrels, with Bartolomeo seeking Zoro's advice on mastering the use of the exploding sword technique. 2 days later, in the evening, Carnival City illuminated the night with its radiant lights, the opulent architecture offering a sense of pleasure. Zoro asked, "Shall we enter and try our luck at gambling?" Bartolomeo nodded in agreement, offering no objections to Zoro's suggestion. After all, one was a notorious drunkard and gambler, while the other had once been a gang leader. Gambling was trivial for them. Kuro chuckled, "Just don't lose everything and leave us to bail you out. That would be quite embarrassing." Kuro doubted that Zoro and Bartolomeo could gain any advantage here, as Carnival City, a renowned entertainment hub of the Grand Line, would not easily succumb to 2 novice pirates. Meanwhile, Qian Lan expressed some irritation, stating, "You are currently clad in the attire of our organization, so maintain an air of aloofness. Let us finish the battle first." At that moment, the long silent system underwent a transformation. Mission: defeat the invading navy and the ruler of Carnival City, Markner. Mission level: S. Mission reward: Flying Thunder God Technique. Qian Lan's avarice was instantly ignited. The Flying Thunder God Technique, classified as an S-rank space-time ninjutsu, was virtually insurmountable. If he could master it, Qian Lan felt confident even against the strongest of adversaries in the world of One Piece. "Let us go. We must swiftly eliminate them." With Qian Lan's command, the pace of the organization surged as they charged towards Carnival City. 15 minutes later, they docked their vessels, and all the individuals at the port gazed in astonishment at Qian Lan and his companions, their hats creating a rather peculiar sight in the dead of night. Naturally, Qian Lan paid no mind to the judgments of the mundane world. Only Timon and Kuro felt a tad awkward. Upon entering Carnival City, Qian Lan leaped to the pinnacle of a tower, Scanning his surroundings, he proclaimed, "I am the cunning ninja Qian Lan. If the navy lying in ambush does not reveal themselves, I shall unleash a massacre." His words ignited a fervor throughout Carnival City. As the most celebrated pirate of the Grand Line's early stages, and holder of the title of strongest newcomer, Qian Lan's declaration was bound to attract attention. Haha, the strongest newcomer pirate, you say? I, the pirate hunter Jean Fudo, shall claim your head. A disheveled middle-aged man leapt into the air, using his momentum to reach the tower's summit, standing defiantly against Qian Lan. At this moment, Qian Lan chose not to engage with this insignificant foe. Completing her mission was of far greater importance. In an instant, her three-tomo Sharingan seized control of the adversary, followed by a kunai thrown with precision aimed at Jean Fudo's neck. Clang! The kunai was deflected, as Jean Fudo managed to break free from Qian Lan's illusion at the last moment. It appeared this individual possessed some skill, though Qian Lan had yet to exert her full power. However, as she encountered increasingly formidable opponents on the Grand Line, her Sharingan began to feel inadequate. What an enigmatic technique, truly befitting a cunning ninja. Was that the power of a devil fruit, just now? Qian Lan did not respond to Jean Fudo, instead launching another kunai, this time imbued with both Busashoko Haki and Kinbunshiko Haki, which pierced through Jean Fudo's neck with deadly accuracy. Jean Fudo plummeted from the tower, his body reduced to a gruesome state upon impact. Below, Timon and his companions grew wary, fearing an ambush on Qian Lan, who, perched so high, was an obvious target. In an instant, a tremendous slash surged toward Qian Lan, its speed so swift that it bisected her waist, leaving only a severed piece of wood in its wake. Ha! The so-called strongest newcomer, Qian Lan? Yet you should not have acted in Carnival City. I have slain bounty hunters of your caliber before. A figure with short black hair and two katanas strapped to his back emerged before them. Qian Lan called out, "Zoro, this one is yours." "What a fortunate opportunity," Zoro exclaimed, donning his green bandana and drawing his three swords, charging eagerly toward Makener. At that moment, Qian Lan approached Bartolomeo from behind and whispered, "Bartle, I sense Zoro may not be a match for that individual. Please keep an eye on his battle." Just then, the Navy made their appearance, with a considerable force emerging from both the east and west exits of the street, seemingly a collaboration between the G10 and G2 branches. Rear Admiral Gelsdor led his officers from the eastern street, while Rear Admiral Gomir approached from the west, encircling the entire Akatsuki organization. "Pirate Qian Lan, I, Gelsdor, am here to arrest you for trial," shouted a slightly graying Rear Admiral as he charged forth, transforming into a massive gray cat mid-sprint. Clang! The gigantic paw collided with the kunai in Qian Lan's grasp, both utilizing Busashoka Haki in their assault, creating sparks in the fray. Qian Lan was sent flying by the sheer force of the blow. Regaining her composure, Qian Lan realized she had underestimated these admirals. Even an apparently ordinary devil fruit could yield tremendous power in the hands of a strong individual. After all, the admirals represented the backbone of the Navy's dominance over the seas, their strength not to be underestimated. The clash between Qian Lan and Gelsdor ignited the battlefield. As Timon and Kuro charged towards the Navy from opposite directions, Timon transformed into his perfect hybrid form, engaging with the Navy officers, while Kuro relied on his swift reflexes to strike. Only Bartolomeo remained at ease, fortified by the defensive capabilities of the barrier fruit and the devastating damage of his explosive blade, each blast inflicting considerable casualties upon the Navy. Qian Lan, however, anxiously observed the battle, apprehensive that an unforeseen event might occur. "I am Gelsdor, a Zoan-type user of the cat fruit, saber-tooth form. The night is my domain. You should not allow yourself to be distracted by others." In an instant, Gelsdor transformed into his hybrid form, his large ears and hauntingly blue eyes framed by a mane of fur that erupted dramatically, exuding an air of menace. Yet, at that moment, Qian Lan could not afford to focus on him. Gomir's silhouette surged toward Bartolomeo, perhaps due to the overwhelming damage he inflicted that the Navy could scarcely endure. Lightning release, chakra mode, 7th day invocation, 4th activation. Qian Lan adeptly enveloped himself in 2 layers of buffs and instantaneously positioned himself before Gomir, delivering a swift kick. Gomir, noticing the impending assault, crossed his twin blades and struck towards Qian Lan's descending foot. Boom! The clash of their haki resonated, sending Gomir hurtling backward, crashing through the buildings of the street and landing in the next. At this juncture, Qian Lan epitomized a synthesis of the strengths of both the Hokage and the pirates. Wielding dual-colored haki, 3 techniques from the Navy's 6 styles, alongside the 7th-day invocation and lightning-release chakra mode, propelling his martial arts to a terrifying pinnacle. Gummir. Gelster lamented at Gummir's plight, feeling a pang of guilt for not adequately overseeing the troublesome pirate Qian Lan. Cough, I'm fine. Gummir rose, spitting blood. It seems we'll need to join forces, Gelster. It has been a while since we collaborated. The two regrouped, their expressions icy as they regarded Qian Lan. An undercurrent of wariness stirring within them. Dual sword style, aerial slash. Gale strike. The sword-wielding Gummir and the martial arts expert Gelster simultaneously unleashed a torrent of slashes toward Qian Lan, the sheer magnitude of their assault shattering the walls of the street. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball, the size of the street itself, devoured their strikes, advancing relentlessly toward them. A troublesome technique. Gummir muttered under his breath as he continued to slash, deflecting Qian Lan's fireball technique. It was clear that all Navy personnel harbored a profound trepidation toward Qian Lan's ninjutsu, akin to battling someone who had consumed 5 different nature-type devil fruits. Qian Lan, witnessing this, burst into laughter. Fear not. I shall not bully you. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing before Gummir with another swift kick. Boom. The trio's strikes collided, and with the combined might of Gummir and Gelster, they successfully countered Qian Lan's basic attack. Scatter. With that command, Gummir and Gelster flanked Qian Lan from either side, yet regardless of the weaponry or strikes employed, Qian Lan effortlessly evaded them. The mastery of their observation haki was comparable, yet Qian Lan's 3-tomo Sharingan granted him unparalleled insight, allowing him to perceive everything during the fray. As the combat zone of the 3 warriors expanded, the entire street lay in ruins, granting Qian Lan the opportunity to unleash her ninjutsu without fear of harming her allies. Earth release, mud swamp technique. In an instant, the ground was enveloped by a flowing mire, causing Gummir and Gelster, taken by surprise, to slip and nearly fall. Wind release, wind blade technique. Dozens of razor-sharp wind blades sliced toward the two, who struggled to maintain their balance, eliciting cold sweat from the naval soldiers watching from a distance. Dual sword style, Phoenix spiral slash. Iron block steel. Gummir unleashed a whirlwind slash, shattering the wind blades before him, while Gelster opted to stand his ground, utilizing armament haki to endure the onslaught. Down below. With that, Gummir executed 2 slashes at the ground, prompting Qian Lan to emerge from beneath the surface. Engaging a formidable opponent with observation haki rendered her decapitation technique ineffective, as it was too easily detectable. Fire release, great fireball technique. Once again, she employed the great fireball technique, but this time she cast it close to the ground. The mud rapidly solidified under the intense heat, and the two, focused solely on their defense, failed to notice this crucial detail. By the time they became aware, they dismissed it as mere mud, incapable of ensnaring them. Just as the mud solidified around their feet, Qian Lan unleashed 2 illusions, granting her a fleeting moment to breach their defenses. Bang! Bang! A flying kick followed by a left hook struck both of their heads, and the unsuspecting duo collapsed, rendered unconscious by Qian Lan's assault. Naval forces, come and clean up. I spared the lives of your 2 vice-admirals. Make sure to thank Old Man Carp when you return. Upon hearing Qian Lan's voice, the onlookers froze, staring blankly at the fallen figures of the two, their fighting spirit extinguished. However, the Lord of Carnival City, Makura, was at a loss, lamenting, "You Navy are so incompetent. Does this mean we have been sold out?" Thus, Makura dared not cease his battle with Zoro. For doing so would spell his doom. All he could do was swiftly eliminate the foe before him. Die. Another colossal slash was unleashed, and Zoro desperately raised Snowwalk and Sandai Kitetsu to defend, yet was still sent flying, blood spilling from his lips. Makura, in despair, exclaimed, "Why won't you just die already?" Zoro, coughing blood, gazed at Makura. His previous injuries had yet to heal, and the new wounds made his condition even more unbearable. At this critical juncture, had it not been for the iron block, Zoro would have long since perished. The two clashed again, with blood continuously flowing from Zoro. Makura, as his opponent, felt a chill run down his spine. Was this man even human? As the Navy gradually retreated, only the Akatsuki and Makura remained, leaving the latter in an increasingly passive state, already harboring thoughts of retreat. Suddenly, Their figures separated again, and Zoro, gasping for breath, closed his eyes, silently swapping his sword for the legendary Wado Ikemanji. One sword style, Lion's Song. In an instant, Zoro's silhouette materialized before Markner, wielding his sword. Unfortunately, Markner managed to parry the blow. Qian Lan recognized that it was still too formidable for Zoro to confront a seasoned master of the blade, even though Zoro had ascended to the realm of swordsmanship. The distance between them remained vast. Boom. Markner's dual blades struck towards Zoro once more, yet he was repelled by the force of the impact. Bartolomeo interlaced his index and middle fingers, intercepting the attack on Zoro's behalf. Retreat. With that command, Qian Lan adeptly hoisted Zoro and began to invoke healing techniques, subsequently casting the weight and light rock technique on everyone. Observing the situation, Markner swiftly took to the tower and dashed towards the city, fully aware that lingering would spell his doom. Hell Spike. In an instant, Markner, suspended in midair, seemed to lose all strength and plummeted to the ground, as if his chest had been hollowed out. Mission reward, Flying Thunder God Technique, Mastered, Host, Qian Lan level, Shadow Attributes, Wind, Thunder, Fire, Earth, Water, Yang Ninjutsu, Body Doppelganger Technique, Impure World Reincarnation, Hell Spike, Flying Thunder God Technique, Weight and Light Rock Technique, Water Candy Manipulation Taijutsu, Seven Heavens Calling Technique, Remnant. Lightning Release Chakra Mode Bloodline Limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan Summoned Beast, None Blade Tools, Space Scrolls, Kunai, Shuriken, Explosive Tags. Qian Lan, exhilarated, carried Zoro back aboard the ship. After healing Zoro, he eagerly began to experiment with the Flying Thunder God Technique. Kunai, marked for teleportation, were placed throughout the captain's quarters, and Qian Lan's figure flickered across the room as if he possessed the ability to teleport. Feeling unsatisfied after a brief while, he scattered more Flying Thunder God Kunai around the ship, joyously teleporting from one spot to another. Master, it's time to eat. Bartolomeo yelped, startled, collapsing to the ground. Master, how do you suddenly appear and disappear? Qian Lan did not respond. Instead, he rested his right hand on Bartolomeo's shoulder, and in an instant, the two materialized in the kitchen of the ship. Incredible, Master. Crow and Timon observed the sudden arrival of the duo with curious expressions, their faces a canvas of confusion. After a brief demonstration, everyone commenced their meal, while the grievously injured Zoro remained in a deep slumber on his bed. As night fell, Qian Lan, having experienced the aftermath of battle, suddenly felt the urge to bathe and appeared in the ship's sole bathroom, only to witness an unexpected scene unfold. White, large S-shape. Timon was taken aback by the sudden appearance of someone, letting out a shriek before executing a surprise kick. Realizing the gravity of the situation that had transpired that evening, Qian Lan swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God Technique to return to his quarters, promptly covering himself with a blanket, pondering how he would manage to sleep that night. The following day, Qian Lan consumed breakfast under Timon's watchful gaze, finding the meal tasteless, yet he needed to swallow it nonetheless. Bartolomeo and Crow had surmised what might have transpired the night before, choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, the repercussions of the previous night's battle began to ripple outward. Naval Headquarters. Crack. The solid wood desk was shattered by a punch from Sengoku, who, after venting his frustration, slumped into the chair in disappointment. Admiral Borsellino, also known as Kizuru, Luffy's uncle, was leisurely seated on the sofa, trimming his nails. Borsellino, do you comprehend the gravity of my decision to recall you? Sengoku's voice echoed with anger. Where is that Kaido, the strongest rookie pirate? Is Sengoku-san's intention behind my recall related to this matter? Kizaru casually replied, his habitual nonchalance evident. Sengoku nodded, exasperated. The recent battle in Carnival City had made the Navy headquarters acutely aware of how formidable Kahara was, having severely injured 2 rear admirals without sustaining any injuries himself. It seemed that only an admiral could intervene now. What a hassle. Perhaps we should elevate this Akatsuki to the warlords of the sea, as there is still a vacancy. Kizaru's principle was to be idle. If he could avoid action, he would. However, Sengoku shook his head, stating that the world government had already ordered the Fire Fist Ace, who had consumed a Logia-type devil fruit, to become a warlord. Thus, Kizaru needed to focus solely on the Akatsuki organization. Kizaru understood that he could no longer refuse, yet he remained seated on the sofa, appearing to wait for something. Observing this, Sengoku sighed and said, I'll increase your salary by half. Hurry and get moving. At the World Economic News Agency, Morgans lounged in his office chair, leisurely perusing photographs of the previous night's battle, having received the news. Just then, a beautiful editor approached his desk and inquired, "President, should we lead with Fire Fist Ace or the cunning ninja Kahara?" The world government has already sent someone to invite Fire Fist Ace to become a warlord. His news can be in the next edition. For now, let us prioritize the cunning ninja Kahara. However, I find it peculiar that the Navy has not released a new bounty this time, Morgans replied. As the foremost news agency in the world, Morgans had infiltrated the ranks of world government officials astutely, for few officials were indifferent to wealth. Unfortunately, inserting a spy within the Navy proved exceedingly difficult, leading Morgans to always lag behind the Navy's reactions compared to those of the world government. I'll publish the battle from last night. President, what title do you believe it should bear? Asked the editor. A fierce clash between the strongest rookie pirate and the Navy. Upon receiving instructions, the beautiful editor retreated. Morgans continued to smoke his cigar while scrutinizing the photographs, sensing that a significant conflict was imminent. As a journalist, he detected an unusual atmosphere. The Navy, having faced setbacks, would undoubtedly respond, for they remained the true masters of the first half of the Grand Line. What? Change the route. Yes, I have stored away the Akatsuki's ship. Next, we shall embark on the sea train to the Food City. At this mention, Kahara involuntarily salivated, eagerly anticipating the wondrous delicacies of the One Piece world. With the chance to visit Food City, he could not let it slip by. Furthermore, Kahara was determined to recruit a chef as a companion, making the quest for Food City all the more essential. Timon and the others gazed at Qian Lan with a sense of helplessness. The alteration of the route was rather abrupt. Nonetheless, anticipation for the Food City was palpable, as everyone possessed an innate love for cuisine. Who could possibly be indifferent to the allure of delectable dishes? Let us depart. We are bound for the station. With a spirited exclamation from Qian Lan, the group made their way to the maritime train station located in Carnival City. Qian Lan, too, was filled with curiosity about the steam train that could race across the ocean. Upon arriving at the station, Qian Lan looked around with a hint of nostalgia. The platform and waiting area exuded a vintage charm, complemented by a modern ticket counter, and the sight of the antique steam train evoked a profound sense of temporal dislocation. Bartolomeo exclaimed with excitement, "How marvelous! This is my first encounter with such a sight. I've heard it is purportedly the only maritime train route in the world." Crocodile chuckled lightly. Perhaps this will alleviate Zoro's notorious sense of direction. Over time, the group had come to understand Zoro's navigational challenges. Yet surely he could not err on this route. "You're going to pay for this, you scoundrel." As the group boarded the train, which felt quite antiquated to Qian Lan, the notable advancement was its ability to traverse water. They all chose window seats, gazing out at the vast, boundless sea. The serene sight brought joy to each of them, as they felt the refreshing sea breeze and observed the ocean below. Qian Lan found this experience uniquely delightful, a joy that was difficult to articulate. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, Admiral Kazuru and his naval fleet awaited Qian Lan at the next island along the original route, completely unaware that Qian Lan had embarked on a different maritime journey. Achoo, where are they? I wonder when they will appear. It's so cold. Thus, both parties gracefully missed one another, which could be considered a characteristic of the world of One Piece, where information traveled at a sluggish pace. Food City, a place synonymous with culinary delights, boasted streets lined with an array of shops offering everything from raw and cooked foods to nuts, pastries, cakes, and milk tea, truly a cornucopia of gastronomic treasures. "Ah, I must have this," exclaimed Timon as he purchased 2 tricolored dumplings. Observing them, Qian Lan couldn't help but think they resembled the sweet dumplings that Itachi favored. Without hesitation, Qian Lan popped one into his mouth. It was delightful. The 3 colors represented 3 distinct flavors, each soft and utterly delicious. Timon, oblivious to Qian Lan's remarks, thrust the sweet dumplings into Qian Lan's hands before darting off to the next stall. "What is this?" "It resembles a kind of egg." The vendor, noticing Qian Lan's curiosity, chuckled. "This is a unique duck egg preparation from the flower country of the New World. It's rather special." Qian Lan stepped closer, glancing at the delicacy, and remarked, "Isn't this just century egg? Give me 2, please." The flower country, inspired by the essence of Huaxia, naturally featured culinary delights reminiscent of that culture. With the prepared century eggs in hand, Qian Lan savored one with great relish. the exquisite flavors dancing on his palate, his expression radiating pure enjoyment. Timon curiously gazed at the black century egg and, imitating Qian Lan, took a hearty bite. Cough, cough. How dreadful it tastes. Were you doing this on purpose? Each person has their own perception of century eggs. Some find them delectable, while others find them distasteful. It merely happens that we differ in this regard. The owner chimed in, what our guest says is true. There is always a slight difference between couples. Humph. Who is a couple with him? With that, Timon's face flushed crimson as she ran off. Observing this, Qian Lan could only smile wryly. At times, Timon was exuberant, while at others, she was exceedingly shy. Indeed, as the washing machine said, even Sherlock Holmes would find it challenging to deduce the thoughts of a girl he fancied. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qian Lan hastily pursued her. The two strolled leisurely, inexplicably arriving at a competition venue bustling with activity. Would you like to enter and cast your votes? This is our culinary championship on Food Island. Each person has 3 votes and can enjoy free tastings of the dishes. Voting for your favorite chef. Qian Lan was pleasantly surprised by this serendipitous opportunity. Accepting 6 tickets, he ventured inside. The enticing aromas wafting through the air reignited his hunger. Despite having just eaten, try this, Timon exclaimed, presenting a dazzling 7-colored jelly that captivated the eye. Unable to resist, Qian Lan took a bite, savoring its silky texture. Not bad, but not worthy of a vote, he mused before continuing to meander through the venue, lingering at each stall to savor each delicacy. Suddenly, Qian Lan noticed a distinct presence amidst the crowd. A youthful, striking girl with black hair wielding an oversized spatula that seemed disproportionate to her stature, with a pot nearly 2 meters in size beside her. Intrigued, Qian Lan approached to observe the girl as she cooked, her methods reminiscent of traditional Huaxia cuisine, complete with all the essential ingredients such as scallions, ginger, and garlic. The onlookers inhaled deeply, captivated by her every move. 15 minutes later, a plate of sweet and sour pork was served to everyone. Qian Lan licked his lips and took a bite, the tangy sweetness instantly enchanting him. Are you from the land of flowers? Your culinary skills are quite impressive. Would you care to join my ship as a chef? Qian Lan raised an eyebrow, seemingly enticing the unsuspecting girl. His words instantly incited the ire of the crowd, who glared at him, demanding an explanation. The girl looked up, her tiger-like teeth gleaming as she smiled. I have no interest in pirates, and why would I venture out to sea with you? Indeed, Chef Mushin is a contender for the championship. Who would want to sail with a mere little pirate like you? Others echoed in agreement, supporting Mushin's statement. Qian Lan chuckled. In this world, nothing is beyond negotiation. If you have conditions, I shall comply. If you wish to secure first place in this competition, I would simply eliminate all the other chefs here. In an instant, Qian Lan's 3-tomo Sharingan ensnared those present, and she had no desire to listen to the irrelevant prattle of bystanders any longer. Speak, girl, what are your conditions? Mu Shan, resting her chin in contemplation, realized that since her training, she had embarked on this journey without any particular dreams or reasons. Her arrival here was merely a whim. And now articulating her conditions proved to be quite a challenge. Observing Mu Shan's pensive demeanor, Qian Lan leisurely sampled the various delicacies prepared by her, finding comfort in the familiar flavors of Chinese cuisine. Unintentionally, Qian Lan became engrossed in devouring the dishes on the table, disregarding Mu Shan's thoughts. Noticing Qian Lan's enjoyment, a faint smile crept onto Mu Shan's lips, pleased that her culinary skills were appreciated. Have you made up your mind? Girl, will you join our Akatsuki organization? Qian Lan was rapidly losing her patience. If Mu Shan continued to hesitate, she would have to resort to more forceful means. With this thought, Qian Lan flexed her hands, her expression turning stern. Mu Shan inquired, Akatsuki, is that the cunning ninja, Qian Lan? Yes, indeed. Mu Shan's countenance transformed, a tapestry of emotions flickering across her face. Joy, sorrow, and an air of contemplation. Speak your mind. As long as you present your conditions, I will assist you in fulfilling them. Once you join Akatsuki, all your troubles will dissipate. Qian Lan was taken aback by the challenges of inviting someone to join. The grandiose scene she envisioned, where all would kneel in reverence, seemed far from reality. After a long pause, Mu Shan whispered, if I join you, can you help me seek vengeance? With your strength, I wonder if it is feasible. With my current power, no one stands a chance, not even those wretched celestial dragons. I can act on your behalf. Armed with the flying thunder god technique, Qian Lan felt unshakable confidence regardless of her opponent. Mushan nodded. After the competition, let us duel. If you cannot surpass my strength, then I see no reason to join Akatsuki. Very well, we shall meet at the docks then. With a wave of her hand, Qian Lan took her leave, resolute in her desire to recruit Mushan. After casting all her votes for Mushan, Qian Lan continued to meander through the venue, lingering at each stall for an extended time. Behind her, Timon could no longer contain his curiosity, questioning, "Is it true that you merely wish for that female chef to join Akatsuki? Is there no other reason?" Upon hearing this, Qian Lan broke into a cold sweat. After all, she prided herself on being virtuous and having once been a model student, a paragon of morality. How could she stoop to such antics? "I simply seek a chef who aligns with my palate to alleviate some of Crow's burdens." With that, Qian Lan shoved a rice ball into Timon's mouth, urging him to taste it. After a lengthy morning of exploration, Qian Lan finally felt satiated and led Timon to a tavern where they settled in. Qian Lan ordered a glass of milk for herself, while Timon savored fruit wine, both seated in a moment of repose. Clearly, the weariness of shopping was not exclusive to men. Women too felt the fatigue. "Let us continue our stroll this afternoon. Today, we shall depart from here," Timon remarked. "Why the rush? Why not linger a few more days on Gourmet Island?" At that moment, an oddly intense man with fox-like eyes approached them and sneered. "Is this your captain, beautiful? He doesn't seem impressive at all, drinking milk in a tavern. Is he incapable?" His voice was not discreet, drawing laughter from those around them. "Haha, Captain Henrik speaks the truth. Would you like me to drink the leftover whiskey?" The patrons of the tavern turned their curious gazes towards Qian Lan and the man named Henrik, eager for the impending confrontation. Of course, if it turned out to be mere bullying without a fight, they would still relish the spectacle. Task: eliminate Henrik task level. B task reward: 8,000 task points. Gazing at the task on the system panel, Qian Lan stood up and downed her milk in one swift motion. Though a pirate, why drink beer in a tavern? Because it is detrimental to one's health. How amusing, a pirate afraid of beer. Henrik leered at Timon. "Do you truly fancy this pretty boy?" Instantly, Qian Lan felt a twinge of embarrassment. While she considered herself somewhat handsome, she certainly did not wish to be labeled as a pretty boy. Timon shot a glance at Henrik and retorted, "Can you defeat this pretty boy?" Henrik was incensed by her words and swung a right hook aimed at Qian Lan's left cheek, confident that this blow would incapacitate the man before him. Boom. In an instant, Qian Lan retaliated, delivering a powerful kick that sent Henrik crashing into the nearby table, shattering it, while the patrons seated their rows, glaring at Qian Lan. Wiping the blood from his lip, Henrik growled, "I am the Zoan-type fox fruit user, in my red fox form. You are doomed today, and that woman belongs to me." Qian Lan was taken aback to encounter a devil fruit user who openly revealed his powers. Was he not concerned about exposing his secrets? "Prepare to perish," Henrik declared, immediately transforming into a sleek, furless fox, his face taking on an even more peculiar shape. Timon remarked, "Such a pity. If he were a pet, it would be delightful. But alas, he is a man." Infuriated, Henrik dashed forward with agility, claws poised to strike Timon, who was still sipping her drink. In a flash, Qian Lan utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing behind Henrik, and thrust a kunai directly into his chest. For someone like Henrik, a petty pirate, Qian Lan found him no challenge at all. "How could this be happening so quickly?" Henrik gasped. "Because I marked you with the Flying Thunder God technique before you even spoke." Qian Lan retorted, "But I doubt you understand what that means." Die, shrouded in confusion. With that, Qian Lan returned to her seat, while the others fell silent, hastily settling their bills and departing. The waiter promptly served Qian Lan a glass of milk before hastily retreating. Upon noticing the notification on her system panel, Qian Lan realized she had progressed further towards acquiring the 6 pads level ninja tools. However, the choice of which 6 pads level tool to select left her in a state of indecision. "I witnessed it just now. It seems there's no need for us to fight," Makushin remarked as she raised her wine glass and downed its contents. "I didn't expect you to defeat the supernova of this trade route with a single strike. My observation hockey failed to detect your movement. If you are inclined to accept my terms, I shall join the Akatsuki." Is this fellow truly a supernova? Qian Lan felt a twinge of surprise, realizing this so-called supernova was rather weak, unable to withstand even one blow. Yet, she quickly acknowledged her own overwhelming strength. To vanquish a supernova so effortlessly was quite reasonable given her current prowess. Perhaps, in due time, she could eliminate one with a mere flick of her finger or a kick. Upon hearing this, Timon clenched her teeth in frustration. This woman had awakened her observation haki, and it was imperative for Timon to exert herself as well. Otherwise, her standing in Qian Lan's regard would become precarious. "Student, share your aspirations," Qian Lan called out. But Timon and Mokushin paid no heed to the playful antics of Chen Kuan, as Mokushin quietly recounted her tale. Originally, she had studied culinary arts alongside her brother in the Land of Flowers. After completing their training, her brother ventured out to sea first, striving to elevate his culinary skills. In pursuit of this dream, he borrowed money from the loan shark King Rufield to open a restaurant, only to be met with chaos instigated by Rufield's henchmen, which ultimately led to her brother's demise. Thus, in her quest for vengeance, Mokushin was prepared to undertake any measures necessary. Rest assured, Qian Lan will certainly avenge your brother. With his power, eliminating a ruler of the underworld is a trivial matter. Leave it to me, Timon reassured her. Qian Lan was aware that her aunt's tea party had a tendency to invite numerous individuals, including all 6 rulers of the underworld, making the task of taking down the lone shark king quite manageable. I'll call upon Zoro, Kuro, and Bartolomeo. Once we are acquainted, we shall set off for the city of the Spring Queen. With that, Qian Lan utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to summon the 3. A brief introduction sufficed for them to join the Akatsuki, and everyone welcomed the inclusion of the new chef. Soon, they boarded the maritime train heading to the city of the Spring Queen. This was not their first journey, so excitement had waned, giving way to casual conversation. Bartolomeo, why are we in such a rush to reach the city of the Spring Queen? There are still countless delicacies on Gourmet Island yet to be savored. Zoro chimed in. Indeed, I have exquisite wines yet to taste, Bartolomeo added. Their sentiments aligned perfectly, indicating that the allure of Gourmet Island outweighed that of Carnival City. Well, I heard that tomorrow in the arena of the city of the Spring Queen, a devil fruit is to be contested. That seems rather significant. Devil fruit. In truth, this was merely something Qian Lan had overheard while relishing the culinary delights of Gourmet Island, leaving her uncertain of its authenticity. Kuro, if this is indeed true, we must contest for it, as this could be the most probable devil fruit we encounter since setting sail. Zoro, however, displayed little enthusiasm. Let Kuro have it. As a swordsman, consuming a devil fruit is hardly suitable for me. I fear Master Qian Lan would also have no interest, and as for myself, I can no longer consume a second devil fruit. The group's tone suggested they were already confident of victory, with the current strength of the organization. Acquiring a mere devil fruit seemed like child's play. Yet, one cannot help but wonder about the type of fruit. If it turns out to be something utterly useless, it would truly be a waste. Of course, the strength of a devil fruit is not absolute. It is entirely dependent on the creativity of its wielder. While this notion holds some truth, it is not entirely accurate. If presented with a phoenix fruit and a whisper fruit, which would you choose? Time passed swiftly, and after an hour, the group arrived at the city of the Spring Queen. Upon exiting the station, they marveled at the city's beauty and prosperity. The streets were lined with shops featuring unique architectural styles, complemented by flower shops brimming with a variety of blossoms, all enveloped in the golden glow of the setting sun. Mushin, how nostalgic this place is. Let me show you around, Timon. With that, Mushin eagerly pulled Timon away, leaving the other 4 in a state of bemusement. Naturally, in the face of such splendor, Qian Lan was utterly entranced, while Zoro and Bartolomeo nonchalantly picked their noses. Kuro, on the other hand, adjusted his glasses habitually. Let us move. It's getting late, and we should find a place to rest. Thus, the 4 began to leisurely stroll down the street, unaware that the moment they left the station, they had already fallen under someone else's surveillance. In the highest chamber of the palace in the city of the Spring Queen, Your Majesty, the Akatsuki organization has arrived. And the cunning ninja, Qian Lan you anticipated, is also present. On the throne sat a fair-skinned, tall, and beautiful woman, her expression tinged with a hint of amusement. Are they headed to the arena tomorrow? Yes, Your Majesty, this information is accurate and reliable, though it seems General Sinai is also aware of it. The queen's brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing again, leaving one to ponder her thoughts. Let him be. Ensure surveillance is in place for tomorrow. I want to know everything regarding Qian Lan. Yes, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, aboard Admiral Kizaru's flagship. Ah? What a hassle. Have we returned to the city of the Spring Queen? It seems another trip is in order. Kizaru's tone was exceedingly languid, yet a hint of irritation crept through, having been kept waiting for so long. Even the lethargic Kizaru found it quite displeasing. Uncle Kizaru, Are we waiting in the wrong place? It appears we are headed to the city of the Spring Queen, which seems to be your hometown. With that, Kizaru curiously glanced at Momonosuke, who, despite his attire being reminiscent of Wano, hailed from the city of the Spring Queen, making him seem quite extraordinary. Upon hearing Kizaru's words, Momonosuke offered a wry smile. His hometown? Indeed, Uncle Yellow Ape. However, it will be difficult to take action at that time, as the Navy is generally prohibited from entering the Queen's City of Spring. We shall discuss it later. If not, we can encircle the Akatsuki organization from the outside. The next day, Timon was once again drawn out by Mushuan, and the two women resumed their leisurely strolls through the Queen's City of Spring. Meanwhile, Qian Lan and his companions set off towards the arena. Regardless of whether the devil fruit was genuine or what type it was certainly worth the trip for Qian Lan's group. Upon arriving at the arena, they quickly realized the immense influence of the devil fruit. Even if it was not a particularly powerful one, many were still willing to gamble on the odds. So many people. I wonder how long this will take. Let us go, Bartolomeo. They probably want to allow us to fight one-on-one. With that, Qian Lan pulled Bartolomeo to join the queue, and naturally, the four of them were in different lines to prevent an early encounter. As time passed, it finally came to Qian Lan's turn. The person in charge of drawing lots handed him a slip of paper. After stepping aside to check, he saw it read Ding 2, likely indicating the second match of the fourth group. With this thought, Qian Lan made his way to the designated resting area, encountering various bizarre characters along the way, as many in the world of One Piece possessed rather peculiar appearances. Upon his arrival, the atmosphere in the Ding 2 resting area momentarily stilled, with many individuals covertly observing Qian Lan's actions. Keenly perceptive, Qian Lan could sense the unfriendly gazes surrounding him, yet he paid no mind to these insignificant threats. Ding 1. All contestants drawn for Ding 1, please enter the arena for the match. As the referee's voice echoed, competitors began to enter the field, and soon, 20 stood atop a stone platform, indicating a grand melee. The match commenced. Instantly, the 20 participants exchanged glances before the tumultuous battle erupted. Whether they harbored past grievances or were mere strangers, all became adversaries. Those armed opened fire for surprise attacks, while those without weapons targeted the nearest foes. The clashing of swords and the roar of gunfire filled the air, accompanied by the haunting cries of the mortally wounded. The audience was ignited by the spectacle of life and death, their deafening cheers even momentarily drowning out the cacophony of gunfire. In such a low-tier contest, the use of weapons dominated the combat, with most relying on firearms and explosives, while true powerhouses were a rarity. Before long, the Ding 1 match concluded, leaving a robust man wielding a rocket launcher as the sole survivor. Ding 2, contestants drawn for Ding 2, please enter the arena. Gradually, more and more individuals arrived at the competition grounds, all eyeing each other warily. Increasingly, attention turned to Qian Lan, who sensed the mounting hostility directed at him. It appeared that once the match commenced, he would face a brutal onslaught from this motley crew, but ultimately, they were mere trifles in his eyes. The remaining 19 were patently weak. Match. Begin. Indeed, from the outset, the other 19 individuals encircled Qian Lan from all directions, their weapons aimed menacingly at him. Each face twisted into a grotesque grin. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon this fellow whose strength was unparalleled, with him present. The rest could not hope to claim the devil fruit. Yes, let us eliminate this strongest newcomer pirate, and thereafter, we shall engage in battle amongst ourselves. Contrasting sharply with the tense atmosphere in the arena, the audience erupted into fervor, whether it be a chaotic melee or a mutual brawl. The spectators cared little as long as blood was shed. The cunning ninja, Lord Qian Lan, is destined for victory. Lord Qian Lan, please, we implore you to demonstrate your ninjutsu. Is this truly him? Could it be a transformation technique? As Qian Lan's renown soared, the capabilities of ninjas captured increasing attention and spread like wildfire, amplifying the already popular tales of ninjas. Unperturbed by the tumult surrounding him, Qian Lan swiftly activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, subduing several armed individuals in an instant. What ensued was an unexpected massacre. The competitors who had initially contemplated joining forces against Qian Lan turned upon one another in a frenzy, as if deep-seated grudges ignited their violence. In a brief moment, aside from Qian Lan, only one remained alive. Bang! This last survivor, in a dramatic turn, fired a shot and collapsed before Qian Lan, seemingly taking his own life. At that moment, silence fell over the audience, the impact of the preceding scene striking many with profound force, transforming their initial indifference into palpable fear. TSK. Ignoring the gazes of others, Qian Lan calmly strode towards the arena's edge, whereupon a thunderous cheer erupted, enveloping the entire Colosseum. Indeed, what began as disbelief had morphed into exuberant applause. Qian Lan's actions had unleashed the primal instincts of the crowd, earning their unreserved acceptance. As time progressed, the contests reached their conclusion, leading to the ensuing melee among the victors from each district. In District D, 5 peculiar-looking champions emerged. You must be Qian Lan. I shall claim your head, even if I cannot obtain the devil fruit. A bounty of 100 million berries is a worthy prize. Indeed, such a chaotic scenario must be quite unfavorable for a powerhouse like you. Qian Lan, exasperated by the foolishness of his opponents, called out to the referee. May we commence the match? The referee, momentarily taken aback by Qian Lan's inquiry, found himself perplexed. Were not victors expected to exchange fierce words and glare at one another before the contest? Begin the match. Impatiently, Qian Lan acted decisively, having already marked the 4 with his flying thunder god technique. In an instant, he materialized behind one, deftly slicing across the individual's neck with his kunai, leaving the victim clutching their throat as they awaited the inevitability of death. How did he manage that? The onlookers wondered. Unfazed, Qian Lan reappeared behind another, employing the same technique. Another body crumpled to the ground, hands grasping their neck, awaiting their demise. I'm done. Run. The remaining 2, quick-witted, dashed in opposite directions, believing that this maneuver might liberate them from the shadow cast by Qian Lan. Regrettably, all the endeavors of the 2 individuals proved to be futile. Even if they had leapt towards the arena simultaneously, the flying thunder god technique, akin to the speed of teleportation, enabled Qian Lan to eliminate both in the blink of an eye. Is this the legendary cunning ninja, Qian Lan? Such remarkable prowess. One wonders whether Master Qian Lan will seize victory in the afternoon's competition. The referee timely engaged the audience, intensifying their excitement and anticipation for the impending match. Meanwhile, Qian Lan had already departed from the arena, awaiting the arrival of Zoro and the others. 15 minutes later, Qian Lan inquired, what transpired? As he spoke, he promptly employed the palm healing technique to tend to Crow's wounds. Fortunately, Crow's several knife wounds were not fatal, albeit rather severe. It's nothing. I merely encountered a stronger opponent than expected, Crow replied, spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, that individual should not pose a threat to you, Captain. Who was responsible for this? We must seek retribution. It is a principle upon which I founded the Akatsuki. Suddenly, Bartolomeo pulled Qian Lan aside and whispered conspiratorially in his ear, mentioning that the audience had seemingly cheered for General Sinai, the general of the Kingdom of Spring. Qian Lan's inner fury did not diminish. Whoever it was would pay dearly. Within the palace, the queen furrowed her brow slightly, feeling increasingly discontented with Sinai. Has he finally succumbed to violence? Can he no longer tolerate my directives? Her expression shifted again, contemplating that if he were to be slain by the Akatsuki, then the Kingdom of Spring would no longer have to develop according to his whims. Indeed, Your Majesty, for the sake of his position within the world government, too many children have been sent to the Navy and the world government each year. Such an era must come to an end. I shall attend this afternoon's match to witness it all firsthand. In the afternoon, the injured Crow was being cared for by Timon and Mushuan at the inn, while Qian Lan, Zoro, and Bartolomeo made their way to the competition venue. The first to enter was General Sinai, the very individual who had injured Crow, and the audience erupted into fervent cheers for his appearance. Next was Bartolomeo, who was met with a chorus of boos, evidently due to his lackluster performance in the previous battle. Perhaps he had even disgraced himself before the crowd. Zoro's entrance elicited a muted response, as his current bounty was still rather modest. When Qian Lan finally made his entrance, he was greeted with thunderous applause. The preceding battles had garnered him immense popularity. Ultimately, the last figure to don a navy coat appeared in the arena, and Qian Lan immediately recognized him as the captain of the Navy's scientific division, Vegapunk's bodyguard, Frankie. During the match, you two hold off that burly man. I shall confront Sinai. Qian Lan instructed. Leave it to me and the green algae head, Master Qian Lan. Just then, the system panel underwent a transformation, and the task rewards ignited a surge of excitement within Qian Lan. Task: eliminate CP0 Xenoi task level. S task reward: Would release bloodline limit. Qian Lan gazed at Zhang Taowan and inquired, Zhang Taowan, what brings you here? Zhang Taowan glared at Qian Lan with indignation, declaring, I am the most tight-lipped man in the world. How could I possibly reveal that Admiral Kizaru has come to apprehend you? Task. Defeat Admiral Kizaru and his Navy subordinates. Task level. SS task reward. Complete Nine Tails form. Qian Lan was taken aback by the sudden emergence of two enticing tasks, which filled him with a surge of motivation. Let the competition commence. The referee's voice ignited the flames of battle as Xenoi and Zhang Tao once simultaneously charged towards Qian Lan. Heavy cut axe. Hurricane slash. Their sequential attacks converged upon Qian Lan, the sheer force of their onslaught igniting fervor among the spectators. The queen observed with a hint of anxiety, aware that the fate of Spring Queen City and its liberation from the world government hinged upon today's battle and her own performance. Boom. With a single kick, Qian Lan effortlessly neutralized Xenoi's assault, and soon the two engaged in a fierce clash utilizing the six styles. Zhang Taowan collided with Bartolomeo's barrier and quickly retreated, prompting Zoro to unleash a swift slash directed at the airborne Zhang Taowan. Paper drawing soft. In an astonishing maneuver, Zhang Taowan evaded Zoro's strike with remarkable agility. Our adversary is you. The battlefield was distinctly divided into two segments, one with Qian Lan and Xenoi, and the other showcasing Zoro and Bartolomeo teaming up against Zhang Taowan. General Xenoi, you are the strongest. Eliminate this fool. Lord Qian Lan will surely prevail. Perish, Bartolomeo. Despite the shouts from the audience, the seasoned combatants remained unfazed. Bartolomeo, however, sneered dismissively at the spectators. Seventh day calling technique. Fourth activation. Lightning released chakra mode. Instantly, a striking red and blue aura enveloped Qian Lan, exuding immense power. Xenoi remarked, You are quite serious from the outset. Killing you would earn me great merit, and soon you shall realize that your peculiar techniques are utterly futile. Only strength is of true essence. As he spoke, Xenoi's hands were enveloped in the color of armament haki, and he likely activated his observation haki as well. Not to be outdone, Qian Lan similarly coated his kunai with armament haki, his three-tomo Sharingan continuously rotating, keenly observing Xeno's movements. In an instant, both combatants struck simultaneously as if they had choreographed their actions. Finger gun, machine gun. Finger gun, machine gun. The air was filled with afterimages of their hands as the armament haki-covered fingers clashed and nullified each other. Steel shave. Steel shave. The two figures collided once more, causing the arena beneath them to erupt in a violent explosion. The audience was momentarily stunned, their expressions blank as they absorbed the spectacle, before an exhilarating cheer erupted throughout the arena. Can you truly replicate my martial arts? It appears you possess a remarkable prowess. Gale foot. Sinai leapt into the air, executing a rapid spin while unleashing a flurry of gale feet. In mere moments, the entire arena was left in tatters, with some strikes narrowly missing the valiant Momo. Engage me, and your fate is sealed. The mark of the Flying Thunder God technique had already been inscribed upon Sinai during the previous skirmish, leaving the ensuing battle devoid of suspense. In an instant, the figure of Qian Lan materialized to Sinai's right, delivering a forceful kick. Despite Sinai employing the observation haki, his speed proved insufficient. Iron block. Just as he was about to crash into the arena, Sinai activated his specialized iron block, enveloping himself in a layer of armament haki. Qian Lan continued his pursuit, mirroring Sinai's prior maneuver by descending from the skies with a devastating blow aimed at the ground. Boom. The already dilapidated arena erupted in a shower of debris, with some fragments nearly striking the queen. How perilous! Sinai exhaled a long sigh. Had he not exerted force with his right hand to propel himself out of the pit, he would have surely met his demise from that last attack. Qian Lan was somewhat taken aback by Sinai's ability to evade his strike, albeit only slightly. Oh, the essence of the six styles, life return? The visible injuries on Sinai's face began to staunch, and his aura surged. 60 techniques, Great Dragon Cannon. Qian Lan was startled to discover that this adversary possessed the six styles, and in an instant, he found himself pierced through the chest. Haha. Before Sinai could even let out a laugh, a sharp pain pierced through his chest, and looking down, he beheld a bloodied kunai. Mission reward. Would release bloodline limit. Mastered. A warm current coursed through Qian Lan, and a breath of life emanated from his surroundings. In truth, Qian Lan's would release was not merely a bloodline limit but a bloodline elimination, akin to Danzo and Yamato, though both wielded would release. Their powers were merely a fusion of earth and water attributes, rendering their techniques rather fragile. However, within Qian Lan flowed yang attribute chakra, combined with the existing earth and water, resulting in a would release bloodline elimination formed from 3 chakra types. Bartle, Zoro, step aside. At Qian Lan's command, the two trusted his words implicitly and promptly leapt aside. Would release, binding technique. Caught off guard, Momo was ensnared by Qian Lan, dramatically concluding the match. The victor, please step forward to receive the champion's prize, the devil fruit. From Her Majesty the Queen, Qian Lan descended from the ring, striding toward the central steps of the arena, where the coveted devil fruit awaited beside the queen. As Qian Lan approached, the queen mustered her courage to stand, slowly making her way to face him. Are you willing to become the king of this nation? As long as you vow to protect this land, all shall be yours, even myself. The queen gazed intently at Qian Lan, her heart racing, uncertain of the thoughts swirling within the expressionless man before her. Would he decline her offer, considering her terms and beauty? In a state of bewilderment, Qian Lan found herself somewhat at a loss. Had she truly been swindled out of the devil fruit she had earned through her own prowess? Your Majesty, I have already developed affections for someone else. If you grant me the devil fruit, I shall take my leave from this nation, she declared, as she reached for the box containing the devil fruit nearby. Subsequently, she presented a kunai inscribed with the flying thunder god technique to the queen. Should this kingdom face peril, I shall intervene once. I sincerely hope that your Majesty never has to employ it. I intend to confront Admiral Kazuru, and at that time, none shall dare disturb the city of Spring Queen. With those words, Qian Lan descended the stairs without a backward glance, rejoining Zoro and Bartolomeo. She truly wished to remain unaffected by such trivial matters, yet leaving abruptly did not sit well with her, hence she left behind a kunai of the flying thunder god. Zoro, Bartolomeo, Admiral Kazuru is already in the city of Spring Queen. After you hand the devil fruit over to Kuro, you must leave immediately, she instructed, passing a kunai to Bartolomeo. The two understood the urgency. Zoro seized the box and sprinted toward the inn, with Bartolomeo quickly following, anxious that Zoro might lose his way. Shadow Clone Technique. 2 identical clones of Qian Lan materialized, bearing the Shandian War Peach, and making their way toward the outskirts of the city of Spring Queen. Along their path, Qian Lan attracted widespread attention. It was quite the spectacle to see 3 identical figures strolling down the street, igniting curiosity among the onlookers. At that moment, several cameras were aimed at Qian Lan, incessantly capturing images of her and the Shandian War Peach. Surely you do not intend to use me to threaten Uncle Kazuru. That is utterly impossible. With his speed, he would undoubtedly rescue me, the Shandian War Peach mused. Qian Lan did not respond, but instead posed a query. Shandian War Peach. What has Dr. Vegapunk been researching lately? I am the most tight-lipped man in the world. I shall never divulge that Dr. Vegapunk is studying laser cannons, he retorted. In truth, Qian Lan's interest in Vegapunk was not rooted in his weaponry, but rather in his studies of the devil fruits. Though that could only be addressed in the New World. After more than half an hour, Qian Lan had ensnared the Shandian War Peach with her wood-release technique and arrived at the coastline. The wildflowers and grasses that should have presented a picturesque scene were marred by the presence of naval warships. To her surprise, the Shandian War Peach had been captured. It appeared she had underestimated this ninja. On the deck of the warship, Admiral Kazuru stood prominently, with all cannons trained upon Qian Lan, poised for immediate fire. Admiral Kazuru, shall we commence bombardment? Doberman inquired. As a representative of the hawkish faction, Doberman's sense of justice mirrored that of Akainu. The captured Shandian War Peach could perish for the Navy, and even if he were captured himself, he would accept that fate. However, Gion interjected. The Shandian War Peach is affiliated with Dr. Vegapunk's scientific division. We, the Navy, have no authority to execute him. Kizuru found himself exasperated by the 2 officers sent his way, one aligned with Akainu's hawkish stance, and the other with Akiji's dovish perspective. The 2 were at an impasse, prompting Kizuru to contemplate the need for his own faction, perhaps to be dubbed the lazy faction. The artillery fire has become futile against such formidable adversaries. Henceforth, the 3 of us shall engage directly, and no others shall partake in the ensuing battle. In an instant, 3 figures from the warship descended before Qian Lan, while Daoboman and Jiyuan unsheathed their renowned blades. Yield at once, young man. I shall spare your life, declared Kizaru. This back and forth is far too cumbersome. Manchi D. Kizaru. Your identity must be quite significant. Could it be that you are affiliated with the Revolutionary Army? Qian Lan boldly posed the question that echoed the curiosity of countless netizens. Was the man before him truly Luffy's uncle? Otherwise, why would he go so easy on them? How dare you question the supreme might of our navy? Jiyuan retorted. Qian Lan scoffed dismissively. After all, the pinnacle of the scientific division, Vegapunk, was a subordinate of Dragon. Why could the navy's highest power not also be aligned with Dragon? Before Qian Lan could finish his thought, Daoboman unleashed a slashing strike toward him, seemingly indifferent to his own identity. Boom. Utilizing his 3-tomo Sharingan. Qian Lan had already foreseen Daoboman's movement, countering with a swift kick that neutralized the attack. This ignited the flames of battle among the four. Seeing this, Jiyuan joined Daoboman in a coordinated assault on Qian Lan, their relentless attacks forcing him to retreat. Is it unnecessary for me to intervene? Kizaru remarked as he severed the trees, ensnaring Sabo, liberating him from his predicament. Kizaru, Daoboman and Jiyuan are not Qian Lan's match. He hasn't even exerted his full strength. Came the assessment. How terrifying. Faced with the onslaught of 2 admirals, he remains unfazed. These new pirates are indeed growing increasingly powerful. In the blink of an eye, Kizaru appeared before Qian Lan. Have you ever experienced a lightspeed kick, young man? In an instant, Qian Lan's figure vanished before Kizaru, only to reappear behind Sabo, with a kunai poised at his throat. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed from behind Qian Lan, revealing Kizaru's intentions. He had no plans to spare Qian Lan's life. To escape from my grasp, few possess the speed to keep up with me on these seas, Kizaru mused, genuinely impressed by the young man who could match the speed of the Navy's elite. The future of piracy, it seemed, would only grow more ferocious. At this moment, Sabo, resolved to face his fate, bellowed at Kizaru. Uncle Kizaru, do not concern yourself with me. Strike down this fiend. Oh, you are my most adorable subordinate. I cannot allow you to perish at this scoundrel's hands, Kizaru replied. With a swift kick, Qian Lan sent Sabo flying, leveraging the momentum to retreat a significant distance. A smile adorning his face as he regarded Daoboman, Kizu, Jiyuan, and Sabo. 7th day of invocation, 4th activation. Lightning release, chakra mode. Come forth. This battle shall etch my name across the vast seas. Young man, could this perhaps be your final battle? Henceforth, you may dwell for eternity in the depths of Impel Down, Kizaru cautioned. Fire release, great fireball technique. The familiar technique was unleashed, the enormous fireball igniting the grass below in an instant. Daoboman, Shuan, and Jean Tamaru swiftly evaded to the sides, while Huang Yuan remained stationary, utilizing his elemental transformation. Lightning release, Thunder Tiger Strike. The lightning beast lunged at the freshly landed Daoboman, providing an opportunity for Huang Yuan and Shiwan to assault Qian Lan. A laser beam narrowly grazed Qian Lan's ear, while Shiwan's famed blade, Kenpira, sliced towards Qian Lan's abdomen. Meanwhile, the unarmed Jean Tamaru, enveloped in the aura of Haki, threw a desperate punch at Qian Lan. Clang! Qian Lan's kunai intercepted Shiwan's strike, followed by a counterpunch that sent Jean Tamaru flying. Water release, water surge wave. Qian Lan formed hand seals with one hand and unleashed a torrent of water, drenching the close-range Shiwan. Rebounding from being struck, Jean Tamaru and Daoboman charged at Qian Lan once more, combining their efforts in a fierce attack. In an instant, Qian Lan reappeared behind Jean Tamaru, delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring. The mark of the flying thunder god on his body could not be easily erased, especially as Jean Tamaru remained oblivious to it. Huang Yuan commanded, "You 3 should withdraw. This battle is ill-suited for an excess of participants." Aware that Qian Lan's speed rivaled his own, Huang Yuan recognized that the incessant attacks from Shiwan, Daoboman, and Jean Tamaru hindered his own offensive, risking injury to his allies. Obeying Huang Yuan's order, the trio retreated to the shore, with Shiwan feeling sticky and returning to the warship to change clothes. "Come forth, young lad. Let me witness your speed." With this, Huang Yuan flashed before Qian Lan and delivered a side kick to his left shoulder. Qian Lan was propelled away like a rolling gourd, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Light heavy rock technique. After casting the technique upon himself, Qian Lan levitated, wearing a smile as he gazed at Huang Yuan, seemingly inviting him to aerial combat. Amatsumagetsuchi. Huang Yuan began to gather photons, and soon a long sword radiating golden light materialized in his grasp. In a flash of golden brilliance, Huang Yuan appeared before Qian Lan, swinging the Amatsumagetsuchi downwards. Clang! Qian Lan's kunai, imbued with haki, clashed against the sword, and with a surge of strength, he pushed Huang Yuan away. Possessing the 7-day calling technique and lightning release chakra mode, Qian Lan was not inferior to anyone in martial arts. Huang Yuan, however, leveraged the moonwalk to remain suspended in midair. For the Maramara, Nomi did not grant him the ability to hover. Thus, the two engaged in an intense aerial duel. The golden Amatsumagetsuchi and the black kunai colliding repeatedly, igniting a flurry of sparks. Impressive. It seems our presence is indeed superfluous. Perhaps we even hindered Uncle Huang Yuan. Daoman remarked. Should we summon another admiral from headquarters? It appears Huang Yuan is not at an advantage. We must trust in the highest combat power of headquarters, especially since Huang Yuan is not particularly skilled in martial arts. In the aerial realm, Huang Yuan's combat capability paled in comparison to Qian Lan's, placing him at a distinct disadvantage. In the air, Qian Lan and Kizaru clashed once more, and as a marine admiral, Kizaru was forcefully kicked down by Qian Lan, transforming into a beam of light that descended to the ground. How terrifying! Such strength, akin to that of a monster. Hence, I cannot let you escape easily this time. With that, Kizaru crossed his arms and aimed upwards at Qian Lan. Yada no Kagami. Countless photons erupted from Kizaru's hands, showering towards Qian Lan with an astonishing speed that left him struggling to respond. As Qian Lan continuously shifted his position in the air, Kizaru's onslaught persisted, with photons narrowly grazing his face, resembling a game where Kizaru was targeting an airborne opponent. Boom! A tremendous explosion roared, enveloping the air in a thick cloud of smoke. Did it succeed? Have we eliminated that scoundrel? Ju wondered. Caught off guard, Qian Lan's figure materialized behind Kizaru, and with a kunai imbued with haki, he struck down fiercely, causing a stream of blood to erupt from Kizaru. Moments later, a golden figure coalesced nearby, the bright crimson stain on Kizaru's back glaringly evident. It had been years since he endured such a grave injury since his ascent to the rank of admiral. It appeared he needed to take matters seriously. Nevertheless, Kizaru swiftly activated his life return, staunching the flow of blood, effectively suppressing his wounds. Once again, he transformed into a golden light, reappearing before Qian Lan in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful right hook aimed at Qian Lan's face. Haha, have you finally managed to withdraw your hand from your pocket? Qian Lan, regaining his composure, countered with a right hook of his own, their fists colliding immediately. You two have fallen into my trap. Sensing danger, Qian Lan swiftly sidestepped, but alas, his right hand was still grazed by Kizaru's laser. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he shifted to Kizaru's left side, thrusting his kunai once more. As a marine admiral, Kizaru sensed the shift in Qian Lan's presence, realizing he had appeared on his left. However, his body could not keep pace with Qian Lan's speed. Once again, the same technique. The kunai pierced Kizaru's shoulder. Ignoring his injury, Kizaru retaliated with a kick, which Qian Lan blocked with his arm. Boom! The explosion engulfed both of them once more, and soon, photons coalesced to form Kizaru's silhouette again. Is he dead? Doberman inquired. I fear I must disappoint you, Qian Lan replied, appearing behind Ju, his kunai poised at her throat. Fortunately, all four bore the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique. Otherwise, that last strike could have been quite harmful. Weritumaru and Doberman immediately fell on high alert, refraining from making any rash movements. I will kill you sooner or later, Ju declared. Feeling the trembling figure in his grasp, Qian Lan silently recited a calming incantation. Now was not the time for such thoughts. With another powerful kick, he left a massive shoe print on Ju's rear, sending her sprawling aside with his overwhelming strength. Qian Lan then twirled his kunai back to face Kizaru, a nonchalant smirk still adorning his face. Admiral Borsellino, it appears that I shall not be able to reach the undersea prison, impelled down, today. The yellow monkey, seemingly unfazed by Qian Lan's teasing tone, allowed the lecherous grin on his face to gradually fade away. Subsequently, a dazzling radiance began to emanate from him, rendering the bright daylight all the more blinding. With a quivering voice, War Peach Maru urged, board the warships, retreat the entire fleet. Quickly, Doberman, his face etched with confusion, inquired, what is happening? Can Admiral Borsellino's battle still affect us? The admirals of the Navy possess calamity-level combat prowess, and our current distance makes us vulnerable to collateral damage. We must command the warships to retreat at full speed. Understanding the gravity of the situation, both Guillaume and Doberman watched as 5 naval vessels hastily retreated. Perish, boy. However, I must admit I cannot ensure your remains will be intact. The golden light surrounding Borsalino intensified, and the blinding brightness rendered Qian Lan's Sharingan nearly ineffective in discerning his figure. Qian Lan had no choice but to exert all his strength to sense Borsalino's presence using his observation haki. In an instant, a sharp pain shot through Qian Lan's shoulder, indicating he had sustained a serious injury. Yet, this was the moment to fight with all his might. Qian Lan focused intently on tracking the rapidly moving Borsalino. To the distant observers, Qian Lan and Borsalino appeared ensnared within an immense golden barrier, continuously erupting with explosions. Inside the barrier, Qian Lan relentlessly employed the Flying Thunder God technique to pursue Borsalino, but the Admiral seemed to strike in every direction. Even when he occasionally hit Qian Lan, he would swiftly withdraw. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless chase within the barrier, with Borsalino's fruit abilities manifesting as exceptionally potent in close quarters. Of course, achieving the speed of light was utterly impossible. Otherwise, even Emu would have to contend with Borsalino's formidable prowess. Nonetheless, Borsalino's rapid movements and Qian Lan's close-range attacks, which often fell short, created a peculiar equilibrium. This cannot continue, Qian Lan realized, understanding that his Flying Thunder God technique would undoubtedly exhaust him more than Borsalino's light fruit. Even if Borsalino's martial arts were weaker, they still surpassed those of the other 2 admirals. Thus, Qian Lan remained stationary, attuning himself to any potential movement of Borsalino within the barrier, oblivious to the blood streaming from his own Sharingan. As Qian Lan fervently evaded Borsalino's attacks, while simultaneously observing with his Sharingan, he soon bore several wounds. A roar reverberated across the coastline, and within the barrier, Qian Lan's eyes morphed. His once 3-tomo Sharingan transformed into a swirling black pinwheel. He could not help but muse, is this the past and the future? Such a formidable ability. Yet seeing the future feels somewhat redundant. Though his kaleidoscope could glimpse the future and alter the past, mastering observation haki could yield similar insights, rendering the foresight somewhat superfluous. However, this did afford Qian Lan the potential for a counterattack against Borsalino. In an instant, he harnessed his ability to foresee the future and executed the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the location where Borsalino was about to materialize. Hell stab! Qian Lan's right hand lunged toward Borsalino's chest, yet regrettably, it did not penetrate. Perhaps it is the fate of the yellow ape that he is not meant to perish. Or perhaps it is his innate perception of danger as a formidable warrior. Just as Qian Lan was about to strike, the yellow ape deftly retreated. After a fleeting flash of brilliance, his figure materialized on the naval warship, though a stain of crimson on his chest horrified those around him. Medical personnel. Doctors. Quickly. Retreat immediately. The entire army withdraw. The naval ship became a flurry of activity, and under the concerted efforts of 2 vice admirals and the valiant War Peach, order was eventually restored and a structured retreat commenced. Nevertheless, the yellow ape was likely to survive, for the effects of life restoration are indeed remarkable, akin to a formidable glitch in existence. Observing the departure of the Navy, Qian Lan refrained from pursuing. Instead, he began to employ wood release to mend the land ravaged by their battle. The coastline of the Queen's City, after all, had been devastated, and were it not for the island's considerable size, even the distant cities might have felt the repercussions. Mission reward: complete 9 tails, tamed, host, Qian Lan level, super shadow attributes, wind, thunder, fire, earth, water, yin, yang ninjutsu, body flicker technique, impure world reincarnation, hell stab, flying thunder god technique, light heavy rock technique, water candy manipulation taijutsu, 7 heavens breathing method, incomplete, lightning release chakra mode bloodline limit, Mangekyo Sharingan, would release summoning beast, Karama blades, space scroll, marketplace, kunai, shuriken. Explosive tags. Gazing at the alterations in the system panel, particularly the bloodline limit and summoning beast, Qian Lan realized he had struck an impressive bargain. Naturally, the recent battle could not remain concealed. After all, there were explosions, aerial displays, and radiant golden light, which likely spread throughout the city. Within the palace, the queen, occupying the apex of this nation, received the news and was left astounded. The naval admiral has been defeated? At this, the queen erupted into manic laughter. With Zinai deceased and the naval admiral in retreat, the grip of the world government was dissipating, allowing this nation to flourish according to its own will. As she caressed the kunai in her hand, a hint of moisture appeared at the corner of her eye, though she swiftly wiped it away. Meanwhile, a small boat drifted aimlessly across the sea, with all aboard fixated on a single kunai, their faces etched with despair. Master Qian Lan still hasn't returned. Could the naval admiral truly be that formidable? He is the highest combat strength of the navy. Can he really survive to reach us? Murmured Bartolomeo, his head bowed in quiet sobs, fearing he had been the cause of his demise. Fear not. He is my acknowledged captain. He will surely be fine, reassured Zoro, possessing the fortitude to calm their anxious hearts. Timon and Kuro, though equally concerned for Qian Lan's safety, remained silent, their gazes locked on the kunai. At that moment, Qian Lan's figure appeared at the center of the boat, laughing heartily at the group. In turn, they joined him in laughter, though none understood the cause of their mirth. Perched on Qian Lan's shoulder, Kurama smirked, "You foolish children, what is so amusing?" Bartolomeo gasped, "A nine-tailed fox that can talk." As Mushan reached out to embrace the Kyubi, she was met only with a swift bite from the creature. "This fellow will soon become our companion. His name is Kyubi, and he possesses remarkable strength." Zoro scoffed. "Just a foul-smelling fox. What are you saying, you green-haired fool?" With that, the ship of the Akatsuki was promptly revealed, and everyone swiftly made their way to the kitchen. Bartolomeo placed a box containing the devil fruit onto the table, while Qian Lan gently opened it. "Can you recognize it?" The group gathered around the devil fruit, exchanging puzzled glances. For if it were easily identifiable, its existence would have already been announced during the competition. Ultimately, it was Kuro, the brains of the operation, who proved most reliable. Producing a hefty 3-inch thick encyclopedia of devil fruits from his quarters and slapping it onto the table. They began by assessing the fruit's patterns and shape to determine its classification, comparing it with similar specimens. Thus, they busied themselves, flipping through the pages of the devil fruit encyclopedia. Unfortunately, after much searching, they could only deduce that it was highly likely to be a natural-type devil fruit. "Are you going to eat it, Kuro?" Everyone watched anxiously as Kuro took the fruit in hand. Even Kyubi, perched on Qian Lan's shoulder, wore a curious expression. At this moment, it was a step towards paradise or a plunge into the abyss. After all, no natural-type devil fruit could be deemed worthless unless the individual was truly unworthy. Kuro bit into the devil fruit, forcing himself to swallow despite the revolting taste. Instantly, all eyes were on him, curious about what transformations he might undergo. Zoro remarked, "No reaction. Do you feel anything?" Kuro shook his head, sensing no special abilities, which caused a wave of disappointment to wash over the group. "Let us go outside and take a look." With that, Qian Lan executed the flying thunder god technique, arriving at the ship's railing. "I'll pull you. Let us jump and see if there are any effects." Reluctantly, Kuro inhaled deeply and leaped into the sea, only to sink like a stone. Seeing this, Qian Lan immediately fished Kuro out of the water, and once he regained his composure, Kuro lay on the deck, gasping for air. Suddenly, the previously planted orange tree began to stir. The earth beneath it shifted and coalesced into a small mound. Pointing finger, Qian Lan's index finger pierced Kuro's arm. However, lacking the covering of haki, the attack failed to harm a natural-type devil fruit user. Kuro instinctively transformed into an elemental state, evading Qian Lan's strike, and in that moment, he realized the truth. A natural-type Doton fruit user. "Kuro, you've struck gold." In the original narrative, the fruits most resembling the Doton fruit are the natural-type sand fruit and the superhuman stone fruit. Overall, the users of these fruits are not considered weak. Crocodile. The former Shichibukai could stand toe-to-toe with anyone, and Pika had been defeated by a now 2-year trained Zoro, yet he still showcased impressive strength. Bartolomeo exclaimed, "Excellent. Let us host a banquet to welcome Mushan and the foul fox." Mushan replied, "Just in time. I shall showcase my skills for everyone." Zoro, "I shall retrieve the wine purchased from the island of fine spirits." New World. World Economic News Agency. President. A great battle has erupted in the first half of the Grand Line, where the devious ninja, Qian, has vanquished the Marine Admiral Kazuru, inflicting severe injuries upon him. "What?" exclaimed Morgans, instantly rising to his feet, astonished that the cunning ninja, Qian has bested Admiral Kizaru. A tense Morgans began to sift through the documents and photographs in his hands. If this is true, it would constitute a world-shattering headline. Indeed, the source of this information is extraordinarily reliable. The battles of such formidable warriors cannot remain concealed. Morgans, in a fit of excitement, leaped onto his desk, proclaiming to all present, "Everyone, print this news. I shall not let this monumental story slip away. President, what shall the headline be? The birth of the fifth Emperor of the Sea. Marine Headquarters, Marine Fort." As the violent arm of the world government, the Marine Headquarters is typically a hive of activity, yet operates in an orderly manner. Suddenly, a piercing alarm reverberates throughout Marine Fort as a warship hastily docks. "What is the matter?" Guion spoke with a quivering voice. "Sister Tsuru, Admiral Kizaru has sustained grave injuries. We rushed back with the fastest vessel, and he requires immediate medical attention." At that moment, all the high-ranking officers present at Marine Headquarters gathered around, their expressions filled with concern for Kizaru. "Quickly, provide treatment for Borsellino. All others, to the conference room." Under the directives of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the entire Marine organization sprang into action, while Kizaru was transported for the best possible care. In the conference room, the gravity of the situation was palpable on everyone's faces. The upper echelons of the Marine understood the implications. A boy in his early 20s has severely injured the Marine Headquarters pinnacle of combat power, and the seas ahead would likely no longer remain tranquil. Immediately, the news of Kizaru's injuries was to be sealed. The various branch bases in the first half of the Grand Line were to intensify their hunt for pirates, ensuring the Marines' dominance over that territory. Meanwhile, the Marine branches in the New World would retreat cautiously, maintaining their strength, while Admiral Akainu would lead an incursion into the New World, with Garp in a supporting role. Other available vice admirals returned to their posts to ensure the safety of the headquarters. As the strategic mind Sengoku issued commands, the vast marine machinery began to operate swiftly, executing each directive with meticulous precision. Regrettably, the ramifications of the battle between Qian and Kizaru were far too significant. This is news that neither the Marines nor the leaders of the world government could suppress. At this moment, the entire sea was anything but tranquil. New World. Whole Cake Island. The Yonko Big Mom devoured a three-tiered cake in one bite, exclaiming, the one who defeated an admiral? A mere 20-year-old boy. Who do you think would be a suitable match for the cunning ninja Qian?" Katakuri replied, "Mother, let us wait until this fellow can survive to the New World before making such decisions." Meanwhile, Onigashima, Wano Country. Is he the one who defeated the admiral? Alas, he is not a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Otherwise, I would certainly recruit him into the Beast Pirates. Yamato, Lord Kaido, you seem to have had too much to drink. The Moby Dick. How intriguing. A youth who has vanquished an admiral. The fifth Emperor of the Sea, perhaps? I wonder if he is worthy of such a title. Marco gazed helplessly at his father, yet his attention was drawn to the alarming news on the newspaper regarding Chihira. The Red Force. Beckman handed the newspaper to Shanks, exclaiming, "A boy who has defeated an admiral. How astonishing." Shanks took a glance and erupted with joy. Defeated an admiral? A feast. A feast. Kuro, Chihira, did you see? The fifth Emperor of the Sea. Chihira, with a bounty of 1.3 billion berries. The current supernova's pale in comparison to you. Bartolomeo flamboyantly dashed across the deck, as if he too had a bounty of 1.3 billion berries. Had I known, I should have gone too. Otherwise, this bounty is rather unimpressive. Bartolomeo raised his middle finger at Zoro. That's the highest combat strength of the Navy headquarters. Do you think it's so easy to just blend in? Haha. The highest combat strength of the Navy headquarters? Just wait until he witnesses my prowess. Nine Llamas spoke with an imposing tone, yet his doll-like appearance made it difficult to take his words seriously. Bartolomeo, filthy fox, scoundrel, little brat. Timon and Mushin observed the playful antics of their companions, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles. Mushin was confident that she could avenge her brother, even taking it upon herself in the future. Chihira, let us hurry and train. Ahead lies an uncharted sea. Timon, the warlord Gecko Moria? That seems to belong to a realm of zombies. Mushin's expression instantly fell, fear etched on her face. Clearly terrified of the supernatural, Bartolomeo and Zoro wore smiles, both curious about the zombies under Gecko Moria's command. Unbeknownst to Zoro, among them lay the corpse of their ancestor, merely draped in the shadow of Brooke's severed essence. Thus, the crew commenced their training aboard the ship. preparing for the impending clash with the warlords of the sea. In a realm of utter darkness, a voice suddenly pierced the silence. Zoro, a 3. Bartolomeo, no? Zoro, I said I have a 3. Bartolomeo, I said I cannot afford it. Zoro, Bartolomeo, and Mushin were engaged in a game of do di ju on the deck, having drifted in this dark sea for 2 days without sighting any land. Chihira and Timon lounged in rocking chairs, seeking to alleviate their internal pressures. Kuro sat beneath the mast, engrossed in a book, utilizing the lamp's light for his nocturnal reading. 2 days enveloped in darkness. The initial thrill of a world devoid of daylight had now morphed into tedium and profound discomfort. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Yo-ho-ho! Yo-ho-ho! Bink's sake resonated in the air, stirring emotions within the crew. Muksen exclaimed, "Is it possible for someone to sing Bink's sake? Could there truly be a ghost?" Qian Lan, intrigued, gazed ahead, asserting, "It is not a ghost. Rather, it is likely a unique devil fruit user." A puzzled Kuro inquired, "What kind of unique devil fruit ability?" "A paramecia type, the Yomi Yomi no Mi," Qian Lan elucidated. "One can only harness its power after experiencing death." As they drew nearer, a dilapidated ship sailed upon the waves, and a skeleton leaned against the railing, gazing toward them. A ghost. Timon and Muksen immediately clung to one another, their fear palpable, even causing the previously fearless Timon to falter. Zoro, Bartolomeo, Kuro, and Qian Lan gradually rose, soaring onto the derelict vessel. "Ah, how splendid! Such formidable flight capabilities!" Brook exclaimed. "Hey, Brook, Laboon has been waiting for you for nearly 50 years. Qian Lan's words struck a chord deep within Brook's heart, evoking sorrow that compelled him to collapse onto the ground. Lamenting his plight, though as a skeleton, he was incapable of shedding tears. The 4 companions patiently awaited Brook to express his grief, silence enveloping them. Soon, Brook rose and bowed to Qian Lan and the others, expressing gratitude, albeit in a somber tone. "However, I cannot leave just yet. My shadow has been trapped within the body of a swordsman by Moria. Mission: retrieve Brook's shadow mission level. A mission reward: Rasengan. The Rasengan, an A-rank ninjutsu, was undeniably powerful, and Qian Lan found satisfaction in the mission, feeling somewhat akin to the formidable Eternal. Rest assured, we shall seize Moria's pirate ship, and I will reclaim your shadow," Qian Lan assured him. Brook replied with a joyful, "Ah, splendid. Allow me to guide you to Moria's ship." He then leaped into the sea, running across the surface. "Indeed, a remarkable devil fruit ability," Kuro observed. The group leisurely returned to the ship of the Akatsuki, and upon Brook's arrival aboard, he revealed his true nature. "Might I admire your undergarments?" he inquired. "Absolutely not." Muksen and Timon simultaneously struck Brook's skeletal face in response. Thus, the members of the Akatsuki began their voyage under Brook's direction, soon spotting the specter ship of Gecko Moria. The vessel loomed like a massive island amidst the darkness, its imposing castle evoking a sense of dread. The original depiction of the terrifying 3-masted ship portrayed its entrance as a gaping maw, designed to ensnare passing vessels. With over 100 ships vanishing annually in the Devil's Triangle, effectively illustrating the horror of the locale. "Let us proceed. It is time to discover what zombies truly are," Qian Lan declared. Brook distributed bags of salt to each crew member, opening his own in preparation for action. "Ah, here, zombies fear salt. Simply place the salt into their mouths, and their shadows shall be liberated." Timon and Brook departed from the academy, unfastening the salt bag in their possession. Meanwhile, the quartet of Qian Lan tucked the salt bags into their attire, disregarding Brook's remarks, as each drew forth their respective weapons. Bartolomeo brandished his explosive knife, while Klo revealed his cat claws. Zoro, too, grasped the snow walk and the Sandai Katetsu. With heightened vigilance, they advanced towards the menacing 3-masted vessel, their sights set on the imposing castle. Suddenly, a monstrous 3-headed dog, grotesquely fused together, leaped forth from the shadowy forest, drooling menacingly at Qian Lan and his companions. The appearance of this beast instantly captured their attention, particularly Bartolomeo, whose face was alight with excitement. "A hellish 3-headed dog? Yet it lacks the flames of the underworld." Klo remarked, "That is merely a counterfeit hellhound." With a swift incantation, he unleashed a massive fireball, engulfing the abomination in flames, rendering it utterly lifeless. Such a pitiful creature. Moria truly believed it could serve as a formidable ally. It was beyond comprehension. Qian Lan observed. It is but a mere amalgamation of 3 dogs. Lacking any intrigue, the forthcoming journey promises far greater excitement. With a chuckle, he glanced at his companions, the recording snail in his hand eager for action. Thus, they strolled deeper into the forest, while Brooke effortlessly dealt with the zombies they encountered, liberating their shadows. Zoro inquired, Brooke, you mentioned that your shadow was imprisoned within a swordsman's body. Is he powerful? He is undoubtedly formidable, Brooke replied with a chuckle, but alas, my shadow has become a burden to him. Brooke understood the terror of Ryuma, especially after having been unable to defeat him for many years since reclaiming his own shadow. Suddenly, a girl adorned in gothic attire, sporting pink twin tails, a crown, and a wine-red umbrella, floated gracefully in the air. She was none other than Perona, one of the officers of the Moria pirates. He, are you the intruders? She inquired. Such a charming girl. Mushan exclaimed. We are not merely intruders. We are here to vanquish Moria. Qian Lan's laughter was wicked, his unscrupulous gaze frightening the little girl. Negative ghosts, she proclaimed, summoning 7 ethereal forms that floated in the air, perfectly mirroring the number of Qian Lan's group. To their astonishment, the spirits surged through them, causing all to collapse to the ground. I am truly a wretched creature, Zoro lamented. I apologize for being human, Bartolomeo added. Forgive me, I should have perished long ago, Chloe expressed. I feel as insignificant as a mere insect, Timon confessed. I am unworthy of existence in this world, Mushan lamented. I apologize. As a skeleton, I should have long been dead, Brooke noted. Just as Qian Lan prepared to kneel, he was abruptly obliterated by his own body, his wooden clone vanishing without a trace. What a tasteless individual, the QB remarked. Qian Lan shook his head, appreciating the ghost fruit's unique abilities, yet he was reluctant to experience its effects firsthand. Before long, the few individuals who had collapsed to the ground regained their senses and cast furious glances at Perona, who hovered in the air. Perona's spirit meandered freely, taunting them. Ho ho ho. Would you like to try again? One sword style, 36 troublesome winds. In an instant, Zoro's spiraling slash passed through her without inflicting harm, as she vanished into the ether. This creature was in a spiritual state, rendering physical attacks ineffective. Indeed, she posed quite the challenge. As for Perona's spectral form, Chihiro found herself at a loss. Despite her formidable illusionary prowess, it proved ineffective against ethereal entities. Would clone technique, now endowed with the complete power of the Nine Tails chakra. Chihiro showed no fear as nearly 100 wooden clones surged into the castle, in search of Perona's elusive figure. Leave this little girl to me. You all focus on dealing with the other officers of the Moria pirates, Chihiro instructed, following her shadow clones into the fray. The others regarded Chihiro's retreating figure with peculiar expressions before dispersing. At that moment, the entire crew of zombies aboard the terrifying 3-masted ship commenced their advance, including the formidable Ryuma, who had been dispatched by Moria. Chihiro delved deeper into the castle. Some of her wooden clones had already been defeated, as it was inevitable that some of the pirates capable of reaching this point possessed rather powerful shadows, capable of countering the wooden replicas. Riffraff. After absorbing the memories of a fallen clone, Chihiro was taken aback to encounter this particular individual. What's wrong, Chihiro? It seems a strange malevolence approaches, the Ninetails remarked, sensing the presence of impending danger. In an instant, Chihiro vanished from her spot and unleashed a powerful kick, sending a creature with a lion's head crashing to the ground, its body curling like a shrimp. Earth release, quicksand. Suddenly, the ground beneath Absalom transformed into a mire, consuming him whole, while Chihiro kindly erected a grave for him. This sight struck fear into the other zombies, and thereafter, Chihiro and the Ninetails faced no further obstructions, encountering not a single monster along their path. As Chihiro ventured further into the castle, she realized she had lost her way. The dimly lit surroundings and labyrinthine corridors obscured her sense of direction. Just break through. Searching like this is too slow, urged the Ninetails. You're right, Chihiro replied, promptly leaping through a window and enveloping herself in the light-heavy rock technique. Suddenly, a surge of memories from her wooden clone flooded her mind, revealing Perona's location. Flying Thunder God technique. Chihiro materialized before the wooden clone closest to Perona, who indeed resided within a room adorned with ominous winds, a testament to Moria's rather skewed aesthetic influence on her. Hey, you wretched fiend, step outside for a duel. I don't want to ruin my room, Perona declared. At this moment, Chihira had no interest in indulging the whims of this little girl. There was no time to waste here. In an instant, Qian Lan's kaleidoscopic Sharingan ensnared Perona, who, despite possessing a devil fruit of extraordinary prowess, remained too feeble to resist Qian Lan's illusionary control. Let us proceed, Kyubi. I have an experiment in mind that may pique your interest. At these words, Kyubi felt a shiver run through him, as if the ensuing events were somehow entwined with his own fate. With Perona under his dominion, Qian Lan cast aside all reservations, demolishing barriers in his path as he advanced toward the grandest castle. A quarter of an hour later, Qian Lan arrived at Moria's lair, an expansive circular chamber, where the imposing figure of the 67-meter-tall Ors loomed nearby. Moria, having noticed Qian Lan's arrival, wore an expression of disdain. Hehehe. So you are the fifth emperor of the sea, the cunning ninja Qian Lan? What has become of Morgans? Is a novice like you truly worthy of being called the fourth emperor of the sea? Qian Lan pondered the curious confidence exhibited by those defeated. Yet Moria's taunts irked him profoundly. A failure of the new world, hiding here after being vanquished by Kaido, hoping to exact revenge through external means. Moria, your thought process is quite peculiar. With that, Qian Lan raised his middle finger, fully expressing his contempt for this warlord of the sea. You bastard. Moria's towering form rose, his ghastly visage glaring at Qian Lan, before he slowly approached. Mission, defeat Moria mission level. Mission reward. Creation rebirth. Qian Lan had anticipated such a scenario when confronting a formidable foe, confirming his suspicions, though it seemed unlikely that he could exploit the mission. Fire style, great fireball technique. Instantly, a colossal fireball surged through Moria's form, blasting a gaping hole in the castle. In an instant, Qian Lan was cleaved in two, revealing his wooden clone, showcasing the unique properties of the shadow fruit. Moria chuckled, hee, a cunning ninja. It appears you possess some skill. Shadow spear. Qian Lan was taken aback by Moria's ambush. Indeed, not all warlords were as inept as they might seem. Earth style, earth wall. The earth wall, adorned with a canine visage, was swiftly shattered by Moria's onslaught, allowing Qian Lan to leap beyond the reach of the attack. Moonlight Moria, the disgrace of the warlords of the sea. If this is all you can muster, then you may as well perish. Qian Lan's disdainful remarks ignited Moria's fury. For a powerful being such as he possessed his own pride. However, Qian Lan was not intentionally provoking him. Moria's presence simply failed to ignite any interest. Shadow gathering. Moria opened his mouth wide, drawing forth countless shadows from the wall Qian Lan had just breached, which were swallowed into his maw. As the shadows multiplied, Moria's form grew ever larger, even causing the floor beneath him to buckle under his weight. Upon witnessing the scene, Qian Lan leapt from the tower to the outside, only to find the anticipated spectacle unfolding before her eyes. In the distance, atop the castle, the fierce battle between Zoro and Ryuma had reached a fever pitch, with Brook's shadow augmenting Ryuma's corporeal form. The clash of these two master swordsmen fulfilled Qian Lan's romanticized vision of chivalry. It was no wonder that so many protagonists in novels wielded swords, for it indeed exuded an aura of unparalleled charisma. Reflecting on this, Qian Lan couldn't help but lament that her petite pistol seemed rather insignificant in comparison. Moments later, after absorbing 1,000 shadows, Moria's stature had grown to be on par with Or's, perhaps even surpassing the colossal giant in size. Qian Lan, amused, inquired, after consuming 1,000 shadows, "Won't a single punch make you regurgitate?" Moria replied with a chuckle, "Of course not," as an armor of haki enveloped his form, appearing even darker than some notorious figures. But that wasn't the end of it. Moria proceeded to sever his own shadow and thrust it into Orz's body, thus birthing two giants bound by mutual understanding. Kyubi, perched on Qian Lan's shoulder, observed the imposing figures with solemnity, noting their intimidating presence, yet he could distinctly sense their frailty. This realization stirred a twinge of discontent within Qian Lan. Why did Luffy, 2 years hence, not receive such an advantage? It was not merely the absence of haki, but also the failure to utilize the bond with Ors. Had Moria truly fallen so low, relying entirely on external forces? Come forth, Kyubi. Let these fools witness the true essence of complete tailed beast transformation. Upon hearing this, Kyubi melded into Qian Lan's form, causing her stature to swell, soon eclipsing both Ors and the Moria who had absorbed 1,000 shadows. In no time, the magnificent figure of the 99-meter-tall Kyubi emerged before the onlookers. The sight of three giants standing upon the terrifying three-masted ship exerted immense pressure, drawing the attention of many astute observers. "Is that young swordsman your ally? What a formidable individual," Zoro remarked, casting a glance at the nearly 100-meter-tall Qian Lan, tightening his green bandana as he focused intently on the skeletal Ryuma before him. "This is the final move. Come forth." Simultaneously, the other crew members aboard the terrifying three-masted ship sought refuge, realizing that this battle was beyond their capacity to engage. Thus, they began to maneuver towards the periphery of the vessel. One size is not merely for show. One truly understands its worth only through combat. As both oars, infused with Moria's shadow, and Moria himself, who had absorbed 1,000 shadows, launched their simultaneous attacks, their massive forms swung their fists towards Qian Lan from opposite sides. Boom! Kyuubi's tail effortlessly swatted Moria's fist away before it charged with all its might towards oars, sending the giant crashing to the ground with a single blow. Just as oars struggled to rise, the tailed beast-empowered Qian Lan maneuvered her tail to propel Moria forward and delivered a fierce Iron Mountain strike, toppling him. The clash of the three giants sent tremors through the terrifying three-masted ship, causing even the once intact castle to begin to crumble. "Jiolama, Qian Lan, do you not find their speed rather sluggish? The world is indeed set in such a manner. The giant clan is renowned for its immense strength. Yet they are considerably slower compared to other formidable beings of equal rank." With the synergy between Qian Lan and Jiolama, Moria and Oz were relentlessly vanquished in succession. As if Qian Lan, in his tailed beast form, was confronting a singular adversary. "That detestable creature, I refuse to succumb to you." Moria, filled with indignation, widened his gaping maw, continuing to absorb shadows from all directions. "Qian Lan, shall we unleash a powerful strike? Jiolama, let us do it." Qian Lan and Jiolama commenced the use of yin-yang release chakra, meticulously transforming their chakra to its utmost potential, blending and compressing it in an 8:2 ratio within their mouths. An enormous tailed beast ball materialized at the lips of the tailed beast-formed Qian Lan, aimed squarely at Moria and Oz before him. At that moment, Moria had completed his absorption, his stature now rivaling that of Jiolama. Die! Supersized tailed beast ball. In an instant, Oz and Moria collided with the tailed beast ball launched by Qian Lan, their colossal forms vanishing entirely upon the terrifying three-masted ship. The dreadful vessel, akin to an island, suffered grievous damage, its area reduced to merely a quarter of its original size. At the moment of Moria's demise, all those devoid of shadows across the world sensed a resurgence, reclaiming their right to bask in the sunlight. Qian Lan then returned to his normal stature, while Jiolama remained a delightful companion perched upon Qian Lan's shoulder. Mission reward, creation rebirth. Mastered. Mission reward, spiral sphere. Mastered. That was utterly terrifying. I feared for your safety, exclaimed Timon, as she collapsed into Qian Lan's embrace, bursting into tears. Seizing the moment, Qian Lan kissed Timon, sealing their affection with a single kiss. In the distance, Chloe, Mushin, Bartolomeo, and Zoro observed this tender scene. Hee. At last, I can meet Laboon. Brook's sudden arrival shattered the enchanting ambience shared between Qian Lan and Timon, reminding Qian Lan of the promise made to Laboon. Brook, go seek Laboon. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to reach out to me. With that, Qian Lan tossed a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique to Brook. Kneeling on one knee, Brook expressed, Mr. Qian Lan, I shall never forget your kindness. I will await you at the entrance of the Grand Line. After Brook departed, the others gathered around, particularly Bartolomeo, who gazed at Qian Lan with excitement. Master Qian Lan, can I grow that large as well? Qian Lan shook his head with a wry smile. Bartolomeo, perhaps that may not be suited for you. Subsequently, the members of the Akatsuki began to clear the wreckage of the terrifying three-masted ship, as the organization would temporarily establish its base in this location. The sole captive, Perona, was monitored by Qian Lan's wooden clone, while the Dr. Hogback had likely vanished along with the castle. The daughter of the Yonko Big Mom, Chiefing, led her crew away, having witnessed Qian Lan's formidable display. The individuals freed from their shadows departed without a word, leaving Qian Lan in peaceful solitude. Wood release, 3 rooms and 2 halls technique. In an instant, a magnificent 2-story villa rose from the ground, as all members of the Akatsuki organization commenced their relocation activities. No wonder Yamato from Naruto is so affluent. Using wood style to construct buildings is indeed swift. Once everything was settled, the members of Akatsuki began to raise their glasses in exuberant celebration, while Muxin, the chef, busied herself in a flurry of activity. Bartolomeo inquired, Master Qian Lan, how long shall we train here? Muxin, being a chef endowed with the dual-color haki, seemed to imply that as combatants, they should not fall short either. Zoro, Bartolomeo, and Crocodile felt somewhat embarrassed by Qian Lan's words and expressed their resolve to diligently train henceforth. That despicable fellow, I want food too. Perona, who had been knocked unconscious by Qian Lan, had awakened, likely roused by her hunger. As a user of the ghost fruit, although she could summon phantoms, they lacked substance, leaving her without the means to rescue herself. Observing the situation, the wood clone hoisted Perona onto his shoulder and, upon reaching Qian Lan, unceremoniously dropped her. As Qian Lan gnawed on roasted meat, he crouched before Perona, contemplating whether it would be more prudent to hand her over to the Navy or to eliminate her, thus increasing the bounty on the Akatsuki. After all, she was a notorious pirate valued at 50 million berries. Terrified, Perona burst into tears, exclaiming, What are you going to do to a lovely girl? At this, a chill ran down Qian Lan's spine. Though Perona appeared as a young girl, she was, in fact, already in her early 20s. Let her go hungry for now. I will deal with your situation later, he remarked, turning his attention to Zoro. Zoro, have you safeguarded Ryuma's remains? Where have you placed them? Zoro pointed towards a nearby large tree and took a hearty swig of sake. Following Zoro's gesture, Qian Lan observed that only the skeleton of Ryuma remained. After the festivities concluded, Qian Lan presented Ryuma's skeleton before everyone, having also captured an unfortunate soul in the forest of the terrifying three-masted ship. Now, behold the dragon-slaying samurai, the great swordsman Ryuma, he proclaimed. Edo Tensei. As the unfortunate individual was enveloped, a slender figure with yellow hair, dressed in the garb of a samurai from Wano, materialized before the crowd. Where's this? Ryuma, the great swordsman of Wano, who had never known defeat in his lifetime, and was revered as a sword god, now stood resurrected in a peculiar form. This green-haired individual beside me is your descendant. Zoro was taken aback to find himself implicated. Was this figure before him not his ancestor? Just moments ago, he had inadvertently severed his own forefather. Ryuma, resurrected through Edo Tensei, gazed curiously at Zoro, particularly at the three swords at his waist, with the legendary Wado Ikemanji being of utmost significance. A swordsman of the three-sword style? My descendant, Ryuma smiled, though there was a hint of distortion in his expression, suggesting indifference towards Zoro's lineage. Perhaps such an illustrious swordsman, it seemed, had little regard for matters of marriage and offspring. On the ground, Perona gazed in a daze at the unfolding scene. The fact that Lord Moria could conjure zombies from shadows was already quite unscientific, but the spectacle before her, reviving someone who had been dead for centuries, seemed even more extraordinary. To everyone's astonishment, the previously calm Qian Lan threw a punch at Ryoma. With a clang, Qian Lan's fist, enveloped in armament haki, was blocked by Ryoma. Immediately, Qian Lan retreated, regaining his earlier composure. Why have you resurrected me, Your Excellency? Is it to control me in battle? Ryoma inquired. Primarily, I wish for you to teach that green-haired lad beside you. After all, he is a prodigy in the way of the sword. Moreover, I am curious to see who is stronger, you or the current world's greatest swordsman. Qian Lan's words piqued the interest of every member of the Akatsuki. All eyes now fixed on Ryoma, seemingly awaiting his response. This very question had been a topic of fervent debate among enthusiasts during Qian Lan's previous life, a comparison between the sword god of Wano and the world's foremost swordsman. Though they belonged to different eras, both were at the pinnacle of their craft. It seemed that if they were to encounter Mihawk next, it would be a moment to witness the clash of the strongest. How shall we deal with this girl next? Shall we kill her? Mokushin's murderous intent astonished everyone present. Indeed, it was true that chefs could be cold-blooded, as evidenced by their willingness to slay such an adorable rabbit. Bartholomew, you should take action and do the deed, Zoro exclaimed, producing a dagger from seemingly nowhere and handing it to Bartholomew, appearing genuinely eager for him to proceed. Seeing this, Ryoma positioned himself in front of Perona, drawing his black blade with determination. It is the duty of the strong to protect the weak. Qian Lan was taken aback by the hint of chivalry in Ryoma's demeanor. No wonder he had managed to fend off foreign invaders in Wano alone for decades. This man brimmed with a sense of justice. Anything you wish, princess. Just spare my life. Perona, realizing the peril she was in, pleaded desperately, knowing she had fallen into the hands of ruthless pirates. Then let her remain, Qian Lan declared. As an intern member of our Akatsuki, her ghost fruit is a rare, game-changing asset. With that, he untied the ropes binding Perona, adding, however, should you fail to meet my expectations, you may find yourself feeding the fish at any moment. 2 years later, aboard the terrifying three-masted ship. Host, Qian Lan level, super shadow attributes, wind, lightning, fire, earth, water, yin, yang ninjutsu, creation rebirth, impure world reincarnation, hell stab, flying thunder god technique, light and heavy rock technique. Rasengan taijutsu, 7 days breathing method, incomplete, lightning release chakra mode bloodline limit. Mangekyo Sharingan, would release summoning beasts, Karama blade tools, space scrolls, shuriken, explosive tags, during this time. Qian Lan had not spared the pirates passing by or the unwitting navy that strayed into his path aboard the terrifying three-masted ship. When the moment called for action, he seized it, accumulating a wealth of supplies and intelligence. Over the course of 2 years, through various mid- to low-level missions, Qian Lan mastered an impressive array of ninjutsu. With a bit more effort in gathering mission points, he would soon be able to exchange for 6 pads-level ninja tools. However, the time has come to depart from this place. Otherwise, if we wait any longer, Luffy may defeat the 4 emperors and overthrow the world government within 2 years. At the dining table, the rascally captain inquired, "Are we set to leave?" Since the addition of Perona to the Akatsuki 2 years ago, the fervor for training has been ignited, especially with Chihira providing chakra fruits. Now, Perona is significantly stronger than she was 2 years prior, even exhibiting a noticeable muscularity for her petite frame. Unfortunately, as they grew familiar, Perona's respect for Chihira dwindled, persistently referring to him as Rascal Captain. Bartolomeo chimed in, "Indeed. Master Chihira, these past 2 years have stifled me. We must venture into the new world." I believe they are eager to hear the name of the great Bartolomeo. Chihira replied with a smile, "Let us not rush. A grand battle awaits us." The Marineford War, as a comprehensive depiction, is an opportunity that neither Chihira nor the Akatsuki could afford to miss. Moreover, this conflict might allow him to seize a rare advantage, as the ensuing battles promise to be invaluable. Where shall we head next? After leaving the mysterious Triangle region, the next destination would be the Sabaody Archipelago, the final point of the first half of the Grand Line. As a chef who transitioned from the New World to the first half of the Grand Line, Mukwan possesses ample knowledge of the Sabaody Archipelago. It seems the upcoming objective is indeed there. Let us proceed to the Sabaody Archipelago for some enjoyment while we await the onset of war, declared Kuro, bursting into laughter. Ever since Kuro adeptly harnessed the powers of his nature-type earth fruit, he has embarked on a path of art and destruction, oscillating between flamboyant techniques and utter devastation. Quickly gather your belongings. We shall set sail. Aye, Captain. Thus, the crew busily prepared within the grand villa crafted by Chihira, swiftly packing their belongings aboard. As all stood upon the deck of the Akatsuki, gazing back at the formidable three-masted ship, Kuro activated his devil fruit abilities. In an instant, the already diminished area of the terrifying three-masted ship began to collapse, seawater pouring in relentlessly, until finally, the magnificent villa constructed by Chihira was consumed by the ocean. Set sail. With Chihira's command, the Akatsuki began to navigate away from this sea, heading towards the Sabaody Archipelago. On the boundless ocean, under the bright sun and gentle breeze, the crew found themselves in a state of relaxation. Some reclined, others read, and those wishing to fish did just that, each indulging in their own pursuits, with none inclined to train. After 2 years of rigorous practice, the members of the Akatsuki commenced a period of leisure. "Ah, we have finally left that place. I have not basked in the sun for ages. This feeling is truly nostalgic," exclaimed Timon. On his rocking chair, Chihira raised a glass of juice and drank it down. Indeed, it was challenging to soak up the sun in the mysterious Triangle region, and he longed for the warmth enveloping his body. Suddenly, a sea king leapt from the water, splashing several crew members aboard, its gaping maw aimed directly at Mukwan, who was busy fishing. As the chef Musen prepared to act, Bartolomeo, who was also reclining in his rocking chair, sprang into action. "Let me handle this," he exclaimed, drawing his explosive blade, the splash of detonation. Die! The blade struck the head of the Sea King, and in an instant, a tremendous explosion ensued. engulfing both Bartolomeo and the Sea King, with the shockwave even pushing the ship of the Akatsuki back by 15 meters. Suddenly, the sea breeze dispersed the smoke from the explosion, revealing Bartolomeo standing calmly, utterly unscathed, having shielded himself with a barrier during the blast. The Sea King, nearly 80 meters long, lay charred and lifeless, evidently beyond salvation. Musin quickly approached Bartolomeo and delivered a playful thump on his head. This was supposed to be our lunch. Now it's quite a challenge for me to deal with. All right, let us leave it to Master Qian Lan to roast it. Thus, the unfortunate Sea King met its demise at the hands of the Akatsuki, leaving no trace behind. While Bartolomeo had become accustomed to utilizing his master's would release for barbecuing. Hey, any news? Let me see if there's anything significant, said Kuro, picking up a newspaper to peruse. Moments later, a smile crept onto his face. It seems a formidable pirate has emerged from the East Sea, declaring war on the world government by destroying Judicial Island, and has a bounty of 300 million berries. Monkey D, Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid, Bartolomeo, drawn by the aroma, leaned closer. Those wretched Marines. A rookie with a bounty of 300 million berries? It's time for Bartolomeo to show them who truly reigns supreme. Qian Lan had anticipated that they had already reached the Judicial Island arc. This meant that the scene with the terrifying three-masted ship would likely be omitted. However, the Akatsuki had not been seen for quite some time, and it was likely that the Marines and the world had nearly forgotten about them. Kuro, can you determine which pirate crew has the highest bounty nearby? Kuro immediately began to search through the newspaper for potential targets for the Akatsuki. The closest is the pirate crew led by the sound fruit user, Skillik Manapu, captain of the broadcasting pirates, with a bounty of 58 million berries. After a moment of contemplation, Kuro continued, however, the supply island ahead is quite close to the Marine G2 base. Could this pose a problem? Zoro interjected. We pirates are free. With our current strength, does it matter whether the Marines show up or not? After 2 years of training and the infusion of chakra fruit, the Marines cannot deploy a significant force against the Akatsuki. 2 days later, Bartolomeo noted, it seems an unexpected situation is arising. With that, he leaped down from the lookout tower and landed gracefully on the ground. The others on the deck gazed toward a distant island, though it was still too far away to see clearly without Bartolomeo's telescope. Musin inquired, what is going on? Bartolomeo, it's not another Marine admiral, is it? Kuro chuckled, how could we encounter a Marine admiral so easily? Bartolomeo, what exactly did you see? One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, along with his target, Apu, found their ships docked at the harbor, devoid of any conflict. One was an informant from the Beast's pirates, while the other served as a subordinate under Doflamingo's command, indicating a potential collaboration between the two factions. Curiously, one wondered what each party had brought along, especially considering the numerous divine fruits that had been dispatched from Doflamingo's possession. Timon suggested, let us hasten our approach and investigate. Thus, the Akatsuki began to draw nearer to the island ahead, their current strength rendering any attempt to conceal their presence futile. As they closed the distance, the group increasingly trusted Bartolomeo's judgment. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed as a sizable hole appeared in the lower right side of the ship. Water began to seep into the cabin, and the vessel slowly started to sink. Wood style, great repair technique. The damaged hull began to flourish, and soon, each gaping hole was effortlessly sealed by Qian. Kuro remarked, it appears we have enemies beneath the ship. Most likely, they belong to the fishman race. Though I wonder whose subordinates they are. As Mushin spoke, she prepared to leap into the water. However, Qian swiftly pulled her back, gazing intently at the surface of the sea. It seemed the assailants were subordinates of the Don Quixote family, particularly the half-fishman, Doring. The approaching cadre from the Don Quixote family was likely the Mera Mera Nomi user, Diamante. I shall repair what he destroys. We will discuss matters once we reach the island. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless cycle of destruction and restoration, absorbed in their endeavors. After 3 attempts, Doringer ceased his efforts, and at that moment, the entirety of the Akatsuki had reached the island. At the dock, Apu stood alongside Diamante, who was flanked by Doringer and Lao Ji. The lower-ranking pirates trailed behind, curiously observing the distant ships and the crimson clouds adorning their sails. Diamante, is it necessary to wait for this fellow? What of the 5th Emperor of the Sea? He poses no threat to me, Doringer scoffed. Be cautious. This individual has defeated Admiral Kazuru of the Navy headquarters and is not to be underestimated. Diamante cautioned, urging a modicum of respect. As the Akatsuki ship docked, the first to disembark was Perona, followed closely by Qian, who leaped off and appeared behind Doringer in an instant. Fool! With a swift kick, Qian knocked Doringer unconscious before he had a chance to react. Upon witnessing this, the soldiers of both the broadcast pirates and the Don Quixote family raised their weapons, aiming directly at Qian. "My lord Qian, do not engage with these ruffians," Diamante shouted, turning to command, "Lower your weapons." Apu echoed the sentiment, gesturing for the broadcast pirates to do the same. Their actions eased the previously tense atmosphere, and soon a chest was brought forth. Diamante crouched to unlock it, lifting the lid to reveal a dazzling display of gold. "This is an apology from the Don Quixote family. I hope you will overlook Doringer's earlier transgressions," esteemed Qian. Indeed, the world is not merely one of violence and conflict. It is also a realm governed by the intricacies of human relationships and etiquette. No wonder Don Quixote da Flamingo was able to become the Joker of the underworld. This was not achieved solely through combat prowess. "Very well, I shall accept this for now." Bartolomeo, perceiving the situation, promptly transported an entire chest of gold onto the ship, while Apu and Diamante exchanged relieved glances. "CLO, yet. Why does the Don Quixote family associate with the broadcast pirates? Is there some form of collaboration at play? I wonder if our Akatsuki organization might partake in some of the spoils." Upon hearing this, Appa chuckled. "It's merely a straightforward arms deal." However, Qian Lan was skeptical of Apu's words, suspecting that the beast pirates and the Don Quixote family indeed had some form of alliance. Mission: seize the legendary sword mission level. A mission reward: 10,000 mission points. As Qian Lan observed the changing system panel before him, he was surprised to find it also contained intelligence-gathering capabilities. Act now. With Qian Lan's command, every member of the Akatsuki organization moved without hesitation. Rasengan. The battle erupted instantaneously, with Qian Lan appearing behind Apu and pressing the Rasengan directly against his chest. Zoro and Bartolomeo charged towards Diamante and Laoji, and soon, the four were locked in fierce combat. The remaining members of the Akatsuki swiftly dealt with the minions, promptly exterminating the remnants of the broadcast pirates and the Don Quixote family. "Perona, assist Zoro and Bartolomeo," Qian Lan instructed. "Understood, you scoundrel captain," she replied. After issuing his commands, Qian Lan made his way towards the Don Quixote family's ship, while his clone headed towards the broadcast pirates' vessel. Room after room was searched, but alas, the legendary sword remained elusive. Finally, Qian Lan reached the captain's quarters, and upon opening the door, he discovered a safe. This again, a swift hell-piercer technique effortlessly unlocked the safe, revealing it filled with berries. Yet still no sign of the legendary sword. With a sigh of resignation, Qian Lan continued his search within the room, ultimately uncovering several legendary swords hidden within a nearby package. "Hey, Green Algae Head, come look at these swords." "Huh," Zoro exclaimed, wiping the blood from his blade as he looked quizzically at Qian Lan on the deck. In an instant, Qian Lan employed his instantaneous technique to appear before them, brandishing the several swords he had found. Ding! Mission reward, 10,000 mission points, has been issued. "I'll take this one." Qian Lan grasped a sword crafted of gold, reminiscent of the legendary dragon sword from his childhood, though he dismissed any notions of summoning. It was likely just a similar antique. With a hint of pride, he named it the Golden Dragon Ink Sword and naturally secured it at his waist. A sword and a gun, embarking on adventures in the pirate world. Qian Lan reflected on this and found it both juvenile and undeniably cool. As for the legendary swords, he was uncertain of their names. Zoro, with a swordsman's intuition, sensed that the two blades he held were extraordinary, and without hesitation, he secured them at his waist. Bartolomeo, not to be outdone, casually picked up one for himself and did the same. In summary, whether for decoration or utility, the spoils were thoroughly divided among the Akatsuki organization. Set sail. Destination: Sabaody Archipelago. 3 days later, gazing upon the towering trees and the bubbles emerging from the ground, Qian Lan couldn't help but marvel once more at the wonders of creation. Mushian remarked, "The Sabaody Archipelago is a convergence of 7 trade routes, composed of 79 colossal trees that form the islands. Zones 1 to 29 are lawless territories, 30 to 49 are designated for tourism, 50 to 59 are shipyards, and 70 to 79 are hotels." Zoro inquired, "What about 60 to 69? "That's the Navy," he replied. As they drew nearer, Qian Lan was surprised to find that he was among the latecomers, with a supernova's ship already docked. When the ship of the dawn arrived at the pier, it sent nearby pirate vessels scurrying away in fear. Bang! Suddenly, the sound of gunfire shattered the atmosphere, and Qian Lan found himself receiving treatment akin to that of Kizaru. Just as Kizaru had been shot upon arriving at the Sabaody archipelago, now it was his turn. However, Qian Lan had no intention of engaging in a brawl. With a swift draw of his pistol, he resolved the matter effortlessly. Cough, cough, cough. That despicable captain is truly hated, Perona remarked, sticking her tongue out at Qian Lan, prompting a resigned chuckle from the others. Muxian then took hold of Timan and Perona, guiding them off the ship, and turned to the group of men, stating, "We three are heading to the tourist area. You gentlemen are free to do as you please." Thus, the three women disembarked toward the tourist islands, leaving the four men in mutual contemplation. "I'm off to find a place to drink. You three do as you wish." With that, Zoro leapt up and dashed toward the taverns. Ever since Qian Lan mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he was no longer worried about Zoro getting lost, as he could always bring him back at any time. "The bar is on Island 21. Don't worry, Master Qian Lan, I'll take care of the moss-headed one." Eventually, only Qian Lan, Kuro, and the easily overlooked Joram remained at the dock. "Qian Lan, go explore. I'll keep watch over the ship, especially since the Navy has a significant presence here." "All right, should I leave Joram to keep you company?" "Shut up, I want to see too." And so, the crew of the Dawn began to explore the Sabaody archipelago. With Admiral Kizaru yet to make an appearance, the atmosphere of the archipelago remained pleasant. Qian Lan's goal was to venture into the lawless zone of 1 to 29, primarily to see if there were any worthwhile items at the auction controlled by Don Quixote da Flamingo. Perhaps the Don Quixote family had yet to receive news of Diamante's complete defeat, or perhaps da Flamingo was en route to the Navy headquarters, leading to a time lag in information. Suddenly, a group of 17 or 18 surrounded Qian Lan, wielding various weapons and fishing nets, likely a slaver crew. "Stop right there, pretty boy. You've got quite the look. Those married women adore your type." "Ha. The boss is right. This pretty boy is quite in demand." Qian Lan couldn't help but chuckle at their banter, though the notion of married women was not entirely unappealing. Shaking his head to dispel the strange thoughts, Qian Lan smiled at the speaker and said, "Considering your flattering words about my looks, I'll spare you this time. After all, I'm not one to live off others." "Brother, have we truly found a fool? If so, his price will be significantly discounted." Silence. Though this fellow may appear dim-witted, if he can speak without issue, who knows, perhaps a wealthy woman might take a liking to him. Just as Qian Lan was lost in thought, a massive net descended from the heavens. Fire release, great fireball technique. In an instant, the flames reduced the fishing net to ashes, leaving the 17 individuals thoroughly startled. Qian Lan did not realize that the earlier remarks were merely a ruse to divert his attention. Indeed, a small slave-catching group capable of thriving in the Sabaody archipelago possesses its own means of survival. "Run! That fellow is a ninja. Hurry, flee!" Instantly, a dozen individuals scattered like birds, retreating from all directions. Qian Lan, disinterested in these rascals, made his way directly to the auction house on Island 1. A quarter of an hour later, Qian Lan arrived at the auction house, which was not far from the dock. Before him stood a structure resembling a castle, isolated without a single shop in sight. Suddenly, an elderly gentleman clad in a suit, his hair peppered with gray, approached Qian Lan, accompanied by 2 bodyguards wearing sunglasses. "You must be Lord Qian Lan. I am Tohang, the head of the auction house. The young master has prepared a seat for you." It seems the news from Diamante has yet to reach here. However, the slave-catching group we encountered earlier is likely affiliated with Don Quixote da Flamingo. For sustaining the slave trade cannot rely solely on external catchers. Under Tohang's guidance, Qian Lan was swiftly escorted into the auction house, where he was seated in a relatively prominent position. Suddenly, a captivating young woman clad in a red qipao approached, gracefully bearing a tray. Tohang announced, "This is the crown of the king of the Rapamika kingdom, possessing immense collectible value and symbolic significance, with a starting bid of 2 million berries. Each subsequent bid must exceed 100,000 berries. I bid 210 million berries. 230 million berries." As time ticked away, numerous auction items were presented, yet none piqued Qian Lan's interest. It was evident that all the valuable items had been absorbed internally, with scarcely anything of worth being auctioned. Soon, The auction shifted to the segment for slaves, with various handsome men and beautiful women being sold, alongside pirates and naval traders auctioned as bodyguards. Ladies and gentlemen, next we present the highlight of today's auction. Originally, the starting price for an ordinary fur tribe member was 1 million berries. But today we have a rare gem, a fox girl from the fur tribe. Two bodyguards in black suits then pushed forth a fur tribe girl adorned with a fox tail, the spotlight illuminating her form. Due to the fierce competition, the starting bid for the fox girl was set at 10 million berries, with each increment no less than 1 million berries. I bid 12 million berries. 13 million berries. The appearance of the fur tribe girl instantly ignited the crowd. Despite 10 million berries being no trifling sum, many were eager to place their bids. Hey, Qian Lan. You can't possibly be interested, can you? Your expression seems rather unscrupulous. I have some interest, though not excessively so. Curiosity lingered in Qian Lan's mind regarding the talking fur tribe. As every child at some point dreams of conversing with animals. Curiosity is well and good, the Nine Lama cautioned, but I advise you to tread carefully. Her malice runs deep. Fear not. I shall use my presence to sway her, Qian Lan replied, though it was merely a fleeting expression. Nevertheless, she raised the placard in her hand. 20 million berry. 20 million berry. This esteemed guest has raised the bid to 20 million berry. I wonder if any other patrons will match it? The auctioneer, Toheng, was instantly animated, his gestures betraying his excitement. A fur tribe girl seldom commanded such a high price. Further testament to the wealth of these formidable individuals. I bid 2,200,000 berry. A man adorned with a large gold chain and bracelets called out. His avarice unmasked. Qian Lan was taken aback by the audacity of such a high offer. It appeared that many shared a similar inclination. I bid 25 million berry. Qian Lan's composed tone immediately captured the attention of the bidders, particularly the previous man, whose face twisted with animosity as he glared at her. The man bore an uncanny resemblance to another. Cunning ninja Qian Lan, the fifth emperor of the seas, with a bounty of 13 billion berry, was an unexpected presence here. We should leave. It could turn violent, someone whispered. In an instant, several individuals paid up and departed with their acquisitions. Although this was an illicit zone, the Navy remained the ultimate authority at sea, and it was plausible that naval ships had reached the Shambadi archipelago. This notion ignited a frenzy among the attendees. Most nobles and merchants began their hasty retreat, while some pirates sneered at the unfolding chaos. Qian Lan's attention was drawn to the figures amidst the commotion. To her surprise, a supernova shared her presence at the auction. Captain Capone Beej of the Fire Tank Pirates, with a bounty of 38 million berry, and Captain Basil Hawkins of the Hawkins Pirates, boasting a bounty of 249 million berry, were also in attendance. Observing this, Toheng struck his gavel. 25 million berry once, 25 million berry twice, 25 million berry thrice. Sold. Unfortunately, the number of individuals remaining in the auction house had dwindled significantly, leaving Qian Lan without any responses. The astute Toheng promptly presented the fur tribe girl before Qian Lan, respectfully offering her the remote control. Qian Lan stepped forward, grasping the iron shackles with her right hand, and with a sudden surge of strength, she crushed them into a compact mass. The fur tribe girl emerged willingly, gazing at Qian Lan with utmost respect. Her hostility towards you has intensified. Be wary of falling victim to her hand, the Nine Lama warned, causing both Toheng and the fur tribe girl to pause, casting curious glances at the nine-tailed creature upon Qian Lan's shoulder. The fur tribe girl trembled, revealing signs of considerable torment. Yet, Qian Lan's interest had shifted to Hawkins. In an instant, she materialized before him, her previously serene demeanor transforming into one of astonishment. Hawkins, a straw fruit user with extraordinary abilities. It seems you possess the gift of divination. Might you unveil the answers to my inquiries? Hawkins furrowed his brow and replied, What is it you wish to divine? Will you die here today? In an instant, Qian Lan's petite handgun pressed against Hawkins' temple, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Internally, Hawkins cursed Qian Lan's audacity, but continued to manipulate the straw, laying down cards that exuded an air of mystery. Moments later, he looked up at Qian Lan, his gaze resolute. There is a 50% chance of death and a 50% chance of survival. Whether I live or die today hinges upon your disposition. Qian Lan chuckled. No wonder you're a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 200 million. Such shamelessness. I admire it. She lowered her handgun, and Hawkins exhaled deeply, relaxing. After handing over the money to Tohang, Qian Lan departed from the auction house, likely missing the opportunity to experience the might of conquerors hockey today. The fur tribe girl promptly followed suit, the slave collar around her neck leaving no room for idle thoughts. Once outside the auction house, she shed her disguise, glaring at the retreating figure with clenched teeth. Sensing malice, the nine-tailed fox turned, baring its teeth, causing the fur tribe girl to stumble back in fright. The fur tribe, an ancient race dwelling upon the back of colossal elephants, hailing from the nation of Zhou. I offer you a challenge tonight. Let me witness your moon lion transformation. Should you fail to satisfy me, you may meet your demise. Qian Lan spoke without turning, her tone devoid of warmth, intrigued by the fur tribe. Yet not one to be a sycophant. If her purchase was of no use, she could always train her as a maid. The fur tribe girl dismissed Qian Lan's words, unconvinced that this individual was a formidable opponent. By the way, what is your name? Sataki. Thus, they traversed the lawless land in silence, with the nine-tailed fox curiously regarding Sataki, who, like itself, possessed a beastly form, yet could articulate speech. As night fell, after a day of wandering the Sabaody archipelago, Qian Lan returned to the ship, where she began to indulge in fine wine with Crocodile and the nine-tailed fox. Sataki, diligently fulfilling her role, attended to them as a maid. Soon, all members of the Akatsuki returned to the ship, opting not to stay at an inn on the archipelago. However, Zoro and Bartolomeo had imbibed rather excessively, supporting each other as they stumbled back. To Qian Lan's astonishment, Perona had changed into a pristine white dress, resembling a princess. The revelry commenced around the campfire, with Sataki continuing her service as a maid. Captain, how do you intend to handle her? Perona inquired, arching an eyebrow toward Sataki. In that instant, Qian Lan felt a surge of murderous intent, prompting him to rise. I merely purchased her to witness the fur tribe's moon lion transformation. Should she fail, she shall serve as a maid aboard the ship. Master Qian Lan, what is the moon lion? You shall soon find out. Under the moonlight, Qian Lan and Sataki swiftly assumed their stances, their silhouettes standing in stark contrast beneath the luminous glow. In an instant, Qian Lan's figure appeared before Cici, delivering a powerful kick that sent her flying. This blow made Cici realize that she must immediately transform into her moon lion form, for otherwise, she would certainly be no match for the man before her. With determination, Cici lifted her gaze to the moon, feeling the strength surging within her as the bloodline of the Fur clan awakened. Her body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Cici's physique expanded, her stature grew taller. Her hair turned white, and her eyes shifted to a striking red, her demeanor evolving from charming to an icy elegance. Truly, transformation did influence one's beauty. Die, you pervert! Cici exclaimed, surprising Qian Lan with the unwanted title. Her words piqued the curiosity of onlookers, including Timon, as their expressions seemed to convey a shared bewilderment at what peculiar situation had prompted such a declaration. Unaware of the oddity of her words, Cici felt a surge of confidence as her moon lion transformation significantly enhanced her speed and strength. Lightning flickered around her, and with her pristine white fur, she bore an air of sanctity, albeit with a contrasting fox-like appearance. As Qian Lan pondered, Cici suddenly appeared before him, her enhanced claws poised to strike. Wood release, wood pillar wall. An oval wooden barrier swiftly enveloped Qian Lan, yet Cici's claws relentlessly struck down upon it, shattering the barrier in an instant. Qian Lan felt a tingling sensation, a consequence of the lightning power embedded in Cici's transformation. However, for one like him, who wielded lightning chakra, such electricity was merely a tickle. Quite impressive, but regrettably insufficient. Your moon lion transformation is rather weak, Qian Lan remarked, clapping his hands together and forming a symbolic seal. Wood release, great force technique. He extended his right hand, causing dozens of vines to sprout forth, ensnaring the charging Cici with unyielding strength. The spectators, who had initially been eager for an exhilarating battle, found their expressions frozen in shock, as the confrontation concluded far too abruptly for their liking. Gradually, the vines receded, leaving Cici exhausted on the ground. Her greatest trump card, the moon lion transformation, had proven futile. Qian Lan was unaware of the immense pressure he had placed upon the young girl of the Fur clan, though her despondent expression was unmistakable. For now, you will serve as a maid aboard the ship. Should you wish to regain your freedom, you may challenge me at any time. Should you force me to retreat even a single step, I shall grant you your freedom, Qian Lan declared. Wiping her lips, Cece replied, then be prepared to be defeated by me at any moment. After this encounter, the enthusiasm for the banquet dissipated, and soon everyone retired to the ship for rest, while Cece dutifully began to clean up. The following day, at the first auction venue, Qian Lan resumed his position from the previous day, awaiting the arrival of the expected individuals. The auction soon erupted into fierce competition, with Qian Lan successfully acquiring a ruby necklace valued at 8 million berries. With keen interest, Qian Lan cast a glance at the celestial dragon seated beside her, an inexplicable smile adorning her face. Meanwhile, Toheng on the stage appeared somewhat flustered, unconsciously glancing towards Qian Lan as he organized the auction. At this moment, Toheng fervently wished for the auction to conclude swiftly, hoping that no unexpected events would transpire. As time passed, a colossal fish tank was rolled onto the stage, containing none other than the charming mermaid, Cammy. The audience gasped, such a rare find, a female mermaid. The starting bid was set at 20 million berries. As Toheng finished his announcement, the celestial dragon in the front row, resembling a simpleton, leaped to his feet, flailing his arms. Daddy, I want to spend 20 million berries to buy this fish person. I want to bring her home to my aquarium. A nearby gentleman, clad in a suit and resembling a world government official, addressed the celestial dragon, saying, St. Charlos, no one dares to bid against a god. The mermaid is surely yours. To which Charlos replied, but your aquarium still houses sharks, so I can't safely put the mermaid in there. Understood, Sister Shalilia, he said. Their conversation went largely ignored, as no one in the venue dared to speak up, given that the celestial dragon was backed by the supreme might of the Navy's admirals. Toheng, relieved that matters remained peaceful, promptly called out, 20 million berries once, 20 million berries twice, 20 million berries. Suddenly, the ceiling of the auction house caved in, as several figures plummeted down, landing directly where the celestial dragon was seated. Why is it soft beneath me? Usopp exclaimed, reaching down to feel as if he had landed on someone. Qian Lan couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Had the Navy witnessed this moment, the bounty on the Sniper King would surely skyrocket tenfold. However, the commotion startled everyone in the auction hall, prompting a frenzied escape as most scurried towards the exits. Run! The celestial dragon is injured. The admirals of the Navy are coming. Luffy, unfazed by the chaos, shouted at the mermaid in the tank, Cammy, I'm here to rescue you. Thus, the crowd dispersed, leaving only the Straw Hat Pirates, the Heart Pirates, and the Kid Pirates behind. You lowly beings, how dare you lay hands on a god? The simpleton Charlos rose, aiming his pistol at Usopp. Mission, eliminate the celestial dragon Charlos. Mission level, SS. Mission reward, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Qian Lan understood that this wretched system would not allow her to exploit a bug, and likely, only the celestial dragon before her was worth such a price. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Usopp's luck with his conqueror's haki had compelled her, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 13 billion berries, to take action. Bang! In an instant, Charlos, who was poised to fire, was shot in the head by Qian Lan, blood staining the air dome above him crimson. Beep. Mission reward, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, installed. A sudden silence enveloped the room, all eyes fixated on Qian Lan. Trafalgar Law remarked, the fifth emperor of the sea? What a reckless individual. But it is time to retreat. Eustace Kid gazed with palpable excitement at the gun-wielding Qian, astonished that someone dared to confront the celestial dragons. We must leave at once. Kid, or we shall find ourselves in peril. The Marine Admiral is on his way, Kira urged, attempting to pull Kid away. Suddenly, the walls of the auction house erupted, and a terrifying aura enveloped the venue, causing a number of weaker individuals to faint in quick succession. Before long, only a handful remained conscious, all eyes drawn to the elderly figure responsible for the upheaval. Emerging from the chaos was Silvers Rayleigh, the right hand of the Pirate King, who seemed to have startled quite a few. But I am merely an old man looking to sell myself for a bit of drinking money, he remarked, lifting a flask to his lips with gusto, as if that were truly his intention for being there. Meanwhile, Qian stood rooted in place, engulfed by a strange sensation, as if a force within him had awakened, ready to burst forth at any moment. Could you unleash that conqueror's haki once more? I wish to truly experience it. Chiron's request seemed rather abrupt, yet it successfully recaptured the attention of the gathering. Long time no see, Qian. What brings you here? Luffy exclaimed. But Nami quickly covered his mouth, her eyes wide with concern for Qian, aware that he was the fifth emperor of the sea. Mind your words, you fool. Robin stifled a laugh, appearing rather innocent in the moment. The boy who defeated a marine admiral? Quite impressive. The conqueror's haki re-emerged. But this time it was directed solely at Qian. Sensing the pressure, Qian focused, attuning himself to the power. In an instant, another wave of energy swept through the venue, sending a tremor through the minds of those present. Qian, you two possess this peculiar strength, QB remarked. Qian nodded in acknowledgement, as a transmigrant. How could he claim to be one without awakening the conqueror's haki? Rayleigh observed this with a sense of awe, reflecting, such talent is formidable. As the vice-captain of the Pirate King, I traversed the Grand Line and never encountered an individual with such exceptional gifts. To awaken the conqueror's haki after merely experiencing it twice is remarkable. Hey, pirates inside, you are surrounded by the Marines. Surrender immediately, came a foolish call from the Marines. Kid scoffed, such a foolish proclamation, and charged out with Kira, the entire Heart Pirates crew following suit. Rayleigh, seeing this, rescued the mermaid Cammy, while the fallen celestial dragons went unnoticed. Thank you, Mr. Rayleigh. Farewell, Luffy. In an instant, Qian vanished from sight, reappearing on Island Number 1. The Straw Hat Pirates stood in bewilderment at the sudden turn of events. Even Rayleigh was taken aback, yet they quickly regrouped to confront the encroaching Marines. On Island No. 24, Chiron's figure materialized at the center of Sabaody Archipelago, where he immediately activated his observation haki, searching for the presence he sought. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire and cannon blasts, the news of the imminent arrival of the naval admiral spread like wildfire across the Sabaody Archipelago, resulting in chaos in the lawless zones. Found it, Qian Lan whispered, swiftly making his way towards the sensed location, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow in his wake. Suddenly, a massive bubble in the shape of a bear's paw erupted, creating a deep pit in the ground. Wind release, pressure damage. The storm unleashed from Qian Lan's lips shattered the bear's paw, neutralizing the assault from Bartholomew Kuma, the infamous pirate Qian Lan. Eliminate the enemy at once. In an instant, a laser coalesced within Kuma's mouth, aimed directly at Qian Lan. Naturally, Qian Lan would not remain passive, employing the body flicker technique. He closed the distance in an instant and delivered a decisive kick that interrupted Kuma's attack. Flying Thunder God technique. After the strike, Qian Lan's figure vanished once more. Reappearing directly behind the bear, his golden dragon ink sword poised to descend. With the ability of observation haki, Bartholomew Kuma sensed Qian Lan's presence. Yet his heavily modified body offered him no opportunity to react. Snap! One of Kuma's arms was severed by Qian Lan's blade. After retrieving it, Qian Lan once again utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Soon, Vegapunk would eradicate the last vestiges of Kuma's consciousness, rendering him an easy target for the celestial dragons. On Island 12, Qian Lan reappeared beside Luffy, only to find the Straw Hat crew cornered with no escape in sight. The formidable powers of Admiral Kizaru and Sentamaru were far beyond what the present Straw Hat crew could contend with. Qian Lan, what are you doing here? Luffy exclaimed. Qian Lan, curious yet reticent about Luffy's Flying Thunder God mark, simply gazed at him. Long time no see, Admiral Kizaru. How is your injury faring? Kizaru, detecting the teasing tone in Qian Lan's voice, remained unfazed, calmly touching his chest. Observing this, Sentamaru wasted no words and swung his axe down at Qian Lan, his haki evidently having improved significantly. Clang. Unfortunately for Sentamaru, Qian Lan effortlessly blocked the attack with a single finger, the massive axe failing to penetrate. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Kizaru decisively struck, a golden laser piercing through Qian Lan's chest, only to find it had merely sliced through a piece of wood. Admiral Kizaru, after 2 years apart, you greet me with a sneak attack. Isn't that a bit uncouth? Stand down, Sentamaru. With those words, Kizaru conjured the Amaterasu sword, stating, Since I was defeated by you 2 years ago, I spent 1 year recovering and another training. Now, I stand here once more. Cunning ninja Qian Lan, your journey ends here. With that, Kizaru launched another assault, golden light flashing as he appeared before Qian Lan, his speed evidently surpassing that of the past. Boom! Qian Lan raised his sword to block, only to trigger a tremendous explosion. Thus, Qian Lan executed the Flying Thunder God technique, directly arriving behind Kizaru. Rasengan, with a fierce strike. Qian Lan found that Admiral Kizaru was able to evade his attack through the mastery of observation haki, transforming himself into an elemental form. The fourth activation of the 7 days calling technique. Lightning release chakra mode. It seems that dealing with Admiral Kizaru requires a more serious approach. As he spoke, Qian Lan's figure appeared before Kizaru, and the two engaged in a fierce battle with unparalleled speed. The members of the Straw Hat crew looked on in astonishment, witnessing what had previously seemed an invincible marine admiral being overwhelmed by a mere youth. Incredible, Qian Lan. Upon hearing Luffy's voice, Robin snapped back to reality, realizing that now was an opportune moment for their escape. Usopp exclaimed, "With the admiral occupied, we must leave swiftly." After a brief discussion, the entire Straw Hat crew departed from the area, while the battleground between Qian Lan and Kizaru expanded ever wider. Admiral Kizaru, do you truly wish to engage me in a relentless struggle? If this continues, the Sabaody archipelago will be in jeopardy. You insolent brat, Kizaru began. But before he could finish his words, Qian Lan had vanished, reappearing before Zoro. Without a system task compelling him, Qian Lan had no desire to exert himself in a futile skirmish with Kizaru. Zoro was seen sitting atop a pacifista, pouring liquor down his throat. Zoro, we must depart from Sabaody archipelago. You ought to drink less, yet I commend you for not getting lost. Shut it, you jerk. Subsequently, Qian Lan utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport everyone back onto the ship, and they set sail away from Sabaody archipelago. The following day, tranquility graced the vast ocean. Host, Qian Lan level, super shadow attributes, wind, lightning, fire, earth, water, yin, yang ninjutsu, creation and resurrection, impure world reincarnation, hell stab, flying thunder god technique, light and heavy rock technique, Rasengan taijutsu, 7 days calling technique, remnant, lightning release chakra mode bloodline limits, eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, wood release summoning beast, nine tails ninja tools, space scroll, kunai, shuriken, explosive tags. Gazing at his system panel, Qian Lan realized he had become virtually invincible. Of course, as One Piece is an unfinished tale, who could predict what formidable new powers might emerge later? Nevertheless, exercising caution would ultimately prove wise. Master Qian Lan, you were right. The Marine headquarters indeed plans to publicly execute Port Gasti, Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. On the deck, Bartolomeo excitedly brandished a newspaper, feeling a sense of immunity towards his master's foresight. Understood, Qian Lan replied, continuing with his sit-ups, showing no inclination to read the newspaper. Suddenly, Bartolomeo kicked the dumbbell from Zoro's hands, drawing everyone's attention. Master Qian Lan, your bounty has increased by 300 million, reaching a staggering 1,600,000,000 berries. Bartolomeo then shifted his focus, announcing the updated bounty for the green-haired swordsman, Roronoa Zoro, now set at 100 million berries, tenfold the previous amount. The cute little tiger-toothed Mekon exclaimed in frustration, "Curse that marine. I don't have a single berry on my head." Qian Lan felt utterly astonished. How could the bounty of 10 million berries have skyrocketed tenfold? Could it be, Zoro, that you have slain a celestial dragon? Zoro calmly nodded, affirming, yes. There was a peculiar individual wearing a strange hood who seemed to be seeking directions. However, when he raised his gun, I took his life. Timon questioned, could it be that green algae had truly killed a celestial dragon? Clotho adjusted his glasses. It appears to be true. Qian Lan was taken aback at the thought of the foolish Charlos meeting his demise at his own hands. While Zoro had unintentionally triggered a legendary scene, Bartolomeo roared in anger, damn it, why didn't I think of this method? Next time, I shall kill 2 celestial dragons. Mokushin echoed, indeed, Bartle is right. I too wish to eliminate a celestial dragon. Observing the fervor among the group, Qian Lan could only express his exasperation. They were so intent on slaughtering that they would pursue the 5 elders down from Merigios. Cough, cough. What shall our next objective be, Captain? Are we to partake in this war? Perona floated closer, nearly touching Qian Lan's face. With a nervous cough, Qian Lan replied, you should first conceal yourselves in the surrounding waters of the Navy headquarters. I must rescue our crew. New crew members? But why do you need to save them? They laughed. Just wait for my news. With that, Qian Lan utilized the technique of light and heavy rock, soaring into the sky. His target, the underwater prison known as Impel Down, located east of the Navy headquarters. 2 days later, lacking the record pointer for Impel Down, Qian Lan had to adjust his course several times before arriving. Observing the Navy escorting Port Gasti, Ace below, Qian Lan felt no tremor within. This was an adventure of his own choosing. Finally, as impatience set in, the Navy's escort ship departed from Impel Down. After more than half an hour, Qian Lan surmised it was time to act. He descended from the sky, landing directly before the gates of Impel Down. A shrill alarm reverberated throughout the prison. As the guards stationed at the gate aimed their weapons at Qian Lan. In an instant, Qian Lan sliced through the bullets that were fired, unleashing his conqueror's haki, causing guard after guard to collapse in unconsciousness. Nine Tails. A cloak of tailed beast chakra enveloped Qian Lan entirely, and with a single strike, he shattered the gates of Impel Down and charged inside. Mission: defeat Magellan mission level. SS mission reward: perfectly integrated Hashirama cells. In truth, this mission was rather simple for Qian Lan. Although Magellan's poison fruit posed a significant challenge for others, it was easily manageable for him. Qian Lan surged through Impel Down with unparalleled prowess, dispatching foes with ease. Even those awakened zone-type devil fruit users fell before him in an instant. Poison pufferfish. Suddenly, several purple toxic orbs surged towards Qian Lan, sealing the entire passageway. No wonder this individual was deemed capable of exhibiting admiral-level strength within Impel Down. The paramecia-type poison fruit was indeed formidable in such a confined environment. Fivefold Rashomon. Before Magellan stood 5 colossal gates, upon which his toxic orbs swiftly struck, corroding 3 of the Rochambeau before ceasing their assault. Infuriatingly, Magellan recognized this as a shortcoming of his own offensive capabilities, one of the inherent flaws of the poison fruit. Nevertheless, even if you engage me in battle, the very air you inhale is laced with my toxins. Wind release, Gale Palm. Instantly, the toxins were visibly dispersed by a powerful gust from Qian, leaving Magellan feeling as though he might vomit blood. This adversary seemed to have a certain restraint over him. Poison Dragon. In an instant, a multitude of lethal liquid toxins coalesced into the shape of a dragon, surging violently towards Qian. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Qian expelled a water dragon formed from a powerful current to confront the poison dragon, and upon collision, the water dragon obliterated its toxic foe. The clash appeared evenly matched. Yet, Magellan grew anxious, feeling his repertoire of techniques was insufficient against the myriad of attacks the man before him employed. Giant of Poison, Judgment of Hell. A torrent of toxins erupted from Magellan's body, ultimately shaping into a skeletal giant. Unlike the usual violet toxins he wielded, this technique employed a specially concocted crimson poison, appearing far more formidable than its predecessors. Wood release, Wood Golem Technique. Suddenly, a massive wooden figure entwined with a wood dragon emerged, its towering form dwarfing Magellan's poisonous giant. Magellan muttered, "Monster." In a heartbeat, the red skeletal giant collided with the enormous wooden figure controlled by Qian, igniting a fierce battle within the depths of Impel Down's 4th level. Sizzle. Amidst the furious clash, Chiron's colossal wooden golem suffered significant corrosion from Magellan's toxins, while Magellan's poisonous giant was being relentlessly battered by Qian. Soon, their conflict engulfed the entire 4th level, endangering the lives of all present, be it the guards of Impel Down or the prisoners confined within their cells. Evacuate the 4th level. Director Magellan's toxins have begun to spread. Retreat. Everyone retreat. As chaos erupted among the guards on the 4th level, Vice Director Hannibal stepped forward. All personnel, don gas masks. Immediately seal off the entrances to the 3rd and 5th levels to prevent the spread of the toxic gas, and prepare antidotes for the affected guards. Under Hannibal's command, the guards on the 4th level swiftly retreated in an orderly fashion, readying themselves for the aftermath. However, witnessing the titanic struggle between the two combatants left Hannibal momentarily dazed. The devastation wrought by such colossal entities could leave an indelible mark on Impel Down. It seemed they could only rely on Magellan in this fray. Yet, if Magellan were to perish, would he not then ascend to the position of director? A smile blossomed on Hannibal's face at the thought. Hey, Hannibal, let us out too. Indeed. Otherwise, we shall perish here. The imprisoned convicts, desperate to escape their confines, implored Hannibal for assistance, knowing that if the battle were to spill into their cell, they would surely meet their doom. Upon hearing this, Hannibal made a face at the prisoners, declaring, "You scum of society think you can deceive me into releasing you, only to cause chaos and escape from Impel Down? I shall not be so easily fooled. You may as well await your demise here." With that, Hannibal donned his gas mask and hastily fled the 4th level of Impel Down. leaving behind the prisoners who were cursing and resigned to their fate. At this moment, the battle between Qian Lan and Magellan had escalated to a fever pitch. Qian Lan's colossal wooden figure remained intact, albeit marred by the venom that attested to the ferocity of the recent skirmish. However, Magellan himself lay on the ground, gasping for breath, seemingly lacking the stamina to sustain the battle with such a massive body. It appeared that Magellan's endurance was significantly inferior to that of Qian Lan. A drawback inherent to the devil fruit powers, prolonged use inevitably drained considerable energy. Magellan, you have reached your limit. I came here merely to free one individual. There is no need for you to expend your strength over this one person, Qian Lan stated. Coughing up blood, Magellan replied with a smile. I am the warden of Impel Down. How could I possibly let a prisoner escape? Wow, how impressive. Qian Lan, how did you achieve this? Neither Qian Lan nor Magellan anticipated the presence of a third individual on the 4th level, especially one who was also a pirate. Luffy, are you here to rescue Ace? He has already been taken to Marine headquarters. You have arrived too late. Thank you, Qian Lan. I am heading to Marine headquarters right now, but you are quite the sight to behold. Qian Lan paid little heed to Luffy's words, instead focusing on the exhausted Magellan on the ground. At this point, Magellan's stamina had reached its limit, and Qian Lan was prepared to unleash his full power. Come forth. Nine Tails. Susanoo. In an instant, the Nine Tails manifested in its complete form, while Qian Lan's Susanoo enveloped the Nine Tails like a suit of armor. Just as Hashirama and Madara had clad the great Buddha in Susanoo to conquer 4 nations, today Qian Lan would don Susanoo over the Nine Tails to deliver a decisive blow to Magellan's toxic giant. Shall we dance, Magellan? You wish to join the fray? You bastard. Magellan roared, launching a counterattack. The previously waning toxic giant surged with renewed vigor, its crimson form appearing more solid than before. The two colossal entities clashed once more. Yet Qian Lan's full-force assault rendered Magellan's defenses utterly impotent. This time, Magellan's toxic giant shattered, offering no resistance whatsoever. Fall, Magellan, with Qian Lan's voice echoing. The Susanoo clad around the Nine Tails slashed downwards. Magellan, seeing no alternative, could only raise his arm in a futile attempt to withstand the blow, channeling all his haki into his defense. Boom. In an instant, Magellan's body crashed into the ground, creating a gaping hole, a symbol of his retreat as the highest power of Impel Down. Ding. Mission reward. Perfectly fused Hashirama cells, now integrated. What an uncomfortable sensation, remarked the Nine Tails. Haha. Let us hurry down. After concluding their banter, Qian Lan continued his descent, unimpeded by Magellan's absence, as no one dared to obstruct him within the depths of Impel Down. Soon, Qian Lan arrived at the 6th level of Impel Down, a prison deliberately concealed by the world government, where countless legendary pirates were incarcerated. Oh, who is this? What brings a child to this place? Where is that toilet man, Magellan? The appearance of Qian Lan took everyone in the 6th level of Impel Down by surprise. Yet none believed he had arrived there through his own strength. Unfazed by the crowd, Qian Lan unleashed his conqueror's haki, enveloping the entire area in an instant. Several powerful presences responded to his haki, engaging in a silent contest of wills. However, due to the brevity of Qian Lan's mastery over this formidable power, even his impressive aura paled in comparison to those who had long been steeped in it. After a brief exchange of haki, Qian Lan ventured deeper into the 6th level, encountering familiar figures confined within their cells. Rain D, Shiru, Crocodile, Jinbe, Saint J, B, Da, Katarina Devon, Bonnie Waldo, Baroque Works Crocodile, among other formidable beings. Notably, he also found the one he was particularly interested in, the Devil's successor, Douglas Bullet. Are you here for me? Qian Lan paused before Bullet's cell, gazing at the bound figure with admiration. Devil's successor, in pursuit of the strongest man, you must feel quite lonely since Roger's passing. But now, the world's strongest man stands before you. I will rescue you, and you shall follow me as you did Roger. Bullet, upon hearing this, erupted into furious laughter. How dare you compare yourself to Roger? He is the true strongest in my eyes. Qian Lan responded with a smile. Roger was merely the pirate king. Once I rescue you, if you can defeat me, you shall attain the freedom you desire. Conversely, should I best you, you will heed my command. Fine, I accept your terms. But know this, if you lose, I will kill you outright. With that, Qian Lan marked Bullet with the Flying Thunder God seal, then grasped Bullet's shoulder, and in an instant, both vanished from Impel Down. Witnessing this, the prisoners of the 6th level, previously watching in disbelief, were consumed by rage, astonished that the intruder had departed so abruptly. That despicable fellow, leaving so easily. Once I escape, I will surely kill him. After their outburst, the 6th level of Impelled Down fell silent once more. Qian Lan and Bullet materialized on a desolate, uninhabited island, a location Qian Lan had scouted earlier. So, Bullet, shall we engage in combat now? Or would you prefer to wait until you are fully recovered? Come on. Without warning, Bullet launched an unprovoked attack on Qian Lan, his hockey-coated fist crashing toward Qian Lan's chest. Bang! Instantly, a wooden pillar shattered upon impact, yet Qian Lan's figure reappeared 6 meters away from Bullet. Let me test your martial arts. Qian Lan was eager to experience Bullet's prowess firsthand, particularly his formidable physical skills. Some enthusiasts of the sea have proclaimed that Barrett's martial prowess was once unrivaled. But his insistence on merging forms has led some to argue that the unmerged Barrett, devoid of the combined fruit abilities, is the true embodiment of strength. Both wielding fists enveloped in armament hockey, yet Qian Lan's fists appeared somewhat diminutive compared to Barrett's. With a resounding clash, a shockwave erupted from their confrontation, sending Qian Lan hurtling backwards, shattering several massive boulders before finally halting. "Oh, your strength does not warrant my allegiance," he remarked as he rose, shaking off the impact. "I underestimated you, Barrett." Barrett's mastery of armament hockey indeed astonished Qian Lan. In the cinematic adaptation, Barrett's colossal form, after merging, was entirely cloaked in this formidable power. Furthermore, Barrett's hockey was potent enough to revert Luffy's Gear 4th snake form with a single blow, rivaling even the might of Teacher Kai's thunderous 8 trigrams. 7th Day Invocation, 4th Activation, Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Ninetales, arise. In an instant, Qian Lan, adorned in deep crimson with hints of blue, materialized before Barrett, his aura significantly elevated. "Ha! I am becoming exhilarated," Barrett declared, launching a fist enveloped in armament hockey towards Qian Lan. To his astonishment, Qian Lan effortlessly caught Barrett's full-force strike with one hand, and then, with a swift motion, the Ninetales lashed out at Barrett. With a resounding thud, leveraging the recoil from the tail, Barrett deftly retreated, evading Qian Lan's reach. Such formidable power. But we shall pause here for today. With that, Barrett relinquished his armament hockey. Aware that Barrett had just emerged from Impelled Down in a weakened state, considering the arduous conditions of training within such confines, where even sustenance was a challenge, Qian Lan felt a sense of compassion. Here, he tossed some provisions and beer from his spatial scroll towards Barrett, who caught them unguarded and began to consume eagerly, fostering an odd tranquility between them. Their meal extended over the course of an hour, with Barrett, a titan among men, demonstrating an insatiable appetite, finishing without even a belch. "Now let us visit some of your old acquaintances," Qian Lan proposed. Barrett responded, "Are you headed to the conflict unfolding at Navy headquarters? That is indeed worth witnessing." Aware that Fire Fist Ace was imprisoned on the 6th level of Impelled Down, Barrett was well informed of the ongoing turmoil. He had never shied away from warfare. Qian Lan stepped forward, grasping Barrett's hand, and once again, their figures vanished. In the waters surrounding Navy headquarters, Qian Lan and Barrett abruptly appeared aboard a vessel, prompting the crew to converge upon them. "Master Qian Lan, is this fellow our new crewmate?" "He certainly appears formidable," Bartolomeo remarked, reaching out to feel Barrett's muscular frame. With a furious punch, Barrett retaliated, only to be thwarted by Bartolomeo's barrier. "All right, change into your attire. It is time for us to make our entrance," came the directive. At this, the group dispersed, donning the signature red clouded black cloaks of the Akatsuki, complete with wind chimes and straw hats. In an instant, a profound sense of seriousness enveloped Qian Lan's heart, instilling him with greater confidence for the impending operation. Chloe inquired, "Qian Lan, what exactly is the purpose of our mission? Are we aiding the pirates, or the Navy? Or are we simply joining the fray?" That wretched captain must be fixated on Whitebeard's corpse. What a peculiar captain indeed. Qian Lan was taken aback that Perona had discerned his thoughts, yet this was one of his intentions. Once he entered the fray, regardless of who triumphed, a mission could potentially be triggered, allowing him to achieve invincibility over the world. This was merely one of my aspirations, naturally. I also yearned to witness the might of the old era's titans, such as Whitebeard, Carp, and Sengoku, those venerable figures. Timon pondered, the world's strongest man? I wonder just how powerful Whitebeard is to earn such a title. Upon hearing this, Barrett smashed the ship's railing with a punch, asserting that Whitebeard was not the world's strongest man. He was not even close. Barrett was well aware of Whitebeard's prowess, sufficient to rival Roger, yet certainly not the strongest. Shall we charge directly at Whitebeard? Will I and Sistashi be a hindrance? Mu Xian expressed her doubts, fully aware of her own capabilities. In such a battlefield, she had little confidence in her ability to protect herself while engaging Whitebeard. Fear not. You shall witness the clash between the world's #1 swordsman and the sword god of Wano. Just ensure your safety amidst the chaos, and my objectives will be easily achieved. Lightweight rock technique. Suddenly, the entire vessel became buoyant, swiftly propelling towards the Navy headquarters. At Marineford, the battle had reached a critical phase, with Navy and pirate forces entangled in fierce combat. Relay the order to activate the encirclement wall. The scientific unit may now enter. With Sengoku's command, the encirclement wall at the Navy's bay began to rise, albeit slowly due to the obstruction of Akiji's ice. Sensing the Navy's scheme, Marco rushed back to Whitebeard's side. Old man, it seems the Navy intends to encircle us. What shall we do next? Everyone charge into the bay and engage the Navy. Whitebeard rallied the pirates with his charisma, while the Navy labored to elevate the prearranged encirclement wall, causing the tide of battle to shift. Meanwhile, Luffy, who had not brought any prisoners from Impel Down, continued to shine brightly, pushing forward into the bay. Unfortunately, his individual strength was lacking. Even though he had developed the third gear, he hesitated to use it, knowing that in his childlike form, he would undoubtedly perish on the battlefield. With the entry of the peacekeepers led by Bartolomeo, calamity loomed for the pirates. Master Qian Lan, why must we jump down from above? Don't you think descending from the sky looks magnificent? The members of the Akatsuki organization were all airborne, aiming for the icebergs created by Akiji, unanimously agreeing that leaping from above was the most stylish entrance. Soon, several individuals ascended to the pinnacle of the icy mountain, and amidst their incredulous gazes, Qian Lan leaped down. Even as a formidable warrior, Qian Lan found the thrill exhilarating. Her exclamation captured the attention of all present. Pirates and Navy alike gazed upward at the figure plummeting from the sky. Kapu remarked, "Is this rascal also joining the fray?" Whitebeard questioned, "The fifth emperor of the sea." Perhaps. With a thunderous crash, upon landing, Barrett charged forth, targeting the Navy's Fleet Admiral Sengoku. "Long time no see, you old codger. I didn't expect to find myself here after regaining my freedom." With that, Barrett unleashed his fruit's power, drawing weapons, rubble, and blades towards him, summoning a colossal figure towering over 10 meters. Kapu, seeing this, rushed toward Barrett, as Sengoku, the fleet admiral, still needed to command the entire army. Thus, the two engaged in fierce combat, their clash rendering the surrounding onlookers too daunted to intervene. "I shall also take action, for my bounty," declared Bartolomeo as he charged at the Navy's giant rear admiral, his explosive sword striking its foot, creating a tremendous explosion. The remaining members of the Akatsuki organization joined the battle, further entangling the already chaotic scene. "Don't you wish to stretch your legs a bit, Kyubi?" Kyubi shook his head in response, expressing disinterest in the unfolding chaos. Qian Lan, not insisting, utilized wood release to ensnare an unfortunate pirate nearby. Reanimation. The hapless pirate was enveloped, and soon a samurai-clad figure emerged. "I am Ryoma, the sword god of Wano, here to duel the mightiest swordsman of this era." Ryoma struck with a vertical slash, his strength rivaling that of Mihawk S, aiming directly at the battlefield's apex swordsman. This spectacle captured the attention of all present. After all, it was a challenge directed at the greatest swordsman of the age. Such a slash, it ignites the aspirations of every swordsman, mused Bista, the flower sword. Meanwhile, Zoro fixed his gaze intently on Mihawk, recognizing him as his lifelong rival. Being the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk sensed Ryoma's strike and countered with a vertical slash of his own, wielding his black blade, Yuru. 2 slashes powerful enough to cleave the very battlefield erupted, colliding with a resounding boom. Instantly, the entire bay began to tremble, seemingly shaken by the magnitude of their clash. When the onlookers dared to raise their eyes once more, they beheld the bay cleaved in two, a straight line separating the waters, which surged upward continuously. "The sword god of Wano, is it? Worthy of being laid to rest by my black blade. I am but a resurrected soul, shamelessly requesting Mr. Qian Lan to bring me back to witness the mightiest swordsmanship of this age. It is indeed an honor to battle the greatest swordsman alive, Ryoma confessed. The dialogue between Mihawk and Ryoma left the audience astounded, particularly the revelation that Ryoma had been resurrected by the cunning ninja Qian Lan, a notion that was incredibly hard to believe. Qian Lan observed with keen curiosity the opposing figures of Longma and Mihawk, eagerly anticipating their clash. In an instant, both warriors sprang into action, their blades, the Black Blade Knight and the Black Path Autumn Water, colliding at an incredible speed, igniting a flurry of sparks. It had been quite some time since I encountered a swordsman worthy of my full strength. I had not felt the fervor of battle in ages. With that, the two engaged in a fierce duel of swordsmanship, their expressions solemn and intense. The uncontrollable strikes easily dispatched nearby pirates and marines, leaving no one daring enough to intervene in their fight. Seeing that the battle between the two would not yield a victor anytime soon, Qian Lan shifted his gaze to the center of the arena. There were few suitable opponents for him, yet he yearned to face a particular man. Fire release, great fireball technique. By now, Qian Lan had grown accustomed to commencing his assaults with the great fireball technique. It had become his signature greeting. However, few could withstand such an introduction. Ice Age. In an instant, Aokiji was enveloped in ice, and Qian Lan's great fireball was instantly frozen. Mission: defeat Marine Admiral Aokiji. Mission rank: SS. Mission reward: wind release, spiraling shuriken. Ah, what a surprise. Is the opponent chosen by my little brother me? Qian Lan chuckled. If you seek revenge, you may attempt it at any time. But it remains to be seen if you possess the capability. 7th calling technique. 4th activation. Lightning release. Chakra mode. Kurama. Rise. Prepared to confront the Marine headquarters' most formidable force. Qian Lan was resolute. Icicle. In a flash, 5 intertwining icicles surged toward Qian Lan, seemingly intent on ensnaring him in a single blow. Qian Lan did not shy away from Akiji's attack. Instead, he accelerated directly toward it. Hell stab. The icicles shattered like mere tofu under Qian Lan's blade, and he seized the opportunity to close the distance to Aokiji. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. In an instant, 3 colossal fire dragons erupted from Qian Lan's mouth, aimed squarely at Aokiji. However, Aokiji vanished from sight, evading the onslaught, and reappeared 10 meters away, narrowly escaping the inferno. Unfortunately for the pirates and marines engaged in fierce combat behind him, they were not as fortunate and were consumed by Qian Lan's fire dragons. This exemplified the nature of battles among the powerful. The weak had no right even to approach. Everyone, retreat. Do not engage in battle here. With Qian Lan's command, the marines hastily withdrew, disregarding the nearby pirates. Naturally, the pirates were not foolish enough to remain and await their demise, swiftly distancing themselves from the battlefield. Thus, a void devoid of combatants was formed between Qian Lan and Aokiji. At that moment, despite the Akatsuki holding back a significant portion of the Marines' upper echelon, the Whitebeard pirates were still at a disadvantage. The mighty Marine force remained the true sovereign. Observing the situation, Whitebeard recognized that it was time for him to take action. The longer he delayed, the more adverse the conditions for his side would become. Follow me, abandon your lives, and join my cause. After delivering his words, Whitebeard leapt high, brandishing his great blade as he charged towards the navy. His fervent display instantly ignited the spirits of the pirates, allowing them to breach several lines of the navy's defense. The fierce battle raged on, with the navy still holding a significant advantage. Even though Qian Lan and Barrett managed to hold off Garp and Aokiji, their efforts had little effect on the two, who were already adept at evasion. Kill Whitebeard, roared Akainu, the Marine Admiral, leading the charge directly towards Whitebeard. The Yellow Monkey, who had been biding his time, understood that the moment had come to strike, and in an instant, he appeared before Whitebeard. Die, remnants of the old era, he shouted, unleashing a devastating laser, which was, however, intercepted by Marco using his abilities. At that moment, Akainu finally closed the distance, shouting furiously at Whitebeard, Hellhound. His arm transformed into a massive flow of magma, moving with astonishing speed. Suddenly, a slicing attack emerged, cleaving through Akainu's Hellhound, scattering it across the ground. Father, you continue to lead the charge. I will hold off the Marine Admirals, announced Vista. Akainu's face twisted in rage as he retorted, You insolent pirate. Do you think you can treat a Marine Admiral lightly? In an instant, Akainu's form was blasted away, leaving a gaping hole, only to swiftly regenerate. The one who delivered that blow was Diamond Jozu. Very well, just hold this fellow off, Whitebeard proclaimed, raising his weapon, the Songyun slash. Before bringing it down with tremendous force. Boom. The Marines blocking Whitebeard were obliterated as he surged forward like an arrow towards Ace's execution platform. Ace, father everyone. I'm sorry, Ace cried out. I'm coming to save you, Luffy shouted as he charged alongside Whitebeard towards the execution platform. The pirates preparing to make a concerted effort to rescue Ace. These fools. Our navy is not to be trifled with. Justice will prevail. We will annihilate the Whitebeard pirates. With multiple vice admirals leading the charge, the navy surged forward to engage Whitebeard and his crew in a fierce clash. Meanwhile, the warlords of the sea, who should have been obeying the navy, were merely observing the chaos, with the exception of Dracula Mihawk, who was engaged in battle. While Boa Hancock and Don Quixote Doflamingo took advantage of the melee. Hancock, do you see Luffy? Hancock began indiscriminately slaughtering both pirates and marines alike. Doflamingo seized the opportunity to exploit his devil fruit powers, controlling the Whitebeard Pirates 13th Division Captain, Buffalo Atmos, to wield dual blades and massacre his own crew. Those at the pinnacle can redefine good and evil. This place is the only neutral ground. Justice will prevail? Naturally, for only the victors embody justice. At this juncture, the battle between Qian Lan and Aokiji escalated to a fever pitch, their haki evenly matched. Unfortunately, Aokiji's overall strength was significantly inferior to Qian Lan's. Had Qian Lan not been distracted by the battlefield, Aokiji would have surely been forced to retreat. Admiral Aokiji, are you not concerned about the battle? The pirates, under Whitebeard's leadership, are advancing like a tidal wave. Aokiji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, noting that Fleet Admiral Sengoku stood resolutely at the execution platform, the Navy's unyielding bulwark. After speaking, Aokiji launched an ice spear towards Qian, only to have it severed by Kurama's tail. Stop battling this weakling and end the fight swiftly, Kurama urged. In the blink of an eye, Qian vanished from his spot, reappearing behind Aokiji. Rasengan, he exclaimed, followed by Ice Spike. Countless ice spikes erupted from Aokiji's back, quickly thrusting towards Qian. However, Qian relentlessly pressed down with his Rasengan, shattering the ice spikes one by one, yet ultimately failing to strike Aokiji directly. The shamelessness of a Logia user is evident, even without sufficient reflexes to counter the Flying Thunder God technique. The ability to sense through observation haki and adapt to varying forms allows a Logia fruit wielder to handle many unforeseen circumstances. The battle reached its conclusion. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan manifested in Kairan's eyes, allowing him to foresee the future and strike once more. Hell Spike. Qian charged at Aokiji's front, accurately predicting Aokiji's movements, and landed a piercing blow to Aokiji's chest. Much like the position and timing of Kizaru, Aokiji, having learned from his mentor, managed to encase his chest in ice just in time to withstand the impact. Suddenly, Kairan's fingers elongated, causing Aokiji to stagger backward. Aokiji coughed, revealing a shard of wood lodged in his chest, accompanied by a spurt of blood. Protect Admiral Aokiji. Several Marine Vice Admirals rushed to shield him, launching their haki-imbued fists and blades at Qian. Rasengan. Kairan's form vanished once again, reappearing behind Aokiji. Despite Aokiji sensing Kairan's presence this time, he lacked the reflexes to counter the attack. Qian easily shattered Aokiji's ice spikes, and the Rasengan struck Aokiji directly. With a crunch, Aokiji was sent crashing into the ice, lying unconscious on the ground. Ding. Task reward. Wind release. Rasengan, now mastered. Quickly, save Admiral Aokiji. Has Admiral Aokiji been defeated? Can we? Silence. I am still here. Suddenly, a golden light captured everyone's attention. The Zoan-type Devil Fruit user, the Buddha form wielder and supreme commander of the Marine Headquarters, Sengoku, emerged. Justice shall prevail. Attack. Even without directly engaging, Sengoku's mere presence greatly uplifted the morale of the Marines. At that moment, Elder Tsuru stood atop the execution platform, holding a large conch shell. Vice Admiral Tsuru maintained the rhythm of battle for the Marines, asserting that as long as they held their ground, victory would belong to them. Justice shall prevail. Justice shall prevail. With Tsuru successfully taking command, Sengoku felt a sense of relief. Sengoku then leaped down from the platform, his massive form crashing towards the Whitebeard, who was leading the pirates in their assault. You old fool, Whitebeard declared, raising his sword, the Tontata cutting through the air, causing the very space around them to shatter. As the seasoned adversary Sengoku remained unperturbed, he unleashed a formidable shockwave with a swing of his right fist, hurtling directly toward Whitebeard. The two combatants clashed in the air without any physical contact, yet their confrontation felt palpably tangible. However, the pirates and navy caught in proximity to their battlefield bore the brunt of the struggle. The immense force unleashed during their attacks pulverized the surroundings. Following this, the two old rivals, Whitebeard and Sengoku, commenced their fierce duel, elevating the intensity of the conflict between pirates and navy to its zenith. In an instant, a colossal water sphere enveloping nearly a kilometer appeared, only to shatter into droplets, rendering the battlefield momentarily hushed. "Hurry, Luffy!" Qian Lan's call shattered the stillness, igniting fervor among the pirates, who were particularly emboldened by the words of the fifth Emperor of the Sea, uniting them with Whitebeard's crew and significantly boosting their morale. Fufufufu. The fifth Emperor of the Sea, is he? What a despicable wretch. Diamante, Doflamingo, Lao Ji, you three will meet your demise at his hands. Observing the sword hanging from Qian Lan's waist, the astute Doflamingo discerned the unfolding events. Yet, this was not the opportune moment for action. He had witnessed the recent failure of the Navy Admiral and understood that charging in would only lead to his own demise. Nevertheless, Doflamingo harbored confidence in orchestrating a cunning scheme, seeking to exploit the situation. At that moment, Qian Lan's figure vanished, while the Navy personnel on the execution platform transformed into mere wooden dummies. After such a prolonged duration, Qian Lan's wooden clone, armed with the flying thunder god Kanai, finally reached the execution platform. The execution platform has been breached. That treacherous ninja Qian Lan, are we destined to lose? All eyes on the battlefield turned toward the execution platform, fixated on Qian Lan's impending actions. With a swift motion, Qian Lan drew his blade downwards, severing the iron chains that bound Ace in just 2 strikes. Fire Fist. Instantly, a massive wave of flames surged forth, clearing a path as Ace began to move toward Whitebeard. Seeing this, Qian Lan felt a sense of relief. Whether Ace survived or escaped was inconsequential at this juncture, for it was the Navy's moment to exert their full strength. Qian Lan was acutely aware that, fueled by Kizaru's animosity toward him, the Admiral would not hold back. Failure to act would tarnish the Navy's honor. "Luffy, Ace, we're here to save you." Break through the Navy headquarters. Whitebeard, witnessing the unfolding scene, raised his arm in a rallying cry. "Sons, we are going home." Suddenly, a golden laser pierced through Whitebeard's shoulder, blood cascading down his arm. "Old man," Marco shouted in alarm, launching a fierce kick at Kizaru. Sengoku, recognizing the urgency, stepped forward, determined not to allow Whitebeard and Ace to escape, staking the Navy's honor on the outcome. Justice must prevail. Justice must prevail. Justice must prevail. At this moment, Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Kizaru, and even Granny Tsuru abandoned their command posts to join the fray. At this juncture, one could assert that the war has entered its final phase. Either Whitebeard and Ace will meet their demise here, or the Navy will allow the two to escape, ushering in an even more chaotic era. Timon inquired, "Qian Lan, what shall we do next?" Observing the group aiding Barrett in their brawl against Carp, Qian Lan felt a profound sense of helplessness. Were it not for the assistance of Bartolomeo, Perona, Zoro, and Kuro, Barrett would have surely succumbed to Carp's might by now. Thus, it was imperative to unleash Carp, a top-tier force, to contend with the Whitebeard pirates. Qian Lan was acutely aware that Carp would not exert his full strength. However, his mere presence could certainly stall a considerable portion of the elite forces within the Whitebeard pirates. With that thought, Qian Lan instantly materialized before Carp, his right fist intercepting Carp's impending strike. In an instant, Qian Lan was sent reeling several steps back. It must be noted that this venerable old man is undoubtedly one of the powerhouses in the world of pirates, exhibiting a terrifying strength. Observing this, Barrett exclaimed in anger, "Qian Lan, what are you doing interfering with my battle?" "Barrett, step back and take a breather. Bartolomeo, you and the others should regroup with Timon," Qian Lan instructed. "Understood, Master Qian Lan," replied Zoro and Kuro, who promptly withdrew. Barrett shot Qian Lan a glare before departing as well. Deep down, Barrett knew that with the support of the four, he had merely held his ground against Carp. In his current state, he was far from a match. "Damn brat. I never expected you to amass sufficient strength to stand before me so soon. It seems I misjudged you." You are indeed a prodigious talent, Karp remarked, his expression shifting to one of ire. But aren't you supposed to be a pirate hunter? How did you suddenly become a pirate? Upon hearing this, Qian Lan could only manage a wry smile. Well, initially, I killed a few pirates with high bounties, but never claimed the rewards. And your headquarters grip on the four seas is rather weak, allowing numerous traitorous elements within the Navy. Karp was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the young man before him had keenly perceived the issues plaguing the Navy. The vast expanse of the four seas necessitates a substantial naval presence, with considerable military funds allocated to that region. While the Navy in the Grand Line is formidable, its control over the four seas is lamentably insufficient. This is one of the reasons the Navy is constrained by the world government, which invests significantly in maintaining this vast apparatus of violence. All right, old man Karp, our idle chatter must come to an end. If you continue, the Whitebeard pirates will surely escape, Qian Lan stated, promptly utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to reunite with the others. Karp, now focused on the battlefield, prepared himself for the fray. Justice will prevail. Eliminate these Navy scum. The battle had intensified to its ultimate stage, with both sides now thoroughly consumed by the fight. The Navy's numerical advantage began to manifest, bolstered by superior healing, training, and retirement systems. While the high-ranking forces of the Navy may have retreated to the background, they could still be summoned in critical moments, rendering their elite strength far more substantial than that of the pirates. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates clashed fiercely with all the Navy's vice admirals, yet they found themselves thoroughly suppressed. Moreover, both the Yellow Monkey and Akainu found themselves obstructed by the formidable captains of the Whitebeard pirates, with even the recently liberated Ace joining the fray, resulting in an intense standoff. Regrettably, Whitebeard was besieged by the relentless assaults of Garp and Sengoku. Even though Garp was not exerting his full strength, Sengoku's presence further pressed Whitebeard into a corner. Qian Lan, are you truly going to let me sit idly by while you engage in battle? Barrett remarked, a fervent warrior at heart, yet aware that the war was far from concluded, and their moment to emerge had not yet arrived. The members of the Akatsuki organization had gathered, allowing themselves a moment of respite, for at this juncture, neither the Whitebeard pirates nor the Marines would dare to provoke them. Meanwhile, Zoro anxiously observed the clash between the sword god Ryuma and the formidable Mihawk, recognizing that their duel had reached a critical juncture. Mihawk bore numerous injuries, while Ryuma, having been resurrected through the technique of Edo Tensei, remained largely unscathed, leaving the outcome of their battle uncertain. Whitebeard, your era has come to an end. Consider this place your tomb, roared Mihawk. Gururara, I am the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. How could I possibly perish here? With that, Whitebeard hurled his weapon, the Murakamajiri, into the air and unleashed his devil fruit powers, sending both Garp and Sengoku sprawling. Yet, despite Whitebeard's display of overwhelming strength, few of the skilled fighters present believed he could escape the clutches of Sengoku and Garp. Whitebeard was acutely aware that rescuing Ace was already an arduous task, and ensuring the safety of his crew would prove even more challenging. Over the course of the prolonged battle, the disparity in the combat abilities of the pirates and the Marines began to manifest. Ultimately, the lower-tier pirates were no match for the disciplined forces of the Marines. Come on, show me, Garp and Sengoku, whether you two old partners have lost your touch. Whitebeard bellowed as he charged towards Sengoku, prompting Garp to retaliate with a punch, reigniting the fierce struggle among the three. At this moment, the battle between Ryuma and Mihawk also approached its climax. Mihawk's formerly neat short hair had become disheveled, and his black coat and white trousers were stained with blood. I apologize. If a warrior must win in such a manner, it is hardly a true victory, Ryuma lamented, acknowledging the severity of his injuries, yet recognizing the peculiar advantage of his ability to heal. Do you truly believe victory is assured? My swordsmanship is more than sufficient to continue the fight. With that, Mihawk grasped his black blade, Yoru, and his gaze sharpened, reminiscent of a hawk, instilling a sense of dread even in Ryuma, who had already departed from this world. Ryuma, too, gripped his black blade, a kushui, and regarded Mihawk with solemnity. In an instant, the two warriors clashed once more, with Mihawk's strike producing a multitude of afterimages. Ryuma, taken aback, swiftly countered, deflecting Mihawk's defense. Following this, Ryuma leapt into the air, focusing intently on his blade, a kushui. This is my strongest technique, he declared, as he began to unleash a flurry of strikes. Sorayu's heart slash. 3 colossal azure crescent-shaped slashes emerged, striking towards Mihawk in varying sequences and shifting orientations. The 7 shadows slash. Throughout the intense battle, neither combatant had uttered the names of their techniques, yet at this climactic moment, they revealed their ultimate moves. In an instant, 7 figures flickered into existence at various locations. While Mihawk, wielding his ebony blade, Knight, relentlessly charged at Ryuma, only to have 3 slashes obliterate his form. Finally confronting the last shadow, Ryuma had no choice but to raise his sword defensively, delivering a vertical strike aimed at Mihawk. In a flash, Mihawk's Knight collided with the black blade, Autumn Water, before it pierced Ryuma's body with unerring precision, and thus, the 2 warriors plummeted from the sky. Ryuma lamented, "Alas, had we been born in the same era. To perish by your blade would have been an honor befitting a samurai. I never anticipated I would engage in battle with the sword god of Wano. This encounter has illuminated the path for further refinement of my swordsmanship." After exchanging a few more words, the 2 parted ways, each adorned with expressions of fulfillment. Upon returning to Qian's side, Ryuma bowed deeply, acknowledging, "Truly, you are the strongest swordsman of this age. I am grateful to Mr. Qian for granting me the opportunity to face him." He then glanced at Zoro, saying, "You are quite impressive. I hope you surpass that fellow soon." With that, Ryuma's figure vanished from the battlefield, as did Mihawk. Suddenly, Bartolomeo approached Zoro with a mischievous grin, saying, "Green algae head. Why not directly challenge the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye's Mihawk? While I create a barrier for you during the battle, let him exhaust his strength striking you. And then you can deliver the final blow." Zoro shot Bartolomeo a disdainful look, retorting, "Get lost." Haha. Unlike the carefree atmosphere of the Akatsuki organization, the tension on the battlefield was palpable. Whitebeard, already frail and ailing, now knelt on one knee, barely supporting himself with his blade. Song Yunxia, his body drenched in blood. "Whitebeard, let the pirates lower their weapons. They might still have a chance to survive." "Gururara, do you wish to lay a hand on my family, Sengoku?" With that, Whitebeard assumed his iconic stance, bending his left arm, tears welling in his eyes. "I am a remnant of the old era. The new age has no ship that can carry me." In that moment, it seemed as though the entire space was shattered by Whitebeard's resolve, and Marineford began to tremble, a massive chasm splitting the battlefield in 2. "Akainu, all forces, advance. Crush the Whitebeard pirates." Now, everyone recognized Whitebeard's unwavering determination. The hawkish Akainu issued a direct order to pursue. The morale-boosted navy commenced their encirclement of the Whitebeard pirates, while Garp and Sengoku unleashed their full might, causing Whitebeard's injuries to worsen. "Ace, father, quickly go." "Ace, this is the opportunity father has forged with his life." As Garp and Sengoku pressed their assault, Whitebeard's wounds intensified, and his movements grew sluggish, making it increasingly difficult for him to activate his devil fruit powers. Suddenly, a shockwave from the Warring States period struck Whitebeard squarely in the chest. Caught entirely off guard, he was propelled backwards for several meters. His right hand, that Song Yunxia, plunged into the ground, halting his backward flight. Observing this, Garp immediately followed up with a punch, striking Whitebeard from the side. Bang! The collision of their fists echoed through the air. The already weakened Whitebeard lacked the strength to withstand Garp's assault, stumbling as a result. "It appeared that I would truly meet my end here today. Let this marine headquarters serve as my tomb." With that thought, Whitebeard, as if rejuvenated, assumed the same stance that had once summoned a tsunami. Suddenly, the entire marine headquarters began to tremble, particularly the building inscribed with the word justice, which shook violently. Crack! The taller structures of Marineford crumbled, quickly transforming into ruins. One Piece truly exists. Whitebeard exerted his last ounce of strength to proclaim to the world that the great treasure Roger spoke of was indeed real, propelling the era of great pirates into a new climax. Those who had previously doubted Roger now felt an insatiable desire to set sail. At that moment, the world's strongest man perished within the marine headquarters, dragging down with him the symbol of justice that was Marineford. Regardless of his actions, Whitebeard remained a legendary pirate of this era, and his demise was befitting of the title he held. Opportunity. In an instant, Akainu executed a swift movement, appearing behind Ace, and with a single finger, pierced through Ace's chest. The sight caused Kizuru to frown deeply, as it felt eerily reminiscent of his own past, albeit with less ferocity. Ace. Upon witnessing this, Luffy collapsed to his knees, while the other captains of the Whitebeard pirates rushed to confront Akainu. Marco, having coughed up a mouthful of blood, momentarily froze, uttering, "Brother Luffy, I entrust you to take care of him. I must go join father now." With those words, Ace fell to the ground, his gaze directed towards the spot where Whitebeard had fallen. The remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates wept inconsolably, having lost both their captain and the 2nd Division commander in the span of a single day. Qian Lan, however, understood that it was time for the true tyrant of the pirate world, one who was ambitious yet somewhat lecherous, to make his appearance. She was particularly curious about Blackbeard's lustful nature. Why had he deemed the supernova Bonnie unfit as a companion, suggesting instead that she could become his woman? Yet, when seizing the Empress's devil fruit, he had not made such remarks about Hancock. Did Blackbeard truly find Bonnie far more attractive than the Empress? Ha! Father, you have finally died. Blackbeard Teach's sinister laughter echoed throughout the battlefield as his crew, hidden in the shadows, made their entrance. Watching the arrogant Blackbeard, Qian Lan couldn't help but smile. In the original story, Blackbeard had been held by the throat and pinned to the ground by Whitebeard, desperately shouting for father. It was a moment of genuine defeat, where he truly called out for a father figure. Qian Lan felt as though she had salvaged Blackbeard's dignity. Yet it was highly probable that he would soon find himself in a position to call for mercy. "Jaws, traitor, what are you doing here?" "Ha ha ha. I came to see dear old dad. Had that fruit not appeared back then, I might have called him dad for a lifetime," Blackbeard replied, a fleeting hint of melancholy crossing his face before he quickly masked it. Let us proceed. A peculiar scene unfolded on the battlefield. As both the Akatsuki and Blackbeard's crew drew ever closer to Whitebeard's lifeless body, tension palpable in the air. However, upon catching sight of Barrett, Blackbeard abruptly halted, seemingly weighing the necessity of engaging in battle. After all, in Marineford, it was not only the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates that sought to annihilate him. The Marines would likely not hesitate to join in and eradicate the newly formed Blackbeard pirates. "Teach, I am aware of your desire to acquire the Tremor fruit, but you may search for it at your leisure. It must not be seized on the battlefield." Qian Lan's commanding tone left Teach with little room for retort, given his recent achievements in severely injuring 2 admirals. "Marco, Qian Lan, what are you saying? Teach has already consumed the dark fruit. How could he possibly obtain the Tremor fruit from father's corpse? This world is replete with phenomena that surpass your understanding. Some individuals can even consume 3 devil fruits." At that moment, the combat champion, Byers, leaped into action, launching a powerful punch towards Qian Lan from the air. "You fool, who do you think you are? What right do you have to command us, the Blackbeard pirates?" Annoyed by Byers, Qian Lan was taken aback by his audacity to strike her. Instantly, she evaded and appeared before Byers, affixing several explosive tags to him. Mutual explosive tags. With her command, Byers erupted in a series of explosions that extended nearly 100 meters into the air. When the chaos subsided, Byers lay utterly dismembered, his clothing nowhere to be found. Observing the aftermath, Qian Lan turned to Blackbeard. "Teach, do you take issue with how I dealt with him?" "Ha! Such is fate." Teach, though furious, dared not voice his anger, resorting instead to his familiar philosophy of destiny. As for the others, there was no need for further words. Their sentiments were already devoid of any affection. The tyrant King Pizarro interjected. "You are the one who appeared on the 6th level of Impelled Down a couple of days ago. Do you realize that all the prisoners on the 6th level yearn to kill you?" The Moonlit Hunter, Da Ping, chimed in. "Barrett, why are you following this little fellow? Have you truly been defeated and joined his pirate crew?" Listening to their banter, Qian Lan regarded them with disdain, dismissing their words as the futile ramblings of the vanquished. Frustrated, she advanced swiftly, prompting Pizarro to raise his weapon and aim at her. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Qian Lan began to condense small blades of wind in her hand, hurling them fiercely towards Da Ping. "You scoundrel, daring to ambush me." As words flowed, Da Ping abruptly transformed into the animal-type mythical Zoan, the 9-tailed fox, raising his arms as if to withstand the spiraling shuriken unleashed by Qian Lan. In an instant, the 2 forces clashed, resulting in Da Ping's arms being utterly shattered, and the spiraling shuriken collided with his body, extinguishing his vitality. Simultaneously, Qian Lan launched an attack against the tyrant Pizarro. Darkness technique. Pizarro began to attack chaotically, rendered blind in a pitch-black world where he could only see himself. Thus, he descended into an uncontrollable frenzy of assault. The members of the Blackbeard pirates, terrified, quickly fled to avoid becoming collateral damage. Wood release, wood dragon technique. A colossal wooden dragon manifested in Qian Lan's hand, swiftly ensnaring the disoriented Pizarro. With a firm grip of his right hand, Qian Lan crushed Pizarro to death within the embrace of the wooden serpent. In a mere heartbeat, Qian Lan had slain the tyrant Alvaro Pizarro and the hunter of the Dark Moon, Catarina Daiping, instilling a profound sense of dread among all present. How dare these weaklings bark in my presence? With that, Qian Lan disdainfully spat. Both pirates and navy alike stood in stunned silence, witnessing the effortless slaying of two infamous pirates, none daring to utter a word against Qian Lan. Barrett, however, felt a surge of fierce combat spirit igniting within him. The man before him might indeed possess the potential to lead him, destined to become the strongest in the world. Meanwhile, Blackbeard Teach was left in despair. Having recruited merely 4 pirates from Impelled Down, and with Shiryu not technically a pirate himself, he had lost half of his crew to the individual before him, including the unfortunate Bagus. Noticing the collective hesitation, Qian Lan approached Whitebeard, swiftly slicing a substantial piece of flesh from his body, catching it in his hand. "You bastard! What have you done to Pops? I'll kill you for this." The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates glared furiously at Qian Lan, seemingly ready to retaliate. Yet, Qian Lan turned to Blackbeard, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. "Teach, don't blame me if you get hit next." In an instant, Qian Lan struck again, seizing an unfortunate Navy soldier nearby. Impure world reincarnation. The soldier was enveloped, and a familiar figure soon emerged before the eyes of all present. "Pops, has he been resurrected? Is this even possible? Are we to face Whitebeard once more?" The crowd was engulfed in chaos, as the recently deceased stood alive before them, a tremendous shock to Marineford and the entire world. The resurrected Whitebeard, momentarily disoriented, stared blankly at his hands, even turning to gaze upon his own lifeless body nearby, a bizarre sensation washing over him. It was only upon noticing Qian Lan standing beside him that he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. He had been brought back to life, much like the warriors from Wano. "Gururara, to think I could be revived so soon after death. I am truly grateful." Qian Lan merely shook her head and pointed towards the dazed Blackbeard. "Teach." Instantly, Whitebeard's furious expression resembled that of a vengeful deity, causing Blackbeard to tremble with fear. Approaching his own corpse, Whitebeard grasped the supreme blade, Song Yun Xie, and declared, "Teach, you traitor. You have violated the sole ironclad rule aboard this ship. You must not raise your hand against your comrades. Today, I shall cleanse the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates." With that, Whitebeard raised his blade and struck diagonally at Blackbeard, his might reminiscent of his youth. Unfortunately, as a tremendous slash descended upon Blackbeard, Shiryu swiftly unsheathed his cursed blade, Raijin, and similarly countered, nullifying Whitebeard's attack. At that moment, the power of the Tremor fruit vanished, and an unsettling silence enveloped the battlefield. Devoid of vibrations, Blackbeard cackled, "Ha, old man, without the Tremor fruit, can you still claim to be the world's strongest man?" Qian Lan stroked her head, sensing that Blackbeard was perhaps too premature in his laughter. A youthful vigor coupled with instantaneous recovery from injuries was a far more formidable advantage than the Tremor fruit. "Teach, you underestimate me." With those words, Whitebeard charged towards Blackbeard, seemingly resolute in his intent to slay him. The entire Blackbeard pirates' crew rushed forward to intervene. Having already lost 3 comrades, they could not afford to lose their captain. Unfazed by his injuries, Whitebeard laughed maniacally. "I will eradicate you, the source of calamity." For Marco and the others, faced with the rejuvenated Whitebeard, Shiryu and Van Augur found themselves at a loss, compelled to continue their assault. Blackbeard joined the fray. Yet he too found himself at Whitebeard's mercy. At this moment, Whitebeard dominated the entire Blackbeard pirates' crew. "Hey, what are you fools trying to do, inciting another war?" Qian Lan scoffed at the encroaching navy, who had formed a surrounding perimeter around the Akatsuki. The members of the Akatsuki recognized the navy's intentions and armed themselves, preparing for a fierce battle. Akainu declared, "You are pirates, and we are the navy. It is only just for us to eliminate you. However, I advise you to tend to your wounded first and announce the cessation of hostilities, lest the navy's situation worsen." After speaking, Qian Lan turned to Marco. stating that the Whitebeard pirates could take away the bodies of Whitebeard and Ace, for the war had come to an end. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates found this proclamation peculiar, glancing at their formidable captain wreaking havoc, then being asked to carry away his body. The statement felt strangely dissonant. Ignoring their confusion, Qian Lan summoned a colossal nine-tailed Susanoo, its imposing form towering over the battlefield. Should anyone wish to strike, let the Akatsuki respond in kind. Sengoku recognized that it was indeed not the time for further conflict. The Navy had largely achieved its objectives, and it was essential to conserve strength for the impending challenges. With this realization, Sengoku raised his right hand and proclaimed, "The war is over. Focus all efforts on tending to the wounded." Why? The remnants of Whitebeard questioned. They still existed, and the Navy could still fight. As Akainu provocatively gazed at Chihira, it seemed he was eager to engage in battle with the Akatsuki organization. "Sakazuki, I am the fleet admiral." Upon witnessing this, Chihira could not help but chuckle, as the dialogue between Sengoku and Akainu reminded her of the exchanges between the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzo. "Danzo, I am the Hokage." This sentiment echoed the earlier conversation remarkably. Akainu, left with no choice, began to assist the injured, while the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates reluctantly retreated. As both sides were cleaning the battlefield, a pirate ship entered the bay but promptly departed upon arrival. The red-haired pirates had no opportunity to utter a single word before leaving Marineford. Release. In the midst of the fierce battle, Whitebeard's figure vanished, and the entire Blackbeard crew breathed a sigh of relief, for the indomitable and vigorous Whitebeard was indeed a formidable adversary. "Teach, do you wish to perish here? Or do you prefer to make a hasty exit?" Teach dusted himself off and laughed heartily. "My era is on the horizon." Having said that, Blackbeard decisively made his escape. Confident that with the power of the dark fruit and his unique physique, he was destined to reach the pinnacle of power. "Timon, let us also depart. After such a lengthy battle, I am quite famished." "All right, I shall hasten back to prepare a meal." The Navy personnel, overhearing this, were left in disbelief. Pirates discussing mealtime at the Navy headquarters seemed rather dismissive of their presence. Chihira turned to Sengoku and remarked, "When the time comes for the admirals to compete for the position of Fleet Admiral, please cast your vote for Akainu." Akainu's expression instantly fell, realizing that this statement had dashed his hopes. Light-heavy rock technique. Chihira touched each member of the Akatsuki, though Barrett still exhibited some resistance. Observing the steadily ascending Akatsuki members, the Navy understood that the war had conclusively ended, prompting everyone to leave Marineford. Ultimately, this conflict concluded with the loss of the Whitebeard pirates captain and commander, while Admiral Akiji sustained grave injuries. Nonetheless, the reputation of the Akatsuki spread across the world, as Chihiro wounded a high-ranking admiral, and the remaining members battled the Navy hero. Garp. In short, everyone became acutely aware of the Akatsuki's formidable strength. 3 days later, at the Navy headquarters, the premises lay in ruins, with many injured receiving treatment in the open air. A makeshift conference room had been assembled for the Navy's high-ranking officials to convene. Sengoku stated, "I shall take responsibility for this battle. The next fleet admiral will be chosen from among the three of you." Akainu surveyed the assembled Navy commanders, his mind echoing with a singular thought, TMD. Akiji had originally trained under Garp and held him in high esteem. As fleet admiral, Sengoku placed greater trust in Akiji's sense of justice, and the same could be said for Granite Tsuru. Kizaru, having spent the entire time slacking off, was no longer a viable candidate for fleet admiral, as managing such a scientific force would render the world government uneasy. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, and Advisor Tsuru, you all wish for Kazan to succeed the position of fleet admiral, do you not? Confronted by Akainu's blunt words, Kizaru quietly tended to his nails without uttering a single word. The individuals named, Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru, maintained their composure. Tsuru remarked, "Sakazuki, you should have known this long ago. In contrast to your unwavering belief in absolute justice, the three of us are more inclined to endorse Kuzan's laid-back interpretation of justice." At this juncture, they all turned their gazes toward Kizaru, whose ambiguous sense of justice left them perplexed. "What are you all staring at me for? I have no interest in the position of fleet admiral." Kizaru continued to trim his nails, seemingly engaged in an endless task. Akainu, witnessing this, let out a resigned sigh. It was evident that Kizaru would not support him, nor would he back Kazan. Ultimately, This contest for the position of admiral would rest solely upon Akainu's shoulders. Suddenly, Akainu stood up, glaring fiercely at the others, and smashed the conference table with a resounding crash. From now on, I shall implement my justice in my own way. With that declaration, Akainu stormed out of the meeting room, clearly unwilling to accept his defeat. Meanwhile, Akiji remained silent, quietly securing a significant advantage for himself with the support of the former fleet admiral, the Navy hero, and the chief of staff, making him appear steadfast as a mountain. Garp inquired, "What does that Sakazuki intend to do?" Sengoku frowned and replied, "I am uncertain, but it is highly likely he is heading to Mariewa to consult the five elders." Upon hearing this, Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged knowing glances. If this were true, Akiji's advantage could swiftly transform into a considerable disadvantage. "I must seek out Admiral Kong," Garp asserted. "Wait, Garp." Tsuru and Sengoku watched helplessly as Garp departed. In Admiral Kong's office, the chief of staff, Steelbone Kong, was shouting at Garp, "You know my stance. Both Sengoku and Tsuru support Kazan, while Sakazuki intends to leverage the influence of those five old men. It is likely that the Navy will face significant constraints in the future." Hearing Garp's words, Kong sat back in his chair, taking a sip of water, his serious expression betraying a multitude of thoughts. In response, Garp, visibly angered, sank into the sofa, furiously devouring senbei. "This is a matter I cannot publicly address. As the chief of staff, I must remain silent. Otherwise, Kazan will only find himself in a more precarious position." "Understood," Kong replied. Meanwhile, in Mariewa, within the sacred palace, five elderly men lounged casually on the sofas, having just seen Akainu depart. "So, Sakazuki and Kazan are vying for the position of fleet admiral? We anticipated this scenario, but we did not expect Sengoku to withdraw so swiftly. Nonetheless, the outcome of this conflict still tilts in our favor. We must subsequently support Sakazuki. Otherwise, if Akiji ascends to the position of fleet admiral, the upper echelons of the Navy will become an unyielding fortress, which would be detrimental to our rule. The Navy must merely serve as a tool in our hands." "Very well, we shall support Sakazuki in his bid for the position of fleet admiral." At that moment, a figure clad in a black suit, with white curly hair and a scar on his left cheek, Jiguru Sartan, tapped his cane, drawing the attention of the other four. "How should we deal with the cunning ninja, Qian Lan? The extraordinary power to resurrect the dead. Should we inform that esteemed lord?" The words of J. Galucia Satan momentarily stilled the atmosphere. Such a power to bring the deceased back to life had never been witnessed by the five elders. Confronted with the dilemma posed by the cunning ninja Qian Lan, the five could only remain silent, as the means to counter him were exceedingly formidable. Should we attempt to capture him? Perhaps in doing so, we could also acquire the power of resurrection. That is not advisable. The cunning ninja Qian Lan possesses the ability to revive formidable warriors, such as the sword god Ryoma of Wano and Whitebeard. Moreover, there may be other unknown powers at play. If we were to forcefully apprehend him, it would undoubtedly expose more of our world government's capabilities. For now, we shall abandon the pursuit of the cunning ninja Qian Lan. If he is content to reign as a leisurely emperor of the seas in the new world, then we shall not interfere. The conclave of the elders established the final tone. The contest for the position of fleet admiral has commenced. At Sabaody Archipelago, following the conclusion of the Marineford War, the members of the Akatsuki organization gathered here to regroup, primarily awaiting the new bounties issued by the Navy. Mushin exclaimed, "Wow, the new bounties have just been released today. The fourth emperor of the seas, Qian Lan, has a bounty of 2.5 billion berries. I now have my own bounty as well, Mushin the exquisite chef, with a bounty of 22 million berries." Upon saying this, Mushin bashfully touched her face, a black-haired girl of Eastern beauty, which Qian Lan deemed well-deserved. "Master Qian Lan, my bounty has reached 40 million berries. I'm so thrilled, but it still pales in comparison to the 111 million berries of the green, algae-headed one," Timan remarked. 40 million berries? That's the highest bounty in the East Blue. Kuro expressed surprise at his bounty of 70 million berries, crediting the captain for bringing him to the Grand Line. "Haha, that is all due to your strength," Qian Lan replied, picking up a newspaper. Indeed, there was no mention of Barrett's bounty. The world government had chosen not to issue bounties on the escaped prisoners from Impel Down. Perona commented, "Sistasi, your bounty stands at 10 million berries, while my bounty is 93 million berries, soon to surpass 100 million. Damn it, Why do I only have a meager 500 berries? Exclaimed Jarama, scratching Qian Lan in apparent reproach for his low bounty. You sly fox, isn't a bounty of 500 berries quite befitting of you? Silence, green algae head. In response, Qian Lan helplessly explained, the Navy regards animals as mere pets when it comes to bounties, which is why your bounty is so low, Jarama. No, absolutely not. Such a paltry bounty does not suit my stature, protested Jarama, shaking Qian Lan's head. I must take revenge on the Navy and compel them to assign me a bounty worthy of my identity. All right, I agree, Qian Lan acquiesced with resignation. Indeed, Chopper proves to be the most cost-effective pirate, transforming into a commoner form, yet commanding bounties in the hundreds while engaging in battles worth billions. Some sea enthusiasts even claimed that after being captured, Chopper swaggered out of Marine headquarters with a bounty of 1,000 berries. A notion Qian Lan mused might not be entirely unfounded. Master Qian Lan, are we truly going to launch another assault on the Navy headquarters? Is that not rather audacious? Bartolomeo's words belied the excitement evident on his face. Let us first venture to the New World. After all, the foes in the first half of the Grand Line are exceedingly feeble. With that, Qian Lan turned to the group, asking, shall we traverse the Red Line? Or delve into Fishman Island? Upon hearing this, the others perked up. Both options were equally enticing. Barrett declared, naturally, we should cross the Red Line, ideally launching from Mariewa. His statement vividly showcased his brash nature, yet Qian Lan knew that Barrett's strength was insufficient for such an endeavor. Zoro and Bartolomeo exchanged disdainful glances at Barrett, which irked him considerably. Let us explore Fishman Island and meet the mermaids, Bartolomeo exclaimed. I've heard that Princess Shirahoshi and the pirate Empress Boa Hancock are both unparalleled beauties. Perhaps I might even wed the mermaid princess this time. As he spoke, drool unconsciously dripped from his mouth, revealing his genuine interest in the denizens of Fishman Island. Qian Lan chuckled. The mermaid princess's stature might not suit you. She is rather large. What of it, Master Qian Lan? I prefer them that way, Bartolomeo replied, his thoughts veering increasingly off course, prompting Qian Lan to refrain from further comment. Then let us set sail for Fishman Island, Timan suggested. I too wish to see Fishman Island, Stasi timidly added. Captain, I also want to explore Fishman Island. Barrett, noting the enthusiasm of his companions, snorted in annoyance and retreated to the training room. Seeing this, Kuro approached Qian Lan. Is it truly wise to have that fellow on board? Rest assured, Barrett is completely trustworthy, Qian Lan responded, aware that while Barrett's character was generally sound, his judgment left much to be desired. He had once been imprisoned by the Demon Extermination Order led by Garp and Sengoku, only to challenge the enhanced version post-release, ultimately falling to the fated child. Set sail. Let us dive to Fishman Island. Each member took their designated positions as the coated ship began its descent, ultimately vanishing beneath the ocean's surface. As they ventured deeper, expressions shifted from calm to astonished. The once azure waters rapidly transformed into an inky black, teeming with an array of vibrant marine life that dazzled their senses. As they reached the true depths of the sea, visibility diminished, yet bioluminescent fish illuminated the darkness, rendering the underwater realm reminiscent of a starry night sky. Finally, as they approached Fishman Island, their vision gradually cleared. This was due to the towering tree, Eve, located near Fishman Island, which transmitted sunlight from the surface, allowing glimpses of the deep sea and creating a cycle of day and night on the island itself. Kuro inquired, Qian Lan, how shall we enter? It seems that using unconventional methods to access Fishman Island could pose significant dangers. Indeed, Qian Lan, we are indeed capable individuals. We must not encounter any mishaps in this deep sea. With these words, Timon tightly embraced Qian Lan, nearly causing her to lose her composure. Soon, we shall enter the gas storage facility of Fishman Island. Simply presenting my name will suffice. Qian Lan was acutely aware that with the recent demise of Whitebeard, chaos was imminent for Fishman Island, necessitating a formidable external force. The arrival of the Akatsuki organization was a rare boon, and it would not be long before Neptune himself would come to greet our party. At that time, we shall indulge ourselves, with all expenses graciously covered by Neptune of the Ryugu Kingdom. As the Akatsuki's ship gradually approached the gas storage facility, the stationed soldiers of Fishman Island observed with palpable tension. Bartolomeo, noticing the atmosphere, shouted, "The Akatsuki organization seeks passage through Fishman Island to the New World." After a brief moment of confusion, The soldiers of Fishman Island regained their composure, with several departing, presumably to inform Neptune. As time ticked away, impatience mounted among Qian Lan and her companions, until Neptune arrived, accompanied by Shark Star, Royal Star, and the left and right ministers. I am Neptune, the king of the Ryugu kingdom, here to welcome the esteemed Lord Qian Lan of the Four Emperors. Neptune adopted a humble demeanor, seemingly foreseeing the forthcoming challenges that Fishman Island would face. Upon seeing this, Qian Lan swiftly approached Neptune. We of the Akatsuki merely wish to traverse through Fishman Island en route to the New World and enjoy a few days here. As long as the residents of Fishman Island do not provoke us, we shall pose no threat to your home. Neptune visibly relaxed, sensing that his decision to come was fortuitous. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qian Lan and her party followed Neptune to Ryugu City, which appeared to be a veritable paradise adorned with coral reefs and shell structures. Most striking was a grand palace dominated by a colossal dragon, exuding an aura of majesty. Please, esteemed guests of the Akatsuki, accompany me to the banquet hall, where a variety of delicacies and performances await you. Thank you for your generous hospitality, King Neptune, came the response. Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at the banquet hall of Ryugu City, where a magnificent shell-shaped stage stood at the center, with singers and musicians poised to perform. The tables were laden with an array of dishes, and the delightful aroma of fine wine filled the air. Please indulge yourselves, Neptune announced. No sooner had he spoken than Zoro dashed forward, seizing a goblet and downing its contents in one swift motion. After finishing, he wiped his mouth and remarked, "Excellent wine." The left minister promptly explained, "This exquisite beverage is crafted from rare fruits that can only thrive in the depths of Fishman Island, incomparable to any other wine." At that moment, the Akatsuki members ceased their formalities, taking their seats to feast heartily, while the performers on stage commenced their show, though the audience seemed indifferent. Once the banquet concluded, the members of the Akatsuki dispersed. Bartolomeo, Kuro, and Zoro made their way to Mermaid Bay to observe the mermaids bathing. Meanwhile, Qian Lan also wished to glimpse the all-blue that Sanji had often murmured about, but alas, she was forcibly taken away. Barrett, the fervent practitioner of cultivation, exhibits an unwavering commitment to his training, a quality that is unmatched by others. A few individuals accompanied the minister's wa to meet Princess Shirahoshi. For the mermaid princess piqued the curiosity of the women present. Perona remarked, "I wonder who is cuter, the mermaid princess or I, the ghost princess," while making a playful face, which elicited an awkward chuckle from Minister Zwa. "Certainly, our dear princess is the most adorable. It's a pity you are not adorned in that splendid attire today." "Are you referring to the sacred princess gown?" asked Mushan. "I personally prefer the current style." Qian Lan expressed her appreciation for the Gothic Lolita fashion, noting its rarity in the world of One Piece, especially considering that someone who could frolic with zombies was rendered faint by Usopp, a truly uncommon occurrence. Under Minister's was guidance. They soon arrived at the residence of Princess Shirahoshi. Before them stood a towering edifice adorned with an array of swords, axes, and other weapons, creating a rather intimidating sight. Timon curiously inquired, "Why is the mermaid princess housed in such a peculiar place?" Minister Zwa explained that Princess Shirahoshi was tormented by a user of the target fruit, who persistently threatened her with weaponry in his pursuit of her hand. As soon as Minister Zwa finished speaking, the women's gazes shifted, revealing a hint of malice as they regarded him. Qian Lan surmised that the women might have construed the situation as a romantic narrative, envisioning the construction of a tower by Dragon Palace to imprison the princess and thwart her meetings with her beloved. Suddenly, a colossal hammer hurtled from a distance, crashing violently against the hardshell tower. Boom! In an instant, Sataki vanished, only to be replaced by a foot enveloped in Busashoka haki that sent the hammer careening away. Qian Lan noted, "The items thrown by the user of the target fruit will automatically pursue their target until they are intercepted or obstructed. Thus, the hardshell tower was erected to protect Shirahoshi." The group swiftly entered the hardshell tower, discovering Princess Shirahoshi and her pet Mekalo engrossed in a massive tome. Upon entering the room, it felt as though they had stepped into the abode of a giant, with beds towering several meters high and chairs that loomed even taller, all items magnified many times over. Ministers will produce a large megaphone and proclaimed, "Princess Shirahoshi, you have visitors." Princess Shirahoshi and Mekalo, startled from their reading, turned their attention to the group below. Timon exclaimed, Is this truly the mermaid princess? She is indeed breathtaking. Mushan added. The legendary beauty who stands alongside one of the 7 warlords, the pirate empress. Even Sataki, from the fur tribe, gazed at Shirahoshi with wide-eyed curiosity, evidently captivated by her beauty. Qian Lan, however, uniquely fixated on Shirahoshi's bosom, mused to herself, is this what served as Luffy's trampoline? I long to experience it firsthand. Naturally, such thoughts remained unspoken, for to utter them would spell social demise for a Yonko like herself. After a brief introduction by Minister Zwa, Princess Shirahoshi, treating the visitors as cherished toys, gently placed them upon the table. Qian Lan, now in close proximity, felt a surge of emotions. Lord Qian Lan, Shirahoshi implored. Could you share tales of the world beyond? Qian Lan gazed at Shirahoshi, lost in contemplation. It is vast, extraordinarily vast. Is that all? Shirahoshi queried, having yet to glimpse the world above, utterly unaware of the wonders that forests might hold. Upon hearing this, the girls displayed expressions of deep compassion. They were at an age when one should relish in play, yet had never even glimpsed a forest. Princess Baixing, do you truly have no opportunity to venture out? Baixing timidly replied, you may simply call me Baixing. My father and several older brothers believe it too perilous for me to go outside. Thus I seldom enjoy leisure time, not even having the chance to visit the sea forest to pay homage to my mother. As she spoke, Baixing rubbed her eyes, and tears began to fall unbidden. The large teardrops resembled silver bowls, and to Qian Lan and the others, this was indeed a genuine display of tears streaming down. Then today, let us go and pay our respects to your mother. We shall protect you, said Sataki. Haha, let that scoundrel captain deal with that devil fruit user. Perona exclaimed as she took to the air, clearly delighted at the prospect of evading Qian Lan. Baixing, observing this, gazed curiously at Perona, surprised to discover that this little girl could fly. Baixing yearned to experience flight as well. Qian Lan chuckled. Let Princess Baixing also savor the sensation of soaring through the skies. With that, Qian Lan leapt directly onto Baixing's enormous trampoline. Earth release, super light heavy rock technique. In an instant, Baixing's towering form lifted off the ground, floating several meters above the bed beneath her. Ministers was stared blankly at the spectacle, increasingly astonished by the might of the Sea Emperor. The group then set off towards the sea forest, effortlessly fending off occasional attacks along the way, with Qian Lan easily neutralizing them. At the Navy headquarters, the atmosphere in the Marshal's office was particularly tense. Spandane, what right do you have to stand in the Navy's conference room? Spandane, unfazed by the rebuke, replied, Vice Admiral Karp, I am here representing the Gorosei, with the purpose of determining the next Navy Marshal. Why is the world government intervening in the confirmation of the Navy Marshal? Admiral Akiji's appointment is widely accepted, Suru interjected. That is merely the consensus of a few of you. I believe Admiral Akainu is equally qualified to become the next Navy Marshal. Indeed, Admiral Akainu is also deserving. Echoed the hawkish admirals supporting him, as Akainu's absolute justice garnered considerable acceptance among many Navy vice admirals. Conversely, the Dove faction, backing Akiji, rose to counter, asserting that many vice admirals favored Akiji over Akainu's unyielding justice. Witnessing this, Sengoku slammed his hand on the conference table. Are you intent on fracturing the Navy? The previously heated exchange suddenly cooled, as both sides glared at each other before returning to their seats. This internal factional strife is one of the reasons the Navy cannot deploy its full strength against pirates. Although conducted discreetly, it undeniably hampers the Navy's progress. Clap. The sound of Spanden's applause drew everyone's attention, including Sengoku's, who noted that a significant number still favored Admiral Akainu, indicating that Admiral Akiji could not command unanimous support. At this moment, Akainu remained silent, uncertain whether leveraging support from the world government was a wise decision, yet for the sake of upholding his absolute justice. Every sacrifice felt justified. The two formidable generals were not permitted to engage in battle, for it is only the mightiest among them who can adeptly lead the Navy through the impending era of chaos. A week later, a warship arrived at Punk Hazard, and the two generals disembarked. As in the original narrative, after 9 days of deliberation, Akainu and Akiji ultimately resolved to clash in a fierce duel to determine the future of the Navy's leadership. Deep beneath the ocean, at Fishman Island, during these 7 days, Qilan accompanied Shirahoshi on a delightful tour of the island, bringing her immense joy. Qilan also took the opportunity to explore Fishman Island, enjoying a visit to Mermaid Cove. At last, Qian Lan reached his long-planned final destination, the opulent cafe managed by the seer, Madame Shirahoshi, the Mermaid Cafe. Ah, is Lord Qian Lan here to visit? What would you like to eat? Surprised to encounter Cammy, Qian Lan noted that business at the Mermaid Cafe seemed to be thriving. Indeed, Lord Qian Lan. I often come to help out when the cafe gets busy, Cammy replied, serving him a cup of milk tea. After taking a simple sip, Qian Lan found the cafe's coffee satisfactory, but it was the abundance of lovely mermaid waitresses that truly captivated him. Thus, he savored his drink while admiring the enchanting beauty around him. Observing this, Cammy considered pouring him another cup. No need to refill, Qian Lan. He is only here to admire the ladies, remarked a nearby figure, Kyujiro. Cammy paused in surprise. All right then. What of it? I appreciate beauty simply to uplift my spirits. You know? Qian Lan turned to Cammy and inquired, is the owner of the Mermaid Cafe present? Cammy nodded and made her way to the kitchen. Moments later, a voluptuous woman, larger than the average mermaid, took a seat opposite Qian Lan. With her dark hair obscuring one side of her face, striking blue eyes, and fair skin, Madame Shirahoshi was undeniably a unique beauty among mermaids. Madame Shirahoshi of Fishman Island, your half-brother Arlong met his demise at my hands. I killed him in the East Blue, Qian Lan stated calmly. Upon hearing his composed words, Shirahoshi took a drag from her cigarette. Arlong was it? His death saddens me, though I had anticipated it, she replied coolly. Might I inquire why one of the 4 emperors seeks me? Is it merely to inform me of my brother's fate? Kyujiro leaned closer to Qian Lan and whispered. I sensed malice within her heart. Yet, Qian Lan maintained his serene demeanor, aware that his act of killing Shirahoshi's brother would naturally incite resentment. I have come to learn of your reputed divination skills, Madame Shirahoshi, which are said to possess 100% accuracy. I wish to consult you regarding the future world situation. Of course, Qian Lan was indifferent to the future, knowing that with sufficient strength, anything could be accomplished. After all, this was a world governed by the powerful, all else was secondary. The fate of the world rests in the hands of Lord Qian Lan, Shirahoshi responded before swiftly departing. Qian Lan sat on the sofa, shaking her head with a wry smile, feeling as though she had fallen prey to the rhetoric of a self-help guru. The future indeed appeared increasingly enigmatic. Having weakened Blackbeard's power herself, the notion that Luffy could defeat an Emperor of the Sea within merely 3 years seemed implausible at best. Hey, Qian Lan, what are you daydreaming about? Could it be that you've taken a liking to her? Ninetales teased, though he conceded that her unique aura could easily captivate anyone. As Ninetales veered further off course, Qian Lan's frustration became evident, her forehead tightening with tension. It felt as though she was being pushed toward an unavoidable fate of marrying Sherry. After spending some time admiring the mermaids at the Mermaid Cafe, Qian Lan returned to the Dragon Palace. This time, however, she was approached by Minister Zhua, presumably to discuss serious matters. Qian Lan was ushered into the palace where King Neptune awaited her on his throne, accompanied by Minister Yu, the 3 princes, and Princess Shirahoshi. Lady Qian Lan, Shirahoshi exclaimed, instinctively reaching out to embrace her, only to be gently stopped by Neptune. Today, we have come to seek Lady Qian Lan's assistance on important matters. With that, Neptune turned his gaze to Qian Lan. As the king of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, I request your protection. Neptune's demeanor was notably humble, demonstrating considerable respect towards Qian Lan. Yet, she remained skeptical about the future of Fishman Island, especially considering their aspiration to venture onto land. King Neptune, I believe it would be best for the others to leave. It is sufficient for just you, me, and Shirahoshi to remain. Neptune pondered for a moment before instructing the others to exit, leaving only Qian Lan, Neptune, and Shirahoshi in the chamber. Shirahoshi, seeing this, naturally approached and cradled Qian Lan in her hands. As I understand, Fishman Island has long harbored the desire to live on land, and many fishmen from the Dragon Palace Kingdom are striving towards this goal. However, I must inform King Neptune that this is, fundamentally, an impossible endeavor unless you can overthrow the world government. Neptune's expression turned to one of disbelief. Why? Is it truly so difficult for fishmen to enjoy the land and sun? For fishmen to survive on land in the future, they would need an island with a developed water system, and any mass migration could not be too far. Thus, their only option would be the Sabaody archipelago. At this point, Qian Lan fell silent, trusting that Neptune grasped her implication. Would the world government ever allocate the Sabaody archipelago for the fishmen? And even if they did, What would happen when the celestial dragons came to capture any merfolk? Yet, where could they migrate to that would ensure their safety? Neptune's mind was thrown into turmoil. Queen Odoheim only wished for fishmen to bask under the sun, but had not considered how they would survive once they arrived there. Lady Qian Lan, what should we do? Clearing her throat, Qian Lan spoke solemnly. Shirahoshi is one of the ancient weapons, the Sea King. Only by harnessing the power of the Sea King to assist the Revolutionary Army or other factions in overthrowing the world government can we hope to achieve our objectives. The condition would be to allocate the Sabaody archipelago to the Fishmen, and prior to that, I can provide protection for Fishman Island in my capacity as one of the emperors of the sea. The words of Qian can be said to illuminate the future development direction of Fishman Island, a truly splendid vision, albeit fraught with challenges. After a brief discussion, Princess Shirahoshi was cradled by Qian as they departed the palace, leaving behind King Neptune, who remained deep in contemplation. The following day, Qian and Shirahoshi wandered through Fishman Island. As the impending departure of the crew from the Straw Hat Pirates loomed, naturally, King Neptune began to display the crimson cloud emblem of the Akatsuki organization throughout the island as a means to intimidate any nefarious pirates or slavers. On the next day, amidst the surging waves of the sea, a glimmering ship emerged from the depths, its hull breaking the surface with an audible crack. The system panel presented itself to Qian. Host, Qian level, super shadow attributes, wind, thunder, fire, earth, water, yin, yang ninjutsu, creation rebirth, impure world reincarnation, hell stab, flying thunder god technique, light and heavy rock technique, spiraling sphere taijutsu, 7 days breathing method, remnant, lightning release chakra mode bloodline limit, eternal mangekyo sharingan, would release summoned beast, Karama blade tools, space scroll, kunai, shuriken, explosive tags. Observing the current system interface, Qian noted the eradication of several pirate and slaver groups in Fishman Island, completing numerous low-level tasks and acquiring a variety of items. Regrettably, it seemed that only S-rank tasks would significantly impact the system panel moving forward. Bartolomeo mused, is this truly the new world? The weather has become exceedingly peculiar. Qian speculated that Bartolomeo might be reminiscing about his grandmother, the legendary figure who used a transponder snail to guide him into the new world. Suddenly, snow began to fall heavily from the sky, the temperature plummeting dramatically. Quickly, change into winter clothing. The group hurriedly donned their winter attire, with only Stussy and Barrett remaining in their original outfits. Barrett commented, is this the advantage of the fur tribe? Yet, it also presents an opportunity for training. With that, Barrett entered a training state, dropping to the ground to commence push-ups. Qian chuckled, you still feel cold, don't you? Out of the blue, a ghostly figure appeared, passing directly through Barrett's body. I apologize, I was too. Before he could finish his sentence, Barrett stood up, evidently having resisted Perona's fruit abilities through his formidable hockey. Nonetheless, his earlier expression of remorse elicited laughter from the others. You fool. Ha ha ha, what a clumsy oaf. Barrett chose not to confront the girl Perona, but rather turned his gaze towards Qian. When will we have a true battle? Do not forget our agreement. Rest assured, I shall not forget, Qian replied, aware that he must subdue the war-hungry Barrett. Suddenly, a snowball struck Qian squarely in the face, causing him to shiver. So you wish to play, do you? Come forth, Karama. Instantly, multiple tails of the nine-tailed beast manifested behind Qian, assisting him in forming a colossal snowball. Mushan gasped. You're cheating. Unfazed, Qian hurled the snowball into the air. In an instant, the figure of Sita C emerged, her claws slicing through the snowball, scattering it across the ground. While a few were engaged in playful antics, a large ship appeared in the distance. Zoro remarked, a large vessel is approaching. But it does not seem to be a pirate ship. The group lifted their gazes, witnessing a grand ship adorned with 5 interlinked circles come into view. This was a transport vessel of the world government, though what it was transporting remained a mystery, perhaps celestial gold or even slaves. The seasoned pirate Barrett immediately recognized the ship of the world government and articulated his judgment. Kuro, curious, inquired, Qian Lan, shall we? Just as Kuro was speaking, the distant vessel abruptly altered its course, swiftly retreating as if attempting to evade Qian Lan and her crew. This scene piqued the interest of Qian Lan and her companions, for they were pirates. Chase! With Qian Lan's command, the crew surged forward with fervor. Earth release, heavy rock technique. In an instant, The sleek vessel of Shao surged forward, rapidly closing in on the world government's ship. Suddenly, several cannonballs hurtled toward Shao's ship. Boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed as Bartolomeo deployed his barrier to intercept them midair. In a flash, 6 slashes erupted, and Zoro stepped forward, brandishing his sword to counter the attacks. Kuro remarked, "It appears the world government's ship harbors a few formidable foes. It's making me eager to engage." As the two ships drew nearer, Qian Lan finally discerned the figures aboard. 3 members of CP0, clad in white robes and capes, wearing masks, stood on the deck, evidently responsible for the escort. Suddenly, the tallest among them took a step forward, locking eyes with Qian Lan on the deck. Ding. Mission. Defeat CP0 mission level. S mission reward. 100,000 mission points. Observing the mission points on the System S panel, Qian Lan realized that accomplishing this task would grant her access to 6-path level ninja tools. For Emperor's Qian Lan, this is the world government's escort vessel. If you do not retreat, then before CP0 could complete his sentence, Bartolomeo, wielding his explosive blade, charged forward. The CP0 member on the right leaped from the deck, launching 2 slashes aimed at Bartolomeo. Boom. After the explosion, the engaged CP0 managed to evade successfully. Your Akatsuki organization's intelligence has been thoroughly analyzed. Your devil fruit is the barrier fruit, and that sword is a special weapon that explodes upon contact. In other words, without your weapon, your strength is rather limited. Bartolomeo was taken aback by the disdain of the CP0 spy. "You scoundrel, let us have a proper battle." Thus, the two figures leaped and chased across the ocean, with the CP0 member continuously fleeing while occasionally launching slashes at Bartolomeo. In pursuit, Bartolomeo followed closely. Both engaged in a contest of speed. "I shall join the fray," Timon roared, transforming into his most powerful hybrid form, then charging toward the CP0 on the left. Bang! The two figures, their fists enveloped in armament hockey, collided with a resounding impact, sending the CP0 member hurtling into the ship's hull with a single punch from Timon. Indeed, the strength of the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit, specifically the wind god pterosaur, was extraordinary, perhaps only slightly inferior to that of mythical Zoan types. It seemed that today's battle was unavoidable. As he spoke, the towering CP0 member's clothes exploded off him. "I am a user of the Zoan-type mouse fruit, in the form of a giant armadillo. Come and fight." As he declared this, the CP0 member began to transform, his sharp claws and hard shell giving him the appearance of a suit of armor, both offensive and defensive. Qian Lan realized she was facing yet another fool, one who revealed his personal information right from the outset. Just as Qian Lan prepared to act, a figure darted past her. "Leave this to me," Barrett said, unleashing a punch enveloped in armament hockey directly at the transformed CP0 member, who braced himself against the blow. Boom. The newly transformed CP0 was also sent crashing into the ship's interior. To his astonishment, he had completed the task without having to lift a finger. In an instant, an atmosphere akin to that of Ashura enveloped the scene, as Qian Lan's conqueror's hockey rendered the remaining Navy personnel unconscious. Of course, her strength did not yet reach the level of red-haired Shanks, who could intimidate a vice admiral of the Navy into submission. Nevertheless, she was capable of precisely controlling her power to dispatch the minions. "Let us go in and take a look," Perona said, transforming into a ghost to enter the ship's interior, while Close smashed through the wall with a punch. Once they entered the control room, they found a dozen officials sprawled across the floor in disarray. "Safe," Muxon exclaimed, pointing at the safe in the corner. She lifted it and placed it on the table. The safe, nearly a cubic meter in size, was quite an eyesore and did not align with Qian Lan's aesthetic sensibilities. She extended her right index finger and activated would release, effortlessly prying the safe open. Instantly, a deluge of currency rained down throughout the control room, as berries floated in the air as if they were falling like rain. Ha! Chloe thought to himself how ridiculous he had once been, scheming for years over a mere handful of money. Now, witnessing berries cascading down like a shower, he felt an unusual tranquility within. After a while, the berries that had spilled from the safe settled on the ground, and the group resumed their original stances. This was likely the celestial gold that CP0 had been transporting from the world government's affiliated nations. It appeared to be a matter of considerable significance, necessitating an interrogation. Hearing this, Satasai effortlessly lifted a world government official clad in a black suit off the ground with one hand, her claws piercing ruthlessly into his flesh. Ah! Ah! The previously unconscious official was jolted awake by the pain, his eyes darting around the room. Upon spotting Qian Lan, he began to tremble uncontrollably. Put him down. As Satasai loosened her grip, the official collapsed to the floor, fervently pleading with Qian Lan. Please spare me, Lord Qian Lan. I am but an ordinary person. I beg of you. Grant me mercy. The others raised their eyebrows, casting disdainful looks at the pitiful figure on the ground. In an instant, Qian Lan drew his gun and pressed it against the forehead of the man before him. What ordinary person could possibly be here? Tell me everything you know, or you shall meet your demise. I am Dursp, secretary to Hyler, and we are transporting the heavenly gold from the great Desoro ship, only to be ambushed by Lord Qian Lan. Dursp's words immediately captured the attention of those present. As the Golden Emperor of the New World, wealth was certainly not a matter for discussion. However, it was the great Desoro that truly piqued interest, renowned as a veritable haven of indulgence, where one could procure anything one desired. This entertainment vessel boasted a grand casino, amusement park, winding racing tracks, and palatial halls adorned in gold. Ha ha ha. You wretched captain, let us make our next destination the Great Desoro for some revelry. Perona's suggestion garnered unanimous agreement, and several pairs of eyes fixed their gaze upon Qian Lan. Qian Lan too was eager to meet the Golden Emperor Tezelo, not to mention experience the fabled luck fruit. Very well, let us eliminate this man who knows our course. Upon hearing this, Dursp's composure shattered. After all he had disclosed, would he still face execution? Such injustice. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Dursp promptly fell to the ground, wailing in despair. Fear not, Lord Qian Lan. The great Desoro is under the protection of the world government. The Navy cannot reach it. As he spoke, Dursp produced an eternal pointer, the one for the great Desoro, presenting it to Qian Lan. Qian Lan accepted the eternal pointer and, in one swift motion, struck Dursp unconscious, granting him a reprieve. It must be said that the officials of the world government were lacking in comparison to the Navy. It was likely that most of them were not much stronger than the man before him. The group then ventured outside to observe the battle, where they found Timon and Bartolomeo had already subdued 2 members of CP0, while the adversary facing Barrett was still desperately holding his ground. These 2 appeared to be ordinary CP0 members, lacking in strength, while the one still engaged in combat was likely of a higher rank, perhaps a captain. Would release, great force technique. In an instant, branches erupted from Qian Lan's hands, ensnaring the last CP0 member and binding him harshly at the ship's bow. Ding. Mission reward, 100. 000, has been awarded. Why do you interfere in my battle? Barrett glared furiously at Qian Lan, seemingly ready to confront him. According to their agreement, Qian Lan indeed lacked the authority to meddle in Barrett's fight. Let us have our duel. We shall leave this matter here for now, Qian Lan replied, turning his attention away from Barrett and instead focusing on the system panel. Host, Qian Lan level, super shadow attributes, wind, thunder, fire, earth, water, yin, yang ninjutsu, creation rebirth, impure world reincarnation, hell stab, flying thunder god technique, light heavy rock technique, Rasengan taijutsu, 7 days calling method, remnant, lightning release chakra mode bloodline limits, eternal mangekyo sharingan, wood release summoned beast, 9 tails blade tools, space scroll, marketplace, kunai, flashing gold rope, banana fan. Upon observing the 6-path level ninja tools displayed by the system, Qian Lan felt a surge of excitement. However, she was uncertain about which tool to exchange for, as opting for one that could easily attract intelligence would be rather unwise. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the amber purifying bottle. In an instant, a red vessel adorned with special patterns and tied with a white string appeared in Qian Lan's hand. 9 tails. Qian Lan, what on earth is this sudden acquisition? It truly astonishes me. Ha ha ha. Now, I shall conduct an experiment. With that, Qian Lan cast a teasing glance at Barrett. She then proceeded to unscrew the cap of the amber purifying bottle and smiled at Barrett. Barrett, are you not the one I rescued from Impel Down? Why bring that up now? Barrett maintained his composure while standing still, and the amber purifying bottle in Qian Lan's hand remained unresponsive. Ding. The amber purifying bottle can only absorb individuals of a lower tier than the host. The system's response left Qian Lan in a quandary. as both the One Piece and Naruto universes possess dubious power hierarchies, with numerous factors influencing a character's strength. For instance, if one were to pit Crocodile against Doflamingo on a plank in the sea, the airborne Doflamingo could easily defeat Crocodile by simply destroying the plank, leading to Crocodile's demise by drowning. Similarly, in Naruto, there exist countering relationships, albeit between different ninjutsu. Of course, the principle of the strong remaining strong holds true, and the utilization of the amber purifying bottle required Qian Lan's careful contemplation. Ninetales, it seems your item is a counterfeit, yet it is a fairly decent imitation. Determined, Qian Lan approached the restrained CP0 member, resolved to try once more. Are you a member of CP0? Humph. You know the answer. In an instant, Qian Lan sensed the amber purifying bottle beginning to function, and the CP0 member was promptly absorbed into the vessel. Upon witnessing this, Barrett recalled the earlier incident and wondered if Qian Lan intended to use the same method on him. Ninetales, it appears your amber purifying bottle is indeed functional, albeit with somewhat diminished effects. Qian Lan remained unconcerned by such matters, confident that as her strength grew, she would be able to absorb whomever she desired. While Qian Lan experimented with the amber purifying bottle, the others had finished packing the 500 million berries worth of treasure. Bartolomeo, Master Qian Lan, this haul is quite impressive. We can have some fun now. Well, you all head back to the ship first. Barrett and I will step away for a moment. After instructing her companions, Qian Lan placed her right hand on Barrett's shoulder, and in an instant, their figures vanished from the ship. Sataki, do you think Captain Qian Lan can win? Barrett was once the right-hand man of the Pirate King, Roger. Don't worry. With Qian Lan by my side, I am filled with confidence. He cannot possibly lose. In the first half of the Grand Line, on a desolate island where Qian Lan and Barrett first crossed paths, their figures reappeared here, though now they were both tense. And the atmosphere grew increasingly ominous. Mission, defeat Barrett mission level. SSS mission reward. Perfect Sage Mode. Qian Lan never anticipated that Barrett would trigger an SSS level mission. And in an instant, he found himself regarding the man before him with newfound respect. Barrett, there's no need for us to test each other any further. Let us unleash our full power. In a split second, an overwhelming aura enveloped Qian Lan, instilling a sense of pressure within him. Simultaneously, Qian Lan unleashed his Conqueror's Haki against Barrett, with their Haki clashing fiercely. In the world of One Piece, it is indeed common for individuals possessing Conqueror's Haki to initiate their confrontations with such a clash. While it may not serve a significant purpose, it certainly adds an air of grandeur. Unfortunately, the intertwining of Conqueror's Haki requires a certain level of skill. Haha. It seems that my Conqueror's Haki surpasses yours. In their contest, Qian Lan found himself at a disadvantage, yet this did not diminish his formidable strength. After all, many of Qian Lan's abilities were derived from the system, and some aspects demanded time to cultivate. Come on, Barrett. Allow me to witness your true strength. Qian Lan transformed into his tailed beast form, invoking the 7 days invocation and the lightning release chakra mode, while his arms became enveloped in armament Haki. Observing this, Barrett responded with a powerful punch, his own fist shrouded in armament Haki, appearing even more formidable. Boom. After a fierce clash, Barrett was sent hurtling backward, his legs digging into the ground to halt his retreat. Again, activating his devil fruit powers, Barrett encased himself in a layer of stone armor, effectively merging with the rock. The two launched another simultaneous punch, but as they engaged, Qian Lan's grip faltered momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Barrett delivered a swift kick, striking Qian Lan in the abdomen. You treacherous scoundrel. You deliberately covered your hands with the smoothest stone, causing me to suffer a hidden disadvantage. Barrett chuckled, all's fair in war. This is merely the capability of my merged devil fruit, nothing excessive. Then I shall not hold back. Qian Lan's gaze sharpened, revealing his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Barrett, aware of Qian Lan's unique abilities, remained on guard internally. Once more, with a furious roar, Qian Lan charged forward, and Barrett met his advance with equal fervor. Bang! With a casual strike, Qian Lan landed a blow on Barrett's face, sending him flying. Unwilling to concede, Barrett charged again, but against the foresight granted by the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Such attempts were utterly futile. Bang! The same sensation, the same spot. Barrett was once again propelled backward by Qian Lan's fist. What a peculiar technique. No wonder the Navy refers to you as the cunning ninja. Do you wish to try again? Gazing upon Barrett's swollen visage, Qian Lan felt a smile involuntarily tugging at the corners of her lips. In truth, with her prowess, she could have hastened the conclusion of their skirmish. However, she was resolute in her desire to vanquish Barrett in a manner that would earn his genuine respect. Wiping the blood from her mouth, Barrett spat out a mouthful of crimson liquid. Come again, he bellowed as he launched another furious assault, relentlessly pursuing Qian Lan's elusive form. Their fists and feet clashed in a continuous exchange, with Qian Lan maintaining the upper hand throughout the fray. An hour later, the already desolate island lay in further ruin, pockmarked by the remnants of their fierce battle. Both Qian Lan and Barrett were now gasping for breath, the intensity of their evenly matched confrontation taking its toll. In the world of pirates, it was often said that powerful adversaries could fight for days on end, yet in reality, even the most vigorous engagements typically concluded within a few hours. After all, how could the likes of Akainu and Akiji endure 10 days of combat without succumbing to exhaustion or hunger? It was inconceivable for them to pause mid-battle for sustenance or to take a momentary respite. Nevertheless, Qian Lan found herself less drained than before. Overall, the impact on her was minimal. Hey, Barrett, it's time for your combined fruit to shine, she taunted. Ha. Qian Lan, prepare to witness the true power of my combined fruit. With Barrett's declaration, every stone on the island began to converge towards him, and soon, a colossal stone giant towering nearly 50 meters emerged before Qian Lan's astonished gaze. You once remarked that my combined fruit should not solely strive for size. Now, behold, I have reached the pinnacle of its potential. At these words, Qian Lan could only shake her head with a wry smile. In the theatrical adaptations, Barrett's ultimate awakened form soared high above the clouds, reaching at least a kilometer in height. Such a gargantuan figure, enveloped in advanced haki, would be insurmountable for any foe. While Barrett's current 50-meter stature was considerably smaller, it was nevertheless significantly more powerful. Come forth, Kurama. Assume your form. Fool, why do you phrase it so bizarrely? Kurama retorted, yet still acquiesced to merge with Qian Lan's Susanoo. Now, the combined might of the Nine Tails and the Susanoo prepared to confront the stone giant. Let us commence. I am the strongest, Barrett proclaimed, his 50-meter frame surprisingly swift. Enhanced by his exceptional mastery of haki, the giant, composed of rock, was now completely enveloped in black haki. Boom! The stone giant's speed was astonishing, and in an instant, it delivered a powerful punch towards the Susanoo-clad Nine Tails. Both Qian Lan and Kurama felt the impact keenly. They had not anticipated that Barrett's size would have minimal effect on his speed. Use your tail, Kurama, Qian Lan shouted fiercely, and with that, Kurama and Qian Lan surged forward once more, the dual blades of the Susanoo aiming for Barrett's stone giant. The significant height disparity became apparent in that moment, as the Susanoo's blades descended with tremendous velocity towards Barrett's colossal form. Gather, converge, as Barrett manipulated the stones on the ground. It was inconceivable that he would lack for materials by the shore. In an instant, a stone shield materialized in the hands of Barrett's stone giant, and it continued to thicken with each passing moment. Qian Lan's twin blades relentlessly cleaved through the air, yet as the distance diminished, his attacks were ultimately thwarted. Attack! Nine Tails! In a flash, the Nine Tails of the Nine Tails appeared, simultaneously ensnaring Barrett. Bang! 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 Faced with the barrage of relentless strikes, Barrett's stone giant struggled to cope. Even with Barrett exerting his full mastery of observation haki, he still could not evade Qian Lan's assault entirely. Thus, the dual blades of Qian Lan and the tails of the Nine Tails continued their unyielding onslaught, compelling Barrett's stone giant to retreat step by step. Suddenly, a gap in Barrett's defense presented itself. Qian Lan seized the opportunity, and two of the Nine Tails lashed out, striking the stone giant's left shoulder. Boom! Even with the defense of armament haki, the stone giant could not withstand the blow, resulting in a shattered arm. What now, Barrett? Do you still consider yourself my match? Perhaps it would be wise to concede. Barrett immediately began to mend his shoulder, glaring furiously at Qian Lan. Concede? Not even close. Once the repairs were complete, the stone giant charged at Qian Lan once more, but this time Barrett's stones were no longer imbued with armament haki. The colossal figures collided again. The stone giant's hands, already relatively small, were easily cleaved apart by Qian Lan's blade. You've fallen for my trick. The stones that should have scattered in the air reassembled, enveloping the hands of Qian Lan's Susanoo. Barrett swiftly applied armament haki to restrain Qian Lan, And then the stone giant, towering at 50 meters, unleashed a powerful kick aimed at the groin of Qian Lan's Susanoo. However, whether it was due to the height difference or Barrett's deliberate intent, Qian Lan felt quite vexed. Nine Tails. Strike him. Barrett's tactics and strategy were commendable, yet the Nine Tails, with its 9 tails, proved to be utterly shameless. The 9 tails struck simultaneously at the stone giant's chest, and despite Barrett's best efforts to regain control, he was still sent flying by Qian Lan. Uffed. Barrett's stone giant was shattered by Qian Lan, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood while soaring through the air. His form was propelled backwards for thousands of meters before crashing to the ground. Come again. With the strength to continue fighting, Barrett began to gather stones from the ground, 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, until he halted at 500 meters. The already barren island had been stripped of a significant portion of its terrain, appearing noticeably diminished. Qian Lan, once more. Qian Lan was taken aback that Barrett had reverted to his previous strategy. This method bore considerable drawbacks. In an instant, the Susanoo clad in 9 tails sprouted wings and ascended into the sky at a height of 100 meters. The colossal figure of 500 meters unleashed a mighty punch, causing a tumultuous shift in the surrounding air. Susan, with its imposing form, narrowly evaded the giant's blow, aiming directly for the creature's head. Barrett, your speed is woefully inadequate. Becoming so immense is a grave miscalculation. As she spoke, Chihira swiftly brandished her twin blades, targeting the giant's neck with remarkable speed. Clang. However, the giant's neck had not only grown in size, but had also become extraordinarily robust. Consequently, halfway through her strike, Susan's blades were ensnared by the stone. Fortified with the armament hockey, you shall perish. Barrett seized the opportunity, preparing to deliver an elbow strike, but to Chihira, his movements appeared sluggish as if crawling like a tortoise. Thus, she exerted her strength, mirroring the stone giant's earlier technique, and delivered a powerful kick to Barrett's abdomen. Successfully retreating, Chihira then began to maneuver around the towering figure of Barrett, utilizing her speed advantage to launch continuous attacks. After a quarter of an hour, Barrett could no longer maintain the extended use of his armament hockey, and Chihira recognized that her moment had arrived. Tailed Beast Bomb. In an instant, a massive tailed beast bomb gathered in the mouth of Kurama, and once complete, Chihira pierced it with her twin blades. With her agile speed, she collided with Barrett's form. Boom. Finally, the 500-meter giant shattered, and Barrett's figure plummeted from within the giant's body. Observing Barrett's continuous descent, Chihira realized that he had lost consciousness. Ding. Mission reward. Perfect Sage Mode. Acquired proficiency. Chihira promptly dashed forward to catch Barrett, gently placing him on the ground before immediately checking her system panel. Host. Chihira level. Super Shadow attributes. Wind, Lightning, Fire, Earth, Water, Yin, Yang Ninjutsu. Creation Rebirth, Impure World Reincarnation, Hell Stab, Flying Thunder God Technique, Light and Heavy Rock Technique. Perfect Sage Mode Taijutsu, 7 Days Breathing Method, Remnant, Lightning Release Chakra Mode Bloodline Limit. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, would release Summoning Beast, Kurama Blade Tools, Amber Purification Bottle. Space Scroll Store, Shuriken, Explosive Tags. Indeed, Sage Mode was categorized under ninjutsu, yet the true nature of sagehood within the Naruto universe remained a mystery. Why must even the Sage of Six Paths learn Sage Mode? Is it merely because of their formidable strength that they are referred to as sages? Lost in thought, Chihira suddenly found herself back on the Akatsuki's ship, where everyone awaited her return. Barrett had been defeated, and this individual would henceforth be our ally, alongside Stasi, who would also become a formal companion. After such an ordeal and the preceding conversation, the group commenced a celebration aboard the ship, while the Akatsuki continued to approach the majestic Daisolo. 5 days later, after a lengthy voyage, Chihira and her companions finally beheld the opulent and extraordinarily vast Daisolo. However, it took 5 days to arrive here. One could only lament the unpredictable weather of the new world, which undeniably affected the speed and direction of their journey. Ho 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 ho. Indeed, it is a treasure ship adorned with gold, and even the princess yearns to seize it directly. Perona's words reveal her true nature. However, under the enchanting lights of the Grand Daisolo, the vessel's opulent exterior captivates all who behold it. As time flows on, the crowd gradually approaches the entrance of the Grand Daisolo. In an instant, countless golden particles descend from the heavens, seemingly to welcome the members of the Dawn organization. Yet, amidst their enchantment, Qian offers a timely warning. Be cautious. Do not allow the golden dust to settle upon you, for it may lead to control by Tezelo. Is it truly that terrifying, Master Qian? Bartolomeo inquires, though he promptly conjures a barrier above the group, gathering the scattered golden dust. Once they pass through, Bartolomeo finds himself with a handful of gold, having profited significantly without paying an entrance fee. How impressive! Even the interior is gilded. Could it be that everything is adorned in gold? Timon muses. Indeed, it appears so. Tezelo, the Emperor of Gold, is no less than a man who commands a fifth of the world's berries. Mushin, having sailed from the flower country for quite some time, possesses considerable knowledge of the New World and is well aware of its intricacies. The Grand Di Solo is lavishly decorated in gold. With the exception of the greenery at the storefronts, every shop and street is resplendent in golden embellishments. Qian, there are Navy personnel, Clotho whispers, signaling Qian with a wary glance, and his posture becomes alert. Observing this, Qian approaches and gently pats Clotho's shoulder, signaling him to relax. Have you forgotten? This is a peace zone governed by the world government. The Navy and pirates do not engage in conflict here. Indeed, Clotho nods in agreement, yet he remains vigilant, fully aware that the so-called peace could be shattered at any moment, and it is wise to remain cautious. Well then, Bartolomeo and I shall go for a drink, Zoro declares, preparing to leap down, but Qian swiftly pulls him back. What are you doing? Patience, green-haired one. You should head to the central area, where you can both gamble and drink. With that, Qian leaps from the ship of Dawn. I wish to explore on my own. The crew, seeing their captain's determination, can only reluctantly continue their voyage until they finally reach a venue aboard the Grand Di Solo, where services are provided in a lavish manner. Let us also separate, Sataki suggests, and the group disperses, each heading towards their areas of interest. Sataki retraces her steps, searching for her furry compatriots, wishing to inform them of her safety despite her allegiance to Dawn. Meanwhile, Qian strolls along the streets of the Grand Di Solo, a bottle of liquor in hand, aimlessly wandering through the bustling thoroughfare, observing the inebriated pirates leaning on each other, the alluring maidens, and the opulence of the shops. An inexplicable sense of solitude washes over Qian, casting a shadow upon his mood. As Qian Lan traversed past one shop after another, an overwhelming sense of solitude enveloped her. Suddenly, she collided with a towering figure, both of them tumbling to the ground. In the midst of the fall, Qian Lan instinctively reclined on the ground and took a hearty swig of alcohol. In an instant, a large hand lifted her off the ground, leaving her standing unsteadily. Such size, such length, such fairness. But, dear beauty, why adorn yourself with a spider tattoo? It utterly mars your overall allure. Are you intoxicated? Qian Lan retorted, shaking her head and finally recognizing the figure before her. What brings you here? Ji Yuan abruptly released her, placing Qian Lan down. What is the matter? Is the Navy forbidden from enjoying leisure here? Were it not for the prohibition against violence, I would have seized the opportunity to eliminate you just now. Just joking. It seems our fates are intertwined. Fate brings people together across great distances, while lack of fate keeps them apart. Qian Lan understood that the restrictions of the Deisoro ship on the Navy were considerably stricter than those on pirates. After all, pirates could merely resort to a skirmish and escape, while the Navy was the enforcement arm of the world government, accountable for any missteps. However, encountering Ji Yuan here was indeed a surprise for Qian Lan. Evidently, the Navy had also become patrons of this establishment. Hold on, what did you mean by that? Do you have an issue with my tattoo? Ji Yuan's displeasure was palpable as she glared at Qian Lan, her eyes radiating a fierce intensity. Yet, recalling Qian Lan's words about fate, Ji Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety within her. In an instant, Ji Yuan shifted her tone, her demeanor softening. What, then, do you consider to be most suitable? I am all ears. A sense of alarm surged within Qian Lan. As one of the Navy's renowned beauties, Ji Yuan was officially noted for her proficiency in the arts of the geisha, entertaining seasoned patrons to lure in pirates. Ji Yuan's sudden interest in her made Qian Lan uneasy. Fearing impending complications, Ji Yuan's attributes were indeed stunning, particularly the beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, which was utterly captivating. The tattoo, however, was superfluous, detracting from the elegance of her thigh. Under the influence of alcohol, Qian Lan instinctively reached out to touch it. It was smooth and tender. At that moment, Ji Yuan was thoroughly provoked. She drew her sword, Kenpyra, and unleashed a swift strike. Boom. Qian Lan instinctively evaded the attack, yet the building behind her was cleaved in two. I assure you, it was not intentional. Do you believe me? Ji Yuan retorted angrily. Do you think I would believe that? Qian Lan mumbled to herself. Well, I haven't suffered any loss. Just then, a woman holding a glass of wine interposed herself between them. This is not a place for private conflicts. I kindly ask both Major Ji Yuan and Lady Qian Lan to cease hostilities for the time being. Your expenses for the evening will be waived. As she spoke, Bakara turned to Qian Lan. Lord Taizolo is awaiting your presence. I hope you will grant him a visit. Very well, I shall go now. With that, Qian Lan followed Bakara, the two walking side by side toward the heart of the Daisoro ship. Abruptly, Qian Lan glanced back and made a face at Ji Yuan, who responded with a bite of her lip, evidently furious. As the figure of Gion finally vanished from sight, Chihira exhaled a sigh of relief. Perplexed by the inexplicable tension that had gripped her, it was rather peculiar to feel so intimidated in the presence of Gion. Greetings, esteemed VIP attendant Bakara. I shall now guide Lord Chihira to meet Lord Tezolo, Bakara announced, extending her right hand in an apparent gesture of greeting. Never mind, my dear, Chihira replied. I am well aware of your fruit's capabilities, and I would prefer not to tempt fate. Bakara chuckled at Chihira's words, a captivating expression gracing her beautiful visage. Strangely, this did not elicit any annoyance from Chihira. Could it be that the luck fruit possessed an alluring charm? Alas, yet another bug-level fruit wasted. Rest assured, Lord Chihira, Bakara said, handing her a glass of wine. For one as formidable as yourself, the repercussions of my fruit's influence would likely spell disaster for the entire Dedesoro. Chihira refrained from taking the glass, deep in thought as she stroked her chin. If misfortune were to befall her, the ramifications would undoubtedly extend to those around her. Should the ill-fated events trigger the unleashing of the tailed beasts, the crew aboard the Dedesoro would be in dire straits. A quarter of an hour later, guided by Bakara, Chihira arrived at the most extravagant locale aboard the Dedesoro, a bar, a casino, and the exhilarating turtle racing competitions. Everywhere one looked, gamblers clutched their drinks, accompanied by an array of beautiful escort girls, while numerous debt-ridden patrons were unceremoniously ushered out. Here, darkness intertwined with light, opulence coexisted with squalor. Here we are, Lord Chihira, Bakara announced, leading her further until they reached a wall adorned in gold. Suddenly, an oddly shaped figure resembling a doll, with an oversized head, emerged from the wall. One must commend Oda's peculiar sense of humor. Such bizarre characters might be charming in the realm of the two-dimensional, yet their three-dimensional counterparts are somewhat disconcerting. Bakara gestured for Chihira to enter, as Mr. Tanaka would now escort her inside. Chihira scrutinized the uniquely featured Tanaka, who, as a user of the Ponsu fruit, had utterly failed to develop its potential. Indeed, one might say the fruit had seen little advancement in his hands. There's no need for such formalities. You may proceed to the destination without me. I shall follow shortly, Chihira insisted. Mr. Tanaka nodded and promptly vanished into the metallic wall. After a brief moment, Chihira utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Mr. Tanaka. Inside a room lavishly adorned with gold, the enclosed space felt somewhat stifling. A tall figure reclined on an opulent sofa, each of his 9 fingers adorned with golden rings, save for the ring finger of his left hand, which was reserved for her. Golden Emperor Tezolo, I wonder what business you have with me, Chihira mused internally. Unable to suppress her thoughts about the towering stature of the powerful figures in the world of One Piece, were they all nourished on a diet of hormones? Each seemed to stand 2 or 3 meters tall, and even Gion had towered over Chihira. I have summoned you, Lord Chihira, for a matter of great import, Tezolo declared, kneeling and tears streaming down his face. Please resurrect Stella, my Lord Qian Lan. I shall agree to all your terms. Be it 1/5 of the world's wealth or the dominion I have built, all can belong to you, my Lord Qian Lan. I simply wish to see Stella once more. As for Tezolo's performance, it was within Qian Lan's expectations, yet he held no interest in such matters. Tezolo, first you must understand that this is not resurrection in the truest sense. Moreover, it requires a living sacrifice and a certain amount of flesh from a deceased monarch. Instantly, Tezolo became anxious, his demeanor spiraling into madness. The daunting nature of Qian Lan's request rendered the prospect of fulfillment seemingly insurmountable, for at the time of Stella's demise, Tezolo had been but a humble slave beneath the celestial dragons. Oh, and this, Tezolo, regaining a semblance of composure, waved his right hand towards the wall. Suddenly, a box materialized within the once golden surface. Tezzolo approached with trepidation, trembling as he opened the box to reveal a scarf. "Will hair suffice?" he asked nervously, clutching the hair and gazing at Qian Lan, who found it difficult to refuse. Faced with Tezzolo's fervent devotion, Qian Lan was at a loss for how to respond. "Very well. Now we must procure the living sacrifice," Tezzolo declared, pointing downward, and instantly a 5-meter chasm appeared beneath their feet. Within lay a world strewn with golden grains, where numerous failures lay gasping for breath, helplessly staring at the gold before them. Suddenly, a golden hand emerged, lifting a somewhat conscious individual from the depths. Qian Lan took the hair from Tezzolo, then solemnly addressed him. "Impure earth rebirth." In an instant, the individual on the ground was enveloped, and a beautiful figure emerged from the cocoon. As a mere supporting character from memories past, Stella's beauty remained undeniably striking. "Stella!" Tezzolo exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace her. In that moment, his calm demeanor shattered, his face alight with fervor. Yet, Stella seemed lost, bewildered by her sudden revival and unaware of her temporary resurrection. "Where am I?" Not wishing to be an unwelcome presence in this reunion, Qian Lan swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to depart from the scene. "At the bar." "Ah, where's that green-haired fellow?" Qian Lan's figure suddenly materialized at the bar, where Bartolomeo and Kuro were already flushed from drink. "Master Qian Lan, that fellow went to gamble." "His luck is truly extraordinary," Kuro remarked. "He wouldn't be cheating with observation hockey, would he?" "My lord Qian Lan, all members of the crew here drink for free. Is there anything you would like to have?" Though he had some reservations about the luck-absorbing baccarat, Qian Lan ordered a glass of milk and drank alone. Alas, even aboard the Great Desoloro, which boasted of a full-service experience, Qian Lan found little amusement. "Have you finished your discussion with Lord Tezzolo?" "Hey, I knew you two would be drinking here. Where's that green-haired fellow?" Suddenly, Timon rushed over with several women, laden with numerous items, clearly indicative of considerable expenditure. Qian Lan remarked, "The green-haired one is still preoccupied. Shall we rendezvous with Barrett? He seems to be meditating aboard the ship." The group shared a mutual exasperation regarding Barrett, the fervent practitioner. But soon, it would no longer be necessary for anyone to remain behind to guard the vessel. The women then settled down, as Bakara dutifully served each of them a glass of wine upon request. Out of the blue, music began to resonate throughout the venue, capturing everyone's attention. "Is this a new show?" Sitash inquired, as the attendees turned their gazes toward Bakara, seemingly awaiting her elucidation. As the VIP attendant aboard the Dedesoro, Bakara's beautiful visage reflected her own confusion. "Let us step outside and discover," said Mushin, striding toward a nearby window, prompting the others to follow suit. Soon, the once secluded stage was once again ablaze with golden lights, exuding an even more resplendent aura. "What is happening?" The performance was supposed to be over. Could there be an adversary? Bakara questioned, her surprise evident as the others eagerly watched the stage, seemingly anticipating an imminent confrontation. It appeared that everyone was drawn to the spectacle, a testament to human nature's intrinsic hunger for drama. Lord Tezzolo, as astonishment washed over the crowd. Tezzolo ascended the stage, adorned in a golden outfit embellished with dozens of gemstones. Upon reaching the center, he seized the microphone. "I am the Golden Emperor, Tezzolo. I hereby declare that the Dedesoro ship now belongs to the 4 emperors, Lord Qian, and I shall serve under his command." Tezzolo's proclamation sent shockwaves through the audience, as no one had anticipated such a thrilling twist to the night's entertainment. Having recently entered the ranks of the 4 emperors, Qian had unwittingly absorbed one of the underground world's formidable powers, the Golden Emperor Tezzolo. "Tezzolo, you scoundrel! What is the meaning of this? Are you betraying the world government? Death awaits you." The attendees aboard the Dedesoro included not only pirates and naval officers, but also officials from the world government, who reacted most vehemently to this development. After all, Tezzolo contributed an immense sum of berries to the world government annually. It was established that Tezzolo had the capacity to influence the celestial dragon's decisions through financial means. Thus his allegiance to Qian represented a staggering blow to the world government. On stage, Tezzolo maintained his smile, seemingly unfazed by the dismay of the world government officials below. "Are you threatening me, world government?" he taunted, as he manipulated the ship's gold, instantly piercing the chest of a world government official. In that moment, the atmosphere became palpably tense. as the audience was struck by Teselo's audacity. The pirates, however, erupted in cheers, viewing it as a brazen affront to the world government, likely signaling the end of any official presence from the world government or the navy aboard the Tesoro. Eliminate them. Let not a single world government official escape. Slay these detestable marines. The actions of Teselo ignited the fury within the hearts of the pirates present, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the tranquility, triggering the chaos of battle. The pirates faced inevitable doom, while justice was destined to prevail. Together, they rallied to eliminate these wretched pirates. The navy and the world government collaborated seamlessly, unleashing an unprecedented brawl aboard the Tesoro. Neither the pirates nor the navy in the New World were weaklings, and soon, a fierce clash ensued. The battlegrounds were scattered everywhere, and witnessing the turmoil, Teselo joined the fray, wielding gold to indiscriminately slay navy and world government officials. Out of the blue, a powerful slash materialized, cleaving through the audience and aimed directly at Teselo on stage. Boom! Teselo, manipulating gold, erected a wall of gold several meters in front of him, successfully blocking the strike. "Die, you scoundrel!" roared a suited world government official, who instantly transformed into a gigantic lion and lunged at Teselo. "Ha! Here, I am invincible." Teselo laughed maniacally, though internally, he remained vigilant, aware that both adversaries were formidable foes. "You shall not encircle Lord Teselo," Deus declared as he leaped into action, swinging his massive axe towards the assailant, Qian. However, Qian barely acknowledged him, casually waving his famed blade, unleashing a formidable slash. Clang! Qian's strike shattered Deus's axe and continued unabated, leaving a deep gash across Deus's chest. Struck by this blow, Deus plummeted to the ground, his fate uncertain. Seeing this, Bakara prepared to intervene, only to be swiftly halted by Qian Lan. "What can you do now? With your strength, your fate would not differ from that of the previous fool." Bakara exclaimed in distress. "Am I to simply stand by and watch? I too wish to fight." Their exchange caught the attention of several onlookers, all curiously gazing at Qian Lan. It was astonishing to witness their captain unwittingly amassing such a formidable force. Kuro interjected, "We should join in. Qian Lan, the circumstances do not allow us to remain passive." "Indeed. Master Qian Lan, Kuro speaks wisely," Bartolomeo added, scratching his nose, recalling that the previous individual had already pledged allegiance to them. If Teselo were to fall to the navy, where would that leave the reputation of our organization? At that moment, the tide of battle suddenly shifted as a robust figure emerged, delivering a punch directly to the lion's face. The world government official, struck by the blow, collapsed to the ground, wiping the blood from his mouth. "How do you fare, Lord Pankakin?" Qian inquired. "Do not concern yourself with me." Pankakin glared furiously at Barrett, still nursing grievances over the earlier ambush. Barrett stood defiantly, provocatively challenging both sides with an expression of brazen arrogance, as if he intended to confront them all alone. "Captain Qian Lan, it seems our new member is quite the troublemaker," Mokushin observed. "Barrett has made his move, and I too wish to engage." With that, Zoro reached for the sword at his waist, the Wado Ikamanji, as if ready to strike at any moment. However, Qian Lan, witnessing this, helplessly waved his hand. He had no desire to provoke the war maniac Barrett further. Since Teselo had allied with him, any wreckage would now be his responsibility. Meanwhile, Qian and Pankakin were deliberating the current situation, realizing that continuing the conflict could be detrimental to their side. "Lord Pankakin, the Yonko Qian Lan is also present," one remarked. "Yonko, you say? Then we shall retreat for the time being." As he spoke, Pankakin relinquished his devil fruit powers, declaring, "Teselo, consider yourself spared for today. However, you shall now bear the wrath of the world government." With a wave of his hand, the Navy and world government officials began organizing a retreat, while any pirates attempting to strike were swiftly dispatched by Qian and Pankakin. "Humph," Teselo scoffed, revealing his disdain. Did he not know the true nature of the world government? He did not regret his decision, even if it meant opposing them. Just then, Barrett's previously ignited battle fervor extinguished. Is no one fighting anymore? What a waste of time. With that, he turned to leave, not even sparing Teselo a glance. As the crowd slowly dispersed, Teselo approached Qian Lan, accompanied by his subordinates, Des, Bakara, and Mr. Tanaka. Without hesitation, Teselo knelt on one knee, gazing up at Qian Lan earnestly. "I implore you, Lord Qian Lan, permit me to join the Akatsuki and bring the great D Solo under its banner. Bartolomeo chuckled. So, does that mean a portion of your wealth includes my share? Seeing Bartolomeo's greedy expression, Zoro delivered a swift kick to his backside. Don't you dare tell me you're not tempted by a fifth of the world's berries. Otherwise, that would be quite hypocritical. Zoro, you wouldn't want to acquire a renowned sword, would you? And you, Perona, don't you wish to indulge in a little shopping spree? The group suddenly felt a bit awkward, their gazes drifting as if reluctant to discuss such matters. Zoro, who had just been prepared for battle, now scratched his green-haired head sheepishly. Bartolomeo has a point, Mokushin chimed in. It's not entirely unacceptable. With all those berries, I could change outfits daily. They bantered, casually discussing how to handle such a fortune, revealing their candid nature. Qian Lan, observing this, let out a cold laugh, instantly silencing the atmosphere. Tesolo, why do you assume I would accept you? Is it merely due to the wealth you command? Qian Lan's tone turned serious. Foolishness, should you die, all that is yours would belong to me. A chill ran through the hearts of those present, realizing the man before them was truly formidable. Mr. Tanaka, Bakera, and Dez trembled in fear, understanding why he was considered a Yonko. His mindset and resolve surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Tesolo, feeling the weight of the moment, gathered his thoughts carefully before responding. Due to Lord Qian Lan's actions against the celestial dragons, he has become an adversary of the world government. I, too, harbor a deep-seated animosity towards the celestial dragons and am eager to follow Lord Qian Lan in overthrowing the world government. Qian Lan stroked his chin and mused, overthrowing the world government. You say? That does sound appealing. This would mean that the Daisoros will fall within the sphere of the Akatsuki organization. Upon hearing this, Taizolo's face broke into a smile, realizing that his ambitions were coming to fruition. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Qian Lan was quietly contemplating how he had inadvertently incorporated Fishman Island and the Daisoros into his own domain. At present, he found himself not much inferior to the other emperors, save for perhaps a slight disadvantage in territory. However, as night fell, the group, having exhausted their conversation, parted ways. The night passed in silence. The following day, Qian Lan and his companions commenced a banquet, primarily to welcome Taizolo into their midst, with Stella also in attendance. At that moment, Taizolo wore only a ring on his left ring finger, having removed any superfluous jewelry. Cheers! Barrett made a rare appearance among the group, continuing to indulge in his usual solitary dining, occasionally raising his glass to toast with others. Just then, Bakera entered, still habitually holding a glass of wine. Ha! It seems I have arrived at just the right moment. Taizolo turned and inquired, What is the matter, Bakera? Is there something amiss? The Daisoros had been relatively quiet during the day, with most enjoying the nightlife. Taizolo could hardly anticipate what might transpire now. Perhaps I should show it to Lord Qian Lan. Upon seeing this, Qian Lan took the newspaper from Bakera's hand and began to elucidate the information within to the others. The competition for the position of Fleet Admiral of the Navy has concluded, with Admiral Akainu assuming the role, while another Admiral, Akiji, has defected. This turn of events was entirely within Qian Lan's expectations. Logically, Akiji and Akainu were evenly matched. However, Akiji's character lacked a certain decisiveness, which ultimately led to his defeat in the competition. Furthermore, during the Marineford War, Qian Lan had inflicted a blow upon Akiji's chest. It was likely that his injuries from the battle with Akainu had not fully healed, which hindered Akiji's ability to perform at his best. Admiral's defection? This represents a significant weakening of the Navy's power, exclaimed Kuro, while Bartolomeo burst into laughter. Huh? Who could have foreseen that the highest combat strength of the Navy would choose to defect? Yet, Qian Lan suspected that Akiji might have gone undercover within the Blackbeard pirates. After all, it was implausible that he would so easily abandon the ideals of justice he had upheld for decades. Consequently, to fill the impending vacancy for an admiral, the Navy has initiated a global recruitment drive. Anyone who possesses a sense of justice and enough strength may directly ascend to the rank of admiral, directly becoming an admiral. You say? Timon sighed, acknowledging that the Navy's strength had not, in fact, diminished. The implication of Timon's words was clear to all. With Garp and Sengoku retreating to the sidelines, their prowess remained undiminished. In terms of talent, the Navy was significantly superior to the pirates, even if Akiji had genuinely defected. Recruiting 2 new admirals could potentially enhance their strength. Master Qian Lan, it seems we may have new bounties awaiting us. With keen eyes, Bartolomeo noticed another section of the newspaper, where the bounties for several individuals had once again been updated. It seems our heist of the celestial gold has been leaked, though it has indeed been several days, Qian Lan remarked. Observing this, Bartolomeo seized the newspaper from Qian Lan's hands and began to read. Green algae head, 120 million berries. Timon, 68 million berries. Clo, 90 million berries. Master Qian Lan, 2. 51 billion berries. Musin, 32 million berries. Perona, 111 million berries. Stasi, 20 million berries. Jiu Lama, 1,000 berries. While I, the Great One, am valued at 60 million berries. Unfortunately, neither Barrett nor Tesalo currently holds a bounty. Those bastards. We must exact revenge on the Navy, if given the chance. We shall retaliate against those scoundrels who fail to recognize my power, Jiu Lama exclaimed, filled with indignation. Yet, Barrett and Tesalo, despite lacking bounties, remained remarkably composed, appearing indifferent to the situation. Stella, however, looked at Jiu Lama with curiosity, wondering why the fox could speak. May I give you a hug? She asked. In response, Jiu Lama leaped onto Stella's head, eliciting laughter from the others, indicating that Jiu Lama bore no grudge against those reanimated from the dead. Since Tesalo had declared the date solo under Qian Lan's command, the number of pirates visiting had significantly diminished, likely waiting to observe the unfolding developments. Not bad. Few possess the ability to awaken the powers of the devil fruit, Qian Lan mused. Aboard the Dade Solo, two colossal figures were engaged in a fierce battle. Thus, the titanic contest between Barrett and Tesalo commenced, with the two enjoying their clash immensely. Boom! Their enormous fists collided, generating shockwaves that uprooted nearby saplings. It was evident that Tesalo was presently at a disadvantage, his mastery of hockey notably inferior to that of Barrett. Ha! Take another punch from me, Barrett called out, raising his fist for another titanic exchange. The giants engaged in a primal struggle, forsaking all technique and relying solely on their physical instincts. However, this was Tesalo's domain. Even though Barrett transformed into a giant through the powers of his fruit, he could not outshine Tesalo's prowess in this environment. Qian Lan, do not let them continue fighting, otherwise the entire Dade Solo will be in jeopardy. Clo, leaning against the wall, appeared rather unwell. The giants' battle caused the Dade Solo to sway precariously, which was indeed unsettling. Just a little longer, Qian Lan insisted, relishing the spectacle reminiscent of a classic monster battle, unwilling to miss a moment of the action, even if it meant allowing the two to continue their duel. Ice Age. In an instant, the Dade Solo, stretching 10 kilometers, was frozen in the sea, while the battle between Barrett and Tesalo raged on with renewed intensity, though this time the spectators felt no tremors. The Admiral Akiji of the Navy headquarters. Clo exclaimed. Oh, I'm no longer an admiral, Akiji replied nonchalantly from the rooftop, appearing remarkably carefree and at ease. Yet why do the strong prefer to stand atop lofty heights, oblivious to the fierce winds that may await them? Particularly in combat, they seem to favor elevated positions. Could it merely be an act of bravado? In Qian Lan's eyes, the eternal kaleidoscope of the Sharingan swirled, as he activated his ability to alter the past. As Akiji's silhouette emerged upon the rooftop, he had yet to utter a word when Qian Lan, with his right foot enveloped in armament hockey, launched a powerful kick. Caught off guard, Akiji could only hastily defend himself, managing to cover his waist with armament hockey just in time. Boom! The towering figure of Akiji, nearly 3 meters tall, was sent hurtling by Qian Lan's kick, crashing through several buildings and stirring a massive cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Akiji awkwardly rose from the rubble, his expression revealing considerable discomfort. Kazan, Admiral Akiji of the Navy headquarters. I am no longer an admiral. I resigned from the Navy just a few days ago, Akiji replied, an odd sensation stirring within him. This scene felt strangely familiar. Observing Akiji's bewildered demeanor, Qian Lan couldn't help but chuckle. How does Admiral Akiji find himself here? Has the world government dispatched you to hunt us down? And what has become of your cloak of justice? Akiji took a sip of his drink to soothe his emotions. Feeling somewhat disoriented by his undercover mission, it seemed he still needed to hone his skills. I have left the Navy, as a defeated man. I merely seek refuge within a powerful pirate crew. A melancholic expression adorned Akiji's face, complemented by periodic sips from his drink, imparting a distinctly nihilistic aura. Alas, Qian Lan was already aware that the admiral before him was engaged in espionage, and thus he could not afford to let Aokiji remain, even if he possessed no secrets that Aokiji could uncover. Within the Navy, there existed a covert special unit known as SWORD, purportedly involved in activities akin to espionage. However, it was uncertain how much Aokiji knew of this organization. Qian Lan, in a teasing tone, tightened Aokiji's heart, revealing the extent of the Navy's intelligence leaks. Admiral Aokiji is here as an undercover agent for the Akatsuki, is he not? However, I would advise you to seek out Blackbeard. His danger far surpasses my own. How perilous could I possibly be? At most, I might slay a celestial dragon or seize some treasure from the heavens. Aokiji could only respond with a sense of disbelief. How many dare to rob the treasures of the heavens or slay celestial dragons? Yet he downplayed his own danger. Naturally, Aokiji held a profound impression of the Blackbeard pirates. Yet due to Qian Lan's interference in the Paramount War, their true strength remained obscured. Thus, neither the Navy nor the pirates, nor the world government, had come to grasp the extent of Blackbeard's threat. Aokiji remarked, "It is likely that the entire Blackbeard crew poses less danger than you alone, Qian Lan. Blackbeard may very well be the offspring of the notorious pirate Rocks, possessing the souls of 3 individuals, thus enabling him to consume 3 devil fruits. Should the Navy and world government not fear a repeat of the God Valley incident, they ought to shift their focus onto Blackbeard." Qian Lan was oblivious to Blackbeard's true identity, yet the members of the crew speculated extensively about it. Consequently, Qian Lan relayed all the information she possessed to Aokiji. Instantly, Aokiji's expression darkened. As an admiral, although he had not participated in the battle at God Valley, he had the authority to access more information. If the man before him spoke the truth, it was imperative that he convey this intelligence back to the Navy. "Since the Akatsuki organization does not welcome me, I shall take my leave," Aokiji declared. Leaping to the periphery of the ship, the Deadless, where his new companion, a gigantic penguin named Camel, awaited. Through her observation haki, Qian Lan sensed Aokiji's swift departure. Barrett inquired, "Was what you said true? Is Blackbeard, who emerged during the Paramount War, truly that exceptional?" Having concluded their battle, Barrett and Tezzalo had been observing the exchange, but had refrained from interjecting until now. With Aokiji gone, they felt free to discuss among themselves. Tezzalo chuckled, "I have a feeling that Lord Qian Lan is deceiving this Navy admiral. It is utterly impossible for anyone to consume 3 devil fruits." In unison, the 3 turned their gazes toward Qian Lan, seemingly awaiting her clarification. Qian Lan offered a wry smile, addressing them. "How would I know if what I said is true? Regardless, I have conveyed all the information I possess to the Navy. Whether they choose to believe it or not is their decision." With that, Qian Lan turned and departed, leaving no room for further conversation. Doubtful of Blackbeard's identity, Qian Lan could only fabricate a story to navigate the situation. "Prepare yourselves, for we set sail tomorrow. Farewell, Bakara. It is a pity that we must depart after only a few days of enjoyment." The women waved goodbye to Bakara, who had guided them through their time aboard the Deadless. Qian Lan then tossed a flying thunder god kunai, which Tezzalo promptly caught. "Let us depart." Qian Lan elegantly leaped onto the ship, prompting the others to follow suit. Only Bartolomeo gazed longingly at the Deadless's grand structure, his expression filled with reluctance. "I must bid farewell to a 5th of the world's berries," Zoro remarked. "If you are so reluctant, you can stay behind." "Absolutely not," Bartolomeo exclaimed, leaping onto the ship. "I am destined to follow Master Qian Lan. Nothing shall impede my journey. Set sail." With Qian Lan's call, the Akatsuki slowly departed from the Deadless. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters, now known as New Marineford, following Akainu's ascension as Fleet Admiral, the headquarters had relocated from its original position to the former G1 Marine branch, adopting its new name. This move also signified Akainu's signal to reinforce the Navy's control over the New World, reflecting his uncompromising style. "Kazan has failed," Sengoku remarked. As he popped a rice cracker into his mouth, the serious meeting room soon filled with the sounds of chewing. Granny Tsuru snatched the cracker from him, scolding, "You old fool, do not create noise at this moment. What exactly is going on?" As Sengoku wiped the corner of his mouth, he pondered whether Kazan had engaged in a confrontation with the Akatsuki. Both Admiral Tsuru and the Chief Inspector Sengoku regarded Akainu with keen curiosity. At this moment, the room was devoid of anyone else. After all, the selection of the new Marine admirals was still underway, while Kizaru was preoccupied with managing the scientific unit. Kazan had sent word that Qian Lan had rejected him, asserting that Blackbeard was the most perilous individual, capable of consuming 3 devil fruits simultaneously and being the offspring of rocks. How could this be possible? Sakazuki. Saru gazed at Akainu in astonishment before bowing her head. If Pirate King Roger could leave behind his lineage, perhaps rocks could have done the same. Sengoku inquired, what are the plans for Kazan? Are we to send him to the Blackbeard pirates? At this moment, Akainu found himself in a quandary. The resurrection ability of Qian Lan seemed even more sinister than Blackbeard's consumption of 3 devil fruits, and both were entities beyond the law. Observing Akainu's furrowed brow, Sengoku felt a sense of delight and snatched the senbei from Tsuru's hands. Sakazuki, you are the fleet admiral. It is imperative that you make a decision now. Muttering a complaint, Akainu solemnly addressed the two. Do I have a choice? At this juncture, the only option is to send Kazan to the Blackbeard pirates. I doubt Blackbeard will refuse this time. A formidable force like a marine admiral is not something any pirate crew would turn away. At worst, they would just need to be cautious. Only Qian Lan, that peculiar individual, outright rejected Akiji's allegiance. Hey, everyone, an island has appeared. Upon hearing Stasi's voice, the group hurried outside to investigate. A snow-covered isle came into view, indicating they had stumbled upon a rare winter island. Mushin exclaimed, I'm going to change my clothes. These past few days have been incredibly dull. Subsequently, the group retreated to their respective quarters, leaving Barrett standing alone. Mr. Barrett, aren't you going to change? Barrett glanced in the direction the others had departed, remarking, only the weak fear the cold. Soon, the group had changed and set forth toward the small island. However, since Qian Lan was aimlessly wandering through the new world, he had no knowledge of the island before them. Thus, they set foot on an unfamiliar land, with Qian Lan leaving a wooden clone to guard the ship. The sound of crunching snow echoed as they ventured deeper into the island. Ah, is this an uninhabited island? No one has appeared yet, Timon remarked. But the fur tribe has its advantages. They can withstand the cold without changing clothes. As he spoke, Timon began to feel around Stasi, seemingly in search of warmth. Observing this, Qian Lan expressed his desire to warm up as well. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, startling everyone. A bird fell from the sky, landing squarely on Barrett. A figure clad in a white cloak emerged from the forest, aiming a hunting rifle at Qian Lan and his companions. Intruders. Who are you? Qian Lan replied, who are we? We are merely outsiders. Unconsciously, Qian Lan began to mimic the tone of Huang Yuan, and one must admit, it was rather captivating. Suddenly, a rugged middle-aged man, his face marked by scars, emerged, pressing down the hunting rifle of his companion. Jia, do not point your gun at others so casually. Yes, Xinting. Their dialogue seemed entirely ordinary, yet the tone imparted a peculiar sensation to Qian Lan. Xinting stepped forward, approaching Qian Lan with a warm smile adorning his face. Welcome to Dunla Island. I am Xinting, the village constable chosen by the community, and this is our villager Jia. Ha. Then please, Constable Xinting, guide us to a place where we can replenish our supplies. Otherwise, we shall find it impossible to continue our voyage. Qian Lan responded with a light-hearted laugh, though the others sensed an unusual undertone. Such kind villagers? Surely they cannot survive in the new world. Perhaps it was due to the harsh winter that pirates seldom troubled this place. Under Xinting's guidance, they trudged through the snow to a rather secluded village, where men with hunting rifles occasionally passed by, appearing to be on patrol. Suddenly, Barrett leaned closer to Qian Lan's ear, whispering, my observation haki has detected nothing unusual. Neither have I, but it would be wise to remain cautious. Qian Lan, confident in his own observation haki, regrettably sensed no formidable aura. Perhaps he was merely being overly suspicious? Before long, they arrived at the village's sole inn and tavern, where they would temporarily take shelter. Finally, I can relax. Upon entering, Qian Lan collapsed onto the bed, exhausted from their long trek through the snow. Be cautious. I sensed a profound malice from that man earlier, warned Jiulama. Qian Lan patted Jiulama's head, acknowledging, you truly are a living alarm system. Get lost. Just be careful yourself and don't fall into a trap, Jiulama retorted, finding a warm spot on the bed to curl up. As night fell, cheers. The group gathered around the table, drinking heartily. Even Sataki and Jiulama joined in, which was indeed a sight to behold, animals drinking. Snowfall, moonlight, and wine. How delightful it is. Truly refined, Qian Lan mused, noting that Barrett's sentiments bore a resemblance to those of a certain Kagoro. Yet, Drinking and enjoying the snow under the moonlight on a snowy night possessed a unique charm. Contemplating this, Qian Lan finished his drink in one gulp. This village exuded an extraordinary atmosphere. As Barrett downed another drink, he remarked, "What is so extraordinary about it?" "The wine is quite good. I like it," Zoro chimed in. "I have noticed it too. Many residents seem to be disabled, and every household possesses weapons. Some individuals are quite formidable," remarked Kuro, the intellectual among them, clearly recognizing the village's peculiarities. Numerous signs indicated that this village was anything but ordinary, starkly contrasting with typical villages. Perona, her cheeks flushed from drink, laughed. "Ho ho ho. You all ponder upon these matters. The princess only needs to focus on her happiness. Let us raise our glasses together. Sita, let us toast together." The girls were unconcerned by these matters, continuing to relish the contents of their cups. However, Barrett discreetly moved closer to Chihiro, whispering softly to her, "There are numerous soldiers in this village, though it remains uncertain whether they belong to the navy or the armies of other kingdoms. Indeed, I trust your judgment." Barrett's words carry considerable weight. After all, he was once a soldier himself, having navigated battlefields at a young age, earning the title of hero among many. Since Barrett asserts they are soldiers, one can be sure he is not mistaken. As night fell, after a bout of playful antics, everyone retired to their respective quarters, lulled into a drowsy slumber by the effects of alcohol. Meanwhile, in a small house within the village, several figures gathered around a table, the atmosphere heavy with tension. "What shall we do? Shall we allow them to remain here? They are the 4 emperors, posing a grave threat to the villagers. Do not fret, in 2 days. The teacher will return, and those detestable pirates shall meet their end. For now, we must endure a few more days." Thus, the Akatsuki organization and the villagers spent 2 days in mutual indifference, during which the group indulged in wild revelry, hunting, snowball fights, drinking, and savoring exquisite cuisine. One can only wonder how the villagers felt, but for Chihiro and her companions, the days were filled with joy and a delightful vacation spirit. As night descended once more, the familiar banquet commenced. For several nights, the group had gathered to drink and dine together, forming a habitual camaraderie. At that moment, a girl with deep green hair appeared among them, holding a large jug of wine, and naturally poured a cup for each person. "This is a gift for everyone. I hope you enjoy your time here." Bartolomeo raised his cup and took a sip, joyful, exceedingly joyful. At this, everyone smiled widely, unreservedly downing their drinks, while the girl strolled over to Chihiro and Barrett. Bang! In an instant, Barrett's robust form shrank considerably, while Chihiro remained largely unchanged. The transformation of Barrett astonished the onlookers, as they had not anticipated such an occurrence. Just then, 4 figures burst through the door, surrounding the Akatsuki organization in a hostile formation. Chihiro, scratching her head in hesitation, remarked, "It seems we have been careless this time, but I never expected the Enyo Navy to have a stronghold here in the New World. The tranquility of these past days was likely a prelude to your arrival. Zifa, the 4 emperors? Merely vile pirates. Impossible, having been struck by my retrogressive fruit. How could you remain unchanged?" A look of disbelief adorned Ain's face, his expression decidedly unnatural. Similarly, Binz and Shuza, both Enyo Navy officers, regarded Chihiro with wariness, poised to act at any moment. "Zifa, in these waters, anything extraordinary may occur. Remain calm, Ain." As the leader of the Enyo Navy, his words steadied the hearts of his men. At this moment, Barrett rose with a menacing grin and declared, "Who gave you the illusion that I am weaker than I was over a decade ago?" Qian Lan chuckled softly. Barrett was now 43 years old, and 12 years prior, he was precisely 31. Whether Barrett had awakened his fruit abilities at that time was unknown to Qian Lan, but it was undeniable that he was then at the pinnacle of physical strength. Engage. The 2 factions immediately clashed, leaving no room for mercy. As if dictated by fate, Zoro charged towards Ain, and in an instant, their swords were drawn, resulting in a fierce duel. "Long time no see, Zifa. Allow me to witness the might of the former Marine Admiral," Barrett exclaimed. "Old man, I shall once again send you to impel down." In that fleeting moment, Barrett's fist, enveloped in haki, collided with Zifa's mechanical arm, and the 2 struck a stalemate. The duo then commenced a purely physical contest, as invoking their fruit abilities at this juncture would be rather unwise. Earth release, great earth gathering. Under Kuro's manipulation, several enormous boulders emerged, swiftly engulfing the massive plant created by Bins. The superhuman Bins, endowed with the prosperous fruit's powers, began to contort his body, resembling a peculiar dance. This was indeed a rather bizarre condition for activating his fruit abilities. Trunk slide. In an instant, the surrounding flora began to grow wildly, rapidly spreading everywhere. Bins leapt onto the plants, brandishing his katana, coated in haki, and slashed towards Kuro. The destructive nature of their combat style was immense, prompting Qian Lan and the others to dash outside. Boom! A laser cannon suddenly pierced through Qian Lan's body, but alas, it was merely a wooden clone. Timon, white pacifist. Outside, 15 figures clad in white, the pacifists, encircled them, their garments blending seamlessly with the swirling snow. As Qian Lan and his companions shattered the window to escape, the white pacifists launched a decisive attack, unleashing a barrage of laser cannons. Absolute defense. Bartolomeo swiftly conjured a barrier to shield those around him. As the laser cannons detonated violently upon impact, the Inyo Navy's humanoid weapon, the white pacifist White Bear, bears a striking resemblance to the ones developed by the world government. Qian Lan remarked, drawing the golden dragon ink sword from his waist. In a heartbeat, he teleported before a white bear, executing a vertical slash with his blade, cleaving the high-strength alloy bear as effortlessly as if it were mere paper. Damn it! Fixated, Zayuza issued commands to all the white pacifists, surround and annihilate the Akatsuki. Spare not a single cursed pirate. At Zayuza's command, all the pacifists sprang into action, their weapons trained on the group. Without needing Qian Lan's orders, the combative members of the crew engaged the pacifists in battle. Observing the chaos, Qian Lan decided to join the fray once more, effortlessly dismantling the pacifists capable of slaughtering nearly 100 million berries worth of pirates with a single punch. Leave this one to me, Timon declared as he charged towards Zayuza, swiftly transforming into the most perfect human-beast hybrid along the way. Zayuza gazed sternly at Timon, aware that the combat endurance of a Zoan-type devil fruit user was formidable, indicating that this would likely be a protracted battle. Windstorm. A colossal tornado erupted from Timon's mouth, swirling the snow beneath, creating a sight both beautiful and deadly. The massive trees in its path were effortlessly shattered by the tempest. Observing this, Zayuza swiftly retreated a few steps to gather his strength, then leaped into the air, executing a series of rapid kicks that unleashed dozens of slicing attacks. Shave and frenzied slash. The slashes relentlessly struck the tornado, resulting in countless explosions, and a powerful gust of wind radiated outward, akin to a tempest unleashed. As a master of martial arts, Zayuza decisively charged toward Timon's figure. Iron block shave. Utilizing one of the 6 techniques, iron block, as a supplement to shave, Zayuza's legs hardened to a metallic toughness, and his swift form appeared before Timon, delivering a fierce kick with his right foot. Boom! In an instant, the snow beneath erupted, sending a flurry of white powder into the air. Although the previous strike possessed great might, it regrettably missed its target entirely. Observation haki. Zayuza realized that his attack had nearly succeeded, only to be narrowly evaded, likely due to Timon's precognitive abilities through observation haki. Timon, witnessing this, let out a cold laugh, perhaps believing that the individual before him had yet to awaken to the powers of observation haki. Shave. In an instant, Timon's figure vanished from sight, reappearing before Zayuza with a punch aimed at him. Come on. With no time to react, Zayuza could only envelop his right hand with armament haki and retaliate with a punch of his own. The two fists collided with a resounding impact, sending Zayuza flying backward, where he rolled for several meters before coming to a halt. Mushin remarked, "What was this fool thinking, confronting a Zoan-type ancient devil fruit user head-on?" The members of the Akatsuki had largely resolved their battles. After all, the pacifists who could barely contend with over 100 million berry pirates were hardly a challenge, merely a warm-up exercise. Just then, a figure crashed through the building, rolling for several meters before landing beside Ziza. The inn where everyone was staying erupted in a thunderous explosion, reduced to ruins as a colossal figure broke through the roof and landed against the wall. Zifa, you old fool, there's south no place for you in these seas anymore. Zifa, leaning against a tree, rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His expression filled with melancholy. Yet, his tone quickly regained resolve. Though I have aged, the justice of the Navy remains unwavering. Even if I perish here today, it shall be for justice. Upon witnessing this, Zayuza immediately grasped Zifa's arm, positioning himself protectively in front of him. Teacher, grant your student the opportunity to uphold justice. It is not yet your time to pursue justice. With that, Zifa delivered a swift chop that rendered Zayuza unconscious. Bins. Hearing Zifa's call, Bin slid out from the building, promptly taking hold of Zayuza. Suddenly, Zoro emerged, carrying Ain on his shoulder, evidently having dealt with his own battle with ease. Barrett, green algae head, swiftly incapacitate this woman. Despite possessing a youthful physique of merely 12 years, Barrett found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the situation. Upon hearing this, Zoro immediately struck Ain's neck. Before she could utter a word, she succumbed to unconsciousness. The circumstances in the arena were decidedly unfavorable for Zephyr and his companions, especially as the Akatsuki organization remained largely unscathed. Bence seized the opportunity. Zephyr declared, propelling himself toward Barrett with rapid strides, his mechanical arm aimed at him. Crush Blaster. The mechanical arm erupted in a dazzling display of sparks as a straight laser shot forth toward Barrett. Ha! Come forth, old man Zephyr. Cloaked in a pitch-black hue of armed hockey, Barrett chose to withstand the blow. Boom. An explosion resonated around Barrett, engulfing him in a cloud of dust. Zephyr did not relent in his assault, utilizing Jeppo to approach the epicenter of the explosion. Master Chiho, do we trust him? Chiho remained composed, replying, have faith in him. Bartolomeo. Suddenly, a pair of large hands emerged from the smoke, seizing Zephyr's fist. Is that enough, old man? Not nearly. With that, Zephyr raised his mechanical arm to strike Barrett again, only to have it caught once more, seemingly rendering Zephyr's efforts futile. Crush short. The explosives within the mechanical arm detonated violently, prompting both Barrett and Zephyr to wisely withdraw. The explosion's reach enveloped the entire battlefield, shrouded in clouds of smoke. The seasoned Zephyr finally revealed his formidable prowess, swiftly using Jeppo to reach Zoro, then delivering a kick aimed at him. Boom. Zoro, with his dual swords raised, absorbed Zephyr's strike, but it granted Bence a crucial opportunity. A robust vine appeared behind Zoro, rapidly wrapping around Ain's waist. Bence manipulated the vine with force, pulling Ain directly to his side. As the smoke cleared, the situation in the arena became distinctly apparent. Both sides were now exercising restraint. Barrett remarked, indeed. He is a former Marine Admiral. While Barrett found Ain's rescue inconsequential, a flicker of dissatisfaction lingered within him. Bence, take them away. What about Teacher Zephyr? Upon hearing this, Zephyr tore off his clothing, declaring, now is the time for me to uphold my justice. Come on, you old codger. I shall send you off on your final journey. The two figures clashed once again with fervor, both Zephyr and Barrett being masters of physical combat. As the man who trained the entire Marine force, Zephyr had always insisted that the three admirals refine their martial skills, and he himself rose to the rank of admiral through sheer physical prowess. Barrett, too, had not neglected his training in impel down, albeit constrained by the influence of sea-stone handcuffs. Thus both of their physical skills were remarkably powerful. You can't keep up, old man. Barrett seized the moment, landing a kick squarely on Zephyr's chest. Zephyr tumbled several times before finally coming to a stop. However, as he halted, he began to breathe heavily, appearing quite fatigued. Decades of naval service have left Zephyr, the former admiral, with numerous hidden injuries. Coupled with the loss of his arm and the affliction of asthma, this formidable warrior finds himself incapable of enduring prolonged combat. It seems I must resort to this substance. Have you anticipated this moment, Vegapunk? Zephyr muttered to himself, drawing a vial of purple elixir from his waist and forcefully injecting it into his arm. Soon, the effects of the potion began to manifest. The exposed muscles of Zephyr's body swelled with vigor, and his previously labored breathing steadied into a calm rhythm. Kuro, is Barrett all right? It appears this former admiral is somewhat unusual. Absolutely fine. Qian Lan had unwavering faith in Barrett's prowess, as he had fought to a standstill against the pirate king, Rayleigh, in his teens, and had not ceased his training for 2 decades in impel down. Had it not been for the excessively high purity of Zephyr's sea-stone mechanical arm, this battle might have concluded long ago. Come forth, lad, and witness the true strength of an admiral. With a furious roar, Zephyr charged at Barrett, and they both landed powerful punches upon each other's faces. This time, it was Barrett who was sent hurtling backward, crashing through several trees and becoming ensconced in a pile of snow. Qian Lan, Barrett has grown complacent. He dared to receive a blow from a sea-stone-imbued mechanical arm with his face. Yet this also exemplifies Barrett's manliness, facing the challenge head-on without a hint of retreat. Why hasn't Barrett unleashed his devil fruit powers? He could have done so just moments ago. Timman, worry not. Stassi, Barrett knows his limits. Bang! Barrett emerged from the snowdrift, eyes wild with fury as he fixated on Zephyr, his expression resembling that of a predator intent on devouring its prey. Come on, old man. I will never evade your assault. Barrett lunged at Zephyr, who, in response, leapt into the air, and the two engaged in a fierce aerial confrontation. They traded blows, abandoning all semblance of defense. You're still too green, kid. In the heat of battle, Zephyr seized an opportunity, transforming his fist into a piercing finger jab that struck Barrett's left shoulder, drawing forth a spray of blood. Unfazed, Barrett retaliated with a coldly calculated punch that connected squarely with Zephyr's face. Once more, Zephyr was sent flying, yet he recognized that his moment had arrived. Rising once again, he advanced toward Barrett's injured shoulder. Qian Lan shook his head and chuckled ruefully, recalling that Zephyr had not been in such formidable condition when facing Luffy. Is it truly because Luffy bears the name Monkey? Bartolomeo, unable to contain his disdain, shouted at Zephyr. Is this what an admiral represents? Merely preying on the vulnerable? Humph. For you pirates, any means to achieve your ends is justified. Qian Lan understood that Zephyr had earned the right to say such words. Once an admiral who prided himself on sparing lives, he had been shattered by the deaths of his wife and son, witnessing his students perish before his eyes, compounded by his own amputation and the betrayal of his own beliefs. Zephyr harbored an intense loathing for pirates, to the extent that he disregarded the lives of innocent civilians, intent on annihilating the new world with explosive rocks. Thus, Zephyr was not a man of principles. The clash between the two continued, yet as time elapsed, the effects of the drugs Zephyr had consumed began to wane. The drawbacks of his reliance on drugs became apparent, leaving Zephyr in a state of extreme weakness, utterly defenseless against Barrett's ferocious onslaught. Soon, Zephyr's figure collapsed onto the snow, which was swiftly stained crimson with his blood. Suddenly, a green vine reappeared before the onlookers, instantly ensnaring Zephyr. Go! With a low command from Benz, the vine tightened around Zephyr, seemingly preparing to whisk him away from the scene. Zephyr coughed up a mouthful of blood and exclaimed, Benz, weren't you supposed to ensure Ryoso and Ain's escape? Rest assured, teacher, I have already sent them aboard the ship. While the two conversed, Qian Lan stepped forward, wearing a mocking smile as he addressed them. If I were to let you escape, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing for me? Upon uttering these words, Qian Lan vanished from sight, and in an instant, a golden flash occurred as he severed Benz's vine with a single stroke. Zephyr's form once again fell to the snowy ground, violently expelling another mouthful of blood. Teacher Zephyr. Benz rushed from the woods, brandishing his blade protectively in front of Zephyr. Oh, such deep camaraderie between master and disciple. Bang, bang. Just as Qian Lan spoke, several bullets suddenly rained down upon him. Hearing the commotion, Qian Lan swiftly drew a small pistol from his waist and retaliated, the bullets colliding in midair and raining down like confetti. Teacher Zephyr, we have come to rescue you. Ain's tone was resolute, imbued with an unwavering sense of victory. However, Qian Lan merely scoffed at this declaration, remarking, Isn't this behavior merely a path to your demise? He continued, I shall crush you with absolute might, instilling such fear that you shall not dare to resist again. In the blink of an eye, Qian Lan appeared before Zephyr and delivered a powerful kick that severed Zephyr's mechanical arm. Blood erupted, staining the pure white snow beside him. This gruesome scene igniting a furious rage within Ain, Benz, and Ryoso. Bastard! Die, you detestable fiend! We shall avenge Teacher Zephyr. The three roared in unison, launching a coordinated assault against Qian Lan, with Benz's blade, Ain's gun, and Ryoso's feet striking in perfect harmony. Alas, in the face of Qian Lan's prowess, their efforts proved futile. Wood release, tree binding, eternal burial. Instantly, colossal vine-like saplings erupted, ensnaring the trio and growing into a great tree that pinned them beneath its weight. It was as if Qian Lan merely clapped his hands and performed a symbolic hand seal, rendering the three completely subjugated. Ironically, Benz, an adept of the paramecia type growth fruit, found himself powerless, unable to activate his powers without movement, thus rendered utterly defenseless beneath the towering tree. At that moment, Qian Lan positioned himself before Zephyr and knelt down. Qian Lan, you scoundrel, What are you planning to do to Teacher Zephyr? If you have the courage, face me instead. Binzi, I'm sorry, Teacher Zephyr. At this moment, Ein was weeping profusely, lamenting that if only his devil fruit had been developed better, or if the Emperor Qian Lan had reverted to the child he was over a decade ago, perhaps the outcome of the battle would have been rewritten. Qian Lan, squatting down, made no ill moves towards Zephyr. Suddenly, strange patterns appeared on his body. Creation and rebirth. With a fierce shout from Qian Lan, Zephyr's wounds began to heal rapidly, and the severed arm started to regrow slowly. The atmosphere in the arena fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to utter a superfluous sound. This scene shattered the worldviews of those present. The miraculous rebirth of a severed limb unfolded before their eyes, achieved without any medical intervention. At last, as Zephyr fully regrew his arm, Qian Lan, panting heavily, concluded his healing. Exhausted, he reflected that such a forbidden technique was better employed on oneself rather than others. The toll it took on his body was overwhelming. Qian Lan, you call this a forbidden technique? Surely it cannot have adverse effects. There is no major issue. Just a slight impact on my lifespan. Upon hearing this, the members of the Akatsuki organization grew anxious, gathering around Qian Lan with concern etched on their faces. Sorrow evident in their eyes. Especially, tears brimmed in the eyes of everyone present. Perona burst into tears, exclaiming, "You idiot, Captain. Why did you save that old fool? You're such a fool. Qian Lan, please don't die," cried several of them, engulfed in profound sorrow, while Timon threw herself into Qian Lan's embrace, her tears quickly soaking his chest. At this moment, Qian Lan struggled to articulate the truth. He could hardly confess that he might have shortened his own lifespan. It was better to keep the secret for now. He patted Timon gently, and then approached Binzi, Ein, and Zayuza. Release. The immense tree that had suppressed the three was instantly lifted, and they scrambled towards Zephyr. Binzi, how is Teacher Zephyr? Yes. Quickly check, Ein. As a scientist, Ein immediately examined Zephyr's condition, sensing his steady breathing and the regeneration of his arm. Soon, Ein regained his composure. Teacher Zephyr is fine. Even his severed arm has been restored. As he spoke, Ein glanced at Qian Lan, his eyes filled with inscrutable meaning. Zayuza and Binzi also turned their gazes upon Qian Lan, each unsure of what to say. What began as a life-and-death struggle had culminated in the victor becoming the benefactor of the vanquished, a shift in identity that was difficult for them all to accept. Especially since the three had just heard that this healing came at the cost of Qian Lan's lifespan. Their hearts were deeply moved. In this moment, Ein, embodying the sensitivity of a woman, stepped forward and knelt before Qian Lan. Thank you, Teacher Zephyr, for saving my life. I realize that my words may be ill-timed. Yet whatever conditions you may impose, we shall acquiesce. Upon witnessing this, Mushuan broke down in tears, exclaiming, "What purpose does this serve now? Can you truly restore the lifespan that Qian Lan has lost?" Their exchange only thickened the atmosphere, plunging everyone's spirits into somber silence. Qian Lan interjected, "Then grant me several peacekeepers as recompense." Admittedly, he held little regard for the combat prowess of the peacekeepers, yet one could not deny the prestige that accompanied them. Upon hearing this, Ein and the others breathed a sigh of relief, fearing the worst. A refusal of all demands would have been most disheartening. Cough, cough. At that moment, Zephyr on the ground stirred awake and slowly sat up. One must commend the remarkable resilience of the individuals in the world of One Piece. For some formidable beings, such endurance is unparalleled. After considerable blood loss and grave injuries, they can awaken after a brief respite. Teacher Zephyr. Observing the concern etched upon the faces of his three students, Zephyr's gaze radiated gratitude. He then turned his attention to Qian Lan, understanding that it was this man who had rescued him before he lost consciousness. "I am a Marine, and you are a pirate. Why did you save me?" Bartolomeo glared at Zephyr with a fierce expression. "You old fool, it was Master Qian Lan who saved you. Do you require further instruction on how to respect your savior?" Zephyr disregarded Bartolomeo's outburst and continued to fixate on Qian Lan, seemingly awaiting an explanation for his act of salvation. After a moment's contemplation, Qian Lan articulated his reasoning. "Perhaps I resonate with your sense of justice, even if we find ourselves as adversaries. As a man who has trained the entirety of the Marines, you may perish at the hands of any pirate, but I simply do not wish for your demise to come at mine. As a contemporary of Carp and Sengoku within the Marines, and having attained the rank of admiral, it is tragic that this man, known for his refusal to kill, ultimately lost his wife and child to the pirates. as well as a student, and even an arm, meeting his end at the hands of his own pupil. One could argue that Zephyr embodies the most pitiable of high-ranking Marines, having truly lost everything. Even the possibility of upholding his final sense of justice at the moment of his death. What a laughable fellow, he remarked, before struggling to rise. Ryuza and Binzi immediately rushed to assist him. Ein, Binzi, and Ryuza bowed in gratitude to Qian Lan before escorting Zephyr away, likely to undergo a medical examination. Kuro inquired, Qian Lan, surely you have more significant reasons for your actions? Otherwise, you would not have gone to such lengths to save him. Qian Lan, with a wry smile, shook his head. Kuro was indeed astute. While saving him, I healed all of his internal injuries, and with his arm now fully restored. It won't be long before his strength is nearly back to its former glory. Can you fathom the ensuing turmoil in the New World? Kuro chuckled at the thought. An admiral who despises pirates, coupled with disillusionment towards the Marines and the world government, would likely throw the New World into chaos upon regaining his strength. Truly a cunning individual, remarked the Nine Tails. Qian Lan turned to the crowd and reassured them. Do not fret over my lifespan. I have merely expended a modicum of it. Should the need arise, I shall devise a means to extend my years. In the world of One Piece, there are myriad ways to prolong life. Pure gold, extraordinary devil fruits, and venerable figures like Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Dr. Kureha, who have surpassed a century. Surely, living a bit longer is not a daunting task. Though the others remained somewhat concerned, they felt a sense of relief. If they could discover a method to extend life, they would not let it slip away. Soon, under the influence of Qian Lan's 3-room, 2-hall technique, the group settled in for an extended stay. In the following days, an unusual equilibrium was established between the Marines and the pirates, with neither party intruding upon the other's existence, allowing them to coexist for over a month. A month and a half later, Qian Lan expressed, apologies, but Teacher Zifa is unwilling to come out. I shall see you off instead. During this time, Ein served as a bridge for communication between the two factions, while the 6 pacifistas were installed aboard the ship of the Dawn. Qian Lan and his companions curiously examined the white pacifista, scrutinizing the array of weaponry it was equipped with. Building upon the existing framework, Qian Lan instructed Ein to enhance the current pacifista using the blueprints obtained from the abyss of the Moonlit Kingdom. The improvements in firepower, durability, and speed rendered it significantly more formidable than its predecessor. Thus, the group devoted over a month to this endeavor, as some materials proved exceedingly elusive. Absolutely magnificent, Master Qian Lan, exclaimed Kuro and Zoro, nodding in acknowledgement, clearly intrigued by the pacifista that Qian Lan had procured. It couldn't withstand a single punch from me, Barrett declared before retreating indoors to commence his training. Teeman, observing the fascination of the others, turned to Ein and said, My apologies, Ein, those fellows are too captivated. Please convey my gratitude to Mr. Qian Lan for healing Teacher Zifa. I hope we can cross paths again upon the seas. After a brief farewell, the group resumed their journey. No sooner had they departed from Winter Island than a torrential downpour began, showcasing the capricious nature of the New World's weather. Let us secure the ship, Qian Lan commanded, confident in the sturdiness of the Dawn. With his wood release abilities enhancing its capabilities, the ship was well equipped to brave any storm. Amidst the tempest, the Dawn sailed steadily onward, undeterred by the tumultuous waves. Yet, at that moment, Qian Lan found himself directionless, unaware of their next destination. 2 hours later, after weathering the storm, brilliant sunlight emerged. The crew emerged from the cabin to bask in the warmth of the sun. Suddenly, a colossal sea king appeared on the right side of the ship, its fangs lunging towards the closest target, Stasi. One sword style, lioness song. In an instant, Zoro cleaved through the sea king's exposed portion, sending its upper body crashing into the sea and creating a massive splash. Zoro sheathed his sword with flair and landed deftly on the deck. One can only marvel at the prowess of the individual who has consumed the naming fruit. Indeed, the names of their techniques are quite impressive. Furthermore, Bartolomeo leaped from the vessel, landing atop the carcass of a sea king that had yet to fully submerge into the depths. He then began to rummage within the creature's innards, a sight that was undeniably grotesque. Found it. With the grace of a moonwalk, Bartolomeo swiftly returned to the ship, brandishing an object in his hand as if to showcase his spoils. CLO, a black record pointer? What is this? Stacy, I'm not sure. It appears to be a black eternal pointer. Barrett snatched the pointer from Bartolomeo's grasp, gave it a cursory glance, and tossed it back dismissively. The black eternal pointer indicated the locations of certain dark forces, yet it remained a mystery which island it specifically pointed towards. An unknown island? Shall we investigate? Curtin asked. Qian Lan took the eternal pointer from Bartolomeo, smiling at her companions. The allure of an unknown adventure was too tantalizing to resist. The discovery of this eternal pointer, extracted from the Sea King's body, gave Qian Lan the thrill akin to unboxing a surprise. With the guidance now in hand, it was imperative to explore the so-called dark forces. The ship, the Dawn, immediately set sail according to the pointer's direction, and apart from Barrett, everyone else was filled with anticipation for the upcoming voyage. The excitement among the crew persisted until evening, at which point their fervor subsided, and they began to relax. Some fished, others rested, merely adjusting their course occasionally. Qian Lan felt her patience waning during the long voyage across the sea, despite the new world being a haven for the strong. Its intricate geography and tumultuous era resulted in a considerably sparser population compared to the first half of the Grand Line. After a day of sailing, the crew had not encountered another soul, save for the birds soaring above. Just then, a voice from the lookout announced, "Stacy, a pirate ship is approaching." Instantly, the crew's interest peaked as they gazed into the distance, spotting a vessel sailing toward them from the starboard side. Stacy and the lookout quickly rifled through the wanted posters, recognizing the ship as somewhat familiar. The Big Eater Bonnie's pirate crew, one of the supernovas that previously emerged at Sabeti Archipelago. Upon hearing this, Zoro leaned over the railing, urging, "Get closer." Listening to Zoro's commanding tone akin to that of the ship King Jack, Qian Lan promptly steered the Dawn toward Bonnie's pirate ship. Meanwhile, Bonnie's crew also became aware of the ship trailing behind them, leading one crew member to report to Captain Bonnie. "Captain, there's a vessel drawing near. It appears to be the ship of the Yonko Qian Lan." Bonnie finished the cake she had been eating, promptly grabbed some fruit, and devoured it with fervor, her striking beauty complementing her voracious appetite. "A Yonko, you say? I wonder what they seek from us. Let me go have a look." With that, Bonnie swallowed the fruit and picked up a large piece of roasted meat before heading outside. As she arrived at the stern, Bonnie curiously glanced back at the approaching ship, noticing the striking red clouds on its sails. "A Yonko of the New World, is it?" At this moment, the speed of the organization, Akatsuki, surged dramatically, particularly with Zoro's backward slash propelling the ship forward as if it were equipped with a booster. Would release, great force technique. Immediately, robust branches sprouted from Akatsuki's vessel, swiftly intertwining with Bonnie's ship, causing both vessels to sail side by side. The numerous crew members of the Bonnie pirates promptly drew their weapons, aiming them menacingly at Qian and his companions. "You scoundrels, do you wish to meet your demise? How dare you obstruct the Bonnie pirates?" shouted one pirate. "Yes. Don't think being one of the 4 emperors makes you formidable." The raucous cries from the other pirates indicated their naivety. They were clearly fresh to the new world, having escaped unscathed thus far. Perhaps their previous smooth sailing in the first half of the Grand Line led them to mistakenly believe that the 4 emperors were mere weaklings. The members of Akatsuki remained unfazed, viewing such threats as trivial, akin to being unarmed. However, the modified pacifista, known as the Peacekeeper, raised its arm, preparing to unleash a laser blast. This sight sent shivers down the spines of the Bonnie pirates, as memories of the chaos at Sabeti Archipelago resurfaced vividly. The image of the Peacekeeper wreaking havoc lingered like an indelible nightmare in their minds. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, members of the Bonnie pirates began to tremble, their weapons feeling unsteady in their grasp. Bonnie, however, paid little heed to their fear, gazing tearfully at the white Peacekeeper. With a heavy heart, she turned to Qian, asking, "How do you possess these? Are you collaborating with the world government?" She continued, "Then let us trade your information. I am quite curious about you and Kumo's identities, and even about the revolutionary army to which you both belong." Chiron's words reverberated like thunder in the ears of the onlookers. As the foremost adversary of the world government, the revolutionary army had always shrouded itself in mystery. It was astonishing to discover that Bonnie, one of the supernovas, was indeed a member of the revolutionary army, leaving her crew in shock as they gazed at their captain, struggling to believe Chiron's claims. Wiping her tears, Bonnie declared, "I am not part of the revolutionary army. I am merely curious about the former warlord, Bartholomew Kuma." Is he the warlord who underwent human modification by the world government's chief scientist? Timon interjected. Many fans speculated that Bonnie was Kuma's daughter. However, Qian was not particularly interested in such rumors. Instead, he was intrigued by the current scale of the Revolutionary Army's influence. Given the portrayal of the Revolutionary Army in the anime, one would think they could hardly overthrow the world government, let alone the Navy. It seemed that in the present world, the Revolutionary Army concealed a vast power. Then share with me what you know about the Revolutionary Army's strength. And let us exchange intelligence, Qian urged. Upon hearing this, Bonnie felt relieved, but had no intention of deceiving him. There are likely a dozen or so nations under the Revolutionary Army's control, she admitted. Qian suspected that the number of nations actually under the Revolutionary Army's influence was at least double what Bonnie claimed, considering her rank within the organization was not particularly high. Nonetheless, the countries controlled by the Revolutionary Army were relatively weak or those that the world government had little interest in dominating. This is a technological product passed down from Vegapunk. I saved a person, and in gratitude, he gifted it to me. May we meet again by fate. After speaking, Qian Lan severed the large tree connecting the two ships. Although Bonnie possessed considerable beauty, it was a pity that Qian Lan was not one to fawn over her. After exchanging intelligence, the ship of the Akatsuki began to depart, swiftly vanishing from the sight of the Bonnie pirates. The crew members gathered around Bonnie, anxiously watching their captain. Captain, you Bonnie, taking a hearty bite of roasted meat, laughed boisterously. No matter what my identity may be, I am still your captain. Long live Captain Bonnie. As time passed, the sky soon darkened. The members of the Akatsuki gathered on the deck, all eyes fixed on Qian Lan, including the ever-watchful Barrett. Master Qian Lan, let us have a bonfire feast at sea. Mushin chimed in. Hurry up, Captain Qian Lan. I've already prepared everything. Today's Sea King fish is just perfect, and the meat is exceptionally fresh. Seeing the eager faces above, Qian Lan could only reluctantly acquiesce. This was a new idea proposed by Kuro. Utilizing Qian Lan's wood-release abilities to create a massive wooden platform upon the sea. On this platform, they could drink, barbecue, and admire the night sea and starry sky. It was truly a delightful experience. Moreover, hosting banquets is a customary practice in the pirate world, particularly among the red-haired Shanks, who often finds reasons to throw feasts. Much to the chagrin of Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates. Wood release, vine entwining. Upon finishing his incantation, Qian Lan slapped the ship's body, and instantly, a grand platform entwined with vines emerged. With cheers, everyone began to set up the equipment, while Mushin started grilling the Sea King fish. The night barbecue on the pitch-black ocean filled everyone with excitement. Cheers! Just as they took a sip of their drinks, they noticed a light shining upon them, and instantly, everyone put down their cups, on high alert. In this part of the new world, battles could erupt at any moment, and Qian Lan and his companions were no exceptions. Zoro, what are those guys doing here again during the day? In an instant, a figure leaped from a ship, targeting the freshly grilled Sea King fish. Bang! The assailant crashed into an almost invisible barrier and fell heavily to the ground. The night made Bartolomeo's barrier fruit easier to conceal, and Bonnie, oblivious, collided with it. Hey, are you following us? Girl, do you want to die? Qian Lan's tone was decidedly unfriendly, and the imposing aura of a strong man instantly frightened the other members of the Bonnie pirates. How could we dare follow the ship of an emperor? It's likely we're all on the same route. Yes. Captain Bonnie was just awakened by hunger and came looking for something to eat. Please don't hold it against us, Lord Qian Lan. The entire crew of the Bonnie pirates began to plead for their captain, as if Qian Lan were some ravenous beast. Bonnie touched her swollen forehead, grimacing in pain. It seemed that collision was indeed quite severe. Qian Lan paid no heed to their pleas and stepped forward, placing the golden dragon ink sword against Bonnie's neck. Give me a reason not to kill you. Bonnie replied, we merely crossed paths on the same journey. Aren't you here to attend the auction at Aviat Island? Qian Lan paused at her words, realizing that she had followed the eternal compass to this location. Could it be that this eternal compass pointed to the so-called Aviat Island? Turning her gaze, she noticed the others wore expressions of confusion. Having never heard of this island before, Timon stepped forward to Bonnie and said, then share with us what you know, or your journey ends here. Bonnie continued to rub her forehead, explaining, this auction is hosted by the Emperor of the Underground World, the Lone Shark Rufield. Many have been invited, and it is said that world-shocking intelligence will be auctioned. Mushin's expression changed abruptly, possibly reminded of her brother. Qian Lan, however, sheathed her sword and looked at Mushin, stating, "It seems we must pay a visit to fulfill my promise." Then Qian Lan's expression shifted again. "But why were we not invited? Is our organization not esteemed enough?" "It shouldn't be," Barrett remarked, taking a large bite of meat. "Perhaps we lack a fixed sphere of influence, which is why we received no word. Stay if you wish to eat. We can travel together from here," Bonnie suggested. "All right. I shall not be polite then," Bonnie replied, unaware that Qian Lan intended to confront Rufield. Or else she might not have agreed to accompany them. Soon, under the influence of alcohol, the atmosphere between the two parties began to warm. The others were intrigued by Bonnie, dubbed the Big Eater Girl, wondering how she managed to consume so much without gaining weight, or perhaps she simply gained it in the right places. Qian Lan and her companions contemplated their next actions, and none regarded the Lone Shark King with any trepidation. Instead, their thoughts were on the auction. Chloe remarked, "This is unlikely to be a mere auction. We cannot predict what may arise. We are the Sea Emperor. When the time comes, we shall seize whatever piques our interest." After the banquet, many had indulged to the point of inebriation, and both groups succumbed to slumber upon the great sea. A night passed in silence. Morning arrived with Bartolomeo's voice echoing throughout the cabin, rousing everyone from their slumber. Significant news. Significant news. Awakening. Qian Lan snatched the newspaper from Bartolomeo's hands to read it herself. The Navy's new admirals, Green Bull and Fujitora? The world conscription for the Navy has concluded without our notice. Barrett perked up at this. New admirals? I wonder if they will be stronger than the previous ones. The newspaper circulated among the group, and everyone soon learned of the newly appointed admirals. As breakfast began, they set off towards Aviad Island alongside Bonnie's pirate crew. On their journey, Qian Lan and her companions occasionally spotted other pirate ships. Though most fled at the sight of the Jiao's sails, for the four emperors stood at the pinnacle in the New World. After 3 hours of sailing, Xiao and the Bonnie pirate crew swiftly arrived at the island of Aviord, as indicated by the eternal pointer. The entire island was composed of rugged rocks. With numerous areas still engaged in mining activities, it could be described as a desolate rocky isle. Is this truly the venue for the auction? It appears exceedingly uninviting. The environment here is far from pleasing to this princess. As she spoke, Perona, holding a parasol, leapt down, perhaps feeling that the scenery did not complement her Gothic Lolita aesthetics. Nevertheless, the others disembarked from the ship, while Bonnie trailed behind Qian Lan and her companions. As they felt the oppressive heat and the searing sunlight, the surroundings were undeniably unwelcoming. At that moment, a burly man clad in a suit, bearing a scar across his face, approached from the distance. Qian Lan instantly recognized him as one of Rufield's subordinates, his appearance exuding a distinctly underworld demeanor. "Lord Qian Lan. Miss Bonnie, there is still some time before the auction commences, and I, Fiackley, shall attend to you in the meantime," he announced. In a low tone, Qian Lan replied, "Oh, is this maritime emperor not deserving of a personal greeting from Rufield himself?" Fiackley immediately bent lower, his tone exceedingly humble. "Lord Rufield is not currently on the island. He will only appear when the auction begins tonight. I ask for your understanding, Lord Qian Lan." Qian Lan glanced at Muxin, shaking his head in resignation, signaling that she could not take action at this moment. Understanding, Muxin remained silent, and the group followed Fiackley deeper into the island. As they ventured further, the oppressive heat became increasingly unbearable. "How much longer must we walk? At this rate, my attire will melt under the sun," Perona exclaimed, struggling beneath her parasol, while the other ladies began to perspire as well. "Here we are," Fiackley announced. They had arrived at another rocky terrain, yet a refreshing breeze began to waft from within a cave. Fiackley stepped forward and struck a prominent rock with his palm. Crack! Crack! The ground began to reveal a vast sloped entrance, with cool air rushing forth. "This is Lord Rufield's handiwork," Fiackley explained. "He has excavated a portion of the island's mountain to construct an auction hall, casino, shops, and bathhouses, creating a vibrant city of entertainment. This is the true Aviord Island." As they descended further, the temperature noticeably shifted, calming their previously restless hearts. The pathway was adorned with small pebbles, and soft lighting helped to ease their tension. Finally, the ground became level, revealing the true visage of Aviord Island. They beheld a bustling crowd, various shops, and the underground rivers flowing throughout, making this chaotic rocky isle a veritable sanctuary. It seemed this auction would indeed be intriguing. "What is the matter, Qian Lan?" Chloe inquired. Qian Lan smiled and remarked, This auction appears to be quite extraordinary. Just moments ago, a figure had passed by that caught Qian Lan's attention. It seemed to be the cadre known as the Strange Gunvitter, under the command of the supernova Capone Beach. Indeed, the very individual who had fervently idolized Germa in the Big Mom saga. It seems this auction has attracted quite a number of attendees, likely due to the presence of something special. Following this brief interlude, Qian Lan and her companions were escorted directly to a spacious courtyard. The auction was scheduled to commence at 7 o'clock in the evening, and they were kindly asked to rest for a while. After Fiackley made his announcement, he departed, and the group began to tidy up the courtyard. Through her observation hockey, Qian Lan sensed Fiackley's complete departure, and then she swiftly pulled Bonnie before her. "What are you doing?" "You're hurting me," Bonnie protested. "Silence. You have information yet to share with us," Qian Lan retorted. Just moments ago, she had not only observed Capone Bede's associate, but also noted another peculiar figure, Mr. Wandaz Bones, who had once consumed the chop-chop fruit and belonged to the former Baroque works. Qian Lan distinctly recalled that she had not sent Luffy to impel down. This individual should not be present here. Could it be Blackbeard, or perhaps the notorious Buggy had released him from impel down? It was also possible that Crocodile was lurking nearby. However, the priority was to clarify the intelligence, and it seemed Bonnie was still holding back some information. "All right, I shall tell you. There are indeed rumors that Lufield has acquired precise information regarding the ancient weapon, Pluton, possessing the power to easily command an island. This has stirred the interest of many, although the veracity of such claims remains uncertain," Bonnie divulged. Upon hearing this, Qian Lan began to ponder deeply. It was likely that Lufield's information was fabricated. It appeared reminiscent of the Wano arc, where Robin had learned from the historical texts buried beneath the Alabaster Royal Palace that Pluton was hidden in Wano, receiving confirmation from the former General Kazuki Sukiyaki. Lufield might possess his own channels of information, or perhaps he was merely deceiving others, or worse, was only partially informed. With these thoughts in mind, Qian Lan released her grip, while Bonnie began to rub her sore spot beside her. Members of the Akatsuki organization soon gathered around, their knowledge of ancient weapons being rather limited, though Barrett seemed to be the most informed among them. "What do you think about this situation?" Qian Lan inquired. Kuro adjusted his glasses and calmly analyzed. Underground factions can disseminate any number of rumors. If Lufield had indeed obtained credible information, the world government would have seized him long ago, negating any opportunity for an auction. The group nodded in agreement, recognizing that had there been any solid evidence, Lufield himself would have likely sought to claim Pluton. With this realization, the atmosphere lightened, and they began to explore the subterranean town. Meanwhile, Qian Lan continued to contemplate the matter regarding Pluton. Her interest lay in the desire to experience its power firsthand, though it likely paled in comparison to her tailed beast bomb. Indeed, as Boss Chow had remarked, acquiring it could prove to be a mere trifle, neither particularly delightful nor easily discarded. Time swiftly progressed into the evening, and Qian Lan and her companions were ushered into an expansive private room. Initially, there were maidens clad in revealing attire to serve them, but Qian Lan, disinterested, promptly sent them away. However, the auction of the New World was indeed grander than that of the Grand Line, and the private room prepared for them was quite comfortable. The group naturally settled onto the wine-red sofas, while the immense glass dome offered a clear view of the outside scenery. Perona began to indulge in the snacks laid out on the table, and the atmosphere relaxed as they awaited the commencement of the auction. "Welcome, everyone, to the auction presided over by myself, Fiackley. Lord Rufield will not be appearing for the time being." With that, under Fiackley's guidance, the auction commenced. Nevertheless, the items on offer were still rather trivial. Although they surpassed the first half of the Grand Line's auctions in quality, they still failed to capture the attention of the auction elites. As various items were sold, the auction swiftly progressed to the segment featuring slaves, intensifying the fervor of the event. From humans with unique abilities to some rather peculiar races, slaves were continuously sold off. Yet Qian Lan and her companions held no interest in such matters. Even Sataki could not voice her thoughts too freely, for this era accepted the slave trade as a matter of course, with few caring about the implications. "Ladies and gentlemen, next we present the final pair of slaves." "A rare catch indeed," exclaimed Fiackley. "A pair of slaves? What could that be? Present them forth." Observing the enthusiastic atmosphere, Fiackley gestured, and two lovely maidens stepped forward, each bearing a square object wrapped in crimson cloth, placing them on the display platform. Many possessing the observation haki immediately discerned what they were, a male and a female from the diminutive race, with an opening bid of 10 million berries. And each subsequent bid required to be no less than 1 million berries. In truth, a solitary member of the diminutive race would hardly command such a price. But a male and female together held the potential value of cultivating an entire community. Soon, the bidding commenced in earnest, and the price skyrocketed to 20 million berries, at which point few remained willing to bid. Yet, as always, some individuals defied convention and continued to raise their offers. 30 million berries. Fiackley enthusiastically called out. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 40 million berries. Instantly, the gazes of the crowd shifted to two competing boxes, as it seemed two factions were clashing. Within their box, Qian Lan observed Sataki, who unexpectedly joined the bidding fray. Sataki, feeling bashful, glanced at Qian Lan, seemingly embarrassed to meet her gaze. Understanding Sataki's hesitation, Qian Lan spoke up. You are a member of the Dawn. Pursue your desires freely, without concern for others' feelings. With a deep breath, Sataki felt a wave of relief wash over her, her resolve strengthening. Just then, the glass of the box that had bid 30 million berries shattered explosively, and a commanding figure emerged before the crowd. I wonder if I might acquire these two diminutive ones. In return, you shall earn the friendship of the Big Mom pirates. Qian Lan was instantly intrigued upon witnessing the unexpected appearance of the formidable Katakuri. It seemed quite reasonable for the royal pirate crew to show interest in the Phantom King, as many coveted such power. However, Barrett was visibly displeased. He seized a table and hurled it away, shattering the glass of his private room as it hurtled toward Katakuri. Boom! In an instant, the solid wooden table was obliterated by Katakuri's swift kick, with splinters raining down like confetti. Damn it! I haven't finished eating, exclaimed Perona, as her snacks scattered across the floor. In that moment, all eyes in the room turned toward the standoff, marking a rare clash between the royal pirate crew. The unexpected confrontation between the Akatsuki organization and the Big Mom pirates promised to be a spectacle worth witnessing. The atmosphere among the spectators grew lively, while Barrett and Katakuri glared at each other, particularly the battle-hungry Barrett, who was poised for action. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Katakuri. Lord Katakuri, this is not the time to quarrel over the little people. Our mother sent us to acquire ancient weapons. Katakuri nodded calmly, acknowledging the words of Pudding. You are right. Pudding, but I had hoped to procure the little people as a gift for Naman. It appears that opportunity has slipped away. As a devoted brother, Katakuri always cherished his sister, and Naman was one of Charlotte Leanlean's numerous daughters, as well as a member of the little people. Stacy, having recognized Pudding's appearance, spoke up. Brother Pudding, it's me, Stacy. Pudding, now noticing Stacy by Barrett's side, removed his sunglasses to examine her closely. Stacy, is it truly you? I never imagined you would join the Akatsuki. Indeed, I was captured and sold into slavery, but Captain Qian Lan rescued me, and thus I joined the Akatsuki, Stacy replied. Fiacre felt a bit awkward, sensing an unspoken reproach in her words. Suddenly, chaos erupted. A nearby room's glass shattered explosively, a massive sand blade slicing toward Barrett. Reacting swiftly, Barrett unleashed a punch, causing the sand blade to explode. A man appeared before them, a cigar clamped between his teeth, a scar adorning his face, and slicked back hair framing his visage. Sassy, ignore Darna. Barrett chuckled in response. Sassy, ignore Darna. Crocodile, I never expected you to escape from Impel Down. Crocodile and Barrett were like sworn enemies. Although Crocodile had been soundly defeated by Luffy, they were once evenly matched in their youth. Qian Lan suspected that Crocodile's recent release from Impel Down was likely orchestrated by Blackbeard, and his presence here hinted at his continued obsession with the Phantom King. With Crocodile's arrival, the atmosphere in the room grew even more tense, filled with revolutionaries, pirates, warlords of the sea, emperors, and the undercover Navy agent Drake, whom Qian Lan had just noticed. As the auction had yet to reach its final stages, everyone was urged to maintain their composure. Fiacre's words brought a hush over the crowd. After all, they were all present for a purpose and would not act impulsively. 40 million berries for the first time, 40 million berries for the second time, 40 million berries for the third time, sold. With Fiacre's announcement, the attention of most attendees shifted towards the private room occupied by the members of the Akatsuki. Truly, the Emperor of the Sea had spent 40 million berries to acquire two small humanoids. What wealth! The murmurs of the crowd grew incessantly, escalating into a fervent clamor. In an instant, Chiho's conqueror's haki enveloped the venue, causing several individuals to faint from the overwhelming pressure, while the rest fell silent, none daring to utter another word. All right, everyone, Fiacre proclaimed, the next exquisite item in our auction is the rare giant warrior, Bansna, with an opening bid of 50 million berries. Each subsequent bid must exceed 1 million berries. As the second most popular race after the merfolk, giants indeed warranted being the centerpiece of the slave auction. Soon, many in the audience began to bid, including the trio of supernovas and Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords. Given the giant's considerable stature, it was an impressive combat asset. It could be said that apart from the 2 royal pirate crews that refrained from bidding, the rest engaged in fierce competition. Chiho abstained due to a lack of interest, while Katakuri chose not to bid, well aware that his mother's actions had garnered the disdain of the giant race, rendering any purchase futile. As the competitive spirit surged, the price of the giant steadily climbed, swiftly reaching 65 million berries. At this juncture, few could afford to bid or were deemed worthy of doing so. Suddenly, Bonnie stood and declared 70 million berries. This marked a significant increase of 5 million berries. Mr. One Bonus promptly countered with a bid of 75 million berries. Barrett interjected, "Crocodile, did you truly come out of Impel Down with so many berries? Surely, you are not considering credit." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Those of power laughed heartily, while the less fortunate stifled their chuckles. Crocodile, a former warlord, could easily amass such wealth by eliminating a few pirates. However, it was also noted that he had just emerged from Impel Down, already adorned in fine attire and seeking someone to polish his shoes. Of course, if Crocodile were to default on payment, he might very well have saved some funds. "I can afford any sum, unlike you who merely follows others," he scoffed. Barrett, undeterred by Crocodile's remarks, remained focused, as he had always aspired to defeat the strongest, and Chiho was the formidable figure worth his allegiance. Observing the scene, Fiacre quickly called out, 75 million berries. "Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" Bonnie replied, 80 million berries. Acknowledging this was likely her final bid. She knew she could not go any higher. Acquiring the giant clan was also a strategic decision for the Revolutionary Army, with the backing of the world's foremost power. Toppling the world government would undoubtedly become a considerably simpler endeavor. At this juncture, Crocodile ceased his bidding, leaving one to ponder whether he had genuinely depleted his finances or simply lost interest in the giant clan. Seizing the opportunity, Fiacre promptly declared 80 million berries, once. 80 million berries, twice. 80 million berries, thrice, sold. In no time, the giant clan was withdrawn, and the figure of one of the underground world's sovereigns, the lone shark King Lufield, emerged on stage. An immediate tension enveloped the room, for the might of the underworld king posed a formidable threat to the world, a power that evoked great desire among all present. Lufield addressed the audience, "Welcome to the auction. As we near the end of this event, we shall now auction information regarding the underworld king, which I shall personally oversee." Just then, a blade of sand reappeared, targeting Lufield on stage. Bang! In an instant, Crocodile's assault was thwarted by Fiacre, scattering into grains of sand upon the floor. "Lufield, it was you who first informed me of the underworld king's presence in the Alabasta Kingdom. Are you now attempting to deceive everyone with this ploy?" Crocodile's voice resonated throughout the hall, drawing the gaze of all attendees towards Lufield as they awaited an explanation. The expressions of Lufield and Fiacre were far from favorable. Crocodile's words significantly undermined the credibility of Lufield's forthcoming information. Reluctantly, Lufield produced a weathered ancient tome from his chest. The Navy's extermination orders had erased O'Hara from existence. Yet numerous artifacts had still surfaced, including this ancient volume sourced from the Tree of All-Knowing. It contained information about the Underworld King, albeit requiring the expertise of a knowledgeable archaeologist for interpretation, a task one must undertake independently. The starting bid is 10 million berries, with increments of no less than 5 million. Should you be interested in the Underworld King, I invite you to participate in the bidding. Otherwise, I shall seek an archaeologist myself to uncover the ancient weapon, the Underworld King. Lufield's words propelled the audience forward. Those who refrained from bidding risked allowing another to claim the Underworld King, thus endangering themselves. Consequently, a fervor ignited among the crowd. 20 million berries. 25 million berries. 35 million berries. Pirates, inherently reckless, became frenzied in their pursuit of the ancient weapon. However, Those in the private booths remained silent, patiently awaiting their moment. At that moment, Qian Lan quietly extracted the Six Paths ninja tool, the amber purification bottle, from the system. Hey, Lufield, are you certain this ancient tome contains information about the Underworld King? Upon noticing Qian Lan's inquiry, Lufield's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. It is undoubtedly genuine. If Lord Qian Lan is interested, you may bid at any time. Upon concluding his statement, Lufield's figure inexplicably diminished to a fraction of its size, swiftly being absorbed and sealed within the amber purification bottle by Qian Lan. This bizarre spectacle sent a wave of fright through the assembly, as they feared being drawn in as well. Could it be a special devil fruit? The latest technology has granted objects the powers of a devil fruit. Consequently, everyone seized their weapons, eyeing Qian Lan warily, fearing that they might be the next to be absorbed. However, Qian Lan understood the ignorance of the crowd well, mistaking the Six Paths level ninja tool, the amber cleansing bottle, for a unique item to consume. The devil fruit was not entirely without merit. We dare not oppose the Akatsuki organization, and hope that Lord Qian Lan will spare Lord Rofield. At this moment, the only one brave enough to speak was Fiacre, a loyal subordinate. Suddenly, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A languid voice resonated throughout the venue. As the voice faded, a green branch pierced Fiacre's chest, blood cascading down the branch. Then, a man emerged, sporting black, curly hair, sunglasses, a cigarette dangling from his lips, a katana at his waist, and a Navy Justice cloak draped over his shoulders. Admiral Green Bull had completely surrounded the island. Numerous naval officers quickly materialized, encircling the area. The newly appointed admiral from the Navy headquarters, Green Bull Aramuki, had arrived. Was this a ruse? Damn Rofield, damn the Navy. Those present at this meeting were far from innocent, and faced with the Navy headquarters' paramount combat strength and the embodiment of justice, a sense of panic was inevitable. However, Qian Lan was exhilarated. With so many forces converging, it would be a shame not to engage in battle. Thus, Qian Lan leaped from the private room onto the stage, his conqueror's haki enveloping the entire area. Come, let the war commence. His words ignited the atmosphere, as both Katakuri and Barrett unleashed their conqueror's haki, prompting everyone to shift into a chaotic combat mode. Come on, Crocodile. Let me see if you've regressed. You better not be taken down by my two moves. Barrett challenged. Crocodile remained silent, snorting disdainfully before charging at Barrett. Both enhanced their abilities as they sprinted. Barrett haphazardly sought something to merge with, while Crocodile transformed into a giant of sand. Boom. Upon collision, Crocodile was sent flying. After all, covering sand with armament haki was hardly an effective strategy, suitable only for bullying the weak. The members of the Akatsuki knew this battle was unavoidable, for their captain had already declared war. Lord Katakuri, what shall we do? Bachmus inquired. Just as he finished speaking, Stasi shattered Bachmus's sunglasses, revealing his typical beady eyes. The two fur tribesmen initiated their skirmish, or rather, a spontaneous bout. Katakuri realized that they must first engage in combat. Otherwise, leaving without a fight would leave him unsatisfied, especially considering the tarnishing of the Big Mom Pirate's reputation. Allow me to witness the pinnacle of the Charlotte family, exclaimed Timon as he spread his wings and charged toward Kakuri in the private room. Boom. The dragon's claw, cloaked in the armor of haki, struck towards Katakuri, only to be deftly evaded by him, while Timon's claw crumbled the wall. The foresight granted by the advanced haki indeed presents an insurmountable advantage, allowing Katakuri to respond with remarkable agility to incoming assaults. Machi Barrage. Katakuri unleashed his fruit's powers, launching a flurry of punches enveloped in haki, relentlessly battering Timon. Such a troublesome opponent. With no other choice, Timon exerted all his observation haki to decipher Katakuri's attack patterns. Yet he still found himself occasionally struck. Fortunately, the ancient Zoan-type devil fruit provided Timon with ample opportunities to recover from his missteps. Suddenly, a ghostly apparition surged toward Katakuri, who, with his foresight haki, anticipated the potential outcome. The thought of kneeling before his adversary would surely spell a disastrous defeat for the esteemed Charlotte family's finest. Thus, Katakuri found himself compelled to evade continuously or shield himself with the bodies of others. How vexing. At that moment, Katakuri felt increasingly exasperated as the ghostly fruit continually disrupted his rhythm, while the woman before him, empowered by her Zoan abilities, exhibited formidable attack and defense capabilities. coupled with astonishing speed, effectively restraining him. Meanwhile, Zoro drew his sword and engaged in combat with Bonnie, who had consumed the swift-cutting fruit. Their clash was nothing short of fated, with Zoro currently gaining the upper hand. The intensity of their confrontation rapidly shattered the surroundings, expanding the battlefield and impacting the entire underground city. The participants of the auction descended into chaos, each seeking retribution against their grievances. Remaining members of the Akatsuki turned their attention to the nearby supernovas and Navy officers, with Bartolomeo charging directly at Drake, his explosive sword aimed at him with ferocity. Drake, possessing intelligence about the Akatsuki, transformed into his hybrid form to engage Bartolomeo, yet refrained from escalating to a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Kuro, wielding the powers of the Earth fruit, single-handedly confronted the entire flame tank pirate crew, dominating the battlefield and showcasing his prowess against Becky's crew. Having defeated Admiral Kizaru, are you not inclined to face me? Green Bull queried, observing Chihira's apparent vulnerabilities, seemingly devoid of any intention to fight. Chihira, however, scoffed at the notion, as the most lackluster admiral, who adhered strictly to Akainu's absolute justice, fled upon encountering Shanks. It could be said that Green Bull had been dismissed from the ranks of admirals in the eyes of many fans, primarily due to his lack of the requisite gravitas. Could you enlighten me on the Navy's purpose for being here? Is it to ensure that news of the Underworld King remains concealed? Chihira inquired. Green Bull, puffing on a cigarette and exhaling a smoke ring, exuded an air of superiority. The decision made by the Gorosei mandates my mission to cleanse this place of all that resides. Cleanse everything? I wonder whether it is the Gorosei's arrogance or your own as a Navy admiral that leads you to believe you can achieve such a feat alone. As Qian Lan finished speaking, Green Bull's face contorted with rage. The dignity of a powerful warrior must be upheld. Green Tree Spear. In an instant, a thick tree trunk surged forth, aiming directly at Qian Lan, as Green Bull unleashed the very technique that had previously vanquished Fuyakuri. Mission: defeat Admiral Green Bull Iramaki mission level. SSS mission reward: immortal technique, non-organic reincarnation. Qian Lan was taken aback as the long-dormant system once again sprang to life, gifting him such a formidable ninjutsu. As a signature technique of the Sage of the Six Paths, non-organic reincarnation allows one to bestow life upon inanimate objects and exert control over them. Enhanced by this sage art, the speed of the manipulated inorganic matter surpasses that of ordinary ninjutsu significantly. In the original work, it even penetrated Itachi's body, showcasing its remarkable prowess. In essence, this bears similarity to the awakening of a paramecia-type devil fruit, such as Doflamingo's ability to alter and manipulate surrounding matter. Admiral Green Bull, I hope you find some enjoyment in the upcoming encounter, Qian Lan declared, as he tore a piece of flesh from his own body and swiftly incapacitated a naval officer. He intended to experiment with the possibility of using Edo Tensei to resurrect Hashirama, given that his own body harbored Hashirama's cells. Edo Tensei. The mere utterance of this phrase startled Hashirama. During the War of the Best, Qian Lan's Edo Tensei had summoned formidable figures like Dragon Horse and Whitebeard. The prospect of summoning yet another unparalleled powerhouse sent Green Bull into a panic, contemplating a hasty retreat in fear of his life. In a familiar turn of events, a man adorned with a metal Konoha forehead protector, exuding an aura of righteousness, appeared on the battlefield. Where's this place? Who is employing such forbidden arts? Hashirama's expression was one of bewilderment, entirely devoid of his usual carefree demeanor. Observing the righteous navy and the suited mafia, along with the peculiar combat styles of those around him, he was left speechless. Had the ninja world undergone such profound changes since his demise? As the god of shinobi, he began to question his own understanding of the world. Youth, did you bring me back to this place? I wonder how Konoha is faring now. Qian Lan found himself at a loss for words. He too was uncertain about Konoha's state, especially in this pirate-infested world. Lord First Hokage, this is not the shinobi world. It exists in a realm wholly separate from it. Pointing at Green Bull, Qian Lan continued, assist me in dealing with this adversary, and I shall explain everything once this is over. Hashirama's face still bore an expression of confusion, yet he realized that he was indeed in a world entirely unconnected to the shinobi realm. Resolved to adapt to this situation, he decided to fight. Casting a determined gaze at Green Bull, he remained unsure of the latter's strength, but was confident that this foe could not surpass his own. Be cautious, youth. Green Bull, incensed by Hashirama's words, perceived them as a slight against the Marine headquarters' pinnacle of power. 4 tree impalements. In an instant, 4 colossal trees erupted from the ground, simultaneously targeting Hashirama from various angles. Undeterred by the imminent assault of the towering trees, Hashirama calmly unleashed a single punch. Boom! The 4 massive trunks exploded into splinters, sending wood chips flying in all directions. Qian Lan realized that this formidable strength was likely a manifestation of monstrous power, akin to a mere basic strike from Hashirama. Impressive, however. Upon witnessing this, Green Bull felt a surge of tension. He was confronted with an entirely unknown adversary, devoid of any intelligence to inform his strategy. The ensuing battle demanded utmost caution. Vines of verdant fury erupted. Dozens of 20-centimeter-thick tendrils emerged from all directions, encircling and assaulting Hashirama, relentlessly whipping towards him, accompanied by a cacophony of sonic booms. Observing this, Hashirama clapped his hands together, signifying the completion of his hand seals. Wood release, the art of the bag of hands. Countless wooden hands manifested, skillfully grasping each advancing vine under Hashirama's command and crushing them with immense force. The breadth of their combat was so extensive that countless individuals fled the scene in panic. Hashirama regarded Green Bull with a look of satisfaction, seemingly acknowledging his prowess. Remarkable wood release. You are indeed a prodigy. Upon hearing this, Green Bull's anger intensified. He had not even shifted his position to thwart his own attack. Yet here was Hashirama speaking to him in a tone befitting a senior, which was infuriating. Prepare to face your demise. With a furious roar, the battlefield underwent a dramatic transformation, teeming with rapidly proliferating green flora. The ground above was soon ruptured by Green Bull's power, the arena entirely shrouded in verdant vegetation. Run! This place is about to collapse. Hurry! Anyone who can escape must do so. It was evident that each formidable general possessed disaster-level combat capabilities, and Green Bull was now exhibiting his true potential. Before long, the entire underground city began to crumble, debris raining down from above as the thick layers of earth were rendered as fragile as paper before Green Bull's might. Most had successfully evacuated, although many remained trapped at the congested exit. Nonetheless, those with considerable strength continued to engage in battle, undeterred by the impending collapse. A resounding crash echoed as the ground finally caved in, burying numerous individuals who had failed to escape. Truly a powerful adversary. Despite the chaos, Hashirama maintained an air of composure, appreciating Green Bull's maneuver even while remaining unperturbed. The verdant creations summoned by Green Bull continued to grow wildly, transforming the previously rubble-strewn island of Aviad into a lush paradise. "Ha! This is my domain. How can you hope to defeat me?" Green Bull exclaimed, manipulating the trees to launch continuous assaults toward Hashirama. Such relentless attacks could arise at any moment, placing ordinary opponents at a severe disadvantage. In response, Hashirama raised his hand to his mouth, gathering chakra. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. As the Hokage of Konoha, Hashirama's fire techniques were, naturally, exceptional. Channeling the same formidable flames as Madara, he unleashed an S-rank ninjutsu. A colossal fireball, reminiscent of a roaring river, surged forth, aimed directly at the site of their prior clash, as Hashirama deduced that Green Bull's true form lay therein. Fireproof forest. A grove of fire-resistant trees suddenly materialized along the path of the blazing inferno, seemingly an attempt by the Green Bull to thwart Hashirama's assault. Boom! In an instant, the protective forest conjured by the Green Bull was effortlessly incinerated by the fireball. However, this brief obstruction did cause the fireball to diminish in size, though its momentum remained unabated as it hurtled towards its previous target. The fleeting creation of the fire-resistant grove granted the Green Bull a moment of reprieve. Despite the devastation wrought by the inferno, the Green Bull's true form had managed to evade capture. "Ha! In my domain, I am invincible. I am immortal." The voice of the Green Bull echoed across the island of Ayavad, harmonizing with the now seething and contorted vegetation, creating an aura of divine might. The other combatants paused, their vigilance heightened as they observed the surrounding greenery, for none could predict who would be the next target of an assault. Unperturbed, Hashirama continued to gather chakra. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Once again, a fireball of considerable magnitude materialized, its immense heat causing many to feel an intense burn. Here it comes again. The green bull began to falter. Fire was inherently a counter to his abilities, and repeated strikes would surely overwhelm him. Reluctantly, he activated his fruit powers, manifesting his form. Soon, the flora of the island began to retract and coalesce, revealing a colossal tree, towering 100 meters, its trunk bearing the visage of the green bull. Yet, the striking green atop his head was undeniably conspicuous, provoking a flurry of imaginative thoughts. I am invincible. Just as the green bull felt a resurgence of strength, Hashirama ceased his restraint. Wood release, wood golem technique. With a whispered incantation, the wood beneath Hashirama burgeoned, giving rise to a towering wooden giant. Standing at 150 meters, the green bull scoffed, questioning the utility of sheer size. Does being larger equate to strength? Hashirama challenged. Allow me to witness your wood release. In response, the green bull commanded the surrounding plants to grow wildly, thick vines and massive trees sprawling across the battlefield. The green bull directed the giant tree towards Hashirama's wooden giant, swinging it in a powerful arc, as a technique rivaling the full form of Susanoo. The durability of the wooden giant was formidable. Boom. Following the impact, the tree wielded by the green bull splintered in half, while Hashirama's wooden giant remained largely unscathed. Wood dragonbind. Instantly, vines controlled by the green bull ensnared the wooden giant, binding it tightly. Seizing the opportunity, the tree giant's right fist descended upon Hashirama's position with great force. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Given the proximity of the two giants and Hashirama's momentary lapse in vigilance, the green bull had no chance to evade. The thick wood dragon collided forcefully with the green bull's chest. The tree giant, already at a disadvantage in height, was sent crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Break. Hashirama commanded the wooden giant to exert its strength, snapping the surrounding vines effortlessly. The battle between the two was conducted under the watchful gaze of the crowd, capturing everyone's attention. Is this the pinnacle of the Navy's strength? Who is that enigmatic powerhouse? This is the one who has vanquished the Navy's utmost might. Watching from the sidelines, Qian Lan remained remarkably composed, aware that the current Hashirama could fully unleash his potential, rendering the battle little more than a playful exchange. Amidst the fierce clash, Bartolomeo appeared beside Qian Lan, hoisting a towering man and unceremoniously dropping him at Qian Lan's feet. Master Qian Lan, this is the supernova I captured. How shall we deal with him? Qian Lan replied, let us observe the battle for now. Bartolomeo, this is a globally significant confrontation. After addressing Bartolomeo, Qian Lan swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Hashirama. Lord First Hokage, please conclude the battle swiftly, and let me witness your flawless sage mode. Hashirama chuckled at the remark, thinking it a rare pleasure to encounter such a worthy adversary. He could not possibly end the fight so easily. Hasten to finish the battle, and next time, I shall resurrect Madara. How does that sound? Qian Lan understood the intricate relationship between Hashirama and Madara, knowing only they could truly challenge one another. Very well, that is acceptable, Hashirama added. However, the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei should not be overused. Once Qian Lan had departed, Hashirama's expression grew serious. In an instant, dark shadows encircled his eyes, indicating he had entered sage mode. Indeed, a seamless transition. Observing this, Qian Lan recognized that his own perfect sage mode was comparable to Hashirama's, though he was uncertain who would ultimately prevail in combat. Curse it! Green Bull struggled to rise, dismissing the transformation of Hashirama as mere shadows. Little did he know, he was about to face a true onslaught, one from which he could not retaliate. Sunlight, holy body. Green Bull fervently absorbed the sun's energy, his massive form continually expanding. 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters. He ceased growing at 500 meters, the colossal tree giant rising to block a vast expanse of sunlight. Is this a deity? Surely only a god could wield such power. Green Bull reveled in the adoration of the crowd, particularly relishing the condescending view he had over Hashirama's wooden avatar, filling him with immense pride. Hashirama, however, remained in a meditative pose, symbolically forming hand seals. Sage art would release true thousand hands. A massive guanine statue emerged, towering at 1,000 meters and adorned with thousands of enormous hands, casting a daunting shadow that inspired a profound sense of pressure. At that moment, Green Bull felt a pang of indignation. Was this fellow intentionally trying to humiliate him? This display made it exceedingly difficult for him to maintain his composure. One must test who is stronger to truly know. Let us engage. The two titanic figures rapidly approached one another, causing the ground to tremble beneath their movement. In an instant, both struck simultaneously, the tree giant thrusting its arms forward, each limb growing ever more colossal. The interstice was manipulated by an immense hand, striking the colossal tree giant, resulting in mere punches obliterating it. Meanwhile, the green bull spat blood, staining his justice cloak, and his form plummeted from the sky. Ding. Task reward. Immortal technique. Rebirth of the inorganic. Acquired proficiency. Alas, it seems he harbored the same misguided notion as the former Barrett, believing that size alone suffices. Regrettably, his mastery of armament hockey fell short of Barrett's. And the giant he created lacked the resilience of Barrett's, leading to his inexplicable defeat. After speaking, Qian Lan swiftly appeared beside the green bull, leaving a flying thunder god mark upon him before returning to Bartolomeo's side. As Qian Lan released the Edo Tensei, the 1,000-meter-tall Guanyin statue vanished entirely. Observing this, the onlookers lost their inclination to engage. Having witnessed the preceding battle, they all deemed their own skirmishes trivial. Soon, the majority departed, leaving only the entire Akatsuki organization. Cough. Cough. You scoundrel captain, how do you intend to deal with this supernova Drake and the Navy Admiral Greenbull? Will you eliminate them? Shouted a disgruntled voice. Wouldn't it be wiser for the Navy or the world government to bear the brunt of the consequences? Let us acquire some berries, devil fruits, renowned swords, exquisite cosmetics, and fine culinary tools instead. Qian Lan's words instantly ignited the desires of all present, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they gazed at the fallen green bull. Then, Qian Lan produced the amber purification vessel, releasing Rufield from within. The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan swiftly ensnared him, and Qian Lan began his interrogation. Is the ancient tome in your possession genuine? Does it indeed contain information about the king of the underworld? Rufield, his expression vacant, replied, the ancient tome is authentic. But the information regarding the king of the underworld was added by someone I hired. Upon hearing this, Qian Lan furrowed his brow, realizing the situation had turned into a farce. It seemed prudent to venture to Wano country for further inquiries. I leave this to you, he said, casting the illusion-bound Rufield at Mushian's feet. Upon witnessing this, Mushian immediately raised her firearm. Bang! A single shot pierced Rufield's skull, and Mushian lowered her handgun, thus avenging her grievances. Subsequently, Kuro utilized the highest purity seastone handcuffs to bind Drake and Green Bull, awaiting instructions to notify the Navy or world government for their ransom. The night passed without incident. Upon awakening, Qian Lan gleaned from the memories of his wooden clone that communication had been established with the Navy led by Green Bull. It would not be long before the Navy headquarters and the world government learned of the events that transpired. After a brief wash-up, Qian Lan made his way to the dining hall for breakfast. At the table, two newly acquired little folk were voraciously consuming food, while several women observed intently. What are the names of these two little folk? Sataki pointed at them, saying, Sharp and Yvette. Sharp, Sister Sataki, is he your captain? Upon hearing this, Qian Lan effortlessly lifted Sharp with 2 fingers. You little rascal, address me as Lord Qian Lan. He then turned to Bartolomeo. Bart, have you fed our meat tickets yet? Master Qian Lan had yet to rise. Thus, they had no right to partake in a meal. Qian Lan nodded and began to scavenge for food. After swiftly finishing breakfast, he approached Drake and Green Bull with a sandwich in hand. To his surprise, Green Bull, who had been grievously injured, had awakened. Despite the lack of treatment, the strength of his physique was unmistakable. Who should he offer the sandwich to? Should it be the Marine Admiral Green Bull or the commander of the Marine Headquarters Covert Special Forces, Drake? Drake was internally astonished. He had not anticipated that the identity of the Marine would be so easily divulged by the man before him. Green Bull's expression mirrored his disbelief. Even though he had recently attained the rank of Admiral, the intelligence concerning the Marine Headquarters Special Task Force was notoriously confidential. Could it be that a spy had infiltrated the Marines? In that moment, Green Bull and Drake exchanged silent glances, both lost in their own tumultuous thoughts. Observing this, Qian Lan discarded the sandwich and turned to leave. Once he had distanced himself, Green Bull picked up the sandwich and shared it with Drake. Drake, you eat first. Conserve your strength, he urged. Thank you, Admiral Aramaki. Regrettably, the small sandwich was divided in 2, and the remaining pieces were entirely consumed by the 2 men. Drake, could it be that we have a spy within the Marines? Otherwise, your information would not have been so easily disclosed, Green Bull mused. Drake hesitated, contemplating the implications. If a spy truly existed, it would undoubtedly lead to unrest within the Marines. As an admiral, Green Bull could voice this concern. But Drake felt he lacked the standing to do so. Noticing Drake's apprehension, Green Bull did not press him further. Regardless of who survives to return to the Marines, the words I just spoke must be reported to Admiral Sakazuki, he insisted. Understood, Admiral Aramaki. With that, the two men closed their eyes to conserve their strength, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, Qian Lan concluded his eavesdropping and stealthily departed from behind the rocks. He was not surprised by their thoughts. If the Marines or the world government were to investigate, they would surely not trace it back to him, though some unfortunate souls would inevitably face the consequences. Suddenly, Klo hurried over to Qian Lan. Qian Lan, this is a request from everyone. Do you think the world government will agree? Qian Lan took the paper from Klo and began to read. It indeed listed an array of items: kitchen utensils, cosmetics, designer clothing, followed by fine swords, books, and finally, a demand for 2 billion berries. Klo, doesn't anyone need a devil fruit? Qian Lan inquired. Klo adjusted his glasses and replied with a smile. The world government would certainly refuse to exchange powerful fruits, and the weaker ones may not appeal to everyone. Qian Lan nodded in agreement. His ship's inventory consisted of Logia types, ancient Zoan varieties, ghost fruits, and combined fruits, suggesting that the world government would likely not possess anything superior. Suddenly, an idea struck Qian Lan. He took a pen from Klo and began to write. After finishing, he handed the paper back to Klo. Let this suffice. Observing the enigmatic additions Qian Lan had made, Klo left in confusion. G1 branch, also known as New Marine Fort. In the conference room, Admiral Akainu appeared exceedingly restless. Just after announcing the appointment of 2 new admirals, one had already been defeated and captured. A true disgrace for the Navy. Sengoku, Tsu, Garp, and Kizaru remained silent. This was indeed an unprecedented occurrence in naval history, where an admiral was abducted shortly after taking office, making it rather difficult to address. However, Fujitora felt somewhat embarrassed. Green Bull's predicament had undeniably tarnished the Navy's reputation, leading many to question the capabilities of the newly appointed admirals, a misstep for which he was partly responsible. Yet, on a brighter note, your performance was commendable, successfully eliminating the notorious pirate, Furikua, worth 500 million berries, thus restoring some dignity to the new admiral's position. Fujitora remarked, this is all in the name of justice. It is my duty. Nonetheless, we must address the matter of Aramaki, as he represents the Navy. The others nodded in agreement. The new admiral could not be allowed to falter so easily, lest the Navy's authority be utterly diminished. At that moment, a secretary entered, placing the acquired intelligence before Admiral Akainu. Upon reading it, Akainu's face contorted with anger, seemingly provoked. Suppressing his fury, he distributed the information for everyone to peruse. The audacity of kidnapping a naval admiral and using it as leverage for ransom was a profound disgrace. Thus, we must acquiesce to their demands and mobilize our full force to annihilate the Akatsuki. But can we truly afford such a significant cost to eliminate the Akatsuki? Questioned Kizaru. Let us not forget that they possess the ability to resurrect formidable figures such as Ryuma from Wano, Whitebeard, and other unknown powers, along with Barrett, who is also a troublesome adversary. An assault by the Navy would incur an exorbitant price, rendering it a futile endeavor. Kizaru's words prompted everyone to regain their composure, with the exception of the inherently impatient Akainu. What did this individual mean by kitchenware, cosmetics, and various garments? Did he perceive the Navy as a wholesale market? Sengoku pondered. Perhaps he intends to use these as a facade to conceal his ambitions, thereby thoroughly incapacitating us. The gravity of Sengoku's analysis sent chills down the spines of those present. It was all too plausible, and the entire naval hierarchy had nearly fallen into a trap. If the Akatsuki were to successfully incapacitate us, it would inevitably lead to catastrophic consequences. Instantly, all eyes turned to Sengoku, marveling at his sagacity. Of course, had Chirin been aware, he would undoubtedly have intervened, deeming such speculation utterly insane. Tsuru interjected, the Navy can meet the Akatsuki's demands. However, this involves the scientific division and even Vegapunk's technology, matters beyond our jurisdiction. Chirin added, recalling various technologies related to Vegapunk from memory, Regardless of their utility, her principle was simply to secure them first. Garp chuckled. Then let us approach the 5 elders of the world government. The worst that can happen is a scolding, a loss of face. After Garp spoke, he glanced at Akainu. While the others turned their gazes toward the admiral, only he could bear the brunt of the reprimand. Akainu's face paled at the thought. Did he still possess any dignity before the Gorosei? Very well, I shall confer with the 5 elders and ensure that Aramaki is retrieved. Akainu holds a considerable admiration for Green Bull, viewing him as a promising protege, a warrior of admiral caliber who ardently upholds absolute justice. How could he possibly forsake him? With no other recourse, Akainu embarks towards Mariehua, accepting the potential consequences that lie ahead. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the World Economic News, Morgans eagerly scribes away, meticulously detailing the clash between Green Bull and Konoha. Ultimately, he mentions Chihira, boldly dubbing him the strongest emperor of the seas. Print it with all haste. I want the entire world to acquire this newspaper. President, isn't it a bit excessive to label him the strongest emperor of the seas? Morgans retorts fiercely. Chihira's performance warrants such a title. If the other sea emperors contest this, it could lead to yet another sensational story. Indeed, the president is remarkably astute. As his subordinates depart, Morgan savors his coffee with satisfaction. Only in chaotic times can explosive news emerge. He sees himself merely as a chronicler of events. On Cake Island, having just returned, Katakuri and BM are summoned to the main island by Big Mom. The Akatsuki has once again triumphed over an admiral, indicating the Navy's declining prowess. Katakuri states, the new admiral, Green Bull, possesses considerable strength. It remains a mystery how Chihira, a resurrected powerhouse, managed to defeat him. Under the imposing presence of Big Mom and Katakuri, Pudding hesitates but resolves to step forward. Mama, perhaps we should invite the Akatsuki to the next tea party. They might just attend. Suddenly, Big Mom's expression shifts to one of strangeness, her eyes losing focus. Sister, I must resurrect her. Both Katakuri and Pudding furrow their brows. Should the resurrection fail, it could spark another great conflict. Yet, at this moment, words are futile, the tea party is still some time away, and they can only respond to challenges as they arise. On Yajord Island, Chihira finds himself surrounded by several women. Let us send Sharp and Yvette back. They are far too pitiable. Indeed, that scoundrel captain is merely trying to do good. Sitarshur appears on the verge of tears, exuding a most endearing aura. Timman remarks, Dressrosa is a land of love, passion, and toys, a veritable paradise for vacations. Can we not simply treat it as a delightful excursion? Chihira did not anticipate this would add to his responsibilities. Had he known, he might not have acquired these 2 little ones. However, with Doflamingo still possessing the technology for artificial devil fruits, it could serve as a timely experiment. Very well, once the Navy delivers what we need, we shall set forth to Dressrosa. 2 days later, a warship arrives at Yajord Island, its dog emblem prominently displayed. The Navy's presence is formidable, and to Chihira's surprise, it is none other than a naval hero coming to greet them. As Kuro dons his weaponry, his claws poised, he watches the ship warily. Suddenly, a figure erupts from the vessel, hurtling straight towards Chihira. Boom. In an instant, the sands along the coast were swept up by the fierce winds, and Qian Lan directly blocked the impending blow. Hey, Carp, refrain from attacking upon arrival. A white-haired admiral leapt down from the warship. It was none other than Admiral Crane. Qian Lan exerted force to push Carp aside. Soon after, 2 figures descended, Carp's vice admiral, Bogart, and the candidate for admiral, Ji Yuan. Long time no see, old man Carp. Congratulations on your promotion to candidate admiral, though you still fall short of the rank of admiral, Ji Yuan remarked, his expression darkening and his gaze filled with fury directed at Qian Lan. Carp, however, chuckled, albeit with a lingering hostility toward Qian Lan. I never anticipated you would capture Aramaki. I must admit, you have become quite inscrutable. Just then, Barrett and Zoro emerged, escorting Green Bull and Drake, and unceremoniously tossed them before Qian Lan. Barrett glared at Carp with resentment, recalling how he had been incarcerated and impelled down due to the actions of Carp's demon-slaying unit. Seeing that Green Bull and Drake were safe, Admiral Crane waved her hand, prompting the Navy aboard the warship to begin transporting the items Qian Lan had requested. Old man Carp, your Navy's secrecy could use some enhancement. Drake, as an undercover agent, is rather lacking, Qian Lan remarked. Both Carp and Crane furrowed their brows. A lapse in intelligence could be catastrophic, and it seemed the Navy would need to conduct a thorough investigation. When the Navy presented the items before them, the group immediately pounced upon them. "So what do you think? I told you the Navy could procure fine goods," Timan exclaimed, tossing a cosmetics item to Perona, and the two began sifting through the collection. Ji Yuan's anger intensified as he noticed many items that even he, as a candidate for admiral, could not procure. It was utterly infuriating. "This kitchenware is excellent," exclaimed Mushuan, striking a knife that emitted a crisp sound. Zoro cautiously withdrew a renowned blade for examination, his expression one of sheer delight. "The second-generation ghost cry. The Navy has truly spared no expense. I wonder what this blade is called." "It's called Golden Moon," Crane responded. "Indeed, quite impressive." Zoro promptly secured the blade at his waist, appearing immensely satisfied. Bartolomeo began moving box after box of berries onto the ship. Observing this, Qian Lan immediately halted him, saying, "Bartle, let the white bear handle the lifting. Why exert yourself?" "Master Qian Lan, I prefer to handle the money myself," Bartolomeo retorted. Their banter and actions left the Navy seething with frustration, their anger seemingly capable of igniting each member of the Akatsuki. Yet, Qian Lan relished this feeling of animosity, knowing they despised him but were powerless to act against him. Soon, the members of the Akatsuki had thoroughly cleaned up their spoils, each face adorned with a satisfied smile. Conversely, the expressions of most Navy personnel were decidedly glum, for the notion of redeeming an admiral was hardly commendable. Following this, Bogart handed Qian Lan a hefty stack of blueprints. "Kapu, this is the technology promised to you by the world government, albeit only a portion, otherwise, the discussion is moot." "Fine, a portion will suffice. We can always engage in such dealings again in the future." Subsequently, the members of the Akatsuki boarded their ship and departed from Yawajat Island. Meanwhile, Qian Lan remained behind to confront the Navy, and the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Once the Akatsuki's vessel vanished from sight, Qian Lan unceremoniously kicked Green Bull and Drake out. After 3 days with but one meal each day, these two must be quite famished. The Navy ought to take good care of them, lest they find themselves restrained once more. As Qian Lan spoke, he employed the Flying Thunder God technique to appear behind Shiryan, nipping at her cheek before vanishing again. "Curse you! I shall have your life." On the ghost island of Wano, Kaido bellowed in fury, "Ororo, the strongest, just a newcomer. What right do they have to claim such a title?" Enraged, he downed a copious amount of liquor and transformed into a colossal dragon. Swaying as he took to the skies, "I shall end my own life. I am eager to see if this so-called strongest emperor of the sea can indeed slay me." In an instant, a tremendous blaze erupted as Kaido unleashed flames that scorched a corner of the island. Just as Kaido was about to depart, the figure of Enzai stood defiantly in his path. Governor Kaido, seeking him now would yield no results. Let us await the moment he establishes his own territory. Then will be the opportune time to strike. You speak true, Enzai. It would be futile to pursue him now. With that, Kaido reverted to his human form and retreated to his cave. Enzai let out a long sigh of relief, grateful to have dissuaded Governor Kaido. For a conflict with one capable of resurrection would be perilous indeed. Fortunately, he had averted a great battle this time. As Enzai pondered, a spiked club suddenly hurtled through the air toward him. Boom! Enzai retaliated with a punch that sent the club flying back, and Kaido caught it effortlessly. "Since you wish to engage me in combat, let me sober up a bit." Upon hearing this, Enzai realized that battle was now inevitable and reluctantly charged at Kaido. In the new world, on the deck of the Akatsuki ship, Qian Lan reclined in a rocking chair, basking in the warm sea breeze. Mushin poured a glass of milk and placed it beside him. The crew, fortunate to encounter fair weather while sailing in the new world, reveled in the sunlight. How shameless! They raised prices so drastically, Bartolomeo exclaimed, thrusting money into the hands of the newsbird before snatching the newspaper to read. "Bartle, is there any news of significance?" The crew's attention swiftly gravitated toward the newspaper in Bartolomeo's hands, for entertainment options were scarce on the vast ocean. "Master Qian Lan, the Navy is utterly disgraceful," Bartolomeo remarked, handing the newspaper to Qian Lan. "They claim to have wrested the admiral back from us after a fierce battle. It seems far too far-fetched. Can't they be a bit more objective?" Barrett chuckled, remarking, "This is the Navy's customary approach. Were Morgans to fall under the sway of the world government, we would likely be depicted as the ones who were routed." Qian Lan joined in Barrett's laughter, recognizing that to uphold their dominion and prestige, Any government strives to erase its unsavory past, a phenomenon that is, regrettably, inevitable. Suddenly, Qian Lan felt an itch at the scalp, as if something were scurrying atop his head. "Yvette, Master Qian Lan's head feels so comfortable," exclaimed one, followed by the other. Indeed, what a warm sensation. In an instant, Qian Lan discerned that it was the two diminutive beings frolicking upon him. Ever since he had crafted a dwelling for them using wood release, they had taken to clinging to him incessantly, which left Qian Lan somewhat regretful. Perhaps it was the vitality imbued within his wood release that attracted these little creatures. Regardless, their antics had become quite bothersome for him. "Do not fret. I shall return you tomorrow, and we shall part ways henceforth." Sharp and Yvette's little faces immediately contorted in sorrow, their expressions profoundly melancholic. Qian Lan felt a pang of guilt, despite his ambivalence towards the two. Witnessing their tearful visages was unbearable. Nine Tails, observing the scene, grew a bit irked. "You two must cease your crying." In an instant, their expressions reverted, proving that indeed, a creature can subdue another. Suddenly, a magnificent blue and golden bird graced the sky, landing upon the deck of the ship belonging to the Dawn. The newcomer was none other than the pineapple-headed Marco. He looked quite dashing, though his descent had left the vessel charred. As he spoke, Qian Lan utilized wood release to mend the scorched surface of the ship. Everyone regarded Marco with keen interest, curious as to the purpose of his arrival. Barrett, however, was unconcerned with such matters and launched a punch at Marco. Boom! In an instant, the railing of the ship shattered, yet Marco deftly evaded the strike. "Long time no see, Barrett, but this is not the moment for hostilities. I have come seeking your captain." Barrett huffed in response, conceding, after all, engaging in combat upon the ocean favored Marco's aerial advantage, while Barrett was ill-equipped for aerial skirmishes, ensuring his own disadvantage. Qian Lan rose from his reclined position and approached Marco. Yvette remarked, "That large bird transformed into a human. How peculiar." Sharp replied earnestly, "No worries. Judging by his appearance, he likely does not intend to devour us." Upon hearing this, Qian Lan couldn't suppress a smile. Often the most candid remarks hold the greatest weight. Marco, having overheard their exchange, chose not to dwell on it. "I have come to request your assistance in reviving my father. The Whitebeard pirates may soon engage in a fierce battle against the Blackbeard pirates, and I am uncertain of my father's stance on the matter. Of course, any conditions you may have can be discussed, as long as the Whitebeard pirates can fulfill your requirements." Qian Lan recalled the impending clash between the Whitebeard pirates and the Blackbeard pirates with some familiarity. As the climactic battle approaches in a few months, the Whitebeard pirates have suffered greatly at the hands of the Blackbeard pirates. This confrontation has irrevocably concluded the territorial reign of the Whitebeard pirates, with all their dominions seized by Blackbeard. It can be said that this battle marks Blackbeard's genuine ascent to the status of a Yonko, though regrettably, the original work does not delve deeply into this event. "Are you certain that you wish to engage in conflict with the Blackbeard pirates?" Qian harbors doubts regarding the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates being capable of standing against Blackbeard. Even though he is yet to acquire the Tremor fruit and has lost several formidable crew members to Chiron's hand. Upon reflecting on this, Qian feels a twinge of pity for Blackbeard. Nonetheless, this is still not a battle that the current Whitebeard pirates can undertake. The dark fruit is inherently powerful, and should Blackbeard have secured other formidable devil fruits, the Whitebeard pirates would merely be offering themselves as fodder. "We all desire a confrontation with the Blackbeard pirates. Thus, I have come to seek Father's opinion and to allow everyone a chance to see him." With that, Marco produced a din mushy, seemingly intending to record this conversation. Observing this, Qian made no attempt to refuse and stepped back a few paces. "Edo Tensei." As Chiron's voice resonated, Whitebeard's figure materialized before them. Having undergone resurrection for the second time, Whitebeard was accustomed to the process and no longer appeared as bewildered as he had during his initial return. "Marco, it has been a long time." Whitebeard's calm words evoked a profound sorrow deep within Marco's heart. "Father." Tears, unrestrained and abundant, cascaded down Marco's face. He had endured immeasurable grief since Whitebeard's passing. "Marco, you wouldn't have summoned your father just to witness your tears, would you?" Marco wiped his tears and calmly replied, "Apologies, Father." The two then sat cross-legged, while Stussy proactively poured them both a glass of water. "Father, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates wishes to confront Teach in a decisive battle. We shall not tarnish the name of the Whitebeard pirates." In reality, the Whitebeard pirates now found themselves at a dead end, Bereft of Whitebeard's deterrence, numerous pirates were eyeing the territories under Whitebeard's command. Even some smaller pirates dared to seize certain remote islands belonging to the Whitebeard pirates, an inevitable occurrence. Marco, my journey has come to an end. Your father only hopes that you all can live well, Whitebeard said, shifting the topic. However, if my sons wish to go, then go. Your father will always support you. Father, rest assured, we will uphold the honor of Whitebeard. Marco's tone grew earnest, solidifying his determination for victory. Qian, however, remained skeptical of the current Whitebeard pirate's ability to defeat Teach, yet as an outsider, he refrained from voicing his doubts. After a leisurely chat, Marco took his leave, recognizing that the sooner the battle commenced, the more advantageous it would be for their side. Watching Marco's departing figure, Whitebeard's face was suffused with fondness. Qian Lan, if Marco were to fail, could you lend them a hand? If so, should you be reincarnated as my ally, I would fight with all my strength for you. Qian Lan nodded in agreement. Even though the current Whitebeard might not be able to assist her, she still acquiesced to his request. I apologize, my sons, but this is the last time your father can protect you. With that, Whitebeard's figure vanished from the spot, yet everything that transpired had already unfolded. The following day, after a morning of sailing, Qian Lan and her companions could discern the outline of Dressrosa Island. Master Qian Lan, shall we head to the main island of Dressrosa or go directly to Greenbit, where the little folk reside? Let's first return these two little ones to Greenbit. With that, the ship began to alter its course, steering towards the neighboring island of Dressrosa. You must stay and rest for a few days. Our Dongtada kingdom will take good care of you. Perona excitedly pinched Yvette's cheek, promising her as well. Observing this, Qian Lan shook her head with a wry smile. The experience of residing in Dongtada kingdom would likely not be pleasant. As a tribe dwelling beneath the primitive forest, their living conditions were less than ideal. It is worth noting that the primitive forest is not as idyllic as depicted in anime. Even a small section would hardly offer comfort. Kuro, I fear we might find it quite uncomfortable in Dongtada kingdom. Their clothing and food are so much smaller than ours. You two won't be able to sustain us. Sharp and Yvette instantly appeared dejected, seemingly at a loss for how to entertain the members of the Akatsuki. Zoro, noticing their demeanor, decided to tease the two, suggesting they simply fill us with drinks. Sharp and Yvette's spirits sank even lower. Stacy, all right, you two, stop teasing the little ones. If we do stay for a few days, we might end up depleting the entire little kingdom. Sharp and Yvette chimed in unison. There is no plant that our tribe cannot cultivate. We will surely delight everyone with exquisite food and drink. The atmosphere aboard the ship grew cheerful, unbeknownst to them that this scene was being observed by someone with ulterior motives. Meanwhile, atop the royal heights of Dressrosa, Violet was scrutinizing the ship of the Akatsuki. As a user of the stare fruit, she possessed the ability to observe objects within a 4,000-kilometer radius, even capable of seeing through objects and discerning the hearts of men. This power was formidable, yet she found herself confronted by Sanji, one of the four emperors. After glimpsing the lewd thoughts occupying Sanji's mind, Violet was understandably taken aback. However, her attention soon turned to Qian Lan, the Sea Emperor, who had arrived. Her presence could spell either fortune or misfortune. With a resigned sigh, Violet made her way to the palace. Regardless of the circumstances, she needed to report her findings to Don Quixote da Flamingo. Soon enough, Violet arrived at the palace, gazing at the familiar structure. Suppressing the hatred bubbling within her, for now, survival was her only priority. Fu. Violet, what brings you here? Is there some sort of situation? The formidable emperor, Qian Lan, has arrived here, making his way towards Greenbit Island. As Don Quixote da Flamingo reclined in his rocking chair, basking in the sunlight, he suddenly crushed the wine glass in his hand, the crimson liquid cascading down his fingers. Qian Lan, you say? Diamante, Lao Ji, Delinger, my kin, I shall avenge you. Violet's heart jolted at his words. She had not anticipated that these high-ranking members of the Don Quixote family had met their demise at the hands of the Emperor Qian Lan. Could it be that she might harness the power of Qian Lan to restore her nation? With this thought, Violet's mind raced. A shrill voice pierced the air. Indeed. Doflamingo, we must exact vengeance for our family. Violet struggled to suppress her laughter, for it was utterly absurd to hear such a peculiar sound emanate from a burly man clad in samurai armor. Doflamingo nodded thoughtfully before rising from his rocking chair and retreating indoors, pouring himself another glass of red wine. He retrieved a din mushy from his drawer and dialed the number. Hello, Doflamingo. Why the sudden call? Are you worried about the transaction failing? Came the voice of Jack on the other end. Jack, there are no issues with the transaction of the artificial devil fruit. However, an unexpected individual has emerged. Jack's tone shifted to one of displeasure. Who could possibly affect our transaction? The Emperor Qian Lan. Jack, who was on the phone at sea, fell momentarily silent, uncertain of how to respond. Though he was notoriously stubborn, Jack was acutely aware that some individuals were beyond his capacity to confront, and Emperor Qian Lan was undeniably one of them.